Get ready, the 2025 Mecha Break pre-launch Global Invitational is almost here.
第一次登上国际舞台，4周强敌环伺，但我坚信，我们将成为最后的胜者。
俺たちの力を世界に見せつける時が千載一遇のチャンス、絶対に逃さない。
The tension is rising. We're all in.
No matter who's in front of us, we're bringing the heat.
这一次，我会让你们知道什么是最完美的团队协作。会場に響き当たる戦火の中、この手で勝利をつかみ取る。
There's no room for the weak. The unprepared will be the first to fall.
どんな困難も最後まで戦う。冠军奖杯，我们势在必得。
Get ready, the 2025 Mecha Break pre-launch Global Invitational is almost here.
第一次登上国际舞台，4周强敌环伺，但我坚信， 我们将成为最后的胜者。
俺たちの力を世界に見せつける時が千載一遇のチャンス、絶対に逃さない。
The tension's rising. We're all in.
No matter who's in front of us, we're bringing the heat.
这一次，我会让你们知道什么是最完美的团队协作。
会場に響き当たる戦火の中、この手で勝利をつかり取る。
There's no room for the weak. The unprepared will be the first to fall.
どんな困難も最後まで戦う。冠军奖杯，我们势在必得。
Get ready, the 2025 Mecha Break pre-launch global invitational is almost here.
第一次登上国际舞台，4周强敌环伺，但我坚信，我们将成为最后的胜者。
俺たちの力を世界に見せつける時が千載一遇のチャンス、絶対に逃さない。
The tension's rising. We're all in.
No matter who's in front of us, we're bringing the heat.
这一次，我会让你们知道什么是最完美的团队协作。
会場に響き当たる戦火の中、この手で勝利をつかみ取る。
There's no room for the weak. The unprepared will be the first to fall.
どんな困難も最後まで戦う。冠军奖杯，我们势在必得。
Get ready, the 2025 Mecha Break Pre-Launch Global Invitational is almost here.
第一次登上国际舞台，4周强敌环伺，但我坚信，我们将成为最后的胜者。
俺たちの力を世界に見せつける時が千載一遇のチャンス、絶対に逃さない。
The tension's rising. We're all in.
No matter who's in front of us, we're bringing the heat.
这一次我会让你们知道什么是最完美的团队协作。
会場に響き当たる戦火の中、この手で勝利をつかみ取る。
There's no room for the weak. The unprepared will be the first to fall.
どんな困難も最後まで戦う。冠军奖杯，我们势在必得。
Welcome everybody to the Mecha Break Global Pre-Launch Invitational. I'm Jake. I'm joined here by Dia. Dia, how you doing? You excited to get into this competition?
I'm so excited. I mean, just coming up to going live, it didn't feel real. We've been here for a couple days already. The energy in this building, in this whole park is electric, and I think that answers the question. I am excited to get into it.
Yeah, it's been awesome. Amazing season games. They brought us together from around the world. We've got Chinese, Japanese, and North American teams here to compete for the first time on the global international stage here in Mecha Break and really showcase this game to fans all around the world. That's what we're excited to jump into with some of the top teams from all around the world competing here for that inaugural Mecha Break trophy. I think this means a lot to a lot of the competitors today.
And having spoken to a lot of the team that created the game as well, a big part of this tournament is meant to focus on, of course, the high level of competition, the amazing skill of these pilots, but also on a gathering of the community that has been here through multiple beta tests and who will likely be the forerunners of the community yet to develop as the game is to launch soon.
That's a great point. You know, people have been having their hands on the game, checking it out in some of the early demo releases. We're getting closer and closer to the launch of the game, so it's exciting to be able to bring everyone together for this first major international competition. We've had some international competitions where within each region, some of these teams have competed. That's how some of them earned their spot to be here today to compete. But for now, you know, we're bringing together all these different teams, all these wonderful squads from you know, different beginnings, right? Like there's some teams here that are really like streamer teams, you know, more well-known individuals coming together to form teams, and other teams are, you know, very high-ranked community teams, in-game players that have just achieved a lot in Mecha Break that the developer wanted to celebrate here, bringing them to the competition.
And because we've all been here for a couple of days, there's been quite a bit of collaboration going into this as well. In the demo itself, people are often practicing on their own. Some may have the chance to scrim, but it's nothing quite like getting so many people in a building and watching everyone solve Mecha Break on some level over the course of all of the maps to really uplift each other and their level of play, their enjoyment as well.
Yeah, it's been interesting to see, you know, like you said, that community collaboration aspect of the game with there's being so many different strategies, you know, you can bring to bear, all these different strikers. For some folks who've already tried MechaBreak, you might have already some strategies you're expecting to see from the professional players, but I guarantee you some of these teams are going to have something new to show you. I mean, we've been seeing different teams pull out very innovative new strategies, you know, in the practice area. So it's exciting to be able to showcase that to you guys soon.
Yeah, we do have a very full schedule over the next couple of days. We're running a double elimination bracket, so all of the teams that you see play today, as today's the first day of the competition, should they maybe not have the most success today, don't worry, they'll have another chance to stay at least making it into the later stages. And I make no promises about who will be in the finals because it'd be pretty hard to predict at this point.
It's stiff competition, right? 16 teams came here, only one can be champion. We do have a video explainer that we're going to be able to show you just some more details about all of the technical aspects of, you know, what's the format, what are the rules, how are the teams going to compete. So we'll be able to jump into that in a second and be able to look at, all those details for how the tournament's going to run for, you know, those who may be familiar with MechaBreak, helps you get down to the nitty-gritty here.
And if you have played the game, I think it's worth saying, even though we're going to explain it, this is going to be Operation Verge. We're not jumping into the PvPvE, although that is a really exciting aspect of the game that I've enjoyed in my own free time. We got the 6v6. We don't have multiple teams of 3, so.
Yeah, we're here for the really pure competitive aspect, Operation Verge. If you played other games in the genre, you might be familiar with that 6-on-6 team battles. You're going to be limited to one of each striker per team, so no doubling up on the same strikers. Also, for this tournament, we are going to have some hero bans involved, so that ban pick phase is going to help you, for these top teams at least, to have little minor adjustments in the strategy based on the map they go into. So let's just jump into the video explainer. It's going to break everything down for you guys, and let's start it right now.
MechaBreak Pre-Launch Global Invitational 2025 is here. From March 13th to 16th, 16 teams from China, North America, Japan will battle it out in Zhuhai, China, taking mech battles to the next level. The tournament features the 6v6 Operation Verge mode with a double elimination format. Round 1 kicks off on March 13th, with matchups decided by random draw. Teams that lose in the upper bracket drop to the lower bracket for a second chance, lose again, and they're eliminated. The upper bracket final, lower bracket final, and grand final are best of 5. All other matches are best of 3. The ultimate showdown between the final 2 teams takes place on March 16th. Striker selection follows, no duplicates in squads rule, meaning each team can deploy only 1 unit of the same striker model per match. Each side bans 1 striker per match, and each striker can only be banned once per match. Banned strikers cannot be banned in later rounds of the same best of 3 or best of 5 series. The tournament includes 13 available strikers: Falcon, Panther, Elysinus, Tricera, Narukami, Lumine, Pinaka, Inferno, Sky Raider, Welkin, Aquila, Stego, and Hurricane. Players are allowed to personalize their strikers with paint jobs, patterns, and other cosmetic customizations, but performance-based modifications are strictly prohibited. 5 maps are in play: Graceland Sky City, Hive Mizra, Grob Sinkhole, Palm Bay Harbor, and the Cape Blanc Observatory. The first map is picked randomly, and the losing team chooses subsequent maps. No repeats allowed in the same match. Top pilots from 3 regions are ready for action. Roster includes the legendary Panther pilot, renowned streamer Yinza, Team Liquid's Mayumi, and Prize from Taiclan. Popular streamers including Shui Wu Yuan Jin, Jake, and Unicy will also join the Shoutcaster team. More participants will be announced soon. Stay tuned. Locked, loaded, and ready for battle. Stay updated by following the official MechaBreak website and socials from all the latest news.
There you have it, everybody. Those are, you know, the nitty-gritty details of the competition. There's a lot in the video. Don't worry. We're going to be able to go back over that. You'll be able to learn a little bit more. But Dia, I want to focus in on what I think is really the star of the show in MechaBreak. That's the strikers. We saw a big list of those there, but take us through some of the strikers we might expect to see a lot here at this level of play.
Yeah, I would say that from a very high level, there are strikers that are going to emerge as really common. Welkin, I think, has really been at the forefront of that. Welkin has been dominating the meta so far, and since we've got the chance to look at some of the teams that are likely going to be running, Welkin, Tricera, Stego, the like, these are going to be the matches that we'll be watching these strikers be tried out in today, maybe seeing a few different metas develop, as already some of the strikers that I've named, I know for a fact that these teams are experimenting with not running.
Yeah, we've seen things become popular and also lose popularity in the process these last few days of having all these teams here in Zhuhai, China competing and starting to scrim and learn together. As you were mentioning, Dia, this is that first half of the schedule today. There's going to be 8 matches today. This is all the upper bracket first round. So everybody here, they still have another chance if they do go down today. However, that being said, this is a 16-team tournament. You really don't want to be dropping down to the lower bracket in this first round. It's possible you could run it back in the lower bracket, but you really want to have that second life. So these are, the opportunity for a lot of these teams, if they've been saving anything back in the strat book, maybe hiding any kind of new innovative place, they can be bringing it out here in these first matches and starting to make a splash here on the Mecha Break scene. And these are the second 4 matches of the day for a total of 8.
I got to be honest with you, Jake. Even looking at the first round and now looking at the second, I know that this is a massive tournament. It's so difficult to predict, as I mentioned earlier, because looking at any one of those pages, I can pick out 3, 4 good candidates for a winner just based on what I've seen in the scrim results, without seeing any tournament upsets, without any of that. We've got extremely strong contenders here, and I'm on the edge of my seat waiting for what's going to happen today because it's all very much up in the air.
Yeah, I think today is going to be the opportunity for these teams to start making their name. We're going to be able to jump in here and look at some of the stats. Hydron, #1, baby, representing North America with the top merit points. All right, Hydron, I see you.
Yeah.
I see you.
Very, very good player, and for those of you who may be wondering, merit points are often indicators of how well you're doing in a game as a mixture of how much damage you're doing, as well as the amount you're able to contribute to objective-based points, as the objective will change from map to map, and we'll get a chance to jump into a little bit of that later. In all this chaos, though, since there are 16 teams, take note of these 5 players, and we'll be showing you a few more throughout the day that you can keep your eyes on as big difference makers in their own squads.
Yeah, I think these stat lines are going to be helpful in trying to break it down. We've got more leaderboards coming at you, though. If we look at the average, Hydron, #1 on 2 categories. All right, Hydron. So Team Disguise, I think, really has come into this tournament as a real dark horse. I think Team Liquid and Disguise going to be playing at the end of the day today, so NA fans are going to have to stick around to catch that matchup. But they're definitely, I think, underdogs with, I've been watching some of these Japanese and Chinese teams scrim, and they're really impressive, not only with their individual play, but the communication, the team play, which really is the highlight of Mecha Break for me, the difference maker. As much as this is like a monster damage number, 1.3 million average damage per game is pretty wild. In the end, the damage isn't necessarily going to win you the game, right? You've got to come together and, as you were saying, fight around those objectives to get the wins here in Mecha Break.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how the communication pans out, especially because when we are in these games, we'll get to be seeing a big expanded view, something that actually will highlight players like this, players that get to support the team like Celestial Beings, and this is a Lumine player most likely when we're jumping into today's games, although I will say that can still change at any point. But in this open beta alone has really demonstrated an ability to support the team unlike anything else, and that will be on Showcase today because of the emphasis on the competitive nature of this game.
We got a best player here, a player to definitely watch here from Team EVA. That's Border. Big Panther picker, which honestly, this is pretty wild because Panther really hasn't been necessarily like a top tier pick in the meta. But that being said, we've seen teams start to experiment with a very different style compositionally where, on some of these objective-based maps where there's one key objective that you're fighting around, some of the heavier tanks stacking up, grouping up on that objective, fighting around each other. It looks really powerful. However, we've seen some of the top teams play more mobile compositions, rely on the team coordination and less on being able to just tank all the damage coming in, more on their ability to, pick and choose targets, fight where they want on the map. And Panther, I think, is a particularly high-skill striker, one that we could see come out in the top level.
Yeah, and relies so much on game knowledge, not just the ability to click your buttons and sort of know when to do that, but literally to know when to engage and where it's most helpful to be relative to your team's composition, the enemy team's composition. We will get the chance to dive into why Panther is so good later, but before Panther's actually on screen in the game, I do want to avoid overloading you guys with information because there is a lot of it.
Yeah, each striker, has sort of their unique loadout, their unique style. Some more focused, as you mentioned, on supporting. Others disruption, maybe capturing objectives or team fighting. And still others maybe, more conventional roles you might be familiar with. If you're a hero shooter fan, like there's your snipers, your invis characters, your flankers, highly mobile flyers. So a lot of options. I think kind of anybody coming from different games, different genres, whether it's strategy, hero shooter, or whatever the case may be, you can come to Mecha Break and there's probably going to be a striker for you.
Yeah, I mean, I've found myself bouncing around all sorts of different categories. I often fall into the sort of support category, but you and I have been playing quite a bit in the last couple of days, and I've really been drawn to the snipers for some reason. So I don't know, discovering new parts of myself.
I am just a wanton turret abuser. I'm Tricera and Stego. I'm just holding it down. I'm in position. I'm delivering the damage. I just like watching those damage numbers. Something about doing 2 million damage in a game. That just gets me going. That gets me.
If we weren't on the same if we weren't on the same team, I would be upset at you. but I'm benefiting from it most of the time. So I can say it's been really wonderful to watch you discover that part of yourself. Let's take a look at our teams that are going to be playing in this first match. So first up is going to be Reject, with of course a star-studded roster, as I've come to expect from Reject, a cornerstone of especially the FPS Japanese community.
Yeah, they brought a lot of impressive players together here to field a team
好的，
at the
让我
Mecha
们
Break
有
Global
请
Invitational.
Reject 战队的6位选手闪亮登场。
Okay.
Look at that. I love that. Love the excitement. I mean, the
他们
studio
从樱花
is
盛放的
pretty
国度
awesome
远
right
渡
now.
重
Like,
洋，
check this
带
out.
着
All
精密
custom
如
for
机
the
械
Mecha
表
Break
情的战
tournament.
术思维，踏上了这片战场。
It feels almost silly to say it, but I was so excited when I saw the doors
坐标
open.
原
Like,
点，让我们预祝
You're
我
on
们
the space
取得
station out here,
优
man.
异的
This
成
is
绩。
this is serious. I don't know if I've ever seen this in an esports tournament.
Yeah,
好的，
it is
那么接下
really,
来
really
让我
cool.
们
And
有
we've
请
got
来
the
自
trophy,
中
of
国的
course, front and
MPY 战
center
队
right
有
there.
请。
That'll be what the teams are all playing for over the course of the next 4 days. And on the other side of this, up against Reject, will be MDY, a team that, Jake, I'm very excited to watch play. They've got some familiar names for myself, and that carries a lot of weight in the first couple days of the tournament.
Yeah, and this is the opportunity for them to show what they've got here on the big stage, right? The pressure is on. They have a lot of
好
pedigree
的，接下来
with
让我
some
们有
success
请
in the
来
past,
自中
but
国
can
的
they bring it
MPY
here
战队的
on the
6位选
tournament
手
stage?
来
I mean,
到我
looking
们
at
的作
sitting
战现
across from your
场。
opponent, this is a
画面所
different
指的方
atmosphere
向
than
正
maybe
是
playing
正在给
online
大
and
家
having
期待
success in
的
those
首
tournaments.
战先锋
And drawing a bit of
MPY，
attention
让
to
我
it
们把
since
期
we've got
许
the
化作
blinking
推
lights
进
in the
器的火
background,
焰，
the
共
chairs
同
as
迎
well.
接胜利的消息。
MDY
欢
are
迎
going
各
to be
位。
playing off of the red side. So for those of you who are more familiar with
让我
Mecha
们在
Break
最后
already
一
know
位
what that
选手
means.
来到决胜机
This
先
is
锋
just
国际
useful
交流
information
赛
you can
也
gather
请
from
各
these
位选手
walkouts as
步到
well
我
as the
们的
players
对
get
战
to
席
introduce
稍
themselves.
作准备。
It's
现
exciting
在
to see
所
the
有的选
face-off
手
here,
都
red
已经
team
准
versus
备
blue
就
team.
绪
I'm just。excited
我
to
宣
see
布
which
，2025
maps
极
we
限
get
期先
into,
锋
how
国
the
际交
ban
流
pick
赛
comes in.
揭幕
There's so
战
much
正
strategy
式
in Mecha
拉
Break
开
right
帷幕。
Especially because
让我
the
们把
first
时
map
间
is
交还给
randomized
解
and
说
then
席。
it's losers pick. There's a lot that you're relying on to almost get ahead, but at the same time, having the selection of second map is also going to be really powerful because you'll be able to pick something that maybe does better suit your playstyle, your composition.
Yeah, that being said, as much as comebacks are possible, I also expect, this is just the first round of the tournament. If there's teams that just have a much better read in the game, they have much stronger coordination and communication, they could also be running away with some of these early matches because, this has been randomly drawn. These aren't really power match pairings yet. And also I think with just how young the game is, how new it is, these teams might have very different visions of how to play, what they think the best strategy is, and the stronger team could just run away and really take control here. So I think all eyes on, for me, is on the first map, who can set that early lead and get our first map win here at the Mecha Break pre-launch Global Invitational.
And we've seen a lot of teams scrimming, haven't seen a lot of teams banning. That's not really been a big part of the mechanical focus that they've been undergoing in the last couple of days. So the introduction of bans quite suddenly into the meta that we have here in Kingsoft Park is going to be really fascinating because suddenly the things that you've been practicing, we've got a lot of Falcon players especially that have a very high skill ceiling on a very mechanical striker, may suddenly find themselves back on Skyraider and going, I don't know what I'm supposed to do here.
I think it's a great point, right? Like, and with the bans being global bans, i.e. if you ban a striker, you're blocking it not only for the opponent team, but also for yourself. There's an opportunity for teams to really distinguish themselves. If you want to ban one of these core, very dominant meta strikers, like let's say Welkin is a great example, so effective on these objectives, can, box in mobile enemies or just use the box to capture the point, really powerful. However, if you take Welkin out of the game, it really changes things. It changes how you actually capture objectives. It changes how you can try to catch highly mobile backliners. And so things can really shift based on the hero ban. I think it's a real opportunity for teams to set the tone and how they want to play, and more importantly, what they want their opponents to not have access to in that next map.
Yeah, certainly. I'm really wondering, I don't expect to see it today, but if we get some Lumine bans later on in the tournament, because a lot of our support-oriented players have put a lot of time into Lumine. Pinaka, while still powerful, hasn't really been at the forefront of competitive in Mecha Break, and it'll be fascinating to see who can transition their Lumine mechanics that is very mobile, very active, into Pinaka, who's much more limited in the impact they're able to have, albeit with a much higher ability to heal or repair one person.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see any shifts here. We've got Team Reject all lined up here, ready for the tournament. Excited to see what they have to bring, though, and especially here, this is our first match of the day. It's also a Chinese team versus a Japanese team. In my experience, games like this, there tends to be sort of a regional meta that develops. One thing that I saw watching some of these teams scrim here, this is the MDY roster, is that, some of these teams, I've seen some of the Chinese teams run a more conventional approach using these heavier turret tanks, and I've seen a couple of the Japanese teams scrimming with less of that, being a little bit more mobile, a little bit more sniper or melee striker heavy. And so I'm curious to see if we will see a strategic mismatch, or if both of these teams end up having the same read on the meta. As you mentioned, they've been here together in Zhuhai, China, starting to scrim against one another. So we'll see if they have a different approach here on match day.
Already, I'm sure, thinking about what it is that they're going to be, or how they're going to be approaching these first couple of games, given the bans. And I know that because these teams have been scrimming each other, they also likely have an idea of what might be a good thing to take away on a ban. I'd also be starting to think about what maps you'd prefer. I talked to some of the coaches, some of the players a little earlier, and while many of them were quite cagey, it is clear that teams have developed favorite maps that they would, of course, rather start on simply because their strategies work better. Speaking of the disparity between Chinese and Japanese teams when it comes to heavy compositions versus those more light mobile flankers, something like Eye of Mizra that's super wide open is going to do a lot of favors for a Japanese team that doesn't want to run these heavy units.
Yeah, it's definitely something to watch out for. And with the first map being random, you need, though, to have the adaptability. And if you do win a map, your opponent is probably going to take you somewhere you're not comfortable. So I think the top teams are going to be those that can adapt, can innovate as the match progresses, right? You don't want to be dropping a map just because, we're not comfortable here. You've got to be better than that to compete with the best here. Yeah,
and even still, today, I already have heard of a couple players finding new tech that they can use on different maps. I heard that there was a Palm Bay Harbor tech that was discovered this morning, but they wouldn't tell me what it was because I was too close to another roster.
Well, that's the thing. We've got to see what they bring out here in match day. This is when it all counts. I'm excited to see what map we're going to be jumping into first. And, progressing from that, what strategy they end up going for. Inferno, I think, has really made a splash here at the Invitational, because we've really not seen it so much in previous tournaments with not every player having it unlocked. But here, of course, they've got the full roster unlocked as we sort out some final tech issues here. I'm curious to see if we'll see a bit of Inferno. I think the more scrims we've been watching over the last few days, the more Inferno I've been seeing.
And it's so funny because when we were here the very first day, the read from almost all teams was Inferno's not that good.
Oh, you don't need to play Inferno. Yeah. And now it's like, well, about that.
Yeah, I think people, really recognized how punishing Inferno can be, especially when misplayed, which is the thing that would hold a lot of people who are maybe newer to the striker back. And I say that word of warning for those at home as well. If you're going to try and grind Inferno, you're going to have a steep learning curve because the cooldowns are especially punishing, where on some strikers, I play a lot of Hurricane, you can really just use your abilities over and over and over again, and it's about where you're placing them. With Inferno, it's about when.
Yeah, one of the most striking things I've noticed about Mecha Break over the last few days here, watching some of the top teams, is how, in particular, team-focused this game is at the competitive level. From many other games in the hero shooter genre, of course, team play is always crucial, always really important. But in Mecha Break, I think it's defining. You need to have a really cohesive strategy, and you need the execution, the coordination to be at the top level. Like one player having amazing mechanics, if you're going off alone, you're going to get punished. It's just not really going to work going for solo play at this level.
It's what makes Falcon players really impressive to me. Falcon, and I'll include Sky Raider players out there, because I know that we got a lot of Falcons here, but I also know that a lot of you at home love playing your Sky Raider. And that particular role of the Flyer is some of the most risky because of your emphasis on energy management being so important to not be picked off. You do become maybe not untargetable, but a lot harder to target when you're boosting past people. But that comes at a trade-off of not having energy, maybe being stranded away from your team and not having an impact. So when we're talking about how big of an emphasis this game puts on playing with your team, you really have to recognize the players and the roles that have to step outside of that by necessity to get their highest impact.
Yeah, it's a great point. You know, those that are forced to extend away, they got to coordinate, maybe not spatially, but temporally, right?
Yeah.
Like coming in at the same time as their allies, but not necessarily being in the same position. I think that's a lot of the value that a great Falcon player generates, is how much of an annoyance and a distraction they are that, you know, the other team's turning around to look at the Falcon, and then that creates an opening somewhere else, whether that's on the objective, whether that's for a push from the tankier front line of the opposing team. So it's definitely something to watch, especially Falcon. I mean, so much movement tech on Falcon, like all the different ways you can fly in that plane form. I was watching some of these pro players. Oh, you could do that?
Yeah.
How do you do the 360, man? I wanted to do the 360.
Yeah. And then, like, I don't know, I learned how to do only some of them, and just trying to, like, weave them together is very difficult. You end up doing a loop-de-loop in front of an Aquila who just grounds you. And
like,
you're like, oh, that's fine.
You're like, this is my first time. Please, please be kind to me.
Don't judge me based on this. Yeah, I mean, it has been really cool, and Falcon players are going to give us some highlights. I'm sure we were mentioning Lumine earlier as well, which I've found to be a really fascinating striker to watch because of how high APM of a support it is. You see a lot of Lumine players that, while they are putting out passive healing, also have to be very active in how they're positioning and supporting the team with their ability to regen and swap between offense and defense.
And it's the nature of playing something like Illuminate that the enemy team really wants you, right? They're trying to pick you off at all times because you're the one healing up your allies, you're keeping other players alive. You know, the enemy team naturally wants to shut you down first, and so I think there's a lot of pressure on the Illuminate players to survive that aggression and to continue to do their job as a support and continuing to repair other strikers. But actually executing that without getting picked off, much easier said than done, especially at this level of play where there's so much focus fire, so much burst potential. Thinking about some of that damage potential, I mean, that makes me think, honestly, about Stego and Tricera, two heroes that I'm sure, you know, across the striker roster, we'll see a lot of switch-ups based on the objective, but any of these maps that have, like, centralized objectives where you can really coordinate the fight, Stego and Tricera stacking up together, they both have these, like, really powerful turret modes where they lock themselves into position, but they become incredibly tanky, and just the damage they output is pretty much top of the game, really, in terms of, like, the overall burst potential those particular strikers offer.
I don't want to say it's busted, but it can feel kind of busted. It's
look,
I saw you earlier
I'm really
today.
good at it. I'm just really good at the game. That's how I get a million damage.
Yeah. You found that, like, one Tricera that sat on you the whole game, and it was just,
That's my boy, man. We're like this. We're like this. Stego and Tricera. We're teaming up. We're making it happen. And honestly, at this level of play, something that you see honestly a lot of the time is those two tanky turret characters. Not only are they incredibly tanky and doing incredibly high damage, but they can also heal and support one another. And so, you know, when you asked that question also earlier, you mentioned something like a Lumine ban could come in. I think that's really interesting to see because you could see Panaka come in as a replacement. I think there's also a genuine potential in Mecha Break right now to maybe not necessarily play a conventional support.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, you do have a lot of options when I say a lot of options. You have at least a couple more options when it comes to the ultra heavy strikers that you can pick up and maybe get a little bit more tanky. So even in terms of compositions that can support each other, you're right. Like, there are options that include not running a support, which is pretty wild. You've heard us actually discussing a few of these strikers so far, and we're largely grouping them into these supports, snipers, heavy tanks. There are some brawlers as well. I'm thinking of, like, Welkin, Alisnes that sort of blurs that line, Panther, and they tend to be grouped by flyers as well, Falcon and Sky Raider. The general role that they fill, but there's also a pretty blurry line on some of those, especially with something like Aquila, really hard sniper. Something like Narukami, I think maybe is a little bit closer to supporting fire.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of adaptation there. Every striker has their own unique abilities, even when you do categorize them like that. I want to drill down just a little bit more, though, into the brawlers. I think particularly those melee-focused strikers are really unique in Mecha Break. Like a lot of games in the hero shooter genre, they don't really have, like, melee-heavy characters because they're very hard to execute. But in Mecha Break, you know, I think they actually fit in really well as these, like, disruptors or brawlers. So let's talk through some of those. I mean, I think Alisnes, if anyone who's played Mecha Break, this is a tutorial striker, but that I think is deceptive, making you think, oh, it's super easy, super accessible. I think Alisnes also has some of the highest skill expression in the game, especially as we'll see in some of these competitive matches. But let's talk through some of those. What do you think are the most important of the brawlers, at least in the meta right now, that we've seen in the last few days?
I think it comes down to consistency, so I'd definitely put Welkin at the top of that because of course, everything else that comes with Welkin as well. You've got an incredible amount of utility packed into a juicy tank. But then when we talk about Alisnes, I've really fallen for, at least in my own time playing Alisnes, because of the high skill cap and the different ways that you get to play depending on the enemy team's composition and your own. Alisnes can be this really in-your-face brawler. It can be supporting fire, but especially as you go up in skill level, Alisnes becomes a very timing-oriented pseudo-tank where suddenly you have to pick the moment where you're saying, all right, this is when I'm stalling, this is when I'm changing into my more armored form. It looks like, however, we're going to have to table the striker discussion for a little while and get into something a little more specific, which is the bans, the map, and everything that comes with that. So maybe giving a little more context, more shape to this whole thing.
Yeah, hopefully we can get that first map opener. Looks like we're seeing the ban pick right now. Team Reject already dropping the first ban.
Okay, taking Inferno out.
Inferno, which, I mean, Inferno being this, I would say, the newest comer versus, and that's the Aquila ban, I believe.
Okay.
So Inferno being, I think, a real newcomer in terms of, like, not many teams having used it before. It makes a lot of sense as a first ban. I'm like, okay, let's just simplify the game. This is not something we want to deal with. We don't want to deal with the change-ups that Inferno could bring.
No, removing both Inferno and Aquila as well is removing a lot of burst potential from the game.
Yeah.
This, to me, really emphasizes a favorable tank game because you're not going to have the ability to just take them out or focus them in the same ways you would when you do have these two strikers available.
Yeah, that's a great point. These are two of the best tank breakers for some of these turret-heavy styles, which means I think eyes on the Stegos and the Triceras, if they do group up, stack on objectives, they could be incredibly potent. Also, without Aquila, I think takes a little bit of the pressure off of Illuminate. I think Aquila, for me at least, has been one of the better strikers at assassinating those opponent supports.
Not surprised to see Welkin, however. I am surprised to see Cuckoo considering picking Panaka this early.
I mean, Panaka, to come in this early, it's a very different support character, right? With the ability to summon these walls and protect allies, has very different sort of utility. We are going to be opening here on Graceland Sky City, so this is ultimately an elimination deathmatch game mode. Teams are playing to get the first 6 eliminations in each round, but we'll play a best-of-3 round structure here.
Maybe makes Panaka make a little more sense now that I'm thinking about it that way. With the stall, with the extra shielding that Panaka has, you can keep somebody from being bursted out. And because this is first to 6 kills, every single elimination matters, and it impacts your team as well because they've got to keep fighting while you're gone. So this first round is going to be, I think, a lot more bloodthirsty than I would have otherwise imagined had we gone anywhere but Graceland Sky City. And now that we're here, I can't help but wonder, will we see this clash of playstyles where they both run at each other, or are we going to draw this thing out?
I mean, it's interesting, right? Because you could be super aggressive and trying to find pickoffs. As we're seeing, look at this heavy high ground tanking setup here from Team Reject. Having the high ground should be pretty powerful. They're able to pump down damage from range. Here we see Stego set up with the shield. And the flanking damage heavy in from Falcon. This high ground advantage is pretty massive here. Team MDY trying to fight it out from the low ground.
Yeah, you just don't have that many options. And now they commit. This is a really nice move out of Reject to finally take advantage of the damage that they put down, jump down onto the low ground. Kurara, of course, really supporting fire, and you can see what we were talking about. It's fun to watch Falcon.
Now Falcon here in the enemy welcome box, though, but the damage is overwhelming. The rest of Team Reject trying to come in, trying to continue to support. 1 elimination each, though, so both teams still on even footing here.
Cuckoo's Panaka got picked out early, though, so MDY down a big support during this time as well. Now Cuckoo's finally back into the game, and Reject have lost one as well. Still 2-1 in favor of Reject, but Kurara temporarily disengaging opens us up to take a look at a Narukami in Graceland Sky City.
Yeah, Narukami's able to just pump damage. There's no one really able to pressure right now, but you're seeing the tanks from MDY are still holding strong, still managing to maintain this position. They're really using those Welkin boxes defensively, but the opposing Welkin with that drone swarm is able to shut down the enemy box, open up for damage here. Reject pushing for more. They're all surrounding them. MDY continuing to hold this high ground platform, though.
Yeah.
Despite it being 2-1, this is going better for them than I would have expected.
Yeah, but it's a big turnaround since Reject initially committed onto the lower ground. Now they've got to drop even further, and Mingyue actually doing very well. Might be able to pick up a kill on Yachty here. Falcon is really hard to shake off your tail, especially when they're focused, but I'm not seeing the scan up, and Mingyue gets focused, has to give up on the kill for now. Still 2-1, but MDY on the verge of finding another kill, I'm sure.
It seems like the fight has really broken up, gotten very chaotic. Falcons here in a Sky Duel, coming back to peel for the Narukami. Our Team Rejects, and they're up 1, so in the end they can play this a little bit more patiently, a little more slowly. It's MDY who's got to change something.
This is the dogfighting that makes playing Falcon, playing Sky Raider so exciting. We are still seeing this high ground, low ground disparity, though, as Reject have managed to take this again. It worked out really well for them at the start of the match, but MDY have not moved a single inch. Largely, they have stayed in the exact same place since the beginning, and though they are down by just 1 elimination, it's oh my lord! It's 2 more kills to Reject!
This Stego from the high ground is absolutely pumping damage, and now Welkin going to commit in, diving in with the spin, able to pump big damage here. Just 2 more kills for Reject to win this round, to secure it. They're looking for those pickoffs. They know they've already got an advantage here in this team fight. Spawn's coming soon, though, for MDY, so Reject need to find something in the next few seconds.
Oh, they got this. Five kills, and now as Kurara picks up Feiju. I'm looking for that last low health bar, but with a lot of people on the respawn now, MDY are going to have to put up a big fight. Kurara finds an isolated, a very low Tricera, but inside the smoke as well. This haze disrupting everything, stalls out the game for just a little longer. MDY even things up a little more, moving up to 4 kills.
MDY, they're staying alive. That was such a clutch smoke from the Stego. Keeps the rest of the squad alive, but just 1 more kill will cost them this round. Reject, they're desperate, but they're down 2 here. Maybe overextending, maybe needing to back out and regroup as MDY are trying to snatch this round back, and they're making this incredibly close despite the early opening advantage. Now retaking this platform position. They've been very committed here, really believing in the power of this, and you can see why. They're very tanky. They're very hard to shut down. Now they make a move for ultimate height.
Okay. I was scared to see MDY moving all the way down again, but grouping up on this high ground could be the very thing that wins them the game. It's time to see Reject swap up their strategy. Since they were able to take that high ground earlier, they're not even playing for middle ground right now. They are really leaving Kurara to do most of the work and just shooting up aimlessly at the sky.
I mean, they could just run the clock here, right? MDY, they need to find 1 more pickoff. As long as Reject is careful, they don't drop any. I think MDY is going to have to get off this high ground. They're going to have to make some kind of a play. It looks like they're starting to do just that, making a move, but taking a lot of damage on rotation.
Kurara now runs the high ground. Like you said, time is ticking. Just a few seconds left, and Kurara is really applying a lot of pressure, just making this that much harder for MDY to full commit with full health bars.
And Kurara taking a lot of that vision aggro as well, keeping the enemy team focused on him. Remember, just 1 more pickoff will be enough. Reject trying to hold it down here with all the defensive utility. Clock running against MDY. They need to find 1 more, but so far it looks to be difficult here. Reject holding on for just 1 more second. Oh, and they tied it! Oh, and then overtime in the last second? Was that MDY?
That
went down to the
timer?
last second.
Oh my lord.
No way.
I can't believe they tied that.
I don't think I've seen a round that close, and it's our opener.
And we do it again. So this is, by the way, a different map in Graceland Sky City. So small change up of the terrain. Similar strategies, though. Reject again, taking high ground. MDY opting into the lower.
Yeah, we've seen ultimate height actually be really powerful on the second round of Graceland Sky City. Now, both teams setting up these heavy tanky setups, but Reject once again on the ultimate height. I mean, they've been winning the trades from this position on the other map. And so I wonder, will MDY have to change something to stay alive? Mingyue taking a lot of pressure on that armor here on the Falcon. Really crucial to manage that. Seems like he's being flanked. Got to watch for this dogfight duel in the skies.
Keeping your eyes on the energy as well. The management of that from these Falcons is being put to the test, especially as they're having to evade so much. Kurara not giving Mingyue a second, but every moment that Kurara spends on Mingyue is pressure that he's not applying to the rest of MD1.
Yeah, the Falcon duel is super interesting, right? The rest of the team is playing this full turret fight, and this actually this dogfight that could be deciding. It seems like those heavy turret setups just very hard to actually secure an elimination. You know, both teams able to be more defensive than offensive. Maybe this Falcon fight is where we're most likely to see something break open.
Ferrara, really good use of the downward spiral, keeping Mingyue in vision. This swift descent for Mingyue doesn't actually keep him safe,
Big damage.
though. Those missiles are the largest part of Falcon's ability to impact the game.
And, I mean, these low ground turret setups are really getting a lot of pressure here. Mingyue got bursted down, but the rest of the squad showing up. Now, Team Reject stabilizing on the high ground. Yachty, once again, pumping damage from range on Narukami.
And Reject once more in the lead. We saw MDY clutch things up in the last game, so could still pull ahead. Still got a little bit of time, 3 minutes in fact. So MDY playing things slowly. I love that Yachty is able to... my Narukami games are never this chill. I'm always being hounded by the Falcon.
He's doing his thing. I mean, the choice to have the Welkin play such a defensive position there really is making MDY hard to shut down. But once again, I mean, Team Reject, they have the 1 kill advantage. Will that be enough for them to continue to play the clock and force MDY into some aggression?
Mingyue actually maybe being picked off again. Now he's got Yachty and Kurara on him, and Yachty's already done quite a bit of damage. Mingyue has very low HP. With fluid armor already broken, we could see another kill go up, and at that point, Reject would have to start playing a lot more conservatively.
Feiju taking a lot of pressure on this Welcome, using everything defensively so low, getting sniped from different angles by Narukami, trying to get into this heal. Seems like the fog from Stego is enough to get him back to having some decent HP. And man, the tankiness from MDY is unreal. Personally, I just want to see the Stego damage numbers. These Stegos are going to be at like 5 million damage after this game.
They never let go of left click. It's a completely unending. Yachty again under pressure, so we know that Mingyue is in the area. And it has been, to his credit, really doing quite well despite having been picked off just the once, making sure that Yachty can't free fire, which is basically Narukami's win condition.
And now Feiju as well is coming out of the map, trying to mix it up. Add some flanking pressure here, helping Mingyue to pressure Narukami. So it's a little bit of a change-up strategically for MDY, who I think are struggling to find much here.
Oh my lord, that is the Narukami dream. Taken out of Falcon from half HP. Absolutely
Look at the damage exchange up here is ridiculous. And this also is an opening for Kurara. Right to start just pumping damage onto that main group, no longer having to worry about helping to peel away Mingyue. He can just start laying on that high ground damage, but you see that, man, the smoke from Stego, that's what's blocking all that targeting. It's also regenerating the shields for MDY, what's allowing them to survive.
Mingyue just respawning now, so going to get back into the fight. This is going to change things once again, and Reject will have to play a slightly more defensive game, maybe with the opportunity to punish this Falcon once again. I gotta say, it's really difficult to watch the way that this has been punished, because I think that Mingyue actually has a really good read. However, with Jam getting low, Kurara does commit into the low ground with the Falcon missiles, doesn't do quite enough damage, and is trying to pick off this Tricera. Will he do it? Hits the downward spiral and hits the elimination. Tricera down, and that is going to be another kill picked up for Reject. MDY, though, moving up to 2 as Yachty goes down.
Yeah, Mingyue was able to trade in that moment. Kurara does get caught by the Welkin box. Welkin trying to get that, but Kurara so mobile, flies out of there, is going to get the escape. It's 3-2 here. Graceland Sky City, Reject trying to even this one up. They do have 2 players down, so MDY have a bit of a power play, and they're charging forward onto the setup, but this is a very tanky position for Reject.
15.
They're trying to fight it out. The brawl here on the low ground. Feiju now evens the game, 3-3. Clock does not matter, but MDY, they know they have the player advantage. They're pushing forward for more. Tricera trying to tank through everything, but it's just Feiju
Feiju goes down! Reject now up 5-4, and that is going to be our second round going to Reject, evening things up between them and MDY.
Oh my, this keep coming down to the wire. And the fall off the map, that is brutal.
It is. Oy, 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 but it brings us to this third round. Man, it is close between Reject and MDY. I knew it was going to be good. I didn't know it was going to be this good, Jake.
And this is going to be the most interesting map, I think, of the 3, because there's not an obvious ultimate height turret location where we've seen both teams really playing that the last 2 rounds. Now they're forced to make a change up for the deciding round of Graceland Sky City. We're here with Mingyue on the Falcon, starting to scout out the position. He's trying to see where Team Reject are playing, coming in from the flank. Both Falcons pressuring the opponent backlines.
Kurara, not a care in the world, finally finds Mingyue, so we could engage in a bit of dogfighting here. Reject have chosen to play the low ground, the cover. Easy to flank, but still difficult to take a full-on siege from. And MDY, I'll be honest, do not look interested in reciprocating. They're not dropping down.
Yeah, both teams, so much tension here, right? This is the first map of the tournament. Everyone's watching. I wish you guys could hear, the sound here in the player area. After that fall off the map, everyone was oohing and eyeing. There's a lot of eyes on this game here in Zhuhai, China.
Got some Falcon scans out, so that means Narukami's in trouble. In fact, I'm looking at Yachty's health bar in the upper left, and it is low, low, low. So maybe having found a little bit of safety for right now as Kurara does commit to take Mingyue off their back. LQ going to come in as well just to try and make things a little bit safer for Mingyue, who has been the real lever for MDY, constantly sending this Falcon out. The rest of the team stays grouped up, and it's up to Mingyue to get a lot of the focus from Reject.
Yeah, speaking of focus, Feiju just went in and tanked the entire enemy team, pulled their attention on himself, and got out alive, so that helped Mingyue reset a little bit. Mingyue still low armor, so this dogfight starting to go Kurara's way. Gets a little bit of help from that healing drone, Lumine, coming in, and MDY starting to put the pressure on here, right? They're starting to pile on and attack. Team Reject's trying to regroup inside the base here, but they're being surrounded a little bit. Seems like MDY are getting a bit of a positional advantage, but can they actually capitalize for kills?
MDY just, they could not be less interested in dropping down onto the low ground.
You don't believe me, you come into this house, you're going to have a bad time. You got to be very, very careful coming inside against that turret setup. Yeah. MDY are electing to focus, hunt and peck around the outskirts of the fight.
And it is just this constant teasing from Reject. They'll dip out for a little while. They'll see what they can find, but when it comes really right down to it, they're getting inside again, and they are betting that you will not come to them. And having seen this, I don't think that's a bad bet. Kurara, however, going a little bit low, maybe a source of concern, as I'm not seeing any repair drones on him just yet, but doesn't seem to have a care in the world as he just pumps a little bit more damage into MDY, backs off. Welkin Box used aggressively onto Feiju, though, could be a problem. Feiju going to go down, and that is going to be the first kill going to Reject.
Big opener for Shomaru. MDY down one, but they put a lot of damage down, so Reject are trying to just regroup, trying to not give up any counter picks. That's going to put them at a 1-0 advantage. They can just stabilize here. Seems that they are inside. But look at this pressure coming down from the Tricera, pumping damage. Reject forced to hide, forced to get out of this line of sight. Just too much damage coming through this.
And now that MDY are at a disadvantage, they have fully had to back off the high ground that they had and just commit into the game that Reject want. Ultimately, you're going to have to rely now on your ability to outplay, something that Mingyue has been doing very frequently, just constantly teasing Reject, but it still hasn't resulted in an advantage this round for MDY, so something yet to be achieved as Mingyue dips, dives, dodges, loses all of their fluid armor, but is still somehow alive and chilling.
Yeah, this lack of high ground control means it's hard for Reject to come finish off these kills. Mingyue, though, running from Kurara into the dogfight, knows this is an opportunity to score another point for the squad. Mingyue under a lot of pressure, low in the energy management. The burst comes through, and Kurara wins the dogfight again for Team Reject.
Those missiles really doing a lot of damage. Falcon, incredible burst potential when you're able to line them all up. Feiju trapped on the inside right now as Reject dashing around the outer edge of this building. So having committed to the center earlier, they've now backed off. 2-0 advantage, 45 seconds left in this game. Reject should be able to sit back and win this.
Yeah, they should be able to play it slow as they have all around, but MDY have been great in these final moment clutch scenarios. Now, Team Reject making a big move to the high ground. In the last moment, they're under the cover of that Stego smoke, allowing them to take the position, but MDY looking to get stuck in, looking to change their fortunes here in the final round of Graceland Sky City.
It's good to get aggressive now, forcing the enemy team to burn a lot of their cooldowns. Reject should be out of a lot of their big defensive emergency buttons, and MDY commit fully. I'm not seeing any low health bars, though, and Feiju instead gets parried, gets locked down, gets flashed, and now could go down. Feiju, 1 HP, going to fall again, and Reject up 3-0 with 4 seconds left. It looks like Reject are walking away with this first round.
It's desperation here for MDY, and they can't get it done. That's Reject taking map 1, and what was honestly a nail-biter. I thought that was going to be more dominant, looking at some of those opening positions that the teams are able to take on Graceland Sky City. But for an opening map of the tournament, pretty interesting. Already a clash of styles. We already saw Panaka, we saw the Narukami, we saw some major dogfights from Falcon, and I think at this level of play, that's going to be a mainstay. Those Falcons looking for what they can do, be so mobile, playing on their own, as you mentioned, and really exciting here to see Kurara, I think, take an early advantage in that duel in map 1.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I really liked the way that, of course, cinematically we got to see this, but even stylistically, the way that these two Falcons were serving very different purposes. Mingyue was almost the initiator for the squad, and Kurara, on the other hand, was very much the jack of all trades. You need me somewhere? I'm going to be there. I'm going to fix that.
Yeah, and the Panaka really worked out with this style that Reject were going for. Very patient, very slow. You got to remember, I mean, in an elimination game mode, of course the objective is to pick off the opponent, but you understand your opponent's objective is to pick you up. So playing these, you know, survival-based strategies where you're just too difficult to break in these incredibly tanky setups, it's definitely going to make teams start to think about, okay, do we need to ban maybe the Tricera or the Stego in these deathmatch focus maps? Because honestly, that looks incredibly hard to shut down. The Stego, you know, when you see that blue smoke come out where the enemy looks untargetable, and they're also, if you didn't realize, regenning their armor, their fluid armor in that smoke, incredibly powerful when you're all going to group up and you're getting that area of effect utility on the rest of your squad. That's what's allowing them to really tolerate all the focus fire from the opposing team.
And I know that a lot of people are going to look at games and strikers and go, okay, Welkin is the fellow with the big axe that just boxes me and runs at me. In this particular game, especially the first 2 rounds with the high-low ground disparity, Welkin is being used in almost the same way as like an accessory to Stego. Oh, you need a little bit of extra HP? Let me pop the box. Let me pop the gas. You know, make you even more difficult to take down, not because I'm in their face, but because I'm providing a lot of extra HP in a way.
Yeah, it's interesting to see, you know, how teams bring very different styles to even some of the same strikers, right? We might see Welkin in another game mode being played much more aggressively, much more actively. Curious to see what MDY are going to take us to on map 2 and whether they're going to try to adapt with any of these hero bans. It's going to be curious. They're going to need to do something to change the script because Reject looked very prepared in that opening map.
And that was with no Aquila, no Inferno too. So now we're opening things up to, you can't ban either of those again, likely higher damage games. And it's funny watching how this played out on Graceland Sky City because the fact that you did eliminate so much damage also drew these games out so long since you didn't have the burst.
Normally, yeah, Inferno and Aquila are 2 of the best at, like, okay, if you're going to sit back and just let me pump damage, those are 2 of the highest damage output characters in the game. So by having both of them out, it allowed these incredibly tanky setups. You mentioned using the Welkin box defensively, just tanking through everything with the Welkin. I mean, very, very interesting that it worked out that way with these particular bans. Also that the Narukami was unmatched in the sniper. So I think Narukami allowed Reject that they're comfortable. They're sitting back, letting Narukami pump the damage. That's the sniper, letting Falcon get in there and also put the pressure on, forcing enemy to come deal with your incredibly tanky turret setup.
Yeah, and I was impressed because I don't really see Yachty, at least in the scrims so far, flexing between Aquila and Narukami that often, so the ban must have been a really big wrench thrown in. The Narukami in this particular case worked quite well with the squad. It didn't really cause a lot of issues in terms of the way they wanted to play the game, but also we didn't have that Aquila that would normally be putting down pressure alongside a Falcon. Those 2 working really well together may actually lean us into a Falcon ban a little later on if Yachty wants to keep running Narukami.
Yeah, Falcon I think would be a very impactful ban to come out on an individual striker because there's really not a replacement for Falcon. I mean, Sky Raider also offers that flying potential, but at this level of play, I think very hard to stay alive on Sky Raider, right? The potential to be focus fired much higher, where Falcon has the advantage in the maneuverability. You see those Falcons doing all those like crazy moves, you know, flying around in the sky. That's making them much more difficult to target, much more difficult to focus down, and that's crucial on a map like Graceland Sky City. If you shut down the Falcon, that's a point on the board, right? We saw how just a 1-point advantage could really force teams into over-aggressive maneuvers there in the deathmatch map.
Yeah, and just to talk a little bit more about the difference between these 2 flyers is we are between games, so we get the chance to dive a little bit deeper into this stuff. It's like you're talking about, maybe a little less maneuverable than Falcon, a little slower than Falcon, but specifically being the one of 2 flyers that doesn't have the downward spiral. I mean, how often did we see downward spiral from Falcon in that game alone be used to cancel the upwards loop? That was just, you know, very nicely done to gain a little bit of altitude, use that altitude to keep somebody in your crosshairs. Sky Raider can't do that. Sky Raider just has this sort of like run in, dump everything play style that you're then surviving on with the loop-de-loops.
Yeah, and that challenge is, you know, can you actually stay alive when there's a Falcon chasing you down, you know, like, or even more threatening, I think, something like the Aquila. Now that it's no longer able to be banned, right, they can come in, 4-team rejects if they want to bring it, could put even more pressure on Mingwei, who is potentially struggling, and I think some of the team play from rejects was making that difficult, that they have the Narukami able to help person down. Saw that in the first round. I think Yachty finding a couple of pickoffs there. Thinking about MVPs here, who do you feel like was the MVP on Graceland Sky City?
Man, that's difficult. Because
it's the hardest map type, I think, to predict the MVP on, because it's so kill focused, right? So it's not like there's just an objective, who's playing the objective the most effectively. I'm kind of a Stego believer. I feel like, look, all right? Maybe I'm a Stego abuser, all right? I will not comment on those allegations. However, I want to see the post-match stats when we can get those up for the audience, because I think there's going to be some unbelievable damage numbers. The way those two teams are playing, I mean, they're healing through a lot of the damage, but Stego is eating good in those situations.
It's going to be ludicrous, because I know that like in the actual MVP calculations, it does calculate damage, the amount of kills you got, and the objectives. Because the objective is kills, and there were only 6 of them for your team. When you're putting up probably like 3 to 5 million
it's actually, I feel like I'm going to say north of 4 million damage for Stego. I've never done that before, but just the way those teams are playing, I feel like, and it's got to be, I mean, Reject had the high ground for some of those fights. You got to imagine Stego is just pressing all his buttons, just doing his thing, vibing.
Yeah, I think I'm right there with you. As much as I love me some Tricera,
it was Carrara.
Okay, whoa. It's probably because he has 4 kills. It's probably
in fairness, I mean, a lot of the pick kills right in this overall game were from Carrara winning the Sky Duel, and I thought the game would award MVP to the Stego for just the ridiculous damage they could have pumped. But this is, I mean, I actually agree with this. I think Carrara was the most impactful player for me in this opening map with being able to win those Sky Duels in the Falcon. It's what forced MDY into some of these over-aggressive moves.
I'm just writing this down so that I can reference it later. 1.7 damage from the super active Falcon that was everywhere and got 4 kills. When we eventually get our stats, I do want to compare this. But it has to be said, you know, this damage was effective from Carrara. It was often saving his teammates, specifically Yachty, who was being targeted, from going down, as well as providing the actual kills to the team with some really well-timed burst.
Super impactful what they were able to get done there. I love that.
He's got the good attitude. He's like, oh my God.
Am I on camera? Am I on camera?
I think looking into his eyes, I think he knows he's on camera. After that first game, I'd be pretty confident about it as well.
That's map 1 going for Team Reject. So MDY, I mean, this is a best-of-3 series, you got to remember. So you lose one more map, you will be dropping to the lower bracket for Team MDY. So they've got to lock in, take us to their best map here. They do have map picks, so they have the option to really set the tone of the series and something that maybe is more favorable, more comfortable for them.
I know that MDY has maybe taken a little bit further of an approach today as well. I think the pressure of having this be the first match of the entire tournament, the first match for them on stage.
Everyone's watching.
Yeah, I mean, it's really dialed up because they are a team that is often in here, is often scrimming. Today, they've actually been very quiet. They haven't scrimmed nearly as much. Even when I saw Reject in here earlier, I was concerned initially for MDY as to whether they'd be able to show up and be warm. It's very clear that they are warm. I think it really is just a mentality thing right now that they've got to overcome moving into the second round and beyond, because the pressure may be on, but at the same time, think of how much good you can achieve here.
Yeah, and the advantage for Team Reject, taking a look at some of the highlights here from Graceless Sky City. There's some slow engagements, but when they pop off, right, like when the commitment comes in from either squad, it is so chaotic. This is when that coordination, I think, is really critical at this level of play.
Yeah, the spin to win.
Oh, yo,
not the spin to win. Not the spin to win.
We can't be doing them like that on the highlights.
A crazy game. I could not. That first round that went to MDY on the like basically overtime.
Ridiculous. I honestly wasn't sure who won the first round. It was so cool. I was like waiting to see.
I thought we were going to overtime.
Yeah, I think it maybe did we, or just I couldn't tell honestly if they got one extra elimination in the last second. Yeah. That's what we like to see it. Respect.
Making use of the gymnasium facilities.
Oh, absolutely here. CSUN Games have been good to us. They've been putting this up here in Zhuhai, China, bringing players together from around the world. This beautiful, beautiful part of the country. It's been sunny. It's been gorgeous. We got a little rain here, but man, it's been nice. Today was just hot and beautiful.
Yeah, and I'm not somebody like I've never lived in a place with intermittent rainfall. Where I've lived, if it's raining for about 24 hours, and here like you'll get the maybe 5-10 minutes of rain, but it's
all right. Damage numbers. Hold on.
All right.
Damage numbers.
Stop talking about rain. Let's see.
Stego damage numbers.
Okay, we were comparing. It was Carrara, who he's on the top. That was the 1.7, and then I'm seeing
3.5 million damage from DJ Catlink Stego, and Shomaru 3.1 million.
That's
so the
nuts.
3 million. I think the highest I ever got in the game was like 1.3 million or something, like 1.4 million. The 3.5 million is unreal. How much MDY is just pumping into that Stego.
This is like actually wild. But I mean, good numbers, and that's what happens when you draw the game out like this. It may be a death match, but as I very quickly learned watching these players, that does not necessarily mean it's going to be over quickly.
But yeah, you can also see from those stats, direct damage means damage done beyond the shields to real direct to the enemy health pool, which, you know, Carrara was impressively high, pretty close actually to the opponent's Stego, and that Stego's breaking all this armor. But that damage isn't really being followed through. It's not necessarily leading to kills, you know, scoring you points and winning you that maps. And so, you know, the fact that Carrara able to deal that high impact direct damage, find those critical shutdown kills on the opposing Falcon, really, really valuable.
And, you know, there are a couple of ways that you'll see those stats sort of be skewed, where people like Welk and people like Panther, people like Aquila may have slightly higher direct damage numbers than their regular damage numbers might indicate. Okay, we're gonna go to Palm Bay Harbor for the second. I was hoping we'd go Palm Bay Harbor specifically because MDY was so committed to the Tricera Stego.
Oh, we're about to see some Tricera Stego. And Alisnes is going to be the opening ban here.
Ban Falcon, do it. Actually, I mean, on this map,
no,
maybe you don't.
What do you ban?
You're not banning Panaka. You're banning Panaka.
Banning Panaka.
I dare say that's rude.
All right. All right. The Panaka ban don't want to deal with those walls coming down. Could get wild here. So Palm Bay Harbor, if you haven't played Mecha Break, this is a payload race objective game mode. And so what we will see is we see a lot of those crazy turret setups, but instead they're going to be on moving payloads. You're going to be trying to push your payload, capture intermediate objectives to get a little boost on it, or you could get on the enemy payload and roll it backwards if you want to go for that play. So this is definitely an interesting one, a very much more dynamic objective where you do need to defend crucial areas of the map. You don't really have the option to, you know, take the ultimate high ground. You could if you want to, but that's going to leave you off the objective, and it's going to leave you exposed.
20 seconds left. Mingyue, are we actually considering not running Falcon, or are we just psyching me out? Because I do think that Palm Bay Harbor is a place where you can forego flyers if you want to opt really heavily into your sniper, but it's still a risk.
Carrara's on Hurricane, so Carrara is not going to run the Falcon.
Okay.
At least so far.
And Mingyue opts into it. This was actually, like, this is a huge playstyle decision for both teams.
This is a real, I mean, and for Team Reject, they're basically all in on the death ball. Like, they are going to have everything stacked together. Hurricane, Stego, this is going to be an ungodly amount of tank.
And now that you've got Falcon and Aquila in the sky, I will say it makes the Aquila a better pick.
Yeah.
You don't want to be focused up in the sky alone, so Falcon's able to apply a little bit of pressure, be annoying, and unlock your full damage potential on the sniper. But like you're talking about, with the ball of death that's going to be coming out from Reject, I just don't imagine that you're going to get a lot of value necessarily out of something like Falcon, just in terms of the numbers, like how much damage you're dealing.
Yeah, Falcon can pump a lot of damage, seeing teams open up here. Immediate move to the high ground for Team MDY, trying to take that position before focusing on the objective. Team Reject playing it relatively slow, but from the low ground, and already an instant open in there. Big pick off by the Aquila from Team Reject. Going to get them a little bit of payload progress. If they want to go for it, though, they're still electing to continue to just pour that damage on from range.
At this point, it's not so much focus on the payloads. You're seeing this become more of a fight for positioning, as you are going to want to capture a central point in just a little while. Watching Mingyue rule the skies is going to be really good, and finds a great angle to destroy some of the Hurricane constructs that will otherwise keep your team from being able to deal effective damage. But now the point's open, and I will say we've got some priority on it from Reject.
It's like Team MDY, though. I mean, the payloads, they do have to come up these lifts to the high ground. So if you can just continue to hold the high ground, you are in a strong spot. But hold on, this turret group is really getting pressure. Team MDY, they're struggling to tank. They're starting to split up, and it's Team Reject who really have a bit of a positional advantage here. The all-in commitment on the turrets is really working out for them. They're proving to be the immovable object here, as it looks like pretty much a team like Bruin here. Reject are just running through MDY.
This better positioning on the side of Reject did them so many favors. Being able to play the low ground, nobody from MDY is even alive right now. This is all Reject all day.
Yeah, and this is going to mean, free capture progress, and Reject are able to roll their opponent's payload back to the start here, so a major advantage developing here for Team Reject. And I think for Team MDY, you almost have to abandon your own payload here. Like, you really just have to try to defend and mitigate some of the advantage. Welkenbox coming in on the Aquila, who doesn't want to fight this close range, is going to be able to get back to the team, and Team Reject in this death ball. So powerful, proving really hard. MDY can't even approach the position.
Yachty back on the Aquila. So as soon as Narukami was not the only sniper option, he did end up going back to this. But like you're talking about, this death ball, especially on Palm Bay, especially now that you have a lead, is crazy. As Reject, you don't even necessarily have to focus MDY, and it becomes more of a how much can MDY do to you. With this composition, I have to say, it's not looking like much right now, but it's going to be around these capture points where that can change if and only if MDY are able to find good flank angles.
You've got to win the battle on this capture point, or it's going to be a huge boost in the payload progress for Team Reject. So MDY, they're hitting from all sides. They're on the high ground. But Reject have a great position indoors here. They're tanking through commitment from Tricera, though. MDY, this is their attempt. They're going in. Luminate under a lot of pressure from the flank. So seeing this all-in brawl on the capture point.
MDY are doing really well, but just sitting in the haze, you're getting Reject to avoid a lot of the initial damage, sit on the edge of the point, and now are able to play for retake.
Yeah, but already some pickups coming through. Team Reject with another 2 shutdowns. Team MDY struggling to get into this whatsoever, and your Japanese team looking to take a decisive advantage here. Remember, this is a best-of-3 series. If they win the map here, they will be advancing in the upper bracket. It will be MDY dropped to the lowers, and it's starting to look more and more likely. I mean, MDY really have not been able to dislodge the strategy from Team Reject. They look so well prepared here.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really good retake play from Reject, and now they're chilling. I mean, Kurara emoting on Karit has nothing to worry about at all. The rest of the fight happening outside and largely just scuttling down because MDY have already lost several players, don't want to re-engage and lose more. You got to wait for the respawn timers.
You think about this indoor section, it's just so hard. Falcon can't really do anything here. I mean, there's just no way to really get in and pump that damage, so the lead is just growing.
And it was a difficult playstyle decision to go with the Falcon or not. We saw Mingyue really debating this. A lot of the pick for Falcon has to be based on how you're playing the first and the last point. This middle bit, you're really not a striker. You have to play a handicapped game, and unfortunately for Mingyue, that's just the stage of the game that we're at right now. However, in the next 2-3 minutes, when the payloads start to exit into the last stretch of Palm Bay Harbor, that's where Mingyue will really be able to make waves.
They are in control of the payload, though, so they're mitigating some of the advantage that could be coming through here. MDY are down 1 player, though, and the Welkin box is big. Kurara gets shut down by Cuckoo, so it's a 5-on-5 here. Team Reject elected to continue to brawl it out. Udon on the Welkin now. The pressure comes in. Advantage continuing to grow for Team Reject as they fight it out on the objective. This is a very heavy commitment from the enemy. Tricera from MDY, but he's under way too much pressure. Has to back out of that situation, but it's too little too late. Udon with the cleanup.
And now we're going to get that next point unlocked really shortly. 66 to 43% is not looking good for MDY, but it's far from unwinnable. You've still got quite a ways left to go. It's going to be really up to Cuckoo to lay down damage from above to make the big difference on this point. Right now, completely unfocused on the Aquila. This is where Aquila wants to be, but suddenly that all changes. Some hurricane lasers and a shot from Yachty take him out, and MDY, having lost 2, are sure to lose this point to Reject.
Yeah, they're struggling, and this point capture is really going to catapult Reject even closer. It's really one last team fight here for MDY. They're committing, trying to stall this, but so many players still alive for Reject. They're fighting it out. Macy Fishy drops low, but is able to reposition, get some support from the rest of the squad. MDY, only 4 players on the field, so Team Reject with a real advantage, pushing for more. Aquila would love to finish off some of these, and there, boom, the pickoff onto the Luminate. That shut down some of the support that could come through for Team MDY, so they're going to be lacking sustain in this fight as it goes decisively against them. Now Tricera trying to commit, trying to keep the engagement alive. But MDY, they're dropping like fries. Team Reject, they want to punch their ticket straight through to the upper bracket.
Yachty could not care about this Welkin chasing him. He is all about that Tricera, and somehow alive. Has almost no health left, but gets the fluid armor regen from sitting next to his best friend Stego. Now gets to focus down Mingyue with the team. Not a care in the world as Reject continue moving on forward, and they box in Mingyue, taking him out of the sky.
It's all over with the crying here for MDY. The cart is pushing against them, 95%. 14 rejects, they pick up even more kills. MDY, 3 strikers left alive. It's a Herculean task here on Palm Bay Harbor as Team Reject are going to go up 2-0 here unless some kind of a miracle can come in here for MDY. But the turret is set up, Tricera camping the objective. MDY, it's desperation now, coming in, trying to stall things out, but they're just getting murdered on the payload.
Yeah, this death ball composition, as you called it, immediately, such a huge difference maker when you're able to get a lead like this. Palm Bay Harbor starting off in the advantage of Reject. MDY, I mean, they could never even siege that, and I can see why they were nervous coming into today. I will say, having seen these 2 games, I'm still excited, very much so, for MDY. They showed a lot of style, and I love the confidence from Mingyue moving into the second round, choosing to lock in the Falcon again, knowing I am just that good. I am going to make a difference, and while they might not have won, I'm looking forward to seeing what that Falcon can do later.
Yeah, for Team Reject, though, I put a lot of respect on Carrara to come in and have a great performance, an MVP on map 1 on Falcon, and then to swap it up completely, play Hurricane, almost a 180 in terms of a playstyle change, right? So Falcon is this highly mobile flyer. We were on his cam a lot in that first map. We really, was a lot of exciting, high mechanical plays to watch. But then on the Hurricane, it's all about defensive utility. It's about grouping with the squad, playing that death ball with the rest of Team Reject. So for Carrara, having that versatility and being able to just completely 180 your playstyle when the objective, when the team strategy demands it, I think this is really a great showing, great opening here for Team Rejects in this tournament.
It has been. I'm very, very happy to see them playing at this high a level because they were working out a lot of kinks in their gameplay this morning, but what I'm seeing is exactly what you talked about, already rewarded, the adaptability that came in with the swap up from Falcon to Hurricane, 2 entirely different playstyles, really made the biggest difference. Hurricane provided so much utility in terms of capping points, in terms of keeping the payload safe, that you simply can't do on Falcon, and you can't do that with somebody who's well-versed in both strikers.
Yeah, and Palm Bay Harbor, I think, in terms of maps, it's almost the furthest away from Graceland Sky City, with all the objective is fight in like this one critical location on the payload. And so I think the choice to run the extra death ball commitment in a Hurricane really paid off. And it showed that for Team MDY, like, the Falcon is super popular. We've seen it played on a ton of maps, seen it be almost a mainstay in terms of how popular it is. But Rejects, we don't need it on this map. We're going to run a strategy that we concede the skies to you, but we're going to be so powerful there on the ground, especially in those indoor segments of the map. Like, they were able to consolidate their lead so much, winning all of those intermediate goal capture points.
Yeah, and once we got into the later stages of the game as well, I mean, you could tell Reject were playing knowing they were in the lead. Watching Yachty be able to sit back and I called it out in the moment. Focus a Tricera when there's a Welkin in your face. That's a sniper who knows that they don't have to worry about winning the game. They have to worry about just checking things off the list. Tricera is a big threat to my team. I'm going to take out Tricera. I'm not going to worry about my own life.
That's a big factor when you're trying to fight some of these really tanky strikers. Is one player alone isn't going to have the damage really to get through something like a Tricera. Like in general, a lot of times in a pure 1v1 in this game, most players could just have the option to back out, but the game's not about 1v1s. It's about these big team moments, big team battles of coordination, of focus fire. We hear when the players are scrimming, there's a lot of focus fire calls. Really, that's the key, I think, to breaking things open at this level.
I'm going to make this call again. I'm going to make this call before we see it, by the way. I think Carrara probably got the MVP again this time.
Okay.
Because I saw him for that whole middle stretch sitting on the payload.
That's a fair point.
Like,
that's a fair point.
Yeah.
I got some love for my Triceras in this house. I'm kind of a Tricera Stego enjoyer myself, and so I'm gonna gamble. I'm gonna say it's Tricera.
Okay.
I think some of that damage when the enemy is like running into you and trying to stop your payload in desperation when you're about to win the game, that's when Tricera just cooks and eats, man. Like the enemy coming into you, those double chain guns, the howitzer comes out, you start popping down damage. I want to watch some Tricera gameplay, man. I gotta say, I'm a real enjoyer of the turret-based characters here in Mecha Break.
Yeah. How much the past 2 days have done to you, Jake?
I've changed, man. I've changed. For the better, for the worse. It's up for the fans to decide. Curious to see get those post-game stats. Curious to see the very different stats and MVP look that we get in this map. It looks like it will be Yachty on the MVP.
I'll take that. I mean, Yachty was playing like a man possessed. I want to take a look at the numbers though.
600k direct.
Whoa! Where are you looking? Help me out.
I mean, that 600k direct damage is massive.
Oh yeah.
Like that's damage on real health bar. So Yachty, I mean, we talked about it. Right? We on his camp, he's just like focus firing somebody when they were low. That was really, I think, the strategy for Team Reject. They're all in on this heavy tank style, holding down the objective. But then Yachty is able to actually turn that, you can pump a lot of damage on those tanks, but, finishing off kills when opponents run away, very difficult for you. So I think that's what allowed Yachty to shine in this game on the Aquila, the comfort pick. Remember, this was banned in map 1. Respect ban, really, from MDY. And then Yachty comes out on the signature Aquila in map 2 and speaks for itself.
Yeah,
10-0.
Didn't even go down.
Easy.
I wasn't looking at the KDAs across the board for Reject, but I don't think a lot of them died, period.
That's the power of their setup, right? I love the strategy with like 4 heavy tank brawlers, especially the way they use their Welkin defensively, right? We've seen, in ranked, you queue up Mecha Break, there's a lot of Welkins going in, catching an enemy, trying to commit for pickoffs. You can't blame them. It's a strong play style. But at this level of play, right, with the focus fire potential from the other squad, I think playing the Welkin has more of this defensive utility, boxing your own turret setup, right? I mean, there's basically have 5 characters, full stacking AoE defensive utility on another. It's incredibly powerful, especially on a map like Palm Bay.
It makes me wonder, I mean, we've only seen 2 of the maps so far, but when we're looking at something later on in the tournament like Cape Blanc Observatory, how much does that change? What does a Welkin player look like? Do we even see them? Taking a look at the highlights from this match, though, you can definitely see what it looks like here. Udon slammed down after playing defensively. Yes, you've still got a lot of damage potential in the Welkin to keep the rest of your carries alive. Yachty, absolutely one of them. This was probably the coolest thing that I saw. 2 HP Aquila just slamming into a Tricera.
Yeah, triple kill. Pretty rare to get something like a triple kill here in Mecha Break. Really speaks to the success that Team Reject were able to succeed with in this composition. Getting everybody low and then having the Aquila there to finish it off. And Team Reject opening it up strong, right, for an org that has come from Japan here, come to compete, it seems, with already 2 very different strategies. That's a little bit scary, right? This is only 2 of the 5 maps in the game right now. So you really, as a future opponent, sure, you have a little bit to study here, but this looks like a team that's going to be very hard to predict, very challenging to pin down on whatever map they go to.
And it is just our first look at any teams in this tournament. 1 from Japan, 1 from China. We still got teams from North America to compete, but there are also 2 premier organizations of their respective regions. So Reject, again, at the top of Japanese FPS titles, and MDY, by the same token, has done incredible things internationally, also in FPS. And so I'm really excited, of course, for both of these rosters, and I'm almost worried for the teams that are going to have to face off against them in the coming rounds, because whether you're in upper bracket or lower bracket, if I have to pick between Reject and MDY, I know that I'm probably losing both.
人们大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人子毅。那现在站在我身边的呢，就是我们上一场的胜者，来自 Reject 战队的肖曼路。那先跟我们的镜头打个招呼吧。どうぞご挨拶を。
はい、おはまる、どうも、しょうまる7でございます。今回ね、リジェクトね、チームキャプテンを務めさせていただいています。はい、お願いします。
Hello everyone, I'm Seven from Team Reject.
好的，非常非常有气势的一句打招呼的方式啊。
It is a very great welcome.
是不是第一次来到中国，来到珠海
Is this your first time to be in China, to Zhuhai? What is your impression to this journey?
そうですね、今回初めて来たんですけども、建物がめちゃくちゃあって高いっすね。いや、すごいなんか発展してるなと思いましたね。
是的，我是第一次来到
Yes, it is my first time to be here.
首先出印象就是我们的建筑物都好高啊，非常的宏
there
伟。
are so many high
好的，
buildings.
也是非常感谢我们的
Thank
上班路
you.
那其实可能不仅仅是第一次来到中国，来到珠海，也是第一次来到我
It
们的
is
全
your
新
first
的训
time
练场地。
to
那包
be
括见到了我
this
们真正
attend
的赛
this
事的
new
环境
match,
之后，觉得
right?
我们的赛事氛围怎么样呀？
How
那
do
是
you
觉得
how
更
do you
紧
feel
张了
this
呢，还
match?
是更
Do you
加興奮
feel
了？
nervous or exciting?
新しい練習中に来ていただいて、どう考えますか？オフラインの試合でどう感想がありますか？
そうですね、まずオフラインの会場なんですけども、ちょっと豪華でしたね、本当になんか、お、何これみたいな、練習でこのクオリティみたいな感じでしたね。あとは他の選手のね、本当に熱気といいますか、練習、熱量とか、いや、すごくいいなと思いました。はい。
首先来到我们这个训练场，
First of all, my first impression is that
我都搞得这么豪华
there
真
are
的是让人感觉很
good
钦佩
place for us
然后
to
呢就是
get some exercise.
遇到的其他的这个选手
And
都大家
for
非常
lucky
的
for
对这个
me, I
非
met
常
a
有热
lot
情
of
就感
friends.
觉让
They are
人
very
非常的
excited
斗
to this
好
match
的，
as
也是
well.
非常感谢烧马路啊。
Thank
我觉
you
得
for
他的
your
回答也让我们觉得
answer.
我们这一次的比赛
And your
其实
answer
做
also
了非
make
常
me
充足的准备，也希望能够给你们带来
believe
一个很
that
好
we
的
have
体验。
already
那
made
其
good
实我们也了解到
preparation
你
for
们在10
this
号的时候就已经来
match.
到我们西
And
山
we
区进行
also
训练了嘛？那想问一下你们有
think
没有
that you
和我
have
们的外
already
国战队，
arrived
尤其
to
是和
this
中国战队打过训练赛
venue
与此同时，为我们的赛事有没有做出什么针
several
对性
days
的准备
ago?
呢？
Do you prepare? How do you prepare for this match?
練習試合もやって他に何か中国か他の外国のチームと練習試合をやっていてで何か準備をしましたか？
そうですね、3月10日に向きまして、その翌日の11日に練習始めまして、まず中国地のエヴァってチームに、もう本当にボコボコされまして、もうそこからいろいろ話し合いまして、本当にここはこうした方がいいとか、あと録画して、もう本当に選手同士の動きを確認して、本当にここは直した方がいいよねっていう話もしたりしましたね。
我来了这边就是确实是有跟其他的
I
队伍
came
进行一
here
些
and
交流赛
also
然后我印象最深的就是中国的一个
communicate
队
with
伍叫
other
EVA
teams.
EVA 队伍
What
然后
the-
真的
my
就是
most
被打得
impressive
有一点点
team
落花
is
流水然后
EVA
但是
team.
同时我们进行了友好的交流
But
大
we
家在相互
have
沟通
a
然后并
friendly
且我们进行了这个
communication
录制视
and
频然后我们有进行
we
复盘
also
就是让人收
take
获很
video
多
together
好的，
and
那
made
其
me
实呢，我们这一次的
gain
交
a
流赛，
lot.
它不仅仅是一场切磋，也是希望
Actually,
大家都能
this
够
match
共同
is
交流、共
not
同进
only
步。也
a
是再次感谢
match
沙马
but
路能够
also
接受我
a
的
match
采
of
访，也期待在
cooperation.
后续的
We
赛程当中
thank you for
能够
your
见到你们的队
interview.
伍能有一个更好的发挥和表现。那么我们下一场的比赛呢，将是由日本战队的 LunaBreak 对阵到 TIE 战队，他们将会有怎样的赛场表现呢？让我们共同期待。接下来，让我们稍事休息，更多精彩马上继续。
Get ready, the 2025 Mecha Break pre-launch Global Invitational is almost here.
第一次登上国际舞台，4周强敌环伺，但我坚信，我们将成为最后的胜者。
俺たちの力を世界に見せつける時が千載一遇のチャンス、絶対に逃さない。
The tension is rising. We're all in.
No matter who's in front of us, we're bringing the heat.
这一次，我会让你们知道什么是最完美的团队协作。
会場に響き当たる戦火の中、この手で勝利をつかみ取る。
There's no room for the weak. The unprepared will be the first to fall.
どんな困難も最後まで戦う。冠军奖杯，我们势在必得。
Mecha Break pre-launch Global Invitational 2025 is here. From March 13th to 16th, 16 teams from China, North America, Japan will battle it out in Zhuhai, China, taking mech battles to the next level. The tournament features the 6v6 Operation Verge mode with a double elimination format. Round 1 kicks off on March 13th, with matchups decided by random draw. Teams that lose in the upper bracket drop to the lower bracket for a second chance, lose again, and they're eliminated. The upper bracket final, lower bracket final, and grand final are best of 5. All other matches are best of 3. The ultimate showdown between the final 2 teams takes place on March 16. Striker selection follows, no duplicates in squads rule, meaning each team can deploy only 1 unit of the same striker model per match. Each side bans 1 striker per match, and each striker can only be banned once per match. Banned strikers cannot be banned in later rounds of the same best of 3 or best of 5 series. The tournament includes 13 available strikers: Falcon, Panther, Elysinus, Tricera, Narukami, Lumine, Pinaka, Inferno, Sky Raider, Welkin, Aquila, Stego, and Hurricane. Players are allowed to personalize their strikers with paint jobs, patterns, and other cosmetic customizations, but performance-based modifications are strictly prohibited. 5 maps are in play: Graceland Sky City, Hive Mizra, Grob Sinkhole, Palm Bay Harbor, and the Cape Blanc Observatory. The first map is picked randomly, and the losing team chooses subsequent maps. No repeats allowed in the same match. Top pilots from 3 regions are ready for action. Roster includes the legendary Panther pilot, renowned streamer Yinza, Team Liquid's Mayumi, and Prize from Taiclan. Popular streamers including Shui Wu Yuan Jin, Jake, and Unicy will also join the Shoutcaster team. More participants will be announced soon. Stay tuned. Locked, loaded, and ready for battle. Stay updated by following the official Mecha Break website and socials from all the latest news.
Get ready, the 2025 Mecha Break Pre-Launch Global Invitational is almost here.
第一次登上国际舞台，4周强敌环伺，但我坚信，我们将成为最后的胜者。
俺たちの力を世界に見せつける時が千載一遇のチャンス、絶対に逃さない。
The tension's rising. We're all in.
No matter who's in front of us, we're bringing the heat.
这一次，我会让你们知道什么是最完美的团队协作。
会場に響き当たる戦火の中、この手で勝利をつかみ取る。
There's no room for the weak. The unprepared will be the first to fall.
どんな困難も最後まで戦う。冠军奖杯，我们势在必得。
Mecha Break Pre-Launch Global Invitational 2025 is here. From March 13th to 16th, 16 teams from China, North America, Japan will battle it out in Zhuhai, China, taking mech battles to the next level. The tournament features the 6v6 Operation Verge mode with a double elimination format. Round 1 kicks off on March 13th, with matchups decided by random draw. Teams that lose in the upper bracket drop to the lower bracket for a second chance, lose again, and they're eliminated. The upper bracket final, lower bracket final, and grand final are best of 5. All other matches are best of 3. The ultimate showdown between the final 2 teams takes place on March 16th. Striker selection follows, no duplicates in squads rule, meaning each team can deploy only 1 unit of the same striker model per match. Each side bans 1 striker per match, and each striker can only be banned once per match. Banned strikers cannot be banned in later rounds of the same best of 3 or best of 5 series. The tournament includes 13 available strikers: Falcon, Panther, Elysinus, Tricera, Narukami, Lumine, Pinaka, Inferno, Sky Raider, Welkin, Aquila, Stego, and Hurricane. Players are allowed to personalize their strikers with paint jobs, patterns, and other cosmetic customizations, but performance-based modifications are strictly prohibited. 5 maps are in play: Graceland Sky City, Hive Mizra, Grob Sinkhole, Palm Bay Harbor, and the Cape Blanc Observatory. The first map is picked randomly, and the losing team chooses subsequent maps. No repeats allowed in the same match. Top pilots from 3 regions are ready for action. Roster includes the legendary Panther pilot, renowned streamer Yinza, Team Liquid's Mayumi, and Prize from Taiclan. Popular streamers including Shui Wu Yuan Jin, Jake, and Unicy will also join the Shoutcaster team. More participants will be announced soon. Stay tuned. Locked, loaded, and ready for battle. Stay updated by following the official Mecha Break website and socials from all the latest news.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Mecha Break Global Pre-Launch Invitational. Jake joined by Dia here, and we just had our first match underway of the tournament. Team Rejects was able to shut down MDY 2-0 to kick us off here, showing already a diverse range of strategies, Dia.
Yeah, and across 2 maps as well. First, Graceland Sky City, not where I expected we'd be starting, as that is one of the I want to say more polarizing maps in terms of playstyle. Sometimes it goes very quickly. Sometimes, as we saw, it can get drawn out for quite a bit. Going to 3 maps and moving into nearly overtime, that was something good to start us off with. But I'm really looking forward to the second match because it has some of the teams that I'm arguably the most excited about in this tournament.
Yeah, it's going to be LunaBreak taking on TaiClan. TaiClan, you know, a mixed organization of esports players, streamers, content creators. LunaBreak, though, they were the champions of a recent tournament in August, taking part in Sino-Japanese, or Sino-Chinese rather, Sino-Japanese, no, that's the right word, for an exhibition matches there, and coming out on top as a champion there in China and Japan. So this is clearly one of the teams to watch. What can you tell me about LunaBreak?
I mean, just having watched a lot of their scrims recently, I've been really focused on their comms, and when you were talking about how important team play is to a game like Mecha Break, we saw that really showcased with adaptability alongside it in our first matchup, and something that's really stood out to me about the way that LunaBreak approaches their comms, their composition, is that they're very flexible in who's leading the team across different maps. It's very map-based, since they tend to stick with similar picks. You know, you got your snipers, you got your flyers. Who's actually calling the shots? They feel a lot of trust in dispersing that between them. So couple that with a really high ceiling of mechanical skill, and I think you've got yourself a team that could be gunning for the top.
I think that's the mark of a really strong team, because, you know, we've seen, especially if you saw that last match, right? Like, there's some very chaotic team fights. It could be a different person in a different scenario who has the relevant information. And so to have that trust in the team where anybody can step up and be a leader in that crucial moment, I think that's really critical to succeed in something like Mecha Break. I mean, we have seen a lot of teams using, let's say, their support players, their Luminate, it can be focused maybe on making some more of the comms, but I think that's a great quality that a team that can shift even that role of communicating, of leading, wherever it needs to be in the moment, is a team that can be very flexible naturally and can continue to be effective in a diverse range of situations and strategies.
Yeah, and I will say, there's that on top of the fact that I saw them decimate a scrim this morning. So, you know, there's a little bit of, there's a little recency bias in here as well.
I mean, fair enough, right? They were champion in a recent community tournament, right? So, you know, the fact that they've already competed, they've been together as a team to come back here in the Mecha Break Global Pre-Launch Invitational to play on the international stage. This is a team that wants to take it all home here. LunaBreak, they're somebody you want to keep your eyes on. It's just the first round of the upper bracket, but I think we're going to be seeing these guys for quite a while.
Yeah, I mean, we've got, with the diversity of strikers that are going to be played here, a lot to look forward to in terms of, I think, Azuria, who was playing the Inferno really well during scrims, has been one of the players that has been laser focused on mastering this in the short amount of time it's been available.
I think that's a great call out. We saw Inferno get banned in map 1 of the last series, didn't really get played other than that. So Inferno is, I think, a striker that a lot of teams have their eyes on, that's been really shaking up the meta, as you were saying. You know, teams thought it was terrible, teams thought it was amazing. Seems like it's coming definitely back into favor here in the tournament. We didn't see it the last series, though, so curious to see if it will be coming in. Their opponents, though, no pushovers. It's Team Tai. So an intra-Japanese competition here as our second match here in the upper bracket round 1.
And this is where I'm really looking at Rokoku, who favors Narukami. You know, I'm a Narukami fan, and we've actually got Lore on the other side from LunaBreak, who can go head-to-head in that matchup, but Tai is all about Narukami, specifically on Rokoku, and I do wonder whether they'll be forced off that pick, what they've prepared outside of that, because I know that with Naru, they've got an incredibly high skill ceiling. They've done very well in scrims previously, and I hope that they're willing to pull it out. I hope that they're willing to get this high-risk, high-reward pick going, but who's to say?
I mean, it could also be vulnerable to a target ban. That being said, so with LunaBreak, with the flexibility, they could elect to attack it. They also have to decide where they want to do that. Speaking of Narukami, what maps, you're a Narukami player yourself, what maps do you think they might want to take us to? If they do lose a map, they get a map choice. Where do you think you might want to go if you're a team that wants to leverage Narukami, get the most mileage out of the striker?
I think you're looking at Cape Blanc Observatory for one style of Narukami, and then at Palm Bay Harbor for another style of Narukami. Those are the two places where I can see Narukami finding the most success, because you've got Narukamis that like to play this really wide open space area, and then on Palm Bay Harbor you've got this totally different approach where Narukamis that want to get more into the fight tend to succeed a little bit more.
So it's interesting to see, like, even within a single striker pick, there's a lot of diversity of play styles, different team approach that, you know, allows you to fit in a very different way, especially depending on map type. So taking a look here at the competitors, both teams with a lot to prove here, right? We talked about scrims. Yes, LunaBreak, they've got to be a team that you're looking at to go far in this tournament, but in the end, those are scrims. This is a match. This is a live LAN event here on stage, looking across from your opponent. So this is the opportunity for TaiClan to shift the tone and to set themselves apart of the competition.
Yeah, a lot of passion in these comms. I was listening to them earlier, of course, and having seen the way that I believe Azuria was coming on Inferno was interesting, especially when contrasted with how Neku Exist was coming on more open maps like Eye of Mizra, where you do see Falcon taking a much more open role. I really like the way that Neku Exist is able to come. I think he communicates really efficiently with the rest of the squad, so I'd like to see some more wide open maps, if only because I think Neku Exist coming and taking a lead role will be really good for LunaBreak.
And I think, you know, the efficiency of communication is a great call-out for folks trying out Mecha playing with your friends. You guys hop on together. You're going to see the game gets very chaotic, very intense with all the skills flying around. And so the best teams are going to be those that can keep their calm in those scenarios, keep communicating, but, you know, while simultaneously not overcoming and cluttering the comms, you also need to get a lot of key information across and be hitting these same crucial timings for your power peaks with your teammates.
Yeah, it's funny that we mention Lumine because I've seen two totally different types of Lumine players in the past couple of days. There are Lumines that, like you said, do take that real IGL role upon themselves and calm everything managed because they're watching everyone's health bars. They have so much information. And then there are Lumines that shut up and do their job. Like they sit there, they heal, and they're like, I'm going to be where you need me. You tell me what's up.
Yeah, and there's something to be said for both playstyles on the Lumine. If you can get any more Lumine cam in this next match, as you mentioned, very high APM support option. Not so focused on the aim of the pure mechanics, but positionally you can decide whether you want to be putting out a damaging gas or a healing gas. You can, you know, most of the time we'll probably see it used defensively, healing up grouped up allies, grouped up teammates, but can also be used to potentially punish enemies who group up themselves. They can be vulnerable to Lumine's gas that really puts a lot of area of effect damage down on the battlefield. So a lot of flexibility switching between those supporting and damaging focused playstyles in the Lumine.
And high uptime on heals across a lot of people. So we're seeing Lumine really paired well with Stego Tricera compositions, where when you are going a little heavier flanking, I think you become able to pick up Pinaka a little bit more. We did see Pinaka in our first matchup as an anti-burst option, which is also a niche use, but specifically Lumine does really well when paired with Tricera and Stego because it just amplifies what is already basically an unkillable combo.
Yeah, it's pretty monstrous when you're, you know, stacking all those auras on one another, or we saw in the last series from Reject on Palm Bay Harbor, man, with adding the Hurricane, adding the Welcome, you've got 4 major tanks grouped up on the payload, and then having that AoE supporting potential from Illumine is really just what the Doctor ordered in terms of keeping them all alive, allowing them to fight super strong. So I'm curious to see 2 more teams on the battlefield, more fresh faces here in the Mecha Global Pre-Launch Invitational, and we're just excited to see what kind of new strategies come out in this series. I think the game being so young, there's a lot of opportunity for differentiation, for innovation here, especially with the Striker Band format.
Yeah, you know, one of the players that I'm really excited for specifically on Tai is Civ A, who is an Aquila player. Aquila, very good, very nice sniper, lots of damage. We know that. And most people, when they already play one sniper, will opt into another as their secondary pick. That's not necessarily the case with Civ A. When Aquila is banned out, not picked, when Narukami is being picked elsewhere, a lot of times you'll see him go Alisnes instead, which is a very, very different playstyle for the entire squad. And we haven't seen any Alisnes in our first match.
We didn't see it in those first matches. I think Alisnes, though, particularly powerful on the maps that feature capturing objectives, which are the ones we didn't see in the last series, of course, it being a 2-0. So I think that's a great call out. Alisnes also a top-tier meta pick on the right maps where, you know, the ability to disrupt and commit in a crucial moment. Alisnes has this incredibly powerful melee fighting potential, but critically, when you get blown up on Alisnes, where everyone else, every other striker in the game, that's it. That, you know, you're done for. Alisnes has this sort of secondary life, back of life mechanic that you can, you know, keep recharging. I think if you do it perfectly, you're gonna have 4 uses of it. So if you do see Alisnes, we're gonna see them continue. You know, you think they're getting in, they're too aggressive, they're gonna die. Well, they're gonna die, but they're gonna, you know, come back time and time again. And they've got like this 30-second window of just really being in your face, tolerating an almost infinite amount of damage, and really keeping the pressure on your opponent, which, as you mentioned, is kind of the opposite of Aquila, who wants to sit in the back and kind of do their thing and snipe, put that pressure down. So speaks to the versatility that I think was a big factor for Rejects in the last series.
Yeah, it's super cool, and I will say, you know, if we do see things like the Falcon Sky Raider ban, because of the stall and harass capability, we could see Elysnes really slide into that particular position for some of these players. Trying to find out what map we're going to be playing on, though, and finally get into the picks and bans of this whole thing. What stylistically are we going to be eliminating from each team? And yeah, the big question for me is, what style is the map going to be dictating? Palm Bay Harbor, so we're going back here.
Run it back, baby. All right. Well, because, I mean, both these teams, you got to think, both these teams must have seen the last match. So I'm wondering, you know, do they try to follow in the footsteps of Reject, which I think that was a pretty awesome strategy, right? Like running the super heavy tank on the cart.
Wow.
Instant Inferno ban.
That's weird.
All right, LunaBreak. They don't want to mess with the Inferno. I mean, Inferno may be one of the few damage-dealing strikers that could punish a grouped-up, like, tanky setup, but the Lumine ban comes in from Team Tide, you know, already this early. Without Lumine on the field, I think things really change. We've seen some teams go with the Panaka as a backup supporting option. We've also seen in Scrim, some teams just electing to not run a support may not be necessary with the tankiness of something like Stego and Tricera.
I'm seeing double Panaka right now, and I'm also seeing Narukami out of LunaBreak. Now, I expected to see it out of Team Tai, but they've gone with the Aquila instead on Civ A. So it leaves me wondering, Rokoku going to be transitioning to the Elysnes. So interesting to note that on Team Tai, both of their sniper players are willing to off-roll onto Elysnes. That's their first pick, not the other sniper.
Yeah, interesting to see. So the big difference here in the composition really is sniper, right? Aquila versus Narukami.
Yeah.
Also, it's going to be Falcon versus Elysnes. So, you know, some different takes on the game here. LunaBreak, I mean, the Falcon didn't really work for MDY on this map, right? Like, they were kind of shut down in the small rooms or struggling to have success. But LunaBreak's unperturbed. You know, they're still a believer in this Falcon composition. I'm curious to see what Rokoku can get done on the Elysnes.
Moving over to the Stego as well. I'm actually surprised not to see, considering that I'm expecting that both these teams have watched the previous match. No Hurricane.
Yeah.
Hurricane was actually a really, really big pick for the Reject win just last round. Not seeing either team opt into it when Lumine's already been banned. Giving extra survivability to those tanks could actually be a deciding variable.
Could be. I mean, I think maybe you don't want to go too all in on that cart death ball strategy without the Lumine. Maybe the Lumine is a crucial factor there, as much as, you know, they're not necessarily the striker going to be dealing the most damage. They're key to sustaining that group of allies playing the objective. So maybe on this version of Palm Bay Harbor, we'll see a little bit more of those fights on the off angles, trying to control space for your Narukami or your Aquila, as the case may be.
Well, we're already starting things off. The doors are open. Palm Bay Harbor has begun. And we've got Neku already up in the sky. I'm expecting Neku to actually be a pretty active commer this game. And of course, whenever you've got your Tricera Stego, specifically for LunaBreak, they should be doing very well. This team has done a great job of avoiding dying, so if they're able to keep that up in this round, especially for the first point, I think that'll be the big signal of success and a LunaBreak that is ready to go all the way.
Man, Negukis is just pumping damage from all these flanks, but LunaBreak has gone straight to this ultra high ground. Very different approach here. Tai trying to hold out in this corner, but they're really getting pummeled in this position. You see the damage starting to overwhelm them. LunaBreak making an aggressive move in with the welcome box. It's a full commit here onto the objective. First pickoff does go the way of LunaBreak, and they want to continue to pump this pressure. Elysnes is also getting into the mix. This double melee setup particularly potent at punishing grouped up enemies.
We've still got a Narukami at distance as well, who is continually contributing to the fight. Chunks of damage over and over, and now the point is available. Whether or not we've seen a lot of kills, and we have seen a couple for LunaBreak, the damage that they've done already should be enough to secure them the point, and they are piled on top of it. I am not seeing a way to uproot this team, especially now that the haste has come out, and they're so much more difficult to target.
Yeah,
Point gets capped.
It's a cleanup here. Team Tai are just routed here in the opening engagement, and LunaBreak, I mean, they look so well prepared. Like, they just instantly went to that ultimate height position, started assaulting from all sides. Neku Exist was just pounding them with all of these sorties from the flyover. Arun with another pickoff. So Team Tai are really starting to stagger, and this is going to be a huge objective advantage. They're continuing to stagger into this engagement, but they're lacking a lot of team fight or team fight potential without their allies. And LunaBreak are just pouncing on them, capitalizing on spawner after spawner. This is a domination so far.
Yeah, Panaka Wall's on top of the Tricera there, so punishing. And that is one of the things that Panaka, despite not being as popular, is still really good at, is punishing this Stego Tricera that otherwise can dominate a lot of maps. Right now, domination, absolutely something that LunaBreak are giving out as Arun jumps right on top of yet another. And Civ A will go down. LunaBreak 32% to the only 11% progress that Tai has been able to achieve so far.
And this is a bit of a beatdown. Still no pickoffs, I think, yet for Team Tai. LunaBreak are running away with the game, continuing to pour the pressure on here. Narukami, as you mentioned, on Palm Bay Harbor, starting to get into the mix, being a bit of that aggressive sniper. Tricera as well, coming into the engagement. So while LunaBreak get further and further ahead, they're just not allowing Tai to make any kind of progress at all. It's like defense on the capture point as well.
Like literally no problem. They're sitting on the cart. They are taking it back, and that's all well. LunaBreak are simultaneously capturing the second point.
Team Tai are they're totally out of sorts here. They're not really able to get in this engagement at all. They're reversing the enemy car back. At this point, I think Team Tai, they've got to hit a full regroup, but it seems like the coordination is not there, and Neku exists. I mean, he's running rampant in this game, crushing the skies on this Falcon. Civ A just running for the hills, but I think he's not long for this world, not with the help of Narukami there. Laura shuts it down, and I mean, 46-9. This game is out of control here, Dia.
And what I would give to hear Neku Exists comms right now. I know, again, mentioning it at the start, that this can be an extremely active player in the communications department, and I am sure that this game, it is going absolutely wild as the fight is still happening at spawn. Tai have not been able to leave the starting area because LunaBreak are continuing to put so much pressure on them, and they're picking up kills while doing it in not even a 6v6.
They're getting annihilated. Finally, they're able to get the cart up this lift, but the advantage is so intensely against them. And I mean, the fact that they're able to do this with players on the objective, LunaBreak are fighting essentially a 5-on-6 right now, and they are crushing it. Still not losing players. Seems like this Tricera is about to go down on the objective, so the capture progress is going to be stopped. And, I mean, this doesn't look fair, Dia. LunaBreak setting the tone here in our second series of the day.
I mean, this is why we were looking at them as such a favored team. It's because of the ability to play like this. They have lost almost no one. In fact, I can't even remember.
I think it's done. I think they have not died yet.
I cannot remember a time when the kill feed showed LunaBreak going down.
It's like Rokoku, he's out on the map. He's trying to get something. No, he's gone. He's not doing anything. And another capture comes in. At this point, Tai struggling, flailing here, trying to come into the fight, but it's one by one. Felt like with every pickoff, LunaBreak has just continued to pour on the pressure. They're not allowing Tai to get back into the fight whatsoever.
And you got to appreciate the work and passion that LunaBreak have put into being able to basically run this team like a well-oiled machine, or in this particular case, Striker, because they've not missed a beat. Tai, I mean,
pack it up.
Yeah,
pack it up.
I think you're looking at game 2, and you're going, well, what are we going to do there? By no fault of your own, LunaBreak, they have this downloaded.
I mean, this looks like a serious team to beat here in the overall tournament. I mean, it's just the first round, but this is one of the most dominant series I've seen anywhere, you know, even in ranked games. This is just a brutal beatdown, 90-30. Kind of no contest here for Team Tai. They've just been scrapped over and over again, not able to get into the fight whatsoever. And that's the reality here at the Global Invitational. We've got teams like LunaBreak who have come together for the competition, right? Here to be some of the best in the game as they look to close out here on Palm Bay Harbor. Desperation for Tai, Welcome Box on the objective, but Tricera just running it home, getting it done. That's going to be the map here. LunaBreak up 1-0. And you got to think, going into map 2, the wind is out of your sails for Tai.
I mean, you've got to be, I think, appreciative, even as Tai, for what LunaBreak were just able to do. Really impressive round by them. And I think you're right. Wind out of your sails a little bit, but because of the way that LunaBreak, the whole community here have been playing, I know that Tai and LunaBreak have scrimmed. And I know that Tai probably saw this game coming. We're going Palm Bay Harbor. You know what we're running into. They probably tried something that was a little bit new, and it might not have worked for them, but I won't say that I should shut Tai down by any means. I'd expect them to still have relatively high spirits, although it's a tough start to the tournament. It's not like they didn't see this coming.
You know, I appreciate the cope, Dia, but this is some intense copium. They did not get a single kill. They got outskilled. They got smoked. I mean, you can call it how you want, man. LunaBreak are running away with this. I mean, it's a 1-0, sure. If you've got like the mental of the gods, you can reset after not finding a single kill on map 1. But Team Tide just looked out of sorts, staggering back into the fight. That's one of the challenges, right, at this level of play is you got to have the discipline sometimes. Okay, we got wiped. We're down 3 or 4 players. Just stop coming to the engagement. Just reset. Just try to stabilize. And I felt like they weren't able to get that done. The fact that LunaBreak is able to continue finding more and more pickoffs despite essentially committing a player to the card who's completely out of the engagement. They're just winning an engagement with down numbers, which is kind of a wild thing to be doing right now at this level of Mecha Break.
Yeah, and one of the things that I do think that Tai, it's difficult because it feels like it comes at a cost, but what they should have done is delay their spawns, because going back into the fight 1 by 1 did let the entirety of LunaBreak operate as 2 separate teams, because you were never fighting a 3v6. You were fighting basically an ongoing 3v3 with people spawning in, spawning out, and that got really tough. So maybe Tai taking a bit of a step back and respawning all at the same time, getting into an engagement where they can take a really definitive numbers advantage instead of piling into a fight that's already lost and lost and lost.
I was also impressed with LunaBreak, how they just, I mean, their read of the map clearly is so strong. They're like instantly running for that high ground, right? Like immediately off the rip, they know where they're going to go. They've clearly pre-planned, choreographed their rollout on the map. And that really speaks to a level of preparation that is going to potentially carry them far in this tournament. You've got to understand in each of these 5 different maps, different objectives, different, competitive realities. They look like a team that has really drilled on that. They're really dialed on, okay, like this is how we're going to get it done. This is how we win this map. Whereas a lot of these other teams probably focused on, okay, like how do we fight? How do we play together? Those things felt just obvious or pre-practiced for LunaBreak, that they don't even need to necessarily think about that. They're already thinking in the terms of grand strategy. Okay, how are we going to approach this objective? How are we going to, fight on this part of the map? And then I think at some point in that map, they just realized, you know what? We don't need to calm so much. I think we just do our thing. I think we just start, folks firing a couple, pickoffs here and there. But LunaBreak, a lot of versatility, a lot of aggression here in map 1.
I'm feeling good about calling them probably the best team out of Japan previously.
Yeah, it's looking like a very reasonable prediction. Who do you think though? Who do you think's the MVP?
Who do you think the MVP? I kind of want Falcon it. I feel like Neku Exist probably got that. Actually, that's tough. Because payload progress, I never thought that I would be at the same table as you, having take the Narukami.
Narukami was racking it out.
Oh,
in terms of the kills. No, I mean, I'm right. Maybe the objective was worth a lot, but that was a lot of kills from Narukami. A lot of finish burst. I don't know. Kind of a believer.
Okay, actually, speaking of the Narukami, it was interesting to watch this game as a counterpoint to how this went last game between Reject and MDY, because we saw, maybe without the Hurricane, but we saw Tai basically run the same positioning strategy that Reject did in our last round, and we saw how LunaBreak responded to that by taking a lot of supremacy in the high ground and not just piling in at the end, but instead spreading out around the rafters and basically saying, well, okay, you're going to be in this corner. We might not be able to take you out of that, but we can make it a very uncomfortable place to be.
Yeah, the way Neku Exist was just pouring on the damage from Falcon. They're hitting from all sides, really utilizing the Narukami as well in that situation. And you're showing that, yeah, you can run that bunker, but maybe a team like LunaBreak is more well-versed in how to break it. Thinking about going into the next map, the Lumine ban is off the table now, so I think that it makes sense, I guess, for Team Tide to be attacking the Lumine with how much of a mainstay it is. I guess it does really change the game a lot when you take Lumine out.
Yeah. And
so maybe that was your hope, to put LunaBreak off kilter, to really just throw a huge wrench in the works. However, it just didn't seem to phase them. I feel like they were ready to just go to the Panaka. They were ready with the backup strategy that didn't look like a backup. Looked like a plan A to me.
Yeah,
it looked pretty good on map 1.
Yeah, I mean, I would also be afraid of Kurosa's Lumine. Is probably one of the 3 players here that made me go, oh, this is a very, very high APM support. This is somebody who really can be doing a lot more for the team than sitting back and passively healing. So Kurousa's Lumine, to be feared, probably to be seen in the next round. I don't suspect that they'll be staying on the Panaka as well as round 1 went. Also Inferno Unleashed. I was surprised to see LunaBreak taking the Inferno away when I know very well that they've got an Inferno player. So just to see that coming in round 2, I think, maybe looking for a more wide open map to use Inferno on. And I wouldn't mind if Ty were to pick probably something a little more wide open, maybe Cape Blanc Observatory.
Yeah. Cape Blanc, maybe an Eye of Mizra, where you're able to play those like longer ranges.
I would be afraid to go to Crab Sinkhole right now. It just feels too wide open.
Let's go, baby. Called it.
Oh my god.
Laurer with the Narukami MVP, 11-0 and 10. I mean, that's pretty much speaks for himself. 2 aces? Okay. I've gotten like 1 ace in the entire time I've played Mecha Break. This guy just dropped 2 in 1 match.
You just got to play Narukami.
Yeah, I guess so.
It's good.
Laurer with stacking it up there on Narukami.
Taking a look at our highlights from this match. It is a LunaBreak highlight reel, and I will fully acknowledge that this was a very aggressive way to play Welkin. Normally I see Welkin, and granted it's because we've been playing with Riv. Yeah. Normally I see Welkin sit on the objective.
Riv is the king of Welkin boxing the objective.
Yeah. He's like, no, you don't mess with me here. That was not the case here. This was Welkin boxing the enemy's objective and just over and over and over punishing Ty for even daring to think they could push the cart.
Yeah, and, having that Welkin come in, bring the disruption, where Laurer's on the flank of the Narukami, picking off the enemy backliners. I mean, this is just LunaBreak really running the table. Felt like they were in control of the entire map all at once, which is it's really hard to do in Mecha Break, right? It's one thing to have your position that you've set up, you're ready to fight in. It's another to be simultaneously capturing your own objective while also fighting elsewhere on the map and succeeding at both at the same time. Speaks to the real difference, I think, between these two teams and how strong LunaBreak is. Their aspirations to probably not just go far in this tournament, but really, I think a team like this wants to win it all.
Yeah. On the verge of lifting the trophy. Am I reading this right? We could be going to Grayson
Sky City. I can't read Chinese, but I got to tell you that looks like Grayson Sky City.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's the next match, and not just like a pretty graphic. It could be a pretty graphic. We got a lot of those.
I feel like we're going to Grayson Sky City. In many ways, that might make sense. For Team Ty, it's like, you know what? All right, when it comes to the objective, the preparation, maybe LunaBreak, maybe they're a little bit too hard to beat. That, I actually think this makes sense. Let's take it to a deathmatch style. Maybe Team Ty can bring out something really different and make this more on their individual skill. We know individually they are strong players. LunaBreak probably has the advantage in the chemistry, the coordination of the squad, being together for longer, being a champion of a previous tournament.
I want to be clear. I am not hating. But I do think that if you don't kill them a single time and you go to deathmatch, it's going to be rough for you.
Look, let's be honest. Everybody saw map 1. We all know this is not looking good for Team Ty. We know they're in a tough spot here. Backs against the wall. Down 1-0 here in our second match of the day. If you're just joining us, we're at a massive 16-team double elimination bracket. So teams that lose here, they're going to have a second life. They're going to have another shot. But teams like LunaBreak already coming out to a clear favorite here is going into Graceland Sky City. They want to clean this up 2-0. They want to make it clean. But what striker ban are they going to take to accomplish that?
Well, we know it can't be Luminate, can't be Inferno. Narukami actually is
Fair
a really
enough.
heads up. That's a good ban.
You got kind of dominated by it last game, and LunaBreak is just the Stego ban. Okay.
Interesting.
And so for LunaBreak, I mean, Stego is really, I think, a critical element. We saw in that last series of Reject versus MDY, the super grouped up turret deathball. Stego is the one who has that smoke that denies enemy targeting, that regenerates the fluid armor of allies around. And so I think without Stego, it's much harder to full commit into that deathball strategy. And so I think we're going to see a little bit more mobility, a little bit more of that focus, and that could exist on the Falcon, Aquila as well, coming out for Laura. So yeah, you banned the Narukami. Okay, let's see what he can do on the Aquila. Something tells me he's going to be pretty good at that one too.
I'm honestly surprised to see LunaBreak still picking Tricera. If Stego's already banned, and you're not going to be opting into the super tank unkillable strat, I think you could just go Elisnes here and be just fine. But
it's a good point. You have no tanking at all. I do think the Tricera is just kind of pretty ridiculous even on its own.
Yeah.
Also, the Inferno comes out for Yui, so I'm really excited to see Inferno get in. I mean, this is our newest striker in Mecha Break, so one that many players may not have seen yet. And so to see a team like LunaBreak show what's possible here on the Inferno, I'm excited to see what Yui brings to the table here on Graceland Sky City.
Now, this is not the person who's typically been playing Inferno on LunaBreak, at least during the scrims. I know that they've been alternating a little bit, but last I saw it was Azuria that was actually playing quite a bit of Inferno. Very interesting to see that Yui is the one doing it right now, and I wonder if this is a Graceland Sky City thing, if it just comes down to Azuria wanting to play something else and maybe having a pocket pick that works well.
I think these guys are probably feeling pretty confident after map 1, so won't read too much into it. Team LunaBreak, they're feeling themselves. Want to win clean 2-0 here in the first round of this double elimination tournament. Mecha Break Global Pre-Launch Invitational continues. And LunaBreak, I mean, I feel like this team is a serious contender, no matter how deep we go. Neko Exist already starting to pour on the pressure here. High ground setup being attempted for the Tricera, but without the Stego, will he even be able to hold this down? Already health bars are dropping quick for Team Tai. I mean, the pressure comes in fast and furious from LunaBreak.
So we know you're not going to kill Neko Exist because you're just not going to kill the Falcon.
Oh,
Everybody's in the same place, and my brother, Tai, get melted off of this high ground. Inferno especially punishing here, and it's 4-0. LunaBreak taking a very early lead. They move us up to 5, and it's going to be one last kill. There's only one person on the map for Tai right now, and unfortunately, Rokoku is going to be focused out and likely taken down in short order. It isn't a list.
He can live. He's the one character
you
who can
got
live.
some time.
Nope.
You don't got some time.
No time.
No time.
Okay.
You remember what I said to you yesterday?
So.
When we were talking about Elisni's lives, and I was like, you can have 4, but you could also have 2.
Instant pops.
Yeah, that's what happens.
6 players from LunaBreak hard focusing. Let's see the rollout here from LunaBreak. I mean, how quickly they secured an early advantage in that round. Once again, it's Inferno over the top, and oh my, this is so much damage. Inferno is doing the most right now.
I mean, this is the highest damage striker in the game right now. I'm watching the clock. Jake, I want to see how quick this happens.
It's a serious speed run. Tai in the low ground here, undercover, but still Inferno, Falcon pouring on damage, flanking from all sides. Already the picks go against Team Tai, and there's a difference of class here. LunaBreak. First pickoff comes through, but I feel like the rest are coming in thick and fast. Inferno over the top, focusing down onto the Tricera. One of the few strikers that has that damage, as you mentioned, to actually attack into the Tricera. And they're just running for the hills on Team Tai, trying to survive. LunaBreak uninterested in allowing any stragglers to get out. They want to end this one with extreme prejudice. Welkin, the box keeps you alive for just a moment, but that's all you've got.
Nice first hit. And that's going to be Akamain going down.
Oh, what a box on the Luminae.
Just 2 more kills. John barely gets to see the light of day, and it'll be one more elimination that LunaBreak need. One more that's surely coming in. Box is available. They've got this on Rokoku, and they pop it right as the Elisnes transforms. That's going to be another burst, and another clean round from LunaBreak. 2-0, and I forgot to watch the clock.
That was a quick one. That was a very quick one, Dia. LunaBreak, okay. Team Tai's like, all right. The good news is I don't think this came down to the little details in the preparation. I think that's the good news for Team Tai. You know, this one may have been hopeless with how ridiculously dominant LunaBreak just were. How was it shellacking, Dia? There's no other word for it.
It was. And I again am going to be the one to feed us all the copium. Because
you're going to need a serious helping after what we just saw.
I mean, I think that having been here for a few days, Tai could absolutely see this coming. They're another Japanese team. They've been scrimming. They've been talking to each other. You know that LunaBreak are really good. I think you go into this match, you try to get whatever you can out of it. Now, you got the rest of the day.
You didn't get much.
You can scrim them. You can talk to them about it. You're in lower bracket. You're chilling. You know, just try and make it as far as possible.
Good news is, I don't think LunaBreak are going to be back in the lower bracket for a while. So, you know, at least for Team Tai, they're safe for the moment.
They are. I mean, these two teams, they know each other. They've been around, like I said, been scrimming, been speaking to each other as two Japanese teams. And I think that Tai, they'll have some better matchups in the future.
There's something to be said about a match like that. It's like, you know, maybe that one was never going to go your way. And so you're able to kind of walk off. LunaBreak, figuring out where to walk.
They got it.
Do they? They're getting there.
Yeah. They're getting it.
It's not quite as smooth as Graceland Sky City was.
Yeah.
But it gets done in the end. Here they are. Your match winners. What a performance from Team LunaBreak. Looking fantastic here in the Mecha Break Global Pre-Launch Invitational. I mean, that was that whole match was like one round of Graceland Sky City in the last series.
Yeah. That was pretty fire, to be honest. Two very different looks at how Mecha Break can go, depending on how prepped you are. I think that's what I'm going to go with.
You go, okay, team prep. All right. I feel like just everything across the board. And I mean, I'd like to see the Inferno coming out.
Yeah.
We didn't get to see so much of it. I mean, it's a pretty quick map, but I think we showed what Inferno can do, especially when you ban something like the Stego, right? With Inferno able to pump damage, I think for a team like LunaBreak, you know, they don't want this like heavy turret composition. They don't really need that. They can, you know, have so much flexibility as a team. If you attack that core meta where we've seen a lot of Tricera and Stego, and Scrams has been kind of a mainstay with how powerful it is, does so much damage, so tanky. If you can throw a ban at one of those and you kind of throw the game into flux, that's where a stronger team, more adaptable team, I think has a particular edge here at MechaBreak.
Yeah, that's absolutely true, and I do like that TIE, at least with their research, did take out the Inferno in the first round.
Yeah.
I think it was a fair choice, because imagine going up against that in Palm Bay Harbor. I mean, the damage potential is really clear in Graceland Sky City, but when it's laid on you and there's a payload to push as well, you can't even afford to focus on taking out the Inferno. It can be all the harder. So, I mean, best of luck to TIE, because lower bracket is still going to have, like we said, a lot of good for them, a lot that they can achieve. LunaBreak, I mean, how far can they run this, making games look as quick as they did here?
I'm not gonna lie, this is an early call, but that looks like a serious champion contender there. I mean, not only to win, but to do it in that fashion, to just completely style on your opponents. It could be the case that, you know, maybe there are tougher tests ahead of them. Almost certainly there will be for them to claim the championship, to claim the trophy here at the Invitational. But I gotta say, for other teams on the same side of the bracket as LunaBreak, you're not feeling good watching that series. You going up against them next round, you're like, wait, Team Rejects. I would assume they're going to be playing in the next upper bracket. I'd be like, that was quick. Not a whole lot of game tape to study there.
I think I'd be grateful that I get to watch it and not live it.
Yeah. Fair. You got to go up against them sometime, though, in the upper bracket. If you want to take home that trophy, you're going to have to be willing to challenge a team like LunaBreak. And I think to mention more on the Inferno pick, it's like, yes, you can attack it with a ban, but in the end, as a team, you know, to go far, I think about like a best of 5, 1 in 5 maps, you're going to be able to ban Inferno. You've got to have an answer for this Inferno, whether you're going to match it yourself, mirror it, and play around it effectively, or you've got some strategic counter to it. You can't fully rely on the ban pick to get you past these powerful compositions, right? The strong strikers are going to come out, and it's going to be the teams that utilize them and also can respond to them that actually end up on top here in the end.
And there are teams that, in the time that we've been here, have practiced Inferno to a degree that I think you actually can challenge on an individual level what UA was able to bring, what anyone from LunaBreak is able to bring. We've got really strong Falcons, we've got really strong Lumines, we've got really strong Infernos. And it does make me wonder about the, matching up to that over time. Oh, yeah.
I mean, these damage numbers aren't that impressive, but think about what's the damage per minute?
Yeah.
Now, that we're talking, because this whole Graceland Sky City was like, what, 3 minutes?
It might be lower.
Yeah. It's like between 2 and 3. It is a world record speed run, probably, honestly, at this level of play. And to do this much damage, this much direct damage, he took 15,000 damage. Nobody shot him like the whole game.
Yeah.
15,000 damage is like one shot from Stego.
Yeah, like the single bullet.
It's like a single bullet from a kilo or something is going to do 15K. So, all right.
Yeah.
That's a game right there.
It is. And, I mean, looking at the stats, it's just difficult to really piece anything together because, like you said, this game was over incredibly quickly, and I was surprised to see both the ban on Stego and then opt into the high ground strat for TIE. That was a especially odd moment, given that I knew that they knew, or they should know, that defending high ground is going to be really difficult without that particular striker. So still a lot left to cover for these teams in terms of how they want to approach the matches and what bans mean for everyone, because we're still getting used to that.
Yeah, and I think for a lot of these teams, they're still adapting to the new format. They're still going to try to bring new strategies to bear as they face off against some more opponents. With the MVP for Inferno, in the end, I think it doesn't even matter that much, but I do want to see some more Inferno, right?
Yeah.
Like with the potential to, we saw in the last series how these like incredibly tanky setups look unbreakable at times, right? They're just like trading fire with each other. No one can really get kills. I think Inferno could be a real answer to that potentially, right? You can group up, you can sit back, but if you let Inferno just cook and farm you with damage, it might be enough to really overpower your composition, especially if you're missing one of those key turret heroes in Tricera or Stego. We do have an interview that we're going to be able to jump to.
大水们，大家好，欢迎来到我们的赛后采访环节，我是今天的主持人子毅。那现在站到我身边的就是来自 LunaBreak 的 Lolia， 那赶紧跟我们的观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
Please say hello to the audience.
こんにちは、LunaBreak の、ラウリアです。 Hello, Shake. Hello, 你好。
大家好，我是 LunaBreak
Hello
的
everyone.
劳丽亚，请大家多多关照。
I'm the
好，能够看到劳丽亚还给我们准备了一句中文啊，她说你好，那也是非常的重视我们本次的一个比赛。那我有几个问题想要问到你。那其实首先是随着双方的交手嘛，也迎来了我们本场比赛的第一场的内战对决。那在此之前呢，我们其实进行了一个抽签仪式。当你们得知自己的对手是 TIE 之后，双方有没有私下交流过？这次的结果是不是意料之中啊？
This team, what's your feeling? Have you ever communicated with each other?
で、お互いチームの抽選した後、何かプライベートに何か交流しましたが、と今日の結果はまあ心当たりの場合ですか？
日本チーム固まって一緒に抽選会に参加したんですけども、すごい近いブロックに日本チームが固まってしまって、みんなで当たりたくなかったと話をしながら、はい、でも当たってはしまったんですけども、はい、そんな話をしました。
我们私下来讲的时候是说，我们其实日本战队都在一个大家都在比较临近的这种组，然后就是很不想对上，但是我们对上也没有办法，可以的话希望不要对上这样子。
We don't wish to combat with each other, but we will try our best. In the first match, you already communicate and compete with each other. Now we also seen that there is a intense communication between your teammates. Can you comment on your teammates' performance?
で、その中にみんなのチームワークはどうでしょうか、どう評価しますか、それとチームメイトの操作に関して何か評価ございますか？
そうですね、練習中もみんなで声かけて、どの敵倒そうとか、どういうふうに倒そうっていうのを一生懸命声かけしてきたので、それがうまくできてよかったかなと。チームメイトの評価はもう全員100点です。
Actually, we also communicate with our teammates in our private. Therefore, we can communicate really well. I think our teammates gained a very good performance. The last question is that we also see that you have already gained a very good performance in the first match, and as we can see that you can react very quickly, and also how do you judge the performance, and how do you communicate in this match?
1試合目すごい気持ちよくなる紙で勝つことができて、2試合目バンされるんじゃないかなというのをちょっと予想はしていたので、はい、事前に調整していたアクイラをうまく使いこなすことができてよかったです。
Actually, in the first round, I think that we can won very comfortably. I like Narukami. However, this has already withstand, but it is my expectation. Therefore, I chose another striker, and then I can successfully game this game. Thank you for your interview.
当中能有一个更加优秀的发挥。那我们的下一场比赛呢，将是由 EMP 战队对阵到 ORCA 虎鲸战队，他们将会有怎样的赛场表现呢？让我们共同期待。我们稍事休息。
MechaBreak Pre-Launch Global Invitational 2025 is here. From March 13th to 16th, 16 teams from China, North America, Japan will battle it out in Zhuhai, China, taking mech battles to the next level. The tournament features the 6v6 Operation Verge mode with a double elimination format. Round 1 kicks off on March 13th, with matchups decided by random draw. Teams that lose in the upper bracket drop to the lower bracket for a second chance, lose again, and they're eliminated. The upper bracket final, lower bracket final, and grand final are best of 5. All other matches are best of 3. The ultimate showdown between the final 2 teams takes place on March 16th. Striker selection follows, no duplicates in squads rule, meaning each team can deploy only 1 unit of the same striker model per match. Each side bans 1 striker per match, and each striker can only be banned once per match. Banned strikers cannot be banned in later rounds of the same best of 3 or best of 5 series. The tournament includes 13 available strikers: Falcon, Panther, Elysinus, Tricera, Narukami, Lumine, Pinaka, Inferno, Sky Raider, Welkin, Aquila, Stego, and Hurricane. Players are allowed to personalize their strikers with paint jobs, patterns, and other cosmetic customizations, but performance-based modifications are strictly prohibited. 5 maps are in play: Graceland Sky City, Eye of Mizra, Grob Sinkhole, Palm Bay Harbor, and the Cape Blanc Observatory. The first map is picked randomly, and the losing team chooses subsequent maps. No repeats allowed in the same match. Top pilots from 3 regions are ready for action. Roster includes the legendary Panther pilot, renowned streamer Yinza, Team Liquid's Mayumi, and Prize from Taiclan. Popular streamers including Shui Wu Yuan Jin, Jake, and Unicy will also join the Shoutcaster team. More participants will be announced soon. Stay tuned. Locked, loaded, and ready for battle. Stay updated by following the official MechaBreak website and socials from all the latest news.
Get ready, the 2025 MechaBreak Pre-Launch Global Invitational is almost here.
第一次登上国际舞台，4周强敌环伺，但我坚信，我们将成为最后的胜者。
俺たちの力を世界に見せつける時が千載一遇のチャンス、絶対に逃さない。
The tension's rising. We're all in.
No matter who's in front of us, we're bringing the heat.
这一次，我会让你们知道什么是最完美的团队协作。
会場に響き当たる戦火の中、この手で勝利をつかみ取る。
There's no room for the weak. The unprepared will be the first to fall.
どんな困難も最後まで戦う。冠军奖杯，我们势在必得。
MechaBreak Pre-Launch Global Invitational 2025 is here. From March 13th to 16th, 16 teams from China, North America, Japan will battle it out in Zhuhai, China, taking mech battles to the next level. The tournament features the 6v6 Operation Verge mode with a double elimination format. Round 1 kicks off on March 13th, with matchups decided by random draw. Teams that lose in the upper bracket drop to the lower bracket for a second chance, lose again, and they're eliminated. The upper bracket final, lower bracket final, and grand final are best of 5. All other matches are best of 3. The ultimate showdown between the final 2 teams takes place on March 16th. Striker selection follows, no duplicates in squads rule, meaning each team can deploy only 1 unit of the same striker model per match. Each side bans 1 striker per match, and each striker can only be banned once per match. Banned strikers cannot be banned in later rounds of the same best of 3 or best of 5 series. The tournament includes 13 available strikers: Falcon, Panther, Elysinus, Tricera, Narukami, Lumine, Pinaka, Inferno, Sky Raider, Welkin, Aquila, Stego, and Hurricane. Players are allowed to personalize their strikers with paint jobs, patterns, and other cosmetic customizations, but performance-based modifications are strictly prohibited. 5 maps are in play: Graceland Sky City, Hive Mizra, Grob Sinkhole, Palm Bay Harbor, and the Cape Blanc Observatory. The first map is picked randomly, and the losing team chooses subsequent maps. No repeats allowed in the same match. Top pilots from 3 regions are ready for action. Roster includes the legendary Panther pilot, renowned streamer Yinza, Team Liquid's Mayumi, and Prize from Taiclan. Popular streamers including Shui Wu Yuan Jin, Jake, and Unicy will also join the Shoutcaster team. More participants will be announced soon. Stay tuned. Locked, loaded, and ready for battle. Stay updated by following the official MechaBreak website and socials from all the latest news.
Get ready, the 2025 MechaBreak Pre-Launch Global Invitational is almost here.
第一次登上国际舞台，4周强敌环伺，但我坚信，我们将成为最后的胜者。
俺たちの力を世界に見せつける時が千載一遇のチャンス、絶対に逃さない。
The tension's rising. We're all in.
No matter who's in front of us, we're bringing the heat.
这一次，我会让你们知道什么是最完美的团队协作。
会場に響き当たる戦火の中、この手で勝利をつかみ取る。
There's no room for the weak. The unprepared will be the first to fall.
どんな困難も最後まで戦う。冠军奖杯，我们势在必得。
Welcome back, everybody, to the Mecha Break Global Pre-Launch Invitational. For the first time for folks here on the English stream, we are going to watch two North American teams clash coming up next head-to-head. I'm excited to get into this matchup, Dia.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking to these teams for the past 3 days. Know a lot about them, but the real thing to be left to find out is how they'll actually perform. They talk a big game. They talk a big game. Us North Americans are good at doing that.
Yeah, we'll see if they can put up as well. But, you know, they're starting it off in an intra-regional battle here for North American supremacy, and I feel like that is what's on the line here. These are the two teams who've had the best results previously in North American Mecha Break. We do have Disguise and Liquid coming on later today, actually, to finish the day in our 8th match. However, I think both of those teams are coming in a little bit fresher, a little bit less prepared. Empyrean and Team ORCA are teams that have come prepared, that have been practicing the game for a long time, have been innovating and trying to push new strategies. We've also got a really experienced Inferno player on one of these squads, so I'm curious to see who's coming out on top. First, let's take a look at Team Empyrean.
Yeah, I mean, Empyrean have a great squad. I was actually talking to Ramen Rook yesterday, one of the OG Falcon players in this game. Has a lot of experience in similar titles and was instantly drawn to, I mean, the Flyers, obviously. They have some of the most skill expression, and Ramen Rook is somebody who I'm really looking at, has actually recently stepped into the role of shot caller for Empyrean as they've been piecing this together over the last couple days.
Yeah, curious to see how these two teams match up, of course. Being the two teams that competed against each other before, these are all players that know each other. Wow. Oh, they got the walkout flex. The team hand signal. It's on a new level, Dia.
Yeah, dare I say, that gives them a pretty steep advantage. That level of coordination you don't see all the time. However, on the other side of this, we've got ORCA, and we got Axolotl actually moving in with ORCA. Charlotte we played with a couple of days ago. Fantastic at keeping the team alive, but I'm really looking forward to seeing the way that they play ultimately Inferno, because MDB has been grinding Inferno. One of the best Infernos in the world, without a doubt.
Yeah, curious to see how this matchup goes. Team ORCA. See what they can bring out, especially playing around MDB's Inferno. We've seen John Welkin as well. I think it's got Welkin in his name. Surely he's going to play Welkin.
Think so. I can neither confirm nor deny, but they are very well prepared. And like you said, of the teams coming out of North America, ORCA and Empyrean are the teams that have put likely the most singular hours into this game on the continent.
Yeah, definitely a lot of pressure here for both these squads to come out on top and be, you know, the team to really represent North America on the global stage, to potentially stay alive longer in this upper bracket. It's fated, I guess, for them to have to go up against each other here in round one. There is still going to be lower bracket runs available for one of these two teams, but I think it probably means a lot to both of them, being that these players, they all know each other, they all play each other on the ranked ladder. They've certainly scrimmed each other before, and so to come in to a match against an opponent that you know well is its own unique experience here in the Invitation.
Yeah, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what sorts of strategies, what tech these teams use, because it was actually Charlotte just hours ago that was talking about new tech they were discovering on Palm Bay Harbor. So hopefully we get to see that, Matt, because I would like to see what she was talking about.
I mean, that's one of the exciting factors about watching a competition like this. For anyone who's, you know, trying out Mecha Break in the beta at home right now, you can see how the top players do it, what kind of strategies they bring, how they approach each of these maps differently, what kind of compositions, what strikers do they field, but also how do they use them, how do they play the objective. I think that those tactical details really make a difference for a lot of players.
We'll take a look at the rosters once more. There are a little for Empyrean. Like I said, looking forward to seeing how Ramen Rook ends up playing, because that is going to be the person who the squad is shaped around. What Falcon sees, what they're prioritizing, that's going to be what dictates the rest of the game. So we're finally going to get to see what that looks like when there is a dedicated shot caller, because that is something that Empyrean have been focusing on in contrast to other squads that are here.
Gotta say, Chaldean had the hardest bit in the intro video. That line was crazy. What was he saying? Like the unprepared will fall. I mean, well, now gotta put your money where your mouth is. It's time to show that preparation. They're taking on Team ORCA. See if they have what it takes to shut down NDB's Inferno. Charlotte been great on the Lumine. So I'm curious to see these two teams, North American squads. Do they have a different approach, do you think, than the Chinese or Japanese teams, right? We talked about intra-regional metas developing. Do you expect to see that out of North America?
I do. It's difficult because with the Chinese-Japanese teams, I think it's a lot easier to describe what is different, whereas when we're looking at the 4 North American teams in attendance, some of them maybe don't have as many hours in the game and are more experienced from other titles moving into this, and so it's been more difficult to identify a North American identity than it has for the Chinese and Japanese teams. So I don't know how I'd characterize it, but I would say it's there.
Well, curious to see. I think somebody like MDB could be a differentiator. Comfort on the Inferno, I think, could pay dividends with how LunaBreak was able to deploy it in that last series. I got to think maybe we're going to see more of these top teams bring in the Inferno with just the raw damage output that he brings to bear. It can be challenging to tank through and to play against, which really strikes at the core of a lot of these dominant strategies where we've seen this heavy death ball style on a lot of maps.
Now, I wouldn't be surprised to see Inferno banned on the other side of this, because at least for one map, not many people are going to stack up to MDB on Inferno. You may as well remove it if you think you have maybe a slight advantage, or the Inferno is going to put you at a bigger disadvantage on a particular map.
Yeah, it could be. So definitely pressure on the ban pick format here. So we're just inching closer to this game. I think the first map, that random decider, also pretty impactful in some of these series, right? Since each one of these map types, they play so differently. They could emphasize different styles, different compositions. I think the very best teams in the tournament are going to be unfazed by that, right? They're going to be able to bring, comfortable strategies on all 5 of the maps. They're going to be well prepared on all of them. However, for these teams, those small details could really differentiate you. It's a best of 3. You're at max only going to see 3 maps in this series.
Yeah, and places we haven't been. We haven't seen Eye of Mizra. We haven't seen any Carib Sinkhole. We haven't seen any Cape Blanc Observatory. We have just gone Palm Bay Harbor, Graceland, Sky City.
Yeah.
I'd really like to see some Eye of Mizra. That is a very fun, very dynamic map.
Yeah, Eye of Mizra, I think, really opens the game up. Very chaotic, especially when that sandstorm comes in, man. All bets are off. So hard to stay coordinated. I think that's where the communication, the coordination is going to be the deciding factor between these two teams.
I'd expect to see Eye of Mizra likely selected soon. Things like Carib Sinkhole as well, I think, could put a lot of pressure on a team to coordinate well, since it is about controlling 3 separate data nodes and having to be present in at least 2 places at once, 3 if you're having a very good game.
I'm a big fan of the Sinkhole. I think it's quite an interesting game type where you could be having a lead, but the enemy team can attack you on different fronts. There's a real pressure to split your forces. Oy, oy, oy. Staring straight into my soul.
Do you think he practiced that in the mirror? Do you think it looks different, like in his mind, that, or was that
Look
just
at that.
intended?
This is a little honest smile from MDB. Respect.
Yeah. I mean, players giving us a little bit of their personalities. They get set up for the game. A lot of them really laser focused on what they're going to bring to the competition here, but also for a lot of them, first time traveling internationally. These players coming here to perform in Mecha Break, especially out of North America, especially on Empyrean and ORCA, are players that haven't really traveled for esports nearly as much. I was speaking to Ramen Rook on Empyrean. He's got some of the most experience competitively on his entire roster, and yet he's not traveled outside of the country to compete.
That's a big factor, right? To be traveling, out of your comfort zone, to be in a new place, and to also be playing on stage. I'm sure for a lot of these players, maybe they played online in a lot of competitive operations, but that's from the comfort of your home, right? That's from your setup where everything's just how you like it. It's part of the challenge of playing on stage is not only the pressure of the match and all that's riding on it, but also just to be in person, to be sitting across from your opponents, staring at them, hearing their excitement if they start to take a lead against you. That's something you need to have real mental fortitude to deal with, and for a lot of players, the first time you're in that scenario, it can be challenging to find that the calm and communication performance that you need to succeed at this level.
And it will be one of the benefits of seeing teams like Empyrean and ORCA constantly scrimming in this room over the last couple of days, because then you are getting a sort of light exposure to this. It may not be the pressure of the actual game, but you are so close. We are going to get to see, however, the first map of Empyrean v ORCA. NA versus NA. Where are we starting? We'll find out.
I'm believing in Live Mizra.
I'm right there. I'm right there.
I mean, we are basically playing roulette, trying to predict which map the system will pick. That's one I hope to see. I'm manifesting. Just something new. Mix us up. Give us something to chew on here.
Yeah. I mean, plenty to look forward to in terms of map diversity. I'm really excited about Cape Blanc as well, seeing how teams play with the wide open space. That'll unlock a lot of Falcon players who are really able to focus, and not just themselves, but focus their team.
Falcon, always interesting to see, the high skill play of the striker, that you can not only be super aggressive, deal a ton of damage, but you can also hold a ton of attention from the enemies, create opportunities elsewhere on the map, and potentially force objectives if we go to something like a Crab Cycle or any of the maps that have like multiple separated objectives. It's something we haven't really seen, right? It's something you don't see on Graceland Sky City or Palmbray, where yes, there are the two payloads, but they're quite close to one another, and you're really fighting over those key capture points. On some of the other map types, you may be forced to split your forces, right? And to have different groups fighting in different locations, and that's when the real challenge comes in. Seems like we got a minor tech issue here for Team Empyrean. They're looking to get it resolved as quickly as possible so we can get into the series and the match.
Likely be fixed pretty soon. The team has been very aware of all the players' needs so far, and while we're here and just getting the chance to talk about some of the teams, the players, we mentioned ORCA earlier and MDB's Inferno. ORCA also unique in the sense that they actually have a player, Steelhaze, who prefers Alisnes first. I think we see a lot of players flex to Alisnes as a jack of all trades once they're kicked off of their main. But Alisnes actually being first selection for Steelhaze is something that sets him apart from other players.
Yeah, and I think it's an opportunity, to really push what's possible on Alisnes with the skill expression on the striker being, I think, particularly high. If you hit that timing with the rest of your team, being able to dive in super aggressively while the rest of your squad is fighting, can be incredibly potent and powerful. Sometimes can also be strong at picking off some of those supporting high mobility characters. If you can hit them with some melees, you can really start to lock them down and set up for your teammates to follow up with damage.
I also know that we've got some Panther enthusiasts in the lobby. Empyrean with Yariella. We haven't seen any Panther so far today, and I don't think that's a surprise to many, especially if you've been watching the
It's been a popular pick on the ladder, though. I see a lot of Panthers being played. I think people really like the individual potential of the striker, but I think as you were alluding to, it can be hard to make it work in a team environment.
Yeah, it is, I think, a striker that actually succeeds most when the team you're fighting against is uncoordinated, because Panther's purpose is almost to cause chaos. I know that sometimes when you're playing a squishier striker, it can feel like Panther's purpose is to one-shot you, but really,
it's also a good purpose.
Yeah, realistically, in team environments, it comes down to forcing you to look at Panther when you know you shouldn't be, and the teams here are really good about going, all right, we're going to look at Panther all together in 3, 2, 1, and he's gone. That's
yeah, some of that burst potential is interesting. I mean, I have seen some of the teams scrimming. I saw a team actually running like a setup that they had no tanks. They were just like all in on the crazy mobility, and then they were able to make the Panther work right. Talking about introducing some chaos into the match. That's one way to do it, to have no real front line, nothing for the enemy to sink their teeth into. Instead, you're just hitting them from all sides. That being said, could be something hard to make work depending on the objective of the map type. Seems like these teams we're getting the issues resolved.
Getting that body language read, you know what I'm saying?
I'm
a little
checking the
okay,
vibes.
man.
I'm checking the vibes here. The vibes are saying we may be going into game soon.
MDB charming the camera too.
Look at these.
You got spare time here. And here I anticipated that ORCA would be locked in, but MDB too focused on the camera.
Just here to play Inferno.
Yeah, it's true. He knows his job. I mean,
came here to look good and to play Inferno. Inferno's banned.
Has some of the most Inferno hours, certainly in North America.
Yeah.
And then got here, basically sat in the challenge rooms, drilling Inferno again and again.
All right.
You got to imagine it's second nature. I'm doing that in my sleep.
But it also does mean, I think you're absolutely right, almost certainly going to be targeted with a ban at some point in the series, right? You can't have a player-hero combo like that. A striker like Inferno so comfortable for them, they're going to get attacked with a ban at some point. And I'm also curious, though, for Team Empyrean, do they have an Inferno of their own? Because, right, yes, you have one map to ban it out, but eventually you may be forced into taking that mirror.
Yeah, I don't think they do. And it may just be, lack of, I don't even want to call it lack of research. I've talked to them, but it may be lack of confidence right now that's letting them say, "Oh yeah, I play Inferno." When we have so many top tier Inferno players.
Graceland Sky City.
I guess we're about to find out.
Opening map. Let's see the bans.
It's gonna be Inferno.
Surely, right? Yeah. I mean, it was so effective for LunaBreak in the last match on Graceland Sky City. You would have to think that's what you want to get rid of here.
We're banning Alisnes.
Okay.
That's fine.
Maybe they're saving the Inferno ban, right? It's a best-of-3 series. You got options here.
And I guess in Graceland Sky City, you can actually take advantage of the fact that Inferno is one of the squishiest strikers.
Fair enough. Maybe it could be punished with two teams a little bit more evenly matched than we saw in our last series. And the Hurricane ban comes out for ORCA. Interesting bans. Not necessarily what I would have predicted going in. Maybe both teams holding back a bit from the bans. These are global bans, right? So in the end, if you think you can just take that mirror match, maybe you will bring it out. Let's see what MDB brings to bear, though. Holding off, not picking just yet. There it is. The Inferno. We'll see. Will Empyrean regret letting this through, or do they have the answer prepared?
I mean, this. I know that last match was over fast. This one's going to be over fast because either Aquila and Inferno are one-shotting you, or you are one-shotting them. There is not a lot of in between.
Are they going to lock that in?
Whoa. Skyraider cool.
Falcon and Skyraider. If they run, I don't think I've seen this at all. So the double flyer composition.
This is cool.
This is pretty unique.
I mean, it's basically backline versus dive is what we're getting. If they lock in Skyraider here,
yeah,
that's what the match becomes about, is can Falcon Skyraider kill your Inferno Aquila before that gets turned around on them?
Yeah, I kind of like ORCA's strat here, though. I have to imagine, you know, being able to like stack up on the tanky setup, something like an Aquila. Yeah, you might have Skyraider and Falcon pouring damage, but will it be enough to actually break that turret setup? I mean, double flyer, they're really under a lot of pressure, I think, to produce picks, because I feel like Aquila shooting up at those flankers can really punish them quickly.
They should be able to, especially with Aquila's ability to lock you down. If you're able to land that
claw on Aquila, that drone shuts you down, really makes this difficult.
I guess we'll see how it turns out. I do appreciate how Empyrean have approached this, though. They go deathmatch, and they play something that is meant to make you suffer, especially if you are trying to play these backline squishies. ORCA going to get targeted really hard, and it is going to be a battle of the skies very, very quickly. We're going to be watching that Inferno out of MDB. See if we can make that #1 place work. Right now, Ramen Rook already piloting the Falcon as we would have expected. And no kills on the board just yet. These eliminations have not started piling in.
Empyrean flanking from multiple angles here, trying to punish this with these backline hits, and big damage already coming in from Falcon. Early pressure from Empyrean, making it difficult for ORCA to really set up to get the position they want. But so far, they're enduring this damage well. Hold on, though. Steelhaze in trouble. This elimination counts for a lot here. Inferno starting to pump damage, though. Now it's Empyrean's turn to be in a bit of trouble, to lose a bit of this setup. They're trying to move, trying to stay mobile on these turret forms, but they've lost their armor. They're in a rough spot here.
Aquila going to lose high ground as well. Happiness on the other side is going to dip down, but this is now ORCA getting very aggressive. Yariella playing defense on the high ground is going to have to give this up soon. ORCA did fall low earlier, but their health bars have recovered, and it's going to be ORCA that score the first kill on Empyrean.
Yeah, so far, Killa paying dividends, as well ORCA pumping this damage from Inferno. And Ramen struggling to get in. I mean, they've been poking from these flanks on the Skyraider, on the Falcon, but so far it hasn't been enough. ORCA struck hard and fast there with 2 quick eliminations. They find a third. John Welkin starting to clean up, and now Empyrean scattered to the winds here. Still 2 players down, 1 fresh off the respawn. And these players are just getting focus fired down.
And it took a while for this to come to fruition, but I really am appreciating, in retrospect, how well Empyrean and ORCA set up for this. And ORCA responded to Empyrean's threat of dive by saying, all right, well, we're just not going to separate these two. We're not going to let Inferno or Aquila get far away from the tanks. We're just going to have our Welkin sit on them, babysit these two, and eventually you're going to start dropping because of our sheer damage.
Yeah, and that damage output really is punishing MDB here from the skies on the Inferno, playing from the strong position that his teammates are able to create, opening up more pickoff opportunities, and ORCA up 5-0. 1 more kill is going to finish the round. Huge advantage, MDB chasing them down, forcing them into the small room. Seems like Chaldean may be the last to fall here. Focus fire coming in. You see ORCA players coalescing, chasing that 1 low player around. Empyrean trying to bail them out of trouble, trying to get them out of harm's way, but Aquila on the case, trying to finish off Chaldean, desperately flying.
Happiness got this. Oh my lord. I can't believe he's hitting these shots. 1 more shot would do it. Skyraider does drop into the haze. So Happiness not going to land the last hit, but we are still with an extremely low Skyraider here, and Happiness looking for that last shot.
Yeah, now they're looking to reassess, find a new target, but just not being able to give up a single kill. So difficult for Empyrean to fight this back. They're going to need to have crucial coordination. Seems like it's the all-in commitment on the turret fight. Empyrean cannot lose a single player here. They're fighting well, but John Welkin deep into the front line on his signature pick. Strikers being brought low.
We're spinning to win. John Welkin actually the lowest right now, but Zach's getting low on Empyrean's side as well. Having to back off on the Stego, and MDB
Inferno.
up in the sky. What's he gonna do? Is he gonna, I mean, he can basically one-shot Magical right now.
There's so many players in serious trouble for Empyrean. Feels like only a matter of time. ORCA continuing to pour on the pressure. They do lose John Welkin. Gets punished for the over-aggression, but even one trade back would be enough.
This is it. This is it.
There it
There
is.
we go. There we go. Woo-hoo-hoo. Watching the Inferno like chase you down in the back, that must have been tough. But that was a match that, while it got off to a slow start, once it kicked off, there was no shaking ORCA.
And this double flyer strat pretty much fell flat in round 1. Maybe it can work a little bit better in this second round of Graceland Sky City. Maybe the flankers can get a bit more done, but it feels like this Okilla and Inferno are just inevitable.
Especially if you're able to pile in the same strategy, which I'm currently seeing out of ORCA. They're just not splitting up very much, and Ram and Rook, for all the harassing that they're able to do, isn't actually able to unseat what ultimately ORCA want, which is to stay in the same place until they get enough damage to start taking you apart.
MDB low on the fluid armor though, so maybe the harassment hitting a bit harder on the Inferno. He's not really able to stand and deliver the damages he wants. Now getting set up with his allies. But Welkin's in for Empyrean, trying to, mix it up, push the aggression. Seems like this round's going a bit better for them. They do find the first pick off onto Steel Haze.
Okay. Empyrean now 1 up and with a numbers advantage for the next little while. MDB backing off, does trade some damage right back, but Welkin Haze on the other side negates a lot of the energy damage.
Tricera, though, proves too difficult to target for John Welkin, trying to fall back. ORCA, they know their next spawner is coming up in a few seconds. They don't want to give up any more free pickoffs, but the aggression, too much. Empyrean's just snowballing over them, and that next pickoff is another 20-second of power play for Empyrean to continue to get out of control in this round. And this round seems to be completely out of control now. ORCA down 0-3 to Empyrean, and the Sky Raider, the Falcon Comm, in this map seems to be working much more effectively.
Aquila getting run down by Ramen Rook as well. No value out of the sniper while you're being chased like that. And great stabilization out of Empyrean to move the second round in such a way. Now ORCA are striking back, though. They have picked up at least one elimination so far. Magical Abyss going to be the one that goes down. Happiness, however, gets answered back, and Empyrean are up 4-1.
Yeah, Ramen Rook mixing it up here on the Falcon. A lot of pressure on ORCA. They're down players. They're turreting together, though. This Tricera Stego setup looking strong, looking difficult to break. Still a winnable round for ORCA, but they're going to need to bring it back with some big trades here. They're going to need to win a very decisive engagement. One player still on the respawn, so ORCA love to play this slow, love to regroup, but they're just not being allowed to. Pouring on the pressure are Empyrean. It is traded, but nonetheless, Empyrean happy to play these trades with the advantage they have already.
And it is really clear looking at this how much the terrain is impacting this matchup as well. ORCA do lose another, so Empyrean strike back, but ORCA seemingly very comfortable with managing the high ground, don't have nearly as much of it in this iteration of Graceland Sky City, and that's taking its toll.
Yeah, and ORCA are grouping up inside here, trying to stall the game out, trying to, weather the storm of these double flyers. Maybe harder for the flyers to work inside the building with less mobility available. MDB getting targeted on the flank, though. That Inferno, always a vulnerable target. For all the damage you can put out, you are very vulnerable to being focus fired.
Zach going actually pretty low on Empyrean, so you don't want to overextend for these eliminations. If ORCA have managed to turtle on the low ground, remember, you've still got the numbers advantage. You can stall the game out and actually still win it with 1 minute and 45 seconds left to go. Will Empyrean choose to play the outside and avoid fighting ORCA, or are they going to commit?
John Welkin in trouble. This pickoff
this
could
be it. The box
there
comes through. Oh, Lord. 1-1.
All right. So the Sky Raider, the Falcon, it works round 2. It fell flat round 1, showing how closely matched these two teams are with very different strategies, very different theoretical approaches to the game as we run into the third and decisive round here of Graceland Sky City. High ground being taken for Team ORCA, setting up full stack. This could be a better map for them, a little bit more comfortable maybe, but Chaldean already started to pour on the pressure, and it's a very aggressive move to open up for Empyrean.
Now this is what I suspected went wrong for ORCA last game, was not being able to control high ground nearly as well, so this should theoretically solve the problem, but Sky Raider's causing a lot of problems with this mist, making targeting that much harder, making landing damage that much harder, and John Welkin is spinning to win in your face. Zach already so extraordinarily low and will be the first to fall. That is 2 kills already for ORCA, and this high ground strat really working out for them.
Yeah, and ORCA taking the fight super aggressively this round, recognizing they have the stronger death ball, the better ability to burn down those main tanks with the help of Inferno in particular. And MDB is putting in work. Welkin with the additional box. The focus fire comes through, and they crush through Ancilla.
That was just an Inferno special right there. Inferno Welkin keeping you from playing the game. 4-0 now in favor of ORCA. But they've given up all the high ground to make this happen, so it's all up to numbers advantage. 10 seconds left on one spawn from Empyrean. We've got Kaladin up in 15. Can you stay alive for that long? Can you manage to stabilize in a map that snowballs so heavily?
Yeah, they seem like they are able to. Happiness picks up another. He's going huge here on the Tequila. Now Empyrean can't afford to give up even a single kill. They are just respawning, trying to re-engage back into this, but you know, one pickoff will be enough to clean up this round and the map as well for ORCA. They're continuing the pressure now, diving up to the high ground, knowing that they have the advantage, and they close it out with a very aggressive round 3. That's Team ORCA going up here in your series. Best of 3, remember. So just one map from advancing on in the upper bracket.
That was, I mean, pretty close. Looking at map number 2, I had expected this to actually go a little bit longer in the third round, but it, like you talked about, recognizing that you just have purely more damage that you can output in a short amount of time on a single target was a really good call from ORCA to just send it onto Empyrean.
Yeah, they weren't, you know, giving time for Falcon and Sky Raider to work. They have, you know what, we have an early damage manager. We're going to go in, charge in. We've got Aquila pouring in damage from range. We've got Inferno ready to also participate in that heavy tank fight. And it felt that, you know, when the time pressure was on, Empyrean really struggled. And so the strategy execution a little bit better for ORCA in that third round. But I mean, this map goes to show that, you know, two very different styles of approach to the game can actually be evenly matched, especially on something like Grayson Sky City.
And with the terrain changing so much as well, that was something that I really want to emphasize had a big impact on this game, and the value that Falcon and Sky Raider were able to get, not having to manage what the rest of their team was able to do when the terrain is relatively even, really helps out with these two flyers.
Yeah, we're curious to see if the flyers end up being a continued strategy for Empyrean. Map 1, though, who would you call as MVP there? I mean, that's honestly a tough one to call with how close the overall map was.
You know,
Aquila?
I think that's possible. I think Aquila is a good call. I might, if it had gone on for a little longer, and this is what I'm going to do anyway, I'm probably going to give it to Charlotte off that map.
That's true. Luminate probably had pretty huge impact. I'm also thinking could be a serious stop for John Welkin there. I mean, I think that some of those big aggressive moments, right, when he's able to, we talk about pulling the trigger, making a big move, a lot of times it's the Welkin initiating that, right, saying, all right, you know what, you're stuck in here with me, let's see who's got better damage. And when they were able to double down on that, ORCA was winning those engagements, and that's off the back of initiation from Welkin.
That's really true, yeah. I mean, good comms and good coordination from ORCA. I actually, speaking of, I'm wondering on the opposite side for Empyrean, what they're thinking about that last match, because I know that they do take a, as we talked about before, a flyer-first perspective on things, given that they're having their Falcon IGL them as well. What are they thinking went well, poorly about running double flyer? And a similar curiosity, do we see them doing that again in another match? Because they will have the opportunity to pick a map that favors double flyer if they want to go something more wide open.
I think that's likely going to be on the cards here if that's the style that they want to implement. However, the challenge is that, you know, this was a map where ORCA just elected to like let you have your flyers. Like, sure, you can fly around, you can, you know, be these annoying gnats that we can't quite deal with. We're just going to pump damage into the front line. So I think the challenge for Team Empyrean, if they want to keep running the styles, they're going to need to be maybe a bit more mobile with their tanking front line. They might be forced to back up, run away, reset over and over, and just buy more and more time. It feels like if you have enough time, the Falcon, the Sky Raider, they can get to work. Maybe they can get a bit more done. But when ORCA is like, you know, we have a damage management, we're just going to run at you, that's what you can't allow to happen for Team Empyrean.
It's true, and it's why we're seeing some teams, when they do opt into the more mobile compositions, give up the Stego Tricera entirely. Because looking at Empyrean, maybe we're mixing science a little too far here, but they do have a Panther player. If they wanted to, they could start to switch things up, run something like Hurricane Panther, be incredibly hard to kill, and frustrate the Aquila Inferno.
I mean, we could take it to an Eye of Mizra. I think that's likely something to be on the cards. Maybe a sinkhole even. I've seen a lot of the flyers be effective there.
Yeah.
However, that being said, I think Happiness had a great game on the Aquila. So you know, it's sort of a scary thing because as much as you go to these wide open maps where the flyers are really effective, I feel like those are also maps where Aquila can be really powerful, can be really difficult to answer. As we take a look at some of these post-match stats, it was Happiness.
Nice.
Good
Good call.
I'm the GOAT at calling these MVPs, baby.
That's true. falling behind. I don't know how I'm gonna bring this back. I need more LunaBreak games, and then I'll figure it out. Ramen Rook on the other side though, on the Falcon, still SVP for their own team, so keeping the numbers up, and that's going to be a good sign for Empyrean. At least they're able to keep themselves in the conversation in that way. Happiness, though, forced to be reckoned with on Aquila, and understandably so. This is an incredibly powerful striker in the right hands.
1.4 million damage on Aquila is pretty wild, honestly. Like, that's a lot of damage from your Aquila, from your sniper, and it's one of the higher, aim skill-based roles right now in Mecha Break. So if you have a top-tier Aquila, feels like it's something you could rely on here for ORCA as they continue to go on. Let's take a look at some of the highlights of this match. It was an incredibly close game one between the first two NA teams that we've seen compete in the tournament.
It was neat to see, like you were talking about, these Welkin box initiations as well, in contrast to what we saw a few games ago on Graceland Sky City, where Welkin was being used extremely defensively. Now we see the opposite side when Aquila isn't banned, when Inferno isn't banned, how that warps the way this map is played.
Yeah, and those are two bans that we're certainly going to have to be thinking about.
Oh, we're going Cape Long!
Okay, this is a good map for the Flyers, right? So the way this map works, objective-wise, there's going to be these objectives that spawn in around the map. They'll be in different places each time. Teams will have a bit of a heads up as far as where the next objective is going to be. But what you need to do is go capture each of those objectives, scoring points. First team, I believe, is to 8 wins. It's also going to put a lot of pressure on trying to capture those objectives. If you take any damage while you're capping, the capture is essentially reset and blocked. So we see some Welkin boxes put on the objective so that you can try to cap. We see teams like really brawling, trying to take these mountaintop positions to support.
That's devastating.
And ORCA just ripping it with a Falcon ban. They know that this is what you really want to bring to bear.
Fair enough.
Responsive Aquila ban, though. So, this is interesting for Happiness. Does Happiness go with like the Narukami as the backup sniper, or does he have a different approach, maybe a completely different striker to bring to bear?
Yeah, I think that Narukami can be really good on this map. Like we talked about, the two play styles of Narukami do get exchanged, and even more worth mentioning now that I'm thinking about it, Narukami doesn't have her counter in the game anymore. Falcon is like #1 Narukami problem.
Fair.
If Falcon's banned, Narukami's invisible the whole game.
And the Happiness is on Sky Raider, so that's really interesting. I don't think I was expecting the Sky Raider. I don't think it's been, let's say, like a top tier pick in the meta. And for Happiness being such an effective sniper, this is really surprising. So I'm curious to see what ORCA have cooked up here. Maybe with no Falcon, they feel this Sky Raider can really get away with a lot, can really pump the damage. Both teams actually running a Sky Raider, so the big difference is that Steel Haze is going to be on the Elise Nest, and it'll be Ramen Rook Narukami. So commitment from ORCA, I think, to be a little bit more aggressive in the close range engagements. For Empyrean, though, if they can just get the space to snipe, it's gonna be scary.
It's sort of flagging a potential issue for Empyrean here, because I do think that this map should actually go well for them on paper.
Yeah.
Ramen Rook flexing to Narukami, reminder that he's hard IGL for this team, could be a problem. If Narukami gets focused, which should be harder without a Falcon, that still creates a really big problem, because it is a very selfish and a high maintenance.
You might not be in position, let's say, to like see what's going on, to be able to lead the squad when you're maybe off doing your own thing. It'll be a challenge for the in-game leader. We talked about this, how you may need to have different players step up in different moments. See if they're able to do that here with the Narukami on the field.
I mean, this could be, if ORCA play this right, a swift 2-0 leading them into the upper bracket. So you do want to start things off well as ORCA, who have put a lot of time in, and Empyrean same way. Almost feels these teams have a lot of love for each other, and as much as they are going to go ham here over these Chloride Extractors, they realistically would like to help each other out a little bit as well. So we'll see what they end up doing. Caladan already on Sky Raider. I think not a surprise the way that he's going to be playing this, but Ramen Rook on the Narukami, the big question for me, is already playing Narukami in that long-range fashion that we get very used to on this map.
And going in for the cap, it looks like one of the teams committing for it, but they're not able to get the objective. Welkin box is deployed. Is it enough to actually successfully cap, though? Seems like it's not, so both teams still brawling out here. Dumping damage going to be, I think, more about the kills here in the opening engagement. Both teams full 6 players alive, so no one full committing just yet.
Yeah, you don't have enough shielding to be able to make this work. Normally you'd Stego, Welkin box, maybe Hurricane, but you just can't do that at this point, so you're waiting for the respawn timers to be the big decider here. We're already seeing an Alisnes get really aggressive onto the Empyrean backline, maybe distracting them for a little while. First cap available. We're also going to get that X factor in as actually first cap gets taken, and it's by ORCA. Second one going to come in, Corite Extractor at B, and John Wilkins already heading there.
Yeah, both teams now forced to uproot these powerful turret tanking positions. Damage pumping in, though, from MDB on this Inferno. He's really getting a lot of space, right? There's no Falcon to chase him and pressure him down, and he's really pouring the damage onto the front group. Now ORCA feels like they have an advantage. They're pushing forward, striking, find another pickoff, trying to snowball it into more. They're turning onto MDB. They realize what a threat he is, but it seems to be too little too late.
Deacon trying to cap, and unfortunately being denied for a little while. Sets up as the Stego on B. We're going to get another one in just a few seconds, but already ORCA have picked this up. 2-0 so far on a map that Empyrean picked.
God, this damage from MDB, I mean, everyone's just running from him. They're not able to try to re-engage at all, and with the help of the team, gets that burst pickoff. Variella trying to do something, trying to change the script, but ORCA is running away with this, not only leading in objectives, but also sweeping the floor with Empyrean, who are just split, scattered. They're continuing to fight, but down numbers. Feels like they're throwing good money after bad here, Dia.
And even with a Sky Raider in the game, we're not seeing MDB really pressured at all. He's free-flying in the sky, and unable to really reckon with that are Empyrean, who are letting this all happen, unable to cap points themselves. We've already got 3 up for ORCA. Remember, it is first to 8, and it is looking very, very good for ORCA so far as they pick up yet another elimination. That is 2 timers now. Empyrean in a 4 versus 6 for at least 6 more seconds.
And MDB's Inferno unbanned here on this map. They instead tried to attack Aquila, who is, or rather, the Happiness is Aquila, who is still being affected, right? Still getting a lot done. And Inferno grabs that cap. So Empyrean really out of sorts, forced to regroup here, finally getting all their players alive. But will they be back in time? Variel super low, being focused fire. John Welkin up in the mix, and MDB is just free to pour down damage from above. Steelhaze as well, getting into the fight. And, I mean, ORCA running away with this game.
Yeah, I mean, this is not even close. MDB is completely unleashed right now because of the way that ORCA have practiced with this pick. You've got one of the most experienced Infernos in the world in this game, and there's no pressure from Empyrean that can really take him out of the skies. Great play from ORCA that's got them with the lead, and Empyrean have got to reset all at the same time and really focus this Inferno down if they want a chance at winning this game.
Yeah, they're trying to stop this objective cap. It's working for the moment. So ORCA, low on armor on a few characters, could be in a bit of trouble here. Empyrean trying to find something, but struggling to get in the engagement, and that's Magical Abyss going down. So Empyrean, once again, 2 players picked off. ORCA trading the damage very effectively around their allies, continuing to pour the pressure on. Deacon just keeps attempting this objective. Eventually, it's going to go through. Empyrean struggling to stay in this fight to keep the pressure up. So far, they're holding on to the objective. But with 2 players down, can they make it last forever?
Once Magical Abyss goes down in any situation, you got to start being worried because that is your source of sustain on Empyrean. Lumine going to be back into the fight now, but it's as soon as we say that, Caladan falls.
Yeah, Charlotte goes down, so that's some of the sustain down for ORCA. They could struggle to actually capture this objective, but will it be enough? I mean, Empyrean have 2 players of their own out of this engagement. Trades going both ways. Very chaotic situation, but ORCA, remember, they're leading 5-0 here.
Might be 5-1. Oh, no. Ancilla, I will say, well done for trying to go for this with the Stego, who does manage to cap things a little bit safer, but not going to be the case today. We still have a little while left on the next spawn of the Extractors, but now up 6-0 with a large Corite Extractor spawning next. If ORCA cap that, it's game over.
Magical Abyss trying to stay alive on that Lumine, trying to dodge, dip, and duck and dive, get out of there. But Inferno has his sights firmly set on that. Steelhaze finds a pick off of his own, and Empyrean, they haven't really found anything in this engagement. They haven't been able to secure any kind of objective pressure here either. Magical Abyss once again caged by Welkin, shut down. And the fight is so powerful here for ORCA. They're going for the cap instantly. John Welkin drops the box in the objective.
Does cancel it, however, as he got double boxed in this case. We're waiting for a few more eliminations to come in, but yet another Welkin box is going to go down, and it is just a fight over who is securing this, forcing ORCA into close quarters with Empyrean. These 2 teams, when put head-to-head, are just lacking damage, or rather, Empyrean are locking damage up against ORCA. They're not able to complete the capture cleanly.
Yeah, and MDB's Inferno is talking about damage. I mean, he is bringing it in spades here. It's going to be way too much for Team Empyrean. Going down 8-0. I mean, this was their map pick. They brought us here, but it was Team ORCA who were drastically better prepared off the back of, I think, a fantastic performance from MDB in particular on the Inferno.
I know that normally you're asking about who's the MDB. We can agree.
Surely. Look at him. He's got his hands up. He's feeling it. I mean, I think he was alive that whole game, just pumping damage. I'm really curious to see those damage numbers. And Team Empyrean, they're sent reeling here.
Never really under threat, and I'm excited to see how Team Empyrean will adapt because, again, this is a really good team out of North America. It's clear that ORCA were better prepared because, as Kaladin said, the unprepared will be the first to fall. So we got to trade that back to him now.
Oh, bro, he's not living that one down, is he?
No.
He's not living that one down.
It's high risk, high reward, right? You hit that and then you win, you're like, that's what's up.
That's a hard line, but I got to say, it went against them here. So our first North American exhibition here goes the way of Team ORCA. They look to continue their upper bracket run. It'll be Empyrean trying to stay alive in that lower bracket. There are some heavy hitters in this tournament. The lower bracket is a scary place to be. That's one game away from elimination already on day one.
It's true, and I mean, ORCA, they're very well deserved. I'm excited to see them continue in the upper bracket, if simply because of the way that they have warped their playstyle around enabling MDB. I don't think we see a lot of other teams do that, where they are focused really on a single player as being their core. Normally, we'll see that spread out a little bit more, even if you do have people running Aquila, Narukami, Stego, Tricera, whatever it may be.
Happiness was also pretty impressive for me.
Very true.
Especially on that Aquila. And a lot of love you can see between those two teams in the handshakes, right? Like a lot of respect. Clearly, these are teams that scream each other, that have practiced together quite a lot. And so ORCA come out the stronger today, looking great on some of their signature pickoffs. But curious to see if the strikers shift, maybe a different ban approach. If Empyrean get another shot at ORCA, maybe they can bring a fiercer contention. I mean, remember that first map was quite close, right? I feel like that could have gone either way.
Yeah, it was. And like you said, I know these teams have scrimmed quite a bit. The fact that they're both here and actually meeting some of them for the first time has been really wonderful for them. And so as much as you do want to come here and play the best game of Mecha Break possible, because that's what you're putting all these time into. It's what you love. It is ultimately something where, somebody was going to lose the match. And in this case, ORCA did play well. They very much deserve the victory. And I'm sure they look forward to seeing Empyrean in later matches.
Yeah, definitely two teams that we're excited to see more of, bringing, of course, teams from North America all the way out here, Zhuhai, China, to compete in the Mecha Break Global Pre-Launch Invitational. Sad to see two American teams forced to challenge each other here in round one, but that's the way it goes. You got to be strong to survive. The unprepared will fall first.
Yeah.
As today, unfortunately, that was Chaldean going down into the lower bracket. Curious, MVP. Is it MDB, though? Is there anyone else that we got to think of honorable mention on MVP?
I mean, you brought up
Could be John Welkin boxing and capping, but I feel like MDB was weirdly the one capping also. Sometimes I felt like I saw him cap a few objectives, which Inferno really has no special reason to cap. I guess he's just like, well, I'm going to go for it.
Yeah. It's like, I guess I've done enough damage that they're not near me anymore.
I've killed the entire enemy team. Now I'll take the objectives. Thank you.
It was very well played. I do think there would be an argument for happiness if we saw as dominant of a game as we did in Graceland Sky City, but I wasn't really feeling that nearly as much in the second round. No, that's not flame to happiness.
No,
it's just it's
the
the reality of the game.
Kind of does their thing, right? And then the Sky Raider is sort of more of a disruptor than necessarily like a damage carry, the way Falcon can really punish and find pickoffs. I think that the Falcon ban on that map in particular, I felt like it really was a struggle for Empyrean. It hit much harder than the Aquila ban hit on Happiness, who was still able to be effective on Sky Raider.
Yeah, I really felt that Falcon ban like a punch to the gut, and I'm sure Empyrean did as well. It is MDB,
my king,
the MVP of ORCA, a very well-deserved scoreline. Let's actually check that out. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I would count. So just about 1 million damage in that game. It's not bad. It's not bad.
Yeah, 1 million damage. And 400,000, more than 400,000 direct, which is pretty powerful, right? Inferno is able to deliver a lot of that direct damage straight to the any health bars. He's a key reason why the team is able to find so many kills. And I felt like the kills really came first in that map for Team ORCA, right? They would find one kill and just snowball it. And at some point in Empyrean, they're just down so many numbers. There's nobody left to stop the objective cap. John Welcome's doing his best to put pressure on that cap, but Variella fought it well, right? In the Welkin duel, was really contesting John Welkin, not allowing him to really get in and carry. Honestly, Yariel did a ton of damage that game. It just wasn't enough to actually secure the team fights. Overall, John Welkin in particular, I think, was playing a little bit more of an objective-based team player strategy.
Yeah, and that's something that I know the team is calling for as well. When they are practicing on their own, they are focused on coming to John what they need. It's not in reverse.
John doing what the squad needs, making space for MDB, who, I mean, we talked about Inferno being big in the meta, being something that more and more teams have realized, especially from other regions, that they need to bring. MDB could be North America's hope on the Inferno. Talked about him being very experienced on the character, really comfortable on the striker. I think this can be a continued bright spot, something that ORCA can build around, and Happiness on the Aquila, that's another huge factor going into a lot of different map types where Aquila can be particularly impactful.
And I can't help but feel happy for them, because MDB just a few days ago was talking about how confident he was feeling on the Inferno, and yet didn't feel like that was translating, despite good numbers on the striker, into wins. So being able to take that and translate it into a win on the in your very first game of the tournament, that's going to be a really good sign for ORCA.
Builds a lot of confidence. You know, you want to have your players on their most comfortable strikers, things that they know and understand and really believe in. But like, it's a great point you make that, like, you know, there's one thing for that individual to be strong and to feel good, but you need to have the whole team build around it. And so that's what Mecha Break's all about, is having a cohesive strategy that actually fits together, that actually functions. And that's what we saw today. It felt like, you know, Grace and Sky City was a little bit more competitive, but when ORCA was able to find those big moments of aggression and able to put the pressure on Empyrean, they were sent reeling, and the overwhelming damage from Inferno was a big part of that.
You know, I'm surprised how many teams, I know that part of it has been random, but part of it has been selection. How many teams are comfortable and excited on Graceland Sky City? And that's like the most stressful map for me, because whenever I'm playing, I'm like, I'm so aware of what my deaths mean. And I mean, when you're playing other maps, sure it has impact, but Graceland Sky City, very stressful. I'm impressed at how our teams have tackled it so far.
Yeah, a lot of it is playing your life, right? You want to find those kills in the enemy, but just as important is staying alive, knowing when to pump the brakes and to just back off, you know, regroup to your teteammates. It's one of the things we've been seeing a lot in some of these scrims. It gets so chaotic.
Yeah.
You know, it's so hard even for these top teams to stay organized, to stay in a great spot. We do have an
主持人们，大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是今天的主持人子毅。那么现在站到我身边的就是我们上一场比赛的胜者，来自 ORCA 战队的 MDB 的 Zero2， 欢迎来跟我们的镜头打个招呼吧。Please introduce yourself.
Hello, I am MDB02, and here I am.
大家好，我是 MDB02， 我来了。
好的，也是非常的开心能够见到来自我们美国战队的选手们啊。那我们先说一点比较轻松的话题嘛。那其实从美国来到中国，这个路途是非常的遥远的，也是再次感谢你们能够喜欢和支持我们的解线机。那与此同时，也想问一下，你们来到中国之后，整体的感觉是否习惯啊？是怎么样能够快速的调整自己进入到作战状态的？
So let's start with a simple question. I know that our North American teams come from afar and travel to here to China. I really appreciate your support and love for Mecha Break. So I would like to know, how did you prepare yourself for the Mecha game, Invitational game, and have you been adapted to the life here?
It was quite easy to adapt to the life here, and it was in order to prepare for the Invitational tournament. It was we participated in a community tournament that was held by the community, and it was quite nice to get the practice in before we actually came here.
首先，其实我觉得要适应这里的生活是非常简单的。然后，为了来参加此次比赛呢，我们其实之前在8月份的时候已经参加了一次社区的就是解线机的相关的比赛，所以我觉得这是对我们来说是参加此次邀请赛非常好的一场准备和实践。
也能够看到我们的队伍的选手们其实是调整得非常快的，而且在我们第一次上场的时候就已经拿出了一个非常亮眼的成绩。那我们接下来呢，其实是想聊一下我们的比赛啊，尤其是到了第2局之后是败方选择地图嘛。那但是好像让我们通过整个的过程来说， 确实好像是来到了咱们自己队伍的一个舒适区啊，尤其是我们赤霄和地狱火的配合也是相当的出色的。那想问一下，咱们是针对对方的了解做出了一个针对性的战术策略吗？还是说我们的团队配合就是很好？
So in the second round, we know that the opponent team chose the map. However, you got the victory, and we can see that the Welkim and Infernal has a very good cooperation. So my question is it based on the fact that your team is good at cooperation, or you have some tackle strategy towards the opponent team?
I'd have to say it goes simply down to the original reason why we decided to form the team to begin with, which is the fact that we all work well together and that we can be confident in ourselves and playing with each other and trust that we're going to make the correct decisions.
其实我觉得这是还是基于我们团队自己本身的配合吧，其实没有说做出什么针对性的战略，我们就是想要去把这次比赛完成好，所以我觉得我们非常自信的能够拿下这次比赛。
也相信你们能够通过这样的自信和优秀的战术打法，能够向着更高的目标发起冲击。那也是感谢您能够接受我的采访。那么我们接下来的比赛将会由中国的 EVA 战队对阵到 Shuffle 战队，他们将会有怎样的赛场表现呢？让我们共同期待。我们稍事休息，马上回来。
MechaBreak Pre-Launch Global Invitational 2025 is here. From March 13th to 16th, 16 teams from China, North America, Japan will battle it out in Zhuhai, China, taking mech battles to the next level. The tournament features the 6v6 Operation Verge mode with a double elimination format. Round 1 kicks off on March 13th, with matchups decided by random draw. Teams that lose in the upper bracket drop to the lower bracket for a second chance, lose again, and they're eliminated. The upper bracket final, lower bracket final, and grand final are best of 5. All other matches are best of 3. The ultimate showdown between the final 2 teams takes place on March 16th. Striker selection follows, no duplicates in squads rule, meaning each team can deploy only 1 unit of the same striker model per match. Each side bans 1 striker per match, and each striker can only be banned once per match. Banned strikers cannot be banned in later rounds of the same best of 3 or best of 5 series. The tournament includes 13 available strikers: Falcon, Panther, Elysinus, Tricera, Narukami, Lumine, Pinaka, Inferno, Sky Raider, Welkin, Aquila, Stego, and Hurricane. Players are allowed to personalize their strikers with paint jobs, patterns, and other cosmetic customizations, but performance-based modifications are strictly prohibited. 5 maps are in play: Graceland Sky City, Hive Mizra, Rob Sinkhole, Palm Bay Harbor, and the Cape Blanc Observatory. The first map is picked randomly, and the losing team chooses subsequent maps. No repeats allowed in the same match. Top pilots from 3 regions are ready for action. Roster includes the legendary Panther pilot, renowned streamer Yinza, Team Liquid's Mayumi, and Prize from Taiclan. Popular streamers including Shui Wu Yuan Jin, Jake, and Unicy will also join the Shoutcaster team. More participants will be announced soon. Stay tuned. Locked, loaded, and ready for battle. Stay updated by following the official MechaBreak website and socials from all the latest news.
Get ready, the 2025 MechaBreak pre-launch Global Invitational is almost here.
第一次登上国际舞台，4周强敌环伺，但我坚信，我们将成为最后的胜者。
俺たちの力を世界に見せつける時が千載一遇のチャンス、絶対に逃さない。
The tension's rising. We're all in.
No matter who's in front of us, we're bringing the heat.
这一次，我会让你们知道什么是最完美的团队协作。
会場に響き当たる戦火の中、この手で勝利をつかり取る。
There's no room for the weak. The unprepared will be the first to fall.
どんな困難も最後まで戦う。冠军奖杯，我们势在必得。
MechaBreak Pre-Launch Global Invitational 2025 is here. From March 13th to 16th, 16 teams from China, North America, Japan will battle it out in Zhuhai, China, taking mech battles to the next level. The tournament features the 6v6 Operation Verge mode with a double elimination format. Round 1 kicks off on March 13th, with matchups decided by random draw. Teams that lose in the upper bracket drop to the lower bracket for a second chance, lose again, and they're eliminated. The upper bracket final, lower bracket final, and grand final are best of 5. All other matches are best of 3. The ultimate showdown between the final 2 teams takes place on March 16th. Striker selection follows, no duplicates in squads rule, meaning each team can deploy only 1 unit of the same striker model per match. Each side bans 1 striker per match, and each striker can only be banned once per match. Banned strikers cannot be banned in later rounds of the same best of 3 or best of 5 series. The tournament includes 13 available strikers: Falcon, Panther, Elysinus, Tricera, Narukami, Lumine, Pinaka, Inferno, Sky Raider, Welkin, Aquila, Stego, and Hurricane. Players are allowed to personalize their strikers with paint jobs, patterns, and other cosmetic customizations, but performance-based modifications are strictly prohibited. 5 maps are in play: Graceland Sky City, Hive Mizra, Grob Sinkhole, Palm Bay Harbor, and the Cape Blanc Observatory. The first map is picked randomly, and the losing team chooses subsequent maps. No repeats allowed in the same match. Top pilots from 3 regions are ready for action. Roster includes the legendary Panther pilot, renowned streamer Yinza, Team Liquid's Mayumi, and Prize from Taiclan. Popular streamers including Shui Wu Yuan Jin, Jake, and Unicy will also join the Shoutcaster team. More participants will be announced soon. Stay tuned. Locked, loaded, and ready for battle. Stay updated by following the official MechaBreak website and socials from all the latest news.
Get ready, the 2025 MechaBreak Pre-Launch Global Invitational is almost here.
第一次登上国际舞台，4周强敌环伺，但我坚信，我们将成为最后的胜者。
俺たちの力を世界に見せつける時が千載一遇のチャンス、絶対に逃さない。
The tension is rising. We're all in.
No matter who's in front of us, we're bringing the heat.
这一次，我会让你们知道什么是最完美的团队协作。
会場に響き当たる戦火の中、この手で勝利をつかみ取る。
There's no room for the weak. The unprepared will be the first to fall.
どんな困難も最後まで戦う。冠军奖杯，我们势在必得。
Welcome back, everybody, to the Mecha Break Global Pre-Launch Invitational. I'm Jake. I'm joined by Dia, and if you're just joining us, we've brought 16 of the best teams in Mecha Break from all around the world here to Zhuhai, China to compete for our inaugural trophy lift. Dia, the day's been quick so far, so there's been some seriously threatening teams already in this upper bracket.
It has. 2-0, 2-0, 0-2. I mean, we are trading haymakers back and forth, and that's to be expected as we are just kicking off. As much as teams have been scrimming against each other, as much as everyone's been talking about strats, it's one thing to talk about them, and it's one thing to put them into practice in a tournament setting.
Yeah, that's where the rubber meets the road. The strong survive. There's no room for the weak, as Chaldean said. Unfortunately, they do go down to that lower bracket. We just saw our two of our first NA teams go head-to-head in that last series. ORCA came out the victor 2-0. Up next, it's, I believe, another Japanese team battling a Chinese team. So inter-regional conflict. See if they're able to get it over the line. I think Team Anubis, pretty scary though. It's one of those teams that we've been told to watch out for here in this tournament.
Yeah, definitely a second Titan from Japan. This is a very scary team and characterized by something unique that we haven't really seen today. A lack of needing to play Stego and Tricera. They'll actually prefer not to in some cases, where I think we'll see, we've only seen so far teams that want to play that, but it's Extra Turn and Anubis that have really stood out as squads that, when possible, will opt into not playing the heavies.
Yeah, their opponents, NGT, see if they have what it takes to challenge.
I mean, NGT, also very scary in different ways. Nakako actually standing out as a Panther and a Listney's player, so very focused on the mid-weight brawlers, which is really exciting. And, of course, they've got those big guns in Stego and Tricera with Trip. Very talented on those and flexible in between them as well. So our heavy point lockdown actually should favor NGT, which makes me curious as to what map we'll be going to initially, since they do have a decent amount of flexibility. On the other side, Anubis, as we mentioned, one of our teams that likes to play a little more touch and go, a little fast and loose, because they're not locking things down more often than not. I'm curious if they get forced into that, or even if they want to try and flex into that first day of the tournament.
I mean, there's something to be said for being a team that is out of the ordinary, that has a unique style. It makes it very hard for opponents to prepare against you if you're just completely different from all of their practice. And I apologize, I did misspeak. This is actually going to be an intra-Japanese battle, so we'll see, battling for supremacy in Japan, see if NGT can take on Anubis. But I think Anubis may be the favorite here because they're not just innovative in playing a different style. They play it incredibly well. I saw them scrimming sometimes, and some of the teams they're playing against were just really struggling to get their bearings in the game when you're being hit from all sides and it's super chaotic. If you can actually execute that well, which is difficult to do, it's important to note. It's not so easy to just play these high mobility comps and make it work out. But sometimes those Stegos and Triceras, as tanky as they are, they just can't really get stuck into any level of commitment from the enemy team when they're just being hit from all sides.
It's true, and Stego and Tricera rely a lot on being able to track you, and especially with things like Falcon and Skyraider, who have the ability to shake off the auto-tracking by using Boost when they're in their flyer form. It can be incredibly potent against some strikers that otherwise rely on having clear line of sight. Bit of an intro on NGT, our squad coming out of Japan, and one of our teams that, like we said, maybe a little bit more flexible in their approach. They don't really favor one play style over another, and that might be the very thing that lets them be more adaptable and overcome their opponents. It may also ultimately be their downfall if they're not able to match up in any one style.
Definitely the underdogs here. They bring together streamers and competitive players, form this team in NGT. I love the confident pose. The swag is on another level. The gentleman on the left, love that. Their opponents, though, Anubis, very hardcore squad. It's a team that you're going to have to watch out for with the level of aggression they bring, hitting from all sides. We talked about this. This is going to be, I think, a really exciting series to watch because it may look very different than the previous series we've been treated to so far today.
And the first player we saw out of Anubis, Kishima, also very notable for being a Falcon who's also heavy on the comms. Maybe not as hard IGL as we saw Rom and Rook beat just last game on Empyrean, but Anubis still really relying on Kishima to give them direction from the sky. And we're seeing that echoed across a lot of different rosters. I would say Anubis may be one of those teams that gives a little bit more microphone time to Kishima.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what a team that has a very different approach to the game looks like here in a competitive match. There's something to be said for sticking to a stable and consistent strategy strategy and to be a team that innovates and wants to take the opponents out of their comfort zone. In theory, that can be powerful, right? If you can successfully control the game and bend it to your will, that can look great in the match. However, are you actually going to be able to get that done? I mean, in the end, Stego and Tricera, I mean, this is sometimes an immovable object. Thinking about, you know, the Palm Bay Harbor, thinking about even on Domination, even on Crop Sinkhole, it's like, what are you going to be able to do to evict them from those commitment positions on the point?
Yeah,
could be scary, could be difficult.
And knowing that the first map is going to be random, I mean, we might just roll a Palm Bay Harbor where suddenly Stego and Tricera are really good, and we're going to have to see Anubis flex out of the style that makes them so unique. It's not to say that they can't run Stego Tricera, because we haven't really seen it that much in scrims. They're so often experimenting with not doing that. But at the same time, you have to imagine they've practiced it. I mean, they see it all the time.
It takes a technical, mechanical genius to run Stego and Tricera, so we're going to need, you know, a real adaptation, but then they're going to need to be prepared. No, but of course, you know, the team play aspect of it, I think, is the challenge, right? To be able to successfully cycle your skills one after the other, to really not overdump anything at any one moment and be able to sustain through a long engagement. That's the real challenge when it comes to the team play of the turret-based composition. Whereas the team play of, you know, a high mobility flanker-based composition is more about focus firing one target, you know, making sure nobody gets picked off. But it's just almost a 180 in terms of your approach to the game being completely different. That being said, for their opponents, you know, how are Team NGT, are they going to be able to adapt to what Anubis brings? You know, I think it's just, this is the real challenge going up in a round one match and an opponent that's completely unique. That I think of all the teams in the tournament, I think Anubis, probably fair to say, the most unique, the most out there strategically compared to the rest of the squads.
Yeah, I'd say that's not a crazy claim, honestly. There are a couple other teams that I'm sure would want to fight for that title, but they'll have the chance to, because that's what we're doing here. Now, my curiosity does lie for NGT and whether they've also got an Inferno player, because I know that Anubis do, and we saw that be a really big thing last game. And even before that, we've seen Inferno bans. It's not like the striker is going completely unnoticed in games where you don't have somebody who really hardcore mains this. If you know that Anubis are going to be running Inferno, do NGT have somebody who can at least maybe not measure up to the level, but provide the same amount of damage?
And also, do you even want an Inferno going up against Anubis, right? I think Inferno is particularly amazing at like the tank shredding, at like pumping damage. If you're going to sit still, I'm going to melt you. That's kind of like what he brings to the table. But if you're playing against an Anubis who is just flanking you, hitting you from all sides, I feel like it could be hard to stay alive on Inferno.
Yeah.
I think they've been a team that has run, I saw it in scrims, I think they were running a bit of Panther, which could really change the game up, could really assassinate you on something like an Inferno. So honestly, NGT have their work cut out for them in this series.
Would be so down to see some Panther. Like,
we love a little Panther.
Yeah.
It's flashy, it's exciting, you know. It's not necessarily the most stable at this level of play. That stability and consistency is worth a premium. However, if you're a team that can make it work, right, maybe that chaos it inserts into the match, if you can capitalize on that, could be massive.
Yeah, and the fact that you're able to lock down a lot of squishies for most of their health bar becomes a totally different story on Panther when you're playing into a team of mostly squishies. So even looking maybe not at what Anubis will pull out, but what NGT might be able to use with Panther or Lysnes, all of a sudden the value of those picks goes way up because the damage that you're dealing with melee means so much more. It sticks so much harder.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think the melee lockdown could be particularly valuable against those high mobility strikers that Anubis likely will want to lean towards. Curious to see also from a sniper front. Well, oh, I love that.
That was...
Shout out the cameraman. Shout out the cameraman. That went crazy. With the focus pull on the glasses, respect. Respect to the cameraman right there.
Oh my god. And I thought we were just here for high-level gameplay.
That's goated.
I mean, already impressed with the team intros. I'm expecting that we see that same level of coordination in the game now. Like, if you're doing that for the intro, you're going hard in game.
You got to bring that. You got to bring that. Team Anubis. We've been hyping them up a lot. And then what if they just rolled out Stego Tricera? It's possible. I mean, like you mentioned, they absolutely could run it. They could bring it to bear. A lot of options, a lot of flexibility. Seems like spirits are high, though, for Team Anubis. Everyone laughing, having a good time, enjoying themselves. And then that's what we're here to do, right? We're here to show off Mecha Break to new fans, to folks who may not have seen it before, and also people who've been playing the betas really enjoying it. NGT underdogs here, but absolutely a winnable series for them.
I mean, it's been impossible not to enjoy yourself here. Again, like we mentioned it earlier, but for a lot of these players, they're flying out to an international event for maybe the first time. They're meeting a bunch of people who love this game just as much as they do.
Yeah.
And they're talking about it every day. I mean, it gets me hyped when I'm up in the morning. I get down and I'm like, all right, it's breakfast. Let's talk about Mecha Break.
Yeah, everybody's here for their love of the game. The excitement around this launch has really been building. The community has really come together and been playing in these beta tests for quite some time. A lot of these players have had their hands on the game for a long time, and they're really enjoying it. They're really getting the most out of it. Ironing out a few details here, getting the players ready. She getting an autograph right now?
I can't.
Is that what's going on?
Me imagine what's going down.
I think she's getting an autograph right now. Respect.
I'd pull it. That is a good eyebrow as well.
This guy, he's not having any of it.
No, he was pretty serious in the walkout.
Very serious. Locked in. I respect that. I respect that. You got to stay locked in. This is the highest level of competition.
And we're warming up. You see that? In the
you got to. You got to stay warm.
Arena?
You got to have your combos on point, ready for the team play, ready for the clean executions.
Yeah, I was watching. I forget what player it was, but yesterday they just turned the Panther AI on to very aggressive, and we're just trying to survive as a Falcon because if you get hit once, you're dead. It's over.
That's a good practice.
Pretty good,
run, right?
yeah.
Just like kiting and staying alive, especially for the Falcons who try to push the limit of their life. Are you willing to risk it? Are you willing to get close and pump? We've seen the crazy damage Falcons can do, but we've also seen them being shut down and picked off, right? Especially something like an Aquila. Panther could come out, could be a huge threat to the Falcon if it does.
Yeah, and when you're training, Panther's actually, just as a side note, a really good option as a bot to go up against because it's very hard to kill Panther if you're not constantly putting in damage, so it forces you to get aggressive as well. I don't know, it was just it was an interesting conversation to talk about why that, because otherwise Panther being melee is actually pretty limited, as we may very well see.
That's some great tech for the folks at home. Been playing Mecha Break, want to try out some of these training range things. Get in terms of get really dialed on like the micro mechanics of some of these strikers, which are pretty important as we're seeing them come to fruition in a lot of these situations in the match. Right, you've got to have, especially thinking about something like a Falcon. Your core mechanics, so important. Team NGT getting set up, getting locked in, looking very focused right now.
Yeah, one of the things that I'm excited to dive into, especially if and when it becomes relevant in these matches, is energy management. We're not really seeing that be an issue for a lot of our pilots because they are extremely high level and it becomes almost second nature, but you see that be the difference in a lot of mobility between our strikers, and it's because you can't make your energy go nearly as far on, say, something like a Tricera as clearly Falcons are able to when they're in the air, regenning most of their energy before they ever touch the ground.
Yeah, that's a great point, right? The energy is this resource that allows you to do all these, fancy high-flying maneuvers, get around the map very, very quickly. If you don't have energy and you're just slow walking, you are barely moving on some of these heavier tank characters. So energy management, crucial, especially I think the melee characters, I think is particularly important because that energy is what lets you get that last burst of mobility, let you close the gap to your target. But if you're too low on energy, you can be a sitting duck, right? You can really lack the range pressure to be able to contribute in these team fights. So it's a great aspect of Mecha Break that a lot of folks picking up the game are going to pretty quickly if you find that, hey, I'm running out of energy all the time. It's something you have to keep your eye on. It's more than just the raw damage, dealing with the enemies, pumping damage. You need to also worry about your own mobility.
Which brings a really nice element to the striker gameplay because you're not just managing your relationship to your opponents, but also to your own resources.
Yeah, where do you want to be on the map? Is it worth moving around, or is there a way you can continue to contribute, maybe without making quite the massive positional movements that you might otherwise be forced to? Teams ironing out their final issues, training, getting ready, getting warmed up. Anubis, they look confident. These players look very serious, very locked in. They're probably the favorite here in this match, being, I think, a little bit more of a competitive team, but it's always a chance for an upset.
Yeah, I mean, given the amount of practice that I've seen both teams put in over the last couple of days, I don't expect them to be anything but unshakable, at least pre-first match. They've had plenty of time to adjust, to come onto the stage, to meet a lot of their fellow players, and prepare for today. And especially when we're talking about both these teams, but like you said, especially Anubis, they would have to be very ignorant not to know that they are a favorite here. I think they know as well as anyone, especially given their scrim results.
Yeah, I saw them scrimming one of the top Chinese teams, and they look fearsome. So to be a team that's having a lot of success and that has a really innovative, unique style puts you in a fantastic position in the double elimination bracket. I mean, teams, you got to think about, you got a lot of opponents to worry about. Are you really going to invest all this time into prepping for one ultra unique opponent, or do you want to kind of just invest in the general strategy? Being a unique team that has your own look, your own style, can carry you quite far in that situation.
I like the different looks.
We've got all the thumbnails. We've got thumbnail images for days.
I don't see this beard style very often, actually.
kind of like it. It works for this guy.
Yeah, it does. It does.
It's a little serious, though. I respect that.
Yeah,
Locked in. Focused. Dialed. Moisturized. In his lane.
Maybe ready to find out what map he's playing. that's where I'm getting.
Am. That's for sure. I want to see something new. I mean, I'm hoping to see, what have we not seen yet? We haven't seen Krab Sing Cole, and we haven't seen Eye of Mizra. So I'm kind of hoping for one of those two, just to put the showcase on for the fans at home. 5 maps right now in Mecha Break Operation Verge that we're picking between, and the first is random. So curious to see if we get something new, something fresh to take a look at.
Yeah, could be. I'd say we were hoping for an Eye of Mizra. The Oracle was speaking to us last game. Didn't quite get there. Eye of Mizra, again, very polarizing as a map. We talked about the teams maybe avoiding it because of the X factor that it throws in.
That being said, I think a team like Anubis actually could do fantastic on Eye of Mizra. I think that might actually be, for most teams, they don't like that kind of chaos. I think Anubis, they live for it. I think they want to create that. And so a map that doubles down on it, I think melee characters are particularly great on Eye of Mizra. When that dust storm comes through, almost all the targeting abilities go down. And so melee characters can still be really effective in that scenario. And maybe, being able to come out of the fog at close range on people is exactly what you want.
Yeah, and given being able to run different compositions as well gives you a lot better idea of what's going on, because even being able to tell the difference between everyone can... Oh, yeah! Give me a high five.
Uh-oh.
That's what's up.
Boom.
Eye of Mizra, baby.
Boom. Striker ban. This is a test for Team NGT. How well do you know your opponent? We could see some very unconventional striker bans come in.
Oh, I like this. If you're going against Anubis, banning out Falcon is not a bad move.
Yeah, of the highly mobile strikers, probably the most popular, the strongest. Anubis, are they hovering a Welkin ban right now? That would be really interesting. And I think, honestly, this makes a lot of sense. Because think about Team Anubis, if they want to play a highly mobile style, what's the one character that is going to lock you down and punish you? It's a Welkin. And so, for all these individuals, yeah, you can run all the turrets in the world with Stego and Tricera and have tons and tons of damage. But if you can't lock down those mobile characters, then you can't quite really deal the damage you're hoping for. So this ban makes a lot of sense to me for Anubis, for the style I think they want to bring, especially on Eye of Mizra.
Yeah, I mean, I think really well done, and I like the call out that having the threat of Welkin box may just be your biggest problem. I'm surprised to see, even with that, the Tricera hovered, not locked in just yet, and I want to see how the rest of this composition shapes up, because on the other side, we do have the Stego Tricera Classic from Team NGT.
All right, we've been baited.
All right, and
officially
Anubis,
been baited.
So do you think that's because of the Falcon ban, or do you think it's just, what we're feeling today?
Maybe they want to stray away from this. There's also a chance that they could be trying to hide some strats here and save something for deeper in the competition. I mean, I saw them running a composition without the Stego Tricera, but maybe they feel... it's a fair point, though, that Falcon can be part of it. Still Aquila Inferno for both squads, so there's going to be, I believe, a full mirror match here.
Now, because of this, it means, your Falcon, your typical IGL, isn't going to have their main pick. We're now having an Inferno IGL, which will be really interesting. I don't think we've really seen that before, because we haven't seen that many Infernos, to be honest.
I actually kind of like Inferno as an IGL, because you're such a huge damage healer, but you do need your team to support you, that can keep you alive. When you are being contested, it could be trouble. And so having that being your natural IGL, playing for this hard carry potential that Inferno does have, kind of fits the IGL's role, right? Give him all the resources he's hoping for. Here we can see that dust storm bearing down on Eye of Mizra. Gets things real interesting when that comes into effect.
Real quick, for those of you who may not have seen it before, we should explain how Eye of Mizra works.
Fair.
You're going to have 3 different points, kind of like Cape Blanc Observatory, where things can spawn. They're keys, they're data keys that you need to pick up and deliver to the ship to get it to launch. I guess getting it to launch to win is what's important here. So you're going to be trying to gather keys. You also get points for kills, so look out for points A, B, and C, where teams will be trying to collect keys and then run them to the ship without being taken down first.
Both Aquillas poking from range. At this point, there's no objectives on the map, so it's really all about the kills in the opening minute. Team NGT, Trip super low, struggling to stay alive, trying to get into this engagement. Anubis take a little bit of a lead, pumping the damage. They want to snowball this into an actual pickoff, though.
Really making use of the fast descent just to avoid any damage, but Kishinman not giving any space at all. Anubis are all over this small bit of terrain, playing for the kills more than anything. They're already up 1, but he's going to spawn at point C first. That's going to be all the way behind Anubis out in the open, so they may very well start moving there in the next couple of seconds. It does depend whether Anubis want to play for a more elimination-focused game and points, or whether they're going to try and run a few keys.
Seems like they're pumping the limbs right now. I mean, continuing to find pick after pick. NGT scattered to the winds right now, unable to regroup, and Anubis is striking while they have this opportunity, right? Each one of these kills gives you that slightly bigger lead. It also creates opportunity for somebody else to go capture the objective, as you're seeing on that left side of your screen right now. Anubis bringing their Stego Tricera, this incredibly powerful tank duo, capturing objectives while the rest of the squad just brawls, just fights. Minima using that movement speed boost, getting right into the capture, starting to score here.
And at this point, it's just waiting until the bar at the bottom of the screen fills up. Minma should be able to do that, as it's very hard to catch Illumine, and when you've got only your Inferno on it with absolutely no crowd control, it's just not going to happen. I think there's a really nice call here to peel off of that and not even try and deny the key. You know that you've given away the 30 points, and it's back to work for NGT, trying to make another key pickup happen and hopefully get some kills, because right now, they've yet to take down a single member of Anubis.
Yeah, Kishinma is getting a lot done, and the confidence really overflowing here from Anubis, up 36-0 here. NGT getting crushed, getting potentially wiped here. Yoshigo trying to fight, trying to stay alive, but without the front line, it's going to be very difficult for Inferno to get much done. And Anubis, look at them crashing over the top of NGT. They're struggling to hold on to this position. Inferno getting big damage now, but he can't really stay, can't stand and deliver here inside of the room. Key about to spawn, though. Objective could complicate things.
Anubis making their way out again, still yet to drop a member, even as we go low. Nobody's even dropped below half HP right now when Team NGT lose yet another. It is 38-0, and Anubis, I gotta be honest with you, Jake, are running this map so far. There is a reason that we saw them scrim it so much and play these high mobility compositions. Even with the Stego Tricera, they are still making this look like an incredibly fast-moving map.
Yeah, Kishima's laughing. He's having a good time. I mean, I can see why. They're running really rampant here. NGT have 2 players still on the respawn. Dropping any more would be really brutal. NGT, they're trying to struggle to regroup and just stabilize, but Anubis aren't letting them get that done. They're capturing the objective while still continuing to push the issue, pressure for kills. Kishima gonna snag some capture points here.
I thought for sure he was going to get collapsed on. That was a red line, had no energy left in the bank, and Kishinma still makes it in and is under absolutely no pressure as the team continues to pick up kills. There's going to be 66 now to nothing, making it 71 in quick order as we pick up a few more points off the key delivery. Next one spawning at point C, and the teams are already there. Anubis laying siege as the sandstorm has come in, Jake, and now is when we see the melee characters really shine.
Yeah, it's so chaotic here in the dust storm. Targeting systems on the fritz. It's up to every man for himself. The fight is really splitting. It's hard even for teams at this level to stay coordinated, stay together. The key is about to spawn, and Anubis are very close to taking this first map. A decisive team fight here will probably be enough to get them over the line. NGT struggling on their last leg. They still have their players alive, though. They're fighting this out well. Anubis, they're not able to close this out easily. Yoshigu trying to stay alive, trying to get something done here on this Inferno, but struggling to even find opponents. The chaos of the dust storm burning down the fluid armor on both sides. Here comes the key, though.
Roshigo right there was making really good use of the Korite crystals to recharge the fluid armor. That's something that I think a lot of players learn over time, but standing near these crystals, providing you the boost in fluid armor and energy regeneration, kept him alive there when otherwise he could have been in a very dangerous position. We still have not seen a kill onto a member of Anubis just yet, but one could be incoming at any moment. At the time, though, we are seeing them go completely ham.
Yeah, when the dust storm clears, Anubis just wipes the floor with NGT. 3 kills already. Now it's 4. Grabbing the key seems like a foregone conclusion here. NGT desperately trying to just deny the capture, but it feels like too little, too late. 5 players on the deck, only 1 fighting it out against the entire lineup of Anubis, who have just, it looks like, secured a flawless victory here. They're running it to the launch site, trying to get that finished key delivery, doing what damage they can, but not even really focused on that. NGT just forced into these desperate recontests with so few players alive. Roshigu pumping damage, but now feeling the focus fire from the rest of Anubis.
I mean, it is a real vote of confidence to have your Tricera picking up the key. That's how I'd put it, is that with a striker that suffers from limited mobility, right now being focused by an Inferno, seems not to have a care in the world. The key is being delivered, and that's going to take us right on over to 100 points. Eye of Mizra, I got to say, not even close.
Anubis, they look really well drilled, and on a more conventional composition, still look fantastic, right? We were asking that, okay, is this team that's just like completely different? They just have a totally different approach to the game. No, I mean, maybe they will be. Maybe they have that in the tank, but they're not that. They're not just that. They're not only this one-trick pony playing something totally different. They can still bring the heat on a conventional composition, on one that other teams consider strong. So I think that bodes well for them. You're going to need to have compositional depth and versatility. But NGT, man, that's a gut punch. 100-0 on Eye of Mizra. Remember, even one kill would score you a point, right? You get something on the board there. And they can't even find that. So, this is the nature of a first round in a double elimination bracket where we are going to see some mismatched teams here. Seems like this may be another one of those with Anubis. 100-0. No kills on the board for NGT. How do you recover from that deal?
Yeah, I think similarly to last round, you go, all right, well, we're going to be playing this in the long run. You still try for map number 2. You pick something that you're maybe a little more comfortable on. See if maybe an Inferno ban changes things. But I wouldn't be too worried about it because after this round, yes, coming back for game 2 is going to be hard. It may be impossible. I think you give it your best shot and you plan on the VOD review because what you really want is to not roll over. Because if you roll over, you've got nothing to play for in the sense of looking back at what you could have done better. You want to give it your best shot in as much as you can and work on maybe your communication and what you can change in the coordination map wide.
Yeah, just find something to build on, right? And to make that foothold in the series would be big here. Even, heck, gotta start somewhere, finding a kill, something.
Yeah.
But Anubis, the team players were really solid from the squad. They were great. Even when players did drop low, they were quick to be bailed out by the rest of their squad. The Dust Storm was kind of that one moment where NGT had an opportunity to slow the game down, sort of the nature of the chaos of that Dust Storm on Eye of Mizra. However, Anubis, when the Dust Storm cleared, they were just so quick on the focus fire, instantly turning, finding pickoffs, and then the game is pretty much done from there, winning that team fight, carrying the key with the Tricera, as you mentioned. And Anubis, I'm just curious, what more they have to see. I want to see them pick a Panther. Come on, guys. You won 100-0. You can play some Panther for us.
I think
surely.
so. I think so.
Surely, for the people.
That's what I'd be thinking. Now, I do wonder what you're considering as a map as NGT, because we did go pretty wide open. I wouldn't really bet on doing that again, given how well we saw Anubis manage not just threats to themselves individually, but to their team. This whole 0 kill thing that they had going on, or 0 death thing that they had going on, is really telling of a squad that's able to play together and use their cooldowns not just selfishly, like you'll sometimes see Stego's Triceras do, for example, but for the benefit of those around them.
Yeah, I'm thinking of a map type that brings us into that, like away from the wide open, heavily split style. It could be a Palm Bay Harbor where the fights tend to be, really concentrated on those payloads, on the objectives. Could be something a little bit more comfortable for NGT. However, man, that's a crushing map 1, right? It may be Eye of Mizra, maybe that's like a great spot for Anubis. It could be a low roll on the random map, but 100-0.
Yeah.
I think that goes a little bit beyond stylistic differences. This is just the strength that a squad like Anubis brings to bear.
I'm on the same page where I think I'd go Palm Bay. Like, it may not be perfect, and it may still be a game that extends itself and doesn't feel very good to have your payload being reversed or not able to make progress, but at the same time, you get to pick your Stego Tricera and know that ultimately you're going to have Anubis coming to you, and that may very well be just what you need.
And now Falcon is also available, right? You've used your Falcon ban.
Yeah.
So that's going to be the challenge, is to be able to deal with the Falcon, which I think is really something that's been successful for Anubis in the past. They've been able to play that high mobility style. Falcon is kind of the king of that in terms of the amount of damage you can deal. Let's see what the ban is. As we're looking at MVP here, Kishinma, come on now. With the Inferno, putting up big numbers. This is just a beat down in the end, though. I don't even read too much into these stats. Just monster performances from everybody.
Yeah, I mean, this was a game that came more down to game plan than individual performance.
Yeah,
and like team synergy. Yeah, I agree. It's nice to look at the stats, and it's certainly for Anubis, it's going to be nice to feel like they're padded, right? Hey, we got some pretty good numbers on there. Ultimately, NGT needed map, needed game, whatever it may be, that works a little bit more in their favor. And Kishinma, again, that Inferno, really putting up the numbers, and of course, I think the more important thing, not dying a single time when on the squishiest striker that we have available. That's pretty tough.
Yeah, you can see he's feeling it. Confidence oozing. You can't blame him, right? I think we saw LunaBreak come out huge in their series, and Anubis, that's a team that they want to target, that they want to challenge. As we take a look at some of these highlights from Map 1, and going to be pretty much all Anubis. They ran the table here, not dropping a single striker.
Even in a map with plenty of ultra heavies around as well, the Stegos, the Triceras, ready to melt you. We're still seeing Infernos take to the sky like this, completely unbothered. I do think a big part of that was a lack of the Falcon in the game, and I don't know whether NGT would have been able to put on a huge pressure. Oh, yes, sir.
We're goated with the call.
Absolutely.
Palm Bay. It's going to be the pick for NGT. But Anubis have already shown something, you know, that is like we were wondering, will they play the heavy turret style? They show they absolutely will. They can. They have no problems with it. And so, yes, they have this like incredible flexibility, but they also have a solid core, a solid base. And I think for Anubis, this is about a tour de force. You know, I think they're such strong favorites after map 1. NGT is going to be struggling, and I think for Anubis, you kind of want to win this 100-0, right? You want to just like really put your stamp on this series and build that head of steam, that level of confidence that's going to carry you into potentially tougher matches further on in the bracket.
I'm going to say this, and it's not a crazy take. I just want to put it out there that going 100-0 in Palm Bay Harbor is more impressive than going 100-0 on IMD.
100-0, you're doing too much, frankly. If you're going 100-0 on Palm Bay, you're doing a little too much. It's kind of disrespectful.
It is.
But I kind of like that. Let's take a look at the striker ban. See if the ban pick can change things up. Anubis, what are they going to take out? Thinking about it.
I'm not sure what we'll go with. Right now, it does feel like you can take out
Sky Raider
this
ban.
Is not,
what
this
the?
Is not relevant.
This is a little bit of a troll ban. I just feel like let's leave all the strikers in. You know, like let's there's just a respect Inferno ban onto Kishinma, but you know we know Kishinma's got more on the tank. We know he's got diversity on the squad. Let's see what the picks are.
I mean, I was actually expecting a transfer to the Falcon immediately.
Oh,
and looking at
snap!
Anubis,
It's the comp. We saw this once before.
Oh, Lord.
This is the rejects comp.
Yeah, they're not even running Falcon. They are sitting on top of the payload, and they are not moving.
The ultra heavy tank strat. I mean, I like this. When we saw from rejects, I thought this strat was really sick. That, like, you know what? You can have the whole map. We'll take the objective.
Interesting to see the Alisnes hovered for Team NGT. And the Panaka as well, so a little bit more burst healing, a little bit more protection. Maybe this game is going to be more about enabling the Alisnes to jump into the backline, play for stall, and then let everybody else pump damage into what should be an Anubis that is focused internally?
In theory. However, I see your strategy, and I raise you my entire team full stacked on the objective. And I kind of feel like that's what Anubis is going to do. They're just going to have all 6 players on the car on these capture points. And I'm a little worried about that. Like, how do you deal with that? Sure, you can, you know, put the Panaka bubble on Alisnes and, you know, at least it's got a second lives, but is that enough? I just feel like that's like a little fly, a little gnat at the side of an elephant that is Anubis playing the objective with 4 ultra heavy tanks.
I want to throw out here that when you're playing into Deathball, something that's really important to have to make sure that that strategy doesn't work if you're playing on the side is pick. And Panther actually could have slotted in really well here. I know it's crazy, and I know it doesn't necessarily feel very good.
I like what you're cooking.
Panther's pick, you know, if you're able to make it a 6v4 against Anubis on cart, it's so much easier.
But finding that first pick off so difficult. Team NGT making a quick move to the high ground, very decisive, playing on these Panaka walls. But ultimate height already achieved for Anubis. And remember, they have the advantage when it comes to this ultra heavy death ball.
It doesn't matter how close to the objective I am because it isn't there yet. That's what I'm seeing out of these teams. Playing a little further back on the Hurricane, just making sure that Stego and Tricera are well taken care of. Not a bad move from Kishinma, but also has a lot of damage that you can lay down in an AoE with a little bit of dot as well. Nice setup on the Stego.
This is Stego's heaven.
Just yet, but there it is. NGT lose their first member, Anubis, big advantage, and it is just as the cap point is going to become available. NGT should become another full stack as soon as point A becomes available for capture.
Yeah, and Supadopa cleaning up here on the Welkin. Going to get back into the heat of battle here. And we've seen Palm Bay pretty consistently be decided by these big, heavy fights on high ground. Both teams knowing that, but Anubis already with the decisive advantage now moving forward to clean up, try to capture this open objective here, to get that early boost on cart progress.
And Hurricane is super valuable in this moment, being able to stall for time and tank up a lot of damage, refocus some fire away from your tanks as well. We just saw basically two Triceras sit on top of each other and just fire in, which happens more often than you'd think.
Yeah, the pickoff's coming in though. Cart rolling forward here. Reset just doing his thing, just chilling, vibing on the objective.
This is your job as a Tricera.
Welcome to Palm Bay Harbor.
Yeah. You don't need WASD when you're on Palm Bay Harbor as Tricera.
So I like playing Tricera and Stego. You know, not so much need for the WASD. More of a left click, right click enjoyer.
I respect that we've got
more
the
of a press 3 enjoyer.
Still going for this. Really hard to close the gap onto this Aquila though.
Yeah, Aquila playing the space really well here. Pumping damage from range, forcing Aquila into that second life already. A little bit of a sniper duel in the sky with the support of a Stego though.
That's without lock-ons too. This is just pure flick sniping. Really well done by Sia.
And that's the thing, you can wait for the lock-on, but the damage potential higher if you can just hit those shots. Play for the aim. Big advantage though for Team Anubis, and that pickoff. Laika Shinma's really gonna add insult to injury here. Anubis so far contended. I mean, this point capture is gonna come open up very, very soon. NGT, they're gonna be down one player for that. Could be challenging for them.
Just getting set up on the objective as well. Hurricanes got plenty of time to lay down cover for their team. This is going to be a pretty slow capture, as we are at least going to get NGT contesting in the 3 versus 4 on the moment. Haze gets spread out all over the point, making it that much harder to actually take anyone down. But with a Welkin box in play and all the damage piled in, Anubis, it's just going to come down to a numbers advantage, and that they have, and they make it even better with another pick.
Lumine can just do so much in these team fights, right? That big green healing gas you're seeing, that's Lumine keeping Anubis high health, allowing them to continue to engage into that death ball. NGT keep losing players here and there. Objectives keep going against them. And now, starting to be potentially a cleanup scenario here. Anubis, they could try to push forward, could try to press their advantage.
I mean, this is still, as much as Anubis have the advantage, we're still seeing some pretty good cart movement out of NGT. This is not a game that is done. In fact, with a couple of good picks on Anubis, we could see this change very quickly, especially around point C that is going to be fast approaching.
Yeah, they're being hit from all sides, though. The high ground pressure onto the cart from Anubis, the fact that they control the top here, they're pouring damage in. Finding a couple pickoffs here would be pretty massive to deny some cart progress. NGT has a very low players. They're not able to stay on the top of the cart now, resuming that progress, but those crucial seconds, they count. And the next objective is going to be open very, very soon. NGT have no real map position, no ability to come outside. When they do, they get instantly picked off, instantly punished.
Yeah, Nozami, just not long for the world, is constantly being sent back, and every time that you get eliminated, that timer before you come back gets even longer.
Yeah, and the struggle is on here for NGT. Anubis continuing to snowball it forward on the objective. They don't necessarily need to stop their opponent's progress. They have a huge lead. Playing for this checkpoint, though, that's going to give them an even bigger boost. This is a moment for NGT. If they're going to strike back, it's got to be here. It's got to be now. You can't afford to give up this crucial checkpoint C.
Listeny's getting into the mix. Needs to hold the torch. For Team NGT. Has a lot of staying power on the point, but just can't get any damage done. Jumping around is staying still technically in the game, but not able to actually land any damage, disrupt anyone. Team NGT are more watching this game happen to them as Anubis cap the point, rocket their payload ahead, and keep in the lead.
Yeah, and the lead's getting pretty massive now. The contest not working out for NGT. They have 3 players down, not able to progress their payload. Meanwhile, Anubis just continuing to roll it forward here. And with this kind of a lead, NGT, there's no real hope for them to pressure their own payload. They really just have to try to stop their opponent's progress with being just picked apart at the seams. No opportunity to even regroup. 80% now for Anubis ticking forward. And they're in real trouble on Team NGT. They're going for the welcome box on the objective, maybe trying to stall something out and get a pick off. But down a player, this is a really challenging engagement to win.
I mean, NGT have played this so well, but it's just Anubis playing it somehow at every step even better. Even now, 84-70 on the cart is not the worst thing in the world, but NGT need a fight to work in their favor. And piling on top of everyone, they still lose Sakupan.
Tricera committing onto the enemy objective, but there's so much pressure on him. Even Tricera tanking the world, a little bit too much to ask for here. Lumine for Anubis doing a fantastic job. Everybody is topped up. They're not in any kind of risk. And this is the game going against NGT. So many players down. No one really left to contest this payload, to stall the objective progress. Siren just pouring on the pressure from the flank, uncontested. No one can afford to even look at this Aquila. And that's a dire situation to be in here in Mecha Break.
At this point, even the small dodges aren't really helping. You haven't got much longer to live. Trip going to go down. 77% progressed for NGT. But I don't think they're going to break 80 as Anubis continue relentlessly pushing their payload on forward and likely taking the win in just a few moments. Really well done by Anubis this game. And the way that they played this, even though they had to all be together in the same place at the same time, showed us a different side of Anubis that, though we'd not seen it, it looks like they polished it up plenty.
Yeah, they have the real strategic diversity to potentially go far in this tournament, and that was a dominant win. As much as they didn't really focus on stopping their opponent's objective progress, no need to, right? In Palm Bay, if you have the lead, as long as you just keep progressing your cart, there's no way to go down. I think Team NGT maybe knew this would be a really difficult opponent to take on. Yeah. They still fought valiantly here, especially on Palm Bay Harbor. Made it a bit of a challenge, but Anubis just so clean, so effective the way they approach the game.
Yeah, this was really good, and I'd say really good from both teams, because even with that first match going so heavily in Anubis' favor, I'd say we got some really good tape on NGT. This, though it may not be a win they're walking away from putting them into the upper bracket, you still now get to have a full game played where you go, we actually did pretty well here. What were the differences here that we're able to leverage in the lower bracket? And maybe, if we're able to make it, when we face up against Anubis once more.
Yeah, and these players, they know each other from the same region. A lot of respect here between these squads. And I think Anubis, as difficult of a match as this was for NGT, Anubis could be one of these teams like LunaBreak that is a team to beat in the whole tournament, right? So sometimes you take that first round draw against a really strong opponent. You might drop to the lower bracket, but that's why we play double elimination, right? There's an opportunity to make that salty run back to try to stay alive and make something of this tournament despite a tough loss in round one.
Yeah, a very impressive set of games from Anubis. I won't say two different styles, as we really didn't get their hyper-mobile look this time, but I'll give them certainly a lot of praise for the way that they managed to play Eye of Mizra with double tanks, with the really heavy composition, and still make it look incredibly mobile. That's challenging on Eye of Mizra because getting Stego and Tricera from point to point can actually be pretty difficult, but they made that work really well, and I'd say that that's in large part due to the way that they've been practicing outside of that comp.
Yeah, they look really solid, and I think it's a great point that this isn't even really all we can expect from this team. They have more strategies in the bag, and I think when they go up against tougher opponents that really push them to the limit, or if they make it to those best of fives in the finals, that increased strategic depth is, I think, going to play a particularly important role when it comes to winning the whole thing. And you got to think, for a team like Anubis, that's what they came here to do. They came here to win the whole thing. Round one, it's just the beginning.
You know what I came here to do is predict MVPs with you.
Okay. Who do you like here?
I think
Talk to me.
I think we got to talk about this. I really like the Hurricane, I think, for this round.
Ooh, interesting. Hurricane was doing a lot of damage, a lot of contesting of the opposing payload.
Yeah. I could just see a good argument.
I like it.
Aquila's also a pretty good option, I think.
All right. This is crazy. This is like the most out there pred I've gone for all day. I'm going to go with the Lumine. I feel like the Lumine was a linchpin for the success of Team Anubis, right? That heal gas. I think Lumine got monster heals. Everyone stayed up. I don't think they lost a pick, right? They all stayed alive the whole time. Yeah. And so, at least in my heart, I think Lumine is incredibly effective. I don't know that. Lumine getting MVP is pretty hard, frankly. Because even on that map, you're not really on the objective. You're supporting your teammates while they cap the objective. It's really important, but you don't necessarily want to cap it yourself. A little bit maybe too dangerous. I think Aquila is another honorable mention. I think the Aquila being up all game and sometimes even being chased down, but just hiding back, continuing to pump the damage. These teams at the top of Aquilas with the great aim, I think is a really key factor for these teams' success, right? That you have this huge damage threat coming in from the sky. So take a look at some of these post-game stats.
And it is really impressive that, let's see, very nice, actually. We've got...
Little Tricera,
Yeah.
Well, maybe that's to be expected. He's capping the point, doing God's work on point, reset. He was on the point from minute one. I don't know if he moved that game. There's not a whole lot of WASD.
You have to do a lot to take Tricera out of the MVP position on Palm Bay Harbor.
That's fair.
Yeah, and to be fair, I do think that a lot of people did a lot. So it's good. It's good that we had the conversation. Throw a few more honorable mentions in there.
Yeah, mean, Kishinma, though, 8-0 and 10. I think that's a great honorable mention there on the Hurricane, was a big factor. And this could be a strat we see more and more teams bring out on Palm Bay with how successful it's been with the quadruple heavy tank. It's kind of the one game mode where you really can just be all in like, this is where we fight.
Yeah.
Together, all of us 6-stack together. And then Akila's like, I'll kind of do my own thing, but for the most part, I'm also just going to 6-stack with you guys.
Yeah.
And I mean, when it comes to rolling the payload, it gets the job done.
You know, it's interesting to see Hurricane picked just basically on this map, on Palm Bay Harbor, so frequently. And I wonder whether we'll actually see Hurricane picked on other maps, because I think that it can be really good in Krub Sinkhole as well. But it is a pick that really relies on having a death ball that isn't going to move because of its setup potential. Outside of that, Hurricane's pretty easy to chase down. So just, I'm throwing some questions out there about what we'll see during the course of this tournament. Will we see Hurricane picked up in something more mobile, or is Hurricane basically locked to Palm Bay?
I think it's definitely at its best in Palm Bay. Here we see Kishinma. Great MVP. Was he MVP on the Hurricane? Well, monster performance regardless. You got to respect that. 8-0 and 10. I mean, jeez. Pumping damage. 1,000,002.
Maybe it organizes not by MVP on the first slide, but by damage. Maybe? I don't know.
So it seems.
Could be.
Well done. Well, good call.
But not a death. That with 2 maps, no deaths.
Yeah.
Flawless victory.
I mean, this is a beautiful win from Anubis. Definitely a powerful mismatch here with how strong Anubis were. It feels like the result of the series may have been a foregone conclusion. But I mean, I'm starting to look forward to some of these you know, the second round tomorrow as we get into the second round of that upper bracket. Some of these really strong teams starting to go head-to-head against each other.
That's going to be good.
It's in the nature of a double elimination tournament to have some difficult first rounds. That's our fourth match of the day. It's going to be our last one. I'm excited to hear, though, in the player interview, a little bit more from these players, get a little bit more details from them. But before that, I mean, what was your favorite strategy we saw come out in this series in particular? Was there anything new, something different, something you noticed, even across from maybe the team thing, but also like as an individual?
Yeah, I really liked on Palm Bay Harbor, we'd already seen 2 different iterations where one team takes high ground right above the watery starting area.
Yeah, the early starting moves on Palm Bay.
But it was cool to see the setup that just completely abandoned that ground entirely. It wasn't about who's staying low by A and who is moving up to the height. We got one team moving up above height and one team going, you know what, we're just going to take the building on top of B because high ground matters way more than being near the point right now.
Yeah, and Saured able to get a lot done here on Aquila in these highlights. Super Dopa as well on the Welkin. Big factor, those big slams down with the battle axe. So satisfying on the Welkin, especially brawling with the team. Siren as well, closing it out here on the Aquila. I like Palm Bay a lot, actually. It's one of my favorite maps in Mecha Break. It just, I mean, it's simple, but it's deceptively exciting, I think, to those like crucial final moments, contesting the objective, spawn camping, trying to pull the enemy payload back. It's satisfying.
It's really dynamic, too, because it starts off in mid-range, then it goes close range, and then end is just like super wide open. Palm Bay is very, very, very good. Very good.
I'm
fun to watch.
I'm a death ball enjoyer. I'm not going to lie. I'm a bit of a death ball enjoyer in this game, watching like all the teams stack their utility on each other. And it's interesting to see the top teams, while the death ball looks just unkillable, we see other teams just, you know, wipe the floor with it, right? Like flanking from all sides. We think about something like LunaBreak.
Post-game interview. Here is the winner of Kishima of Anubis. Hello everyone, I'm Minima from Anubis.
那其实这场比赛真的是一个酣畅淋漓的对决啊，特别是我们看到 Anubis
This competition is very good and your teams perform very well. In the first round, the system chose Eyes of Mirror, but all of you felt very exciting. But we can feel that how comes you are so exciting?
1つ目のマップがミスラーアイそれがランダムで、そのマップが出てきましたとき、双方が驚いたみたいな感じで、なぜでしょうか？
そうですね。僕は驚いたというよりは、ミスラが来たなとちょっと安堵した感じで、そうですね。ほっとした感じでした。
我的话其实
For me, Compared to exciting, I think I felt secure and feel assured because it is eyes of mirror. In the first round, we can see that your team performed very well because the lineup is very consistent, but your team still secure an undefeated record in this match. How do you do that?
完封しました。0対100、すごくすごいだと思いますが、どうできましたか？
そうですね。練習量がもうとても充実した練習ができていたので、もう何も頭を考えず空っぽでもうプレーができて、それでいて味方をヒールするだけ僕は味方をヒールするだけなので仕事が楽で味方を支援するだけだったので楽にできました。
我的话，我们战队其实做了很多
For our team, we have already made a lot of practices. Therefore, we put out all our effort. So and concentrate on the game. For me, it is like the game is just like a practice. Well, therefore, I'm very happy to support my team. So we can see that your striker and also play a very important role in this role. And we can see that your team's cooperation is very well. So for this tournament, how do you prepare for this tournament? Because in the following match, we will meet some team from Chinese. So how do you prepare for yourself?
でそれに関してですが、試合の前にいろんなシチュエーションを対応するためにいろんな準備をできましたでしょうか？
はい、もう準備完了で、はい。
是我们做了万全的准备。
We prepare all.
我们也期待后面在接下来的赛事当中看到你们更加亮眼的发挥。
Thank you for your interview.
向着更高的目标继续前进。也感谢迷你马接受我的采访，也期待在后续的过程当中能够看到每一位选手的精彩表现。那么下一场的比赛将会由 EVA 对阵到我们的 Shuffle 战队，他们将会有怎样的赛场表现呢？让我们共同期待。稍事休息，马上回来。
MechaBreak Pre-Launch Global Invitational 2025 is here. From March 13th to 16th, 16 teams from China, North America, Japan will battle it out in Zhuhai, China, taking mech battles to the next level. The tournament features the 6v6 Operation Verge mode with a double elimination format. Round 1 kicks off on March 13th, with matchups decided by random draw. Teams that lose in the upper bracket drop to the lower bracket for a second chance, lose again, and they're eliminated. The upper bracket final, lower bracket final, and grand final are best of 5. All other matches are best of 3. The ultimate showdown between the final 2 teams takes place on March 16th. Striker selection follows, no duplicates in squads rule, meaning each team can deploy only 1 unit of the same striker model per match. Each side bans 1 striker per match, and each striker can only be banned once per match. Banned strikers cannot be banned in later rounds of the same best of 3 or best of 5 series. The tournament includes 13 available strikers: Falcon, Panther, Elysinus, Tricera, Narukami, Lumine, Pinaka, Inferno, Sky Raider, Welkin, Aquila, Stego, and Hurricane. Players are allowed to personalize their strikers with paint jobs, patterns, and other cosmetic customizations, but performance-based modifications are strictly prohibited. 5 maps are in play: Graceland Sky City, Hive Mizra, Grob Sinkhole, Palm Bay Harbor, and the Cape Blanc Observatory. The first map is picked randomly, and the losing team chooses subsequent maps. No repeats allowed in the same match. Top pilots from 3 regions are ready for action. Roster includes the legendary Panther pilot, renowned streamer Yinza, Team Liquid's Mayumi, and Prize from Taiclan. Popular streamers including Shui Wu Yuan Jin, Jake, and Unicy will also join the Shoutcaster team. More participants will be announced soon. Stay tuned. Locked, loaded, and ready for battle. Stay updated by following the official MechaBreak website and socials from all the latest news.
Get ready, the 2025 MechaBreak Pre-Launch Global Invitational is almost here.
第一次登上国际舞台，4周强敌环伺，但我坚信，我们将成为最后的胜者。
俺たちの力を世界に見せつける時が千載一遇のチャンス、絶対に逃さない。
The tension is rising. We're all in.
No matter who's in front of us, we're bringing the heat.
这一次，我会让你们知道什么是最完美的团队协作。
会場に響き当たる戦火の中、この手で勝利をつかみ取る。
There's no room for the weak. The unprepared will be the first to fall.
どんな困難も最後まで戦う。冠军奖杯，我们势在必得。
MechaBreak Pre-Launch Global Invitational 2025 is here. From March 13th to 16th, 16 teams from China, North America, Japan will battle it out in Zhuhai, China, taking mech battles to the next level. The tournament features the 6v6 Operation Verge mode with a double elimination format. Round 1 kicks off on March 13th, with matchups decided by random draw. Teams that lose in the upper bracket drop to the lower bracket for a second chance, lose again, and they're eliminated. The upper bracket final, lower bracket final, and grand final are best of 5. All other matches are best of 3. The ultimate showdown between the final 2 teams takes place on March 16. Striker selection follows, no duplicates in squads rule, meaning each team can deploy only 1 unit of the same striker model per match. Each side bans 1 striker per match, and each striker can only be banned once per match. Banned strikers cannot be banned in later rounds of the same best of 3 or best of 5 series. The tournament includes 13 available strikers: Falcon, Panther, Elysinus, Tricera, Narukami, Lumine, Pinaka, Inferno, Sky Raider, Welkin, Aquila, Stego, and Hurricane. Players are allowed to personalize their strikers with paint jobs, patterns, and other cosmetic customizations, but performance-based modifications are strictly prohibited. 5 maps are in play: Graceland Sky City, Hive Mizra, Grob Sinkhole, Palm Bay Harbor, and the Cape Blanc Observatory. The first map is picked randomly, and the losing team chooses subsequent maps. No repeats allowed in the same match. Top pilots from 3 regions are ready for action. Roster includes the legendary Panther pilot, renowned streamer Yinza, Team Liquid's Mayumi, and Prize from Taiclan. Popular streamers including Shui Wu Yuan Jin, Jake, and Unicy will also join the Shoutcaster team. More participants will be announced soon. Stay tuned. Locked, loaded, and ready for battle. Stay updated by following the official MechaBreak website and socials from all the latest news.
Welcome back, pilots. We're still here, and we're glad you are too. I'm Rivington, now joined by Lemon Kiwi, as we are about to dive into the next 4 matches on the day. We just saw Jake and Dia giving us some awesome matches from the beginning of the day, and we're seeing how things are breaking out here at the pre-launch invitational, or global invitational for Mecha Break.
Yeah, just players from all over the world have been hyped up for this very moment. They've been preparing over weeks and maybe even the whole year, depending on how early they got into the game. And we just got to see the top teams really showcase. And we still got 4 more matches to go.
We do. We got matches from both regions, or all of the regions actually, China, Japan, and the ending North America DSG versus Liquid match. So it's going to be amazing to see them all. Throughout the day, games have been high pace and intense. We see our teams we're going to be getting here on EVA. This is that roster rundown for you, as we're going to be seeing both teams before they get into the match.
Yes, this is a highly anticipated match between EVA and Shuffle, the top 2 Chinese teams. I'm looking forward to this. We got Panther mains, we got Narukami mains, but first let's feature EVA. They're about to roll out. I'm looking forward to watching Border specifically. He's a Panther player. He's been really impressing me during the practice room. And you got Beyond You, who's also a Narukami main. There's a ton of specialists on this team.
I love the touch on the Panther, because a lot of times we see the strikers flying around doing what they can, and Panther can actually get you in some trouble if you're missing that charged up lance shot. He will take quite a while to get back in. Now we'll see Shuffle, that roster rundown for them. Again, like you said, a highly anticipated match. Both teams highly ranked.
Yeah, Beyond You, ooh. To play Narukami, one of the squishiest strikers, but can he be stealthy up in your face, or does he want to sit back?
Right.
And I look forward to his matchup against 8fly, who's an Aquila maid. So 2 of the main snipers in this game are Aquila and Narukami, and it's all preference-based. They both accomplish pretty much the same thing of applying that damage at long distance. And very close distance, though, are our 2 teams who are facing off in the spaceship-like studio. It's incredible.
Absolutely love it. I mean, you are in the setting of basically being in your striker here, fighting with your team. And the communication between the squads we've seen from maps change from map to map. Who might be the Tricera, who might be somebody capping the points as a Falcon. So we'll keep an eye on it, and we'll actually have to wonder what the bans are going to do to what these teams want to play, because as they've been scrimming each other, they kind of get to play whatever, but now you throw a wrench into the works.
Yes, and there's so many regions clashing, and it's really between, I would say Japan is the big region, the top dogs, the most stacked, but China, I think, especially LunaBreak and EVA, are the Chinese teams that could...
was scary earlier.
You see how they were demolishing their opponents? So I'm wondering if EVA can really show us what's up, but Shuffle's the one that has to try and go against them, so good luck to them. EVA's scary.
Shuffle has a good squad. I feel like everybody on Shuffle, they have a leasness as one of their plays, and it kind of allows you to just reflect on what you might be against. Obviously, they're not all going to play leasness. That's impossible. But these guys have such deep pools of strikers that it's never really a guess what they're going against or what they need to do to stop the opponents from getting an advantage.
Yeah, and for anyone just tuning in, I'm sure Jake and Dia broke down the rules for you. You can only pick 1 striker per team, and we got bans. And that's what's really going to shake up the compositions, and everyone's been practicing and watching each other's scrims. Like, there's no walls between these computers, so you could go,
walk over.
You could walk over and see what everyone is running, so you may want to target ban certain players who are, let's say, more of one tricks, and we'll see if
the thing is a lot of the players are going over, or pilots rather, are going over and saying, how do you do this? And they show each other. There's really so much camaraderie between the stations when everybody's practicing or saying, you guys destroyed us, how did you do that? So everybody's leveling up at this event here, as we see Shuffle now on your screen before we get into the map, randomized for their first map. So it's going to be a toss-up what they might want to bring onto that. We'll have to see who really has the advantage to start this off.
And just from watching our matches today, Rib, I mean, we've been on the edge of our seats waiting to cast to see what the meta is. But, you know, the biggest picks being your Triceras, Welkins, Stego. But then there's been a lot of variations between which flyers some regions prefer.
We've seen Skyreader in the last few games there. Yeah, it was very interesting. And you were mentioning earlier the Skyreader actually has great effect at just hitting that tank ball that Jake loves, that death ball of tank where your Tricera is sitting there being able to drone a little bit, your Stego's refreshing the heals with the blue haze. It really makes it tough. So having that Skyreader sometimes instead of a Falcon to kind of go and chip is really nice to have that kind of salvo of missiles.
And there's different team identities that we're seeing. Like, yes, the ultra heavies, the heavy strikers are the meta du jour, especially paired with that Lumine that spreads all the love evenly. But then there are certain teams that are preferring the double melee or even melee heavy comps, like you and me. Welcome to Leasness.
Always. We're diving in your face. One of the comps the team was running was no tanks during a practice. It was kind of, Jake called it the all flanker comp, and it was really just annoying. If the tank can't pinpoint one person, you can't tell your team to commit to that fight. So you're always scattered between multiple fights. There's, ladies and gentlemen, there's so many ways to play each map. I mean, if we go to Eye of Mizra, where they're capping keys and running, some teams will play to put the opponent's death timers to just out of the game. You hardly get to play. So then they're the only ones on the map and they get the keys themselves.
And that's so important because that's a level of strategy that some teams may prefer. Instead of going for the keys, going for the payload, or whatever the game type is, they'll focus on kills in that first minute or two. And he's wiggling his eyebrows he's ready to show you what's up. And to reiterate what Riv said is, the more times you die as a player, the longer the respawn is, and it starts at around 20-25 seconds, and it can get long. Can you imagine abandoning your team for like 30+ seconds? Like, that is such a disadvantage.
Yeah, multiple people going down is really the crux. You cannot let it happen. See the players preparing their lineups. What do you got? What do you got for us? Just focusing on the team.
Stonewall.
Focusing. There's no camera there. Out of sight, out of mind. Quick look.
Yeah. Everyone's hyped. And I love that everyone got custom jackets. So the Chinese players have the red.
Good.
They have the red jackets. The Japanese players have the brown jackets, and I believe the North Americans have black, right? And that's really, everyone looks like pilots. The background.
The names on the back.
Yeah, and we had to beg to get one of those jackets. We don't have our names on it. We're not full-fledged pilots yet. Everyone here deserves to be here, from competing in community tournaments to just being chosen specially from the ladder. These are the top pilots that we have here today.
And honestly, they're going to be pushed on to different things. We just said with the bans, but I think they'll be all right. The way the teams have been practicing, as Dia was noticing earlier, the way that shot callers will switch from game to game, you have to be versatile, and you have to have more than one page in that strat book going into any of these maps.
It's tough to try and dislodge this clump of ultra heavies. That is what the meta is right now.
It is looking like it, with a little bit of air support.
And some teams like the Lumine, some teams really don't play without supports at all. It's Piñaco or Lumine who's going to be providing the main source of those heals. A reminder that map 1 is randomly picked, and then the loser picks the following one in these best of 3s. Best of 5s will happen at the end of the tournament. But yeah, the Flyers, I'm glad you brought that up. Cape Blanc's going to be our first one observatory. The Flyers being Sky Raider and Falcon, those are the ones that are going to try and disrupt, because this game is not always just go kill. There is a level of value that you provide by being a distraction.
There was an Aquila on the screen for a second there.
So here's our ban phase, everyone.
Panther?
Both teams get one ban.
This will be interesting. I feel like it's going to be one of the tanks or one of the snipers. Air superiority is kind of going to happen on this map anyways of Cape Blanc, and it is going to be the Aquila getting taken out. Might just see the Welkin on the other side to make sure it's not as easy to cap. We'll have to see.
And just a reminder of the objective of Cape Blanc Observatory is that there's going to be objectives deployed, and you have to dismantle them. There's normal size objectives that are worth 1 point and larger ones that are worth 2 points. The first to 8 points wins. We have Aquila and Aleseness as the bans. What do you think, Riv?
Interesting. So it looks like they are going to go for the heavy tank on the point. Both Aquila and Aleseness are great at disrupting that, right? Aleseness almost he does have 4 lives on that striker. You go in, you break your armor, you can get your armor back, and it breaks again. So being able to disrupt that death ball is huge. And look at this. We got Inferno versus Inferno. The Welkins are in there. The Falcons, too. This is going to be an awesome game, Lemon.
Yeah, these bans make a lot of sense because this map is very friendly to flyers and snipers, and taking Aquila out, this is something that Shuffle likes a lot of. Of course, you can always have Narukami, but a lot of teams just don't think Narukami is as good as Falcon, so or as Aquila, I should say. But the Flyers are on the board.
I feel like both Bianyu and Key have their work cut out for them. I want to see the Luminate stats after this match because it is just going to be me, I need that, give me a heal, over here. And we're going to see the Luminates going absolutely wild here to save the tanks.
I'm excited. Let's get things started on our first map of the second half of the day of Observatory, the first to 8 wins. You have to dismantle those, and remember, any damage that you take while interacting with that objective disrupts it. So it's important to have shields up or use anything that blocks that range damage.
I'm so glad you brought that up. It's very, very pivotal that a Welkin gets to the point, the team is on it, but that a Welkin has the defensive shield as well. The gas, the green gas you'll see Welkin emit blocks energy damage, and Inferno is one of the nuisances, the thorn in the side of Welkin, that can break his shield box very, very fast. So if a Welkin goes in with only box, it could spell very bad things. We'll have to watch for that combo as it comes to. We are on to Cape Blanc Observatory. And it looks like the point is not favored really to any side here, right towards, or actually it is favored towards that right side.
And it's important to note that there is just not a lot of cover. It's a lot of high grounds, very, very long distance. That's why those snipers, those flyers are important. You want to close the distance, and you really want to distract the opponent so that your team can move towards those objectives, maybe even pull them away. But how you build those defenses is one part, but also how you approach those objectives is going to be the difficult part.
And already we see Shuffle trying to just take a garrison over on that A extractor point. Slowly moving in, a shield goes down, the Welcome box now, but instantly broken. You see there's just too much damage. The Inferno and more has to be dealt with here.
Oh, and those two, those objectives, also multiple can spawn at the same time. So you kind of have to divide your attention or focus on one. And remember, the larger ones, it'll say large objective spawned, and that is worth 2 points. So this is what's going to be key, first to A, and they're actually quite close. A has already spawned. Aerial superiority here as we go and tune in with Minsk on the Stego. You're going to see that this is Stego by the yellow shield, and how you move Stego is get up in his face. That's what the Welkin is with that spin.
Not a good spot for Welkin to be pushed back like that. Easily gassed out. Huge plays right now by Border. This Inferno has stayed at such a great distance, causing so much trouble.
Inferno is such an important part of the team because he does a lot of energy damage.
Huge.
Energy damage is what melts heavy Ultra Strikers. They are most weak to energy damage, and protecting your Inferno is so important. Infernos, though, they are in the sky a lot, so they're actually going to be playing in IGL and commanding a lot of these plays.
That's true. Like usually your Falcon or someone who can see the full view like we have here is calling those shots, but you're right. Inferno can easily take that up here, all the way up top, just laser after laser, and just look at the focus here. Trying to do damage, and to the right side is all of his opponents.
This is so much damage out of Border. 2 points for EVA already. Remember, this is one of the top Chinese teams, but Shuffle right behind them when it comes to the rankings. So we go and tune in with Ken, who already has Bien extremely low, and below half is Minsk is trying to dismantle that, and that is the third Corite extractor dismantled. A good lead for EVA so far.
They're getting the bot. They're moving first. It's one of the biggest things. You can get stuck in a fight so easily, especially on these maps where objectives are spawning and you have to move. A lot of times it could be across the valley and over the mountain. Oh, kills coming off from everywhere. Ken, as well as Beyond, getting some, but this is just absolute torture here from the Falcon, chasing him down.
Ken is incredible, showing how flexible he is, because he told us that he is an ultra heavy specialist, but to show us how good he is at the Falcon already, getting these double kills and more.
And look at the energy, hardly going below half any time. Ken will flip out, you see it regen, boom, and he'll get a bunch back, goes for the loop. Yeah, and there he goes, quick regen and gets himself out. Falcons are wild players. Awesome to watch. So here's Stego, a little bit of gas as they try to get to this A point.
Yeah, the A point is about to spawn, and look at that Stego shield up, the Triceras shield is up. There are so many defenses, and another extractor is about to be dismantled, and EVA has a serious lead, and Shuffle need to group up. They are pushing them back. They're not allowing this to be fully dismantled until it already was. Shuffle just couldn't interrupt that in time.
And one of the things that EVA is doing very good is understanding when Shuffle's Inferno has to go back. They all descend on the point, and it's like tri-shield instantly. Still, though, Ken, you see him spiraling down out of the sky with full control, though. No loss here, and just giving hell to the rest of the squad of Shuffle.
Oh, man, and you got Rave, who's so low, and great focus fire from Ken, and so low, and forcing the Stego away. And that's such a good win condition. Remember, you do most of your damage as Stego while in your sort of turret form, and that's the job of Falcon, to keep that Stego moving.
This has just been absolute domination from Ava. Moving from point to point seamlessly. You can see the larger 2-point extractor now spawning just 1,000 meters away here from Minsk. And they're distracting. They're taking this fight over to the right side.
And Shuffle is missing a player, so they may need to group up, but a large extractor is being spawned, and that will get
Look how
the
fast
win.
they're descending on it.
And Team Eva could win off of this extractor if Shuffle don't claim it. They have to go for a perfect run to take map 1, and this is only a best of 3. Limited chances for Shuffle in this series.
Very fast. Great damage by the Inferno on the side of Shuffle, stopping that box cap with the shields. You can see the sonar being pinged out by Falcon there for the side of Shuffle, so they can identify every member they need to stop, Lemon.
Yeah, especially when you have anti-lock-on abilities. That Falcon drone, as you called it, the scan, is what can allow you to re-lock on against the defenses. And Shuffle are doing everything they can to not let this get dismantled, but they're losing players, they're losing lives, and Eva is more than healthy enough, and they got the kills to close out map number 1 any second now.
2 members down on Shuffle, one about to respawn here in just a few seconds. Oh, you can see them so close to capping each time, but it gets reset, 72%, and it's reset. They are trying their hardest here to get this point. It is an all-out brawl for the large extractor.
Shuffle just have to stall at this point, but they can't no longer buzz around Eva's ears. A perfect and flawless map number 1, 8-0. Incredible stuff out of Eva.
That was wild. The biggest thing, moving from point to point, ensuring all 3 shields were ready. I think Eva did a fantastic job at pulling out distraction fights that Shuffle thought they needed to fight and weren't in position for each of the extractors.
Just every time a new objective spawned, Shuffle were on respawn as
That's
well.
True.
And they couldn't ever group up, and by the time that Eva was able to rotate, set up their fortresses of Ultra Heavies, the Stagel, the Tricera, working in unison. And they weren't in a rush. They're not immediately dismantling it. They were making sure that Shuffle were struggling before trying to dismantle, and that's why you have flawless execution out of EVA.
We have a few things coming up, but we do have to pick an MVP. What are you feeling? That was a wild match.
Ken, it's hard to not give it to Ken on the Falcon.
It was pretty crazy. I feel like even with the team capping, Ken taking down the Tricera, covering things, I think the damage is enough, and the focus from just absolute Falcon ace was amazing.
I know you want to give it to Welkin so bad, though.
Yeah, I mean...
If Elises didn't get banned, I would give it to Elises, okay? As an Elises main, you are the most annoying striker in the game.
We do see why the bans came in, though, as they did, right? If Elises is able to dive into that box and get the 3 on the point, the Aquila is able to use the sonar coming in from Falcon, it becomes almost impossible to hide anywhere, even in the mountain range.
Yeah, and with the Aquila ban, there wasn't a lot of range damage, so it forced Shuffle to have to brawl close. And yeah, it's one that takes a certain level of skill and how you're able to maximize the value of the stealth, because that's the that's the kit around Narukami. There's some Narukamis that play up in your face that use the stealth to buzz around.
Japan loves to do it. It's so cool to watch the Japanese players do that.
But Narukami is quite squishy, the same thing as Aquila, so it is a risk. If you're uncomfortable on the striker, I don't blame them for not doing it.
So 1 map down, but it's 8 points there to Ava. A fantastic showing on Cape Blanc Observatory, and it does become one of the tougher ones where you are expected to have full fights at each extractor, but again, the distractions. Being Ken, absolutely huge for the team to distract everything. And when you're losing your Tricera, you're not going to be getting the point. So we'll have to see if Ken, again, gets a Falcon ban throughout the next game.
You have to.
You almost have to. because the Falcons weren't matched. We also have to watch. I wanted to see the Lumine damage just because that is so tough to keep 3 tanks alive and make sure you're watching everything, but also be like, I got you, Ken. You know,
someone has to contest Ken on this Falcon too, and whether it's an opposite flyer, and you saw that like Tricera, man, just it feels like an infinite amount of ammo on that Tricera, but still with how swifty Falcon is, it's hard to pinpoint them down. So little deaths on the side of Ava. It's quite surprising.
So we got Hiei getting that very nicely done. So it is going to be a bit of that Lumi healing. Lumine, how much is it? 629,000. So it becomes the healer that actually comes out with the MVP. We expected there to be a lot of healing. There was a lot of health, a lot of damage. But looking at what Ken plays on his sheet, it's Welkin Hurricane Tricera. Where is this Falcon coming from? Oh, it is him.
Ken!
It is him. Okay. 1.02 on the damage. 4, 0, and 10. And he actually dismantled one.
Yeah, and he does objectives. What can he not do?
That's crazy.
And for him to not die a single time on Falcon is so impressive to me. He really maximizes the mobility. It's so hard to strike him down when he is tumbling. He's going for loop-de-loops on your corpse. Like, he has been incredible. Check out the highlights of map number 1 on Observatory. It was an 8-0 if you are just tuning in for EVA, one of the top 2 Chinese teams here at the Mecha Break Invitational. And Shuffle are going to have to maybe target ban that Falcon next.
Even here at the beginning of the game, you can see Shuffle's timer is at 15 seconds apiece. Now there's another 14 second as we go to the next highlight. Each highlight, there's 2 more on this next. You know, it's really tough to do any of the capture objective maps, Cape Blanc Observatory with the extractors, especially without your full team here. And that we talked about that before, focusing a few of the deaths of the opponent strikers, making sure they can't respawn, and you just feel gimped the whole time throughout the game. I mean, this last battle was pretty great, but it was already at that 6-0, so you expect Ava to be able to pull it out.
I think just that first fight can really set the tone for the entire map. And you saw how coordinated EVA was with their focus fire. I believe only 2 kills were registered from Shuffle through that entire map. They were constantly being staggered from each other. And with an ultra heavy tank system, like, you need to be assembled together. And if there's at any point that you're isolated, EVA took full advantage. But Shuffle's advantage is our map pick, and they want to go to Graceland Sky City.
They want to duke it out. We are going to the elimination match. 1st to 6 here. You will be able to get back in on a respawn, but that timer is going to cause your team some trouble. Each one, there are 3 of these. If we go to all 3, obviously, you can win in a best of 3 by 2, but the terrain changes so much. We saw a lot earlier in the day. The height elevation being used by teams by Tricera, Stego, and everybody else that can tank on the top side of the map. But also the 3rd one, if we go there, becomes much more enclosed and easier to get picked off. So you have to adapt to each one of these maps.
Yeah, you can play really any striker on any one of these rounds, but the first round especially, I think, is friendlier for melee type of strikers. A Lumine ban is very interesting. May just try to dismantle the resources, as this is this game type, again, like you said, 1st to 6 kills per round. So it is about surviving and playing a more passive style, at least from a lot of the matches we saw. So limiting those heals with the Lumine, very smart from Shuffle.
Stego maybe? Yeah, Lumine's already gone there. We saw how much it could do for the side of EVA. And it is going to be a Stego taking out that ultra heavy attacker. So let's see what they decide to get here. Lemon, I would still expect maybe a healer. Yeah, so he goes with the Panaka just so they can keep that sustain within the game. Panther is a tough one. We talked about how much it can be difficult if you do miss those shots, but supported, they should be able to get in here.
And Panther is very interesting, and I'll tell you why that it's a scary pick. Panther is an assassin, does only melee, but does direct damage. So all of these ultra heavies, he just ignores all that
Bypass your
armor,
shield.
goes right through the health. But Panther needs a lot of help. Usually you would pair him with a Pinaka, but no one can really follow up with Panther because at range damage, or at least you do another melee, range damage has to hit that fluid armor first. So no one can really follow up with Panther, and that's why Border is going to have to be like a one-man army at times. And going after the ones that have the most amount of armor rib is going to be important.
Yeah, it's really important to note, actually, as you mentioned with Panther, but any melees, anybody swinging is going to bypass fluid armor. Melee attacks go direct health. That's why it's really big when your Welkin jumps on something that has shields, starts taking them down, you can break that shield with somebody else like Inferno to make sure the kill comes through. It's all about getting the right combo, and here we see Graceland Sky City about to be the next map our two teams will fight on. We see the variations here of each one that we can see as well.
Yeah, and on that map 1, there's a central building that you can play inside of, so I'm expecting those brawlers or those assassins like Panther to play around that area. But there's also a lot of open air if you don't decide to play inside of that building. It's friendly to snipers as there's perches on the perimeter, and also there's an open sky for flyers. This map is designed to, you can play any striker, but it depends on your position. But it is series point for EVA in this double elimination. First to 6 kills, and it's a best of 3 in terms of this map, first to 2 rounds. So let's see how this rolls out.
The mini-map is definitely big to be watching on this one for viewers, as you can see where these fights are taking place more so. There's not really an objective to get down on. Just looks like Border's trying to be a nuisance here on the back line, pinging out the Narukami, but not exactly fighting just yet. I'm trying to source out if that's a clone or if that's the real Naru. The fight's happening inside, though.
There's your favorite, Welkin, but already getting pushed off, maybe trying to get close enough to box someone in, and through all the flashing lights is being brought down to extremely low health and low on energy. Minsk is trying to be very smart with their resources, clashing and dashing, but it's EVA with the first couple of kills.
Absolutely crazy delivery of damage coming out there. I'm not sure how we see Mink still alive. The Panaka shield on, the Panaka healing going, the shield deflector up as well, blocking energy damage, and now the box for a little bit of a breather.
Everyone's trying to fight inside of this building. That is why EVA, they picked the Panther for a reason. They want to draw Shuffle into close quarters.
4-1.
And yeah,
5-1.
This is going to be done so
Lemon, what's
quickly.
happening? They're already dead.
Stop.
Oh my, everybody, there's 2 people alive right now. They are trying to hide themselves. He boxed on the top of the tower just to stay alive, but hunted already by Border.
Yeah, and cooldowns can be so unforgiving. This game could turn into a bit of hide and seek.
Oh,
Let's see who will get the last kill. Border is on the hunt.
Oh, no.
And that is all she wrote for round number 1. EVA, not with a flawless one, but still a dominating round.
And this is the pick of Shuffle, and they just got shuffled around on that first one. We waste no time. We're going in. This adds elevation. This is what you were talking about, Lemon, where it can be a little different, and maybe the Aquila makes a bigger impact here for make it tougher for Shuffle.
Yeah, on this round 2, there's a central pillar. All the tank
to the tower
want to just sit at the top. It quite literally becomes king of the hill, and I'm looking through the eyes of a king. Ken, our MVP of map number 1, strikes first blood.
What is that? Those shots by Aquila. Absolutely amazing. Just out of actually zoom mode too. Beautiful hits there. They continue to control the top side now, and it just looks like they will continue to push Shuffle around. Just looking at the health bars at the top of the screen is telling a story.
There is just threats from all angles from EVA, and they haven't dropped a single death yet. They got Panther at close range. They got Aquila at range. Shuffle, there's too many problems and not enough solutions.
All eyes on the ping, I feel like. It's EVA clicking on one. They see that target, and the team locks in immediately. But look at this shot! What? No way!
He's untouchable. He hasn't even moved his face. This is just another day at the office for Ken, and Shuffle haven't been able to organize themselves to get back, but there is some signs of life. But it is match point, series point for EVA, as Shuffle can only sit back and crumble in front of the top Chinese pilots in the world.
I'm calling it right now, Ken VP.
Ken VP.
Ken VP, baby. That was, I have never seen a flick from a striker before. That's the first flick I have seen in Mecha Break, and that was insane. What gameplay coming out of EVA, and they do take the match.
That is a scary team to go up against. You tried to ban against them, they laugh and go to another strength. You tried to ban the Aquila, they go to some Panther. You try to ban something else, they show you a different look. EVA came more than prepared, and this is another Chinese team, so you're going to see some friends.
Yeah.
Unfortunate they had to face so early, but it is double elimination. It's not the last they'll see of their brothers.
Awesome camaraderie. What a game as well. They've been scrimming each other throughout the week, so they knew the power that both teams could bring to the table, but what a showing there from EVA. Once getting on the stage, they are able to show us a performance worthy of keeping their eyes on that trophy through the upper bracket.
Just Graceland Sky City is such an unforgiving map to go to, because as soon as you lose one player, one snowball turns into an avalanche. A 6v5 becomes so significant, and just the chaos that it causes too, because when you play a lot of ultra heavies, they're quite slow, so to reorganize when someone's on respawn is very difficult.
It's true, and I think one thing we're noticing from these teams as well that you might not initially in ranked is that press at the advantage, that knowing and telling everybody on the team, there's one down, let's continue to focus. It's not just the high ground being held by EVA, waiting for teammates, waiting for opponent strikers to come to them. They seek, they destroy, and a 2-0 to start off the tournament for EVA.
That is a statement, to say the least.
Yeah.
And I was saying, like, Japan looked like the best region here, but after what I saw LunaBreak do, after what I saw from this team, EVA,
Anubis has some competition.
Anubis, I think, is looking like the -- 1 team, but who's going to be able to shake them up? I got my eyes on EVA going forward. Ken looks like one of the best Falcons here.
Okay, so now, if you're Anubis, do you ban Falcon or you do ban Aquila? Like, now Ken is just this absolute force to be reckoned with on 2.
Yeah, I don't.
And I think he gets MVP again.
He deserves it. I feel like there's like thankless jobs across the board though, because it's like Tricera is so important on those objectives, and even to ban the Stego, you thought that you take out one cog of this machine and it still rolls. EVA have backup plans on backup plans.
Well, I think it was like Welcome Panaka focus. Like Welcome would always get the Panaka shot, and then you get this burst fire blast for Panaka, plus your damage on the howitzer, on the shields. So that as well. Shout outs to Panaka, healing the Welcome, healing the team. You always love a healer.
Yeah, and to show us the value of Panther Pinaka too, these were 2 strikers we weren't expecting to see a lot of, because of just how there's other strikers that are better. And with that Lumine ban, people showing us the single target resources of Pinaka, how important that is to support a Panther, to support any kind of solo plays is incredible.
And you see, they're not even able to get that much damage on Shuffle. There was so much movement, so much protection. Only 168,000 damage taken by Ken throughout the game. And he does almost 1 million damage with the team following up on that. Just incredible when you have that kind of firepower. It eases the rest of the game for everybody else on your team. Everybody's just taking a breath like, Ken, I took out another one. I took out another one. Your focus becomes so much clearer on what you need to do in it. Shuffle gets scattered on that first one. As much as they tried, though, they thought Graceland might be the fight that they could take it.
Yeah,
but it wasn't to be.
It's not meant to be, but maybe in the lower bracket, because there is a lot of teams here, and I know Shuffle had to face one of the top dogs early, and dogs that they know well, because this was an intra-regional match. But I'm looking forward to seeing how 8fly develops. This was my MVP, at least from the Shuffle side, really specializing in those snipers, and really he's going to be the big playmaker for that team. But as soon as he goes down, it feels like the deck of cards comes down too.
It does, and that's one of the things to think about is when do you disengage? Are you calming the amount of time you're in back? You say you're dead, but your teammates are like, okay, you're dead, but they're still
now
going
what?
in. We need to come back. We need to re-strategize like immediately. So there's a lot of adapting in the moment in this game, especially during your teammates falling.
I would just try to avoid Graceland Sky City in any matchup that I'm not sure if I'm not confident in. It's the Ken VP, as you pointed out, and multiple double kills is insane. To take down a quarter of a team is just quite literally ruining us.
60%, 62% accuracy on the Aquila throughout being able to fire around Graceland Sky City is kind of incredible, especially the flick we saw past the structure in the middle. lost sight of his target and then hit the Narukami just like that.
And to not die. Like,
and
never looking at the respawn is insane. That's just how good Ken is. A top player to watch out for, but then you can't deny the plays of someone like Minsk. And just look at how he deals with the pressure even while inside of a Welkin box, to disengage, to know when to put your shields up and to accept the L and to play your life. That is what this game is about.
It is. You can live with a sliver of health for a real long time, especially if you don't see any of the melees and they're not doing that true direct damage. So yeah, it's great to see the Panther work too here from Border. We were wondering what the skill set would be on that. And really, just about each lance was piercing its opponent into a wall.
Because when you said that sliver of health, you wait for the fluid armor to come back, but not if there's a Panther around. Scary. He's coming to finish you off, and if there's not...
Or a Ken in the air.
Yeah, if there's not a Pinaka, Illuminate to help get that direct health back up, Panther will be in your shadow.
Crazy stuff from that. We're also going to hear from one of the players. I hope we hear from Ken, because I want to hear like being able to get MVP on Falcon, then MVP on Aquila. When you're banned out on Falcon, you're like, okay, I'll just do it on this. Like, that's confidence.
Please give us tips.
That's confidence right there.
I need Ken. Well, I'm surprised we haven't made Barbie jokes yet.
Oh, it's true. That's true.
This is Ken's house, not
He's the Ken VP.
The Ken
we did
VP.
get that one in there.
This is Ken's game, not Barbie's game. But I want to see Ken in this interview, or at least his teammate, that while Ken goes and rests, go rest, King, we'll interview someone else, get your energy up. So we got multiple teams. We got an interview. Let's go check in.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the post-game interview. I'm the host. And now it's the winner from Eva. Hello, everyone. Thanks. Now, the first question is very easy. And before the game, we can say that our team saying fighting very loudly. So, have you ever practiced with the opposing team before? Actually, we practice near. Before the match, we also know the result, respect the result of the team.
也是能够给你们带来一些好运啊。那我们接下来其实通过我们的对局也可以再来聊一聊啊，因为第一局的比赛能够看出咱们的队伍是执行力非常
In the first round, we can see that your team performed very well. So how do you find a breakthrough in this rapidly changing environment? Actually, it's a light up. We have a high proficiency, and in the past several days, we practiced a lot. And our light out is very good. Therefore, we can operate very well. And you are very confident and also very careful. And we can see that in the second round, we can see that teamwork is also very important. And so how do you view your own performance and also your teammates? For me, I think I already tried my best. For a teamwork, everybody cooperate very well. And thanks for your interview. Looking forward to your greater performance in the following contest. Thank you for your interview.
在后续的赛程当中，能够继续看到 EVA 的各位选手们给我们带来精彩的表现。那么接下来的比赛将是由我们的 CSTG 仓鼠特工战队对阵到 CLGG 车轮滚滚战队，他们将会带来怎样的赛场表现呢？让我们稍事休息，马上回来。
MechaBreak Pre-Launch Global Invitational 2025 is here. From March 13th to 16th, 16 teams from China, North America, Japan will battle it out in Zhuhai, China, taking mech battles to the next level. The tournament features the 6v6 Operation Verge mode with a double elimination format. Round 1 kicks off on March 13th, with matchups decided by random draw. Teams that lose in the upper bracket drop to the lower bracket for a second chance, lose again, and they're eliminated. The upper bracket final, lower bracket final, and grand final are best of 5. All other matches are best of 3. The ultimate showdown between the final 2 teams takes place on March 16th. Striker selection follows, no duplicates in squads rule, meaning each team can deploy only 1 unit of the same striker model per match. Each side bans 1 striker per match, and each striker can only be banned once per match. Banned strikers cannot be banned in later rounds of the same best of 3 or best of 5 series. The tournament includes 13 available strikers: Falcon, Panther, Elysinus, Tricera, Narukami, Lumine, Pinaka, Inferno, Sky Raider, Welkin, Aquila, Stego, and Hurricane. Players are allowed to personalize their strikers with paint jobs, patterns, and other cosmetic customizations, but performance-based modifications are strictly prohibited. 5 maps are in play: Graceland Sky City, Hive Misera, Grob Sinkhole, Palm Bay Harbor, and the Cape Blanc Observatory. The first map is picked randomly, and the losing team chooses subsequent maps. No repeats allowed in the same match. Top pilots from 3 regions are ready for action. Roster includes the legendary Panther pilot, renowned streamer Yinza, Team Liquid's Mayumi, and Prize from Taiclan. Popular streamers including Shui Wu Yuan Jin, Jake, and Unicy will also join the Shoutcaster team. More participants will be announced soon. Stay tuned. Locked, loaded, and ready for battle. Stay updated by following the official MechaBreak website and socials from all the latest news. MechaBreak Pre-Launch Global Invitational 2025 is here. From March 13th to 16th, 16 teams from China, North America, Japan will battle it out in Zhuhai, China, taking mech battles to the next level. The tournament features the 6v6 Operation Verge mode with a double elimination format. Round 1 kicks off on March 13th, with matchups decided by random draw. Teams that lose in the upper bracket drop to the lower bracket for a second chance, lose again, and they're eliminated. The upper bracket final, lower bracket final, and grand final are best of 5. All other matches are best of 3. The ultimate showdown between the final 2 teams takes place on March 16th. Striker selection follows. No duplicates in squads rule, meaning each team can deploy only 1 unit of the same striker model per match. Each side bans 1 striker per match, and each striker can only be banned once per match. Banned strikers cannot be banned in later rounds of the same best of 3 or best of 5 series. The tournament includes 13 available strikers: Falcon, Panther, Elysinus, Tricera, Narukami, Lumine, Pinaka, Inferno, Sky Raider, Welkin, Aquila, Stego, and Hurricane. Players are allowed to personalize their strikers with paint jobs, patterns, and other cosmetic customizations, but performance-based modifications are strictly prohibited. 5 maps are in play: Graceland Sky City, Hive Mizra, Grob Sinkhole, Palm Bay Harbor, and the Cape Blanc Observatory. The first map is picked randomly, and the losing team chooses subsequent maps. No repeats allowed in the same match. Top pilots from 3 regions are ready for action. Roster includes the legendary Panther pilot, renowned streamer Yinza, Team Liquid's Mayumi, and Prize from Taiclan. Popular streamers including Shui Wu Yuan Jin, Jake, and Unicy will also join the Shoutcaster team. More participants will be announced soon. Stay tuned. Locked, loaded, and ready for battle. Stay updated by following the official MechaBreak website and socials from all the latest news.
Get ready, the 2025 MechaBreak Pre-Launch Global Invitational is almost here.
第一次登上国际舞台，4周强敌环伺，但我坚信，我们将成为最后的胜者。
俺たちの力を世界に見せつける時が千載一遇のチャンス、絶対に逃さない。
The tension is rising. We're all in.
No matter who's in front of us, we're bringing the heat.
这一次，我会让你们知道什么是最完美的团队协作。
会場に響き当たる戦火の中、この手で勝利をつかみ取る。
There's no room for the weak. The unprepared will be the first to fall.
どんな困難も最後まで戦う。冠军奖杯，我们势在必得。
Welcome back to the Mecha Break pre-launch global invitational. That's right, all around the world, pilots are checking in and tuning in to see the other top pilots. 6 from China, 6 from Japan, and 4 from North America take on each other to lift that inaugural trophy.
Yes, and we have another Chinese skirmish coming up, and we just got to see how powerful EVA was. But coming up next, we have CSTG versus CLGG. 2 teams that sit about in the middle of the pack when it comes to our 16 teams here, but I think very, very anticipated because of how closely knit they are in terms of skill.
They are. These guys obviously scrim against each other as well. Very close in the scrims from what we were seeing, you know, going back and forth, but again, the bans weren't involved in that. To explain Mecha Break a little bit more too as we get into these games, you'll see the strikers they're playing, but sometimes different paint jobs, different things. You can really express yourself with what you're doing on your striker, with your pilot. So a lot of that stuff, don't let it confuse you. People are just looking good as they get into this. And we're going to see if China can get another team looking good here and staying in the upper bracket.
Yeah, the pilot or the character creation of the pilots is some of the best that I've seen for a multiplayer.
There are sliders for sliders.
There is too many sliders. And there's also some very gorgeous pilots and also some very cursed and deformed pilots. And there's just so many accessories you could have. So let's see what CSTG have. Very excited to see them. Very well balanced roster. I look towards SDZ, dedicated support player, being a Lumine and a Pinaka main.
Walk in. Take that. You can see the rest of the team here. You know what? Not a lot of teams have a dedicated support, which is huge. You see, ORCA having Charlotte and a few other teams getting those supports in there, but it is actually really huge to have somebody who focuses on that fully and understands each matchup they're going to be put into as their focus.
And Sanju is my player to watch for this match. A pocket pick specialist, so between the assassins, so something like a Panther is one of his favorites, and the snipers, so like Aquila and Narukami. So the Quoken of this roster, if you will. And those are the players, the pilots that make those big plays, but going up against them are the big playmakers of CLGG.
And we got the Panakas are the healers showing here, which is interesting. Coming into this, Lemon, a lot of the teams talking to a few of the coaches, they were saying, Panaka within the recent patches isn't as strong as old Panaka, so it's Lumine, but it seems like teams are still finding a way. It works with them, and it works for this meta.
Ooh, don't trip on your way in. That is cursed. You don't want that to set the tone for your match, but my player to watch is La Ox. Maybe an Ox on the battlefield, I don't know, but only listed Panther as his favorite and most played striker, and we got to see some Panther in our previous match paired with a Pinaka, and how kind of a glass cannon he is, being able to go for that direct damage, being that assassin striker, as I like to call it. Lox has a lot of weight on his shoulders to get that done.
And his intro, he's like, we'll show you what a dream team looks like. I mean, this hopefully it's a dream and it's not a nightmare, because you are setting yourself up and now you have to bring the heat going into the game. I can't wait to see what they'll have for their first map. I think we are still waiting to see a Karab Sinkhole, which would be awesome. Watching a few of the teams play it, when you play it in ranked, everybody kind of dives towards the middle, but there's a lot of outer boundaries to play in, and I was seeing Elyseness, Flankers, Panthers go to the outside, wait, lurk, and then target as the tanks were actually trying to take the point, completely disrupt.
Yeah, and this game hasn't even launched yet. There's so many strikers, more to be released on the way, and there's maps that there's a different game type on every one. There's payload escorts, there's death matches, there's domination types,
extractions,
and to escort the keys, so kind of like a capture the flag for other games that you may recognize. It's insane how much preparation goes into these games.
It is, and each one of the players, they get to play a different style. Even in Graceland Sky City, is the terrain changes each time. In Eye of Mizra, the terrain changes with the sandstorm. A lot of different things. The way the payload works is really cool if we get to Palm Bay Harbor, because there's multiple ways to win that one if you're not focused on your payload, but you win the points. You're within 5-10% of the other payload no matter what. So really a lot of ways to attack these games, which makes it so versatile.
Yeah, and all the maps are very versatile on how they're built, because there's certain maps that are built for snipers. They're extremely long sight lines. There's some that have a lot of buildings and covers where you maybe flyers are better, but CSTG and CLGG, a lot of G's, but only one could have a good game after this. This is our first round, the first match. Maybe some nerves setting in because you had to fly. Well, I guess these are two Chinese teams. Maybe they didn't have to go too far, but
true.
Still being on LAN and to open up this game is a lot of pressure.
It is. Seeing the rosters now for CLGG as they get ready to see what map they will randomize into and who is going to be the focus ban. If anything, we have seen healers pop up quite a bit in that focus ban, but if we expect the air control to be a big factor, it's the Falcon.
All smiles, good vibes, everyone excited to be here, just knowing how strong you are as a team. Team screaming, fighting, well in Chinese, but at least we had some translations for us. Everyone is so hyped, and they've been preparing for quite some time to be here and also screaming as a team beyond this event. Everyone's looking so confident and locked in.
Pumped up. Give us something.
Nah.
Stoic is something as well. I'll take that.
No blinking.
Dude, that's true. Focus. Pure, absolute focus.
If you don't blink, you can't miss anything.
Oh,
if you think about it.
Blinked.
Ah.
Not the Aquila player.
Great eyebrows, by the way. Man, everyone, if you look good, you play good. That's how I feel.
You got to feel confident, honestly. And that's why they make their pilots look so beautiful as well.
There's some cursed ones out there, too.
Yeah,
you have a TV on your head.
I have a TV
like
in my head. My pilot's just kind of chilling.
Yeah.
You get a little wry smile when you get MVP.
Yeah.
That's mine.
It looks demonic when you win, too. And you always get MVP. Dirty Welkin player.
Dirty. So something I want to look for in this game is if there is a separation in fights, no matter what map we go to, that a team will reset themselves. Because I feel like there's a lot of commitment once something starts, and people are just bought in to continuously going for that fight when resetting and healing. Like much we saw on when Jake and Dia were casting on Graceland Sky City earlier, those matches went longer because you recuperate, you get back into the fight, and you try to find the better entry. It doesn't always have to be the first time. So I'm kind of waiting for teams as well to start tossing that into their strategy mix and figuring out that multiple attacks might be the way to get in, not just that one fell swoop.
Oh, staring contest. Oh. Sometimes players do the staring contest. Sometimes it's just a little hello. Do you remember that like blur thing the cameraman did when the player took his glasses off and put the glasses? That was so
That's
cool.
kind of clean.
It was awesome. And our players also filmed some really fun content and even filming and doing pieces with players from other regions and stuff. Everyone's been so nice to each other.
Yeah.
It's so cute.
It is cool to watch in the practice area, as we were saying before. Everybody's got their own station, but you can just walk up behind, ask questions, talk to people. We have teams showing each other things that they were doing on certain maps, or Graceland Sky City, the boundaries and where you should stay for high ground. So everybody wants to help everyone do better here and be better, a better pilot, have better strikers. It's awesome to see.
And our last two North American teams are going to be at the end of the day.
Yeah,
so I'm looking forward to seeing how much they learned and crammed.
They better be ready. I don't want to hear about any jet lag.
Yeah, you got to watch these matches because China and Japan are going to teach you a lot. I mean, Jake and Dia were telling us about some secret tech and
right, but they didn't reveal.
It's a secret.
Sad. Well, the teams didn't reveal it on the thing, so yeah, it has to be shown in game. One of the things I noticed today was actually kind of crazy, as we see Aleseness be able to go in and out of armor mode. He's invulnerable in that armor mode, and he capped a point on Karab's sinkhole while regaining his armor in invulnerability. So you can actually activate points when you bring your armor back, which is huge tech for Aleseness.
Yeah, and just to ban Aleseness is not super common, but from what I'm hearing, it's anywhere where you want to get rid of stall. Aleseness is so good at stalling because Aleseness, with those multiple lives that they can have,
get it out of here.
Get it out of here. So one ban each for CSTG and CLGG. It's global. It affects both teams, and you can't ban the same striker on the following maps. So first one locked in, Aquila.
Yeah, Aquila taken down. So, do they even get the Falcon ban in then? It almost just sits by itself. So Inferno goes out. So we are going to get the Tricera Stego combos coming in here on Palm Bay Harbor. Expect these to sit pretty right on the payload. Lumine there is healing for Kais, and there is the healing for SD, as you were expecting, that main healer. And the TV head on Tricera. Beautiful. Beautiful.
I love the customizations.
Yeah,
but
look at everybody.
To reiterate what these bans mean, the biggest way to take care of ultra heavy strikers is to poke them down with snipers or to use energy damage. They are weakest to energy damage, and Inferno delivers just that.
Both,
you take out one sniper, you take out the main energy damage dealer, that leaves you with Narukami, that leaves you with just using as much range damage as possible. But this is going to be a ultra heavy tank battle because Palm Bay Harbor is a payload escort map, so stacking that payload is important. But the objective isn't just to push your own cart, it is to also capture consoles, which will accelerate your payload, but to also go and capture the enemy payload, which stops their progress.
Yeah, you can bring it right back to base. It gets a little trolly, but hey, that's the strategy. It's not a cheese. It is absolutely worthy of the play. So within this, there is A, B, and C. They are points that can be captured that will boost your payload forward. If a team only captures the points to a team always sitting on their payload, the game can still be pretty even. So it is a decision of what you're going for first. You really always want to be on your payload and going for points, but it doesn't have to just be one. You can still squeeze your way back into the game here on Palm Bay Harbor.
Yep, CSTG versus CLGG. Let us know in the chat who you think is going to take it, because this is one of the closest knit matches when it comes to our round one to represent China in the upcoming rounds. And we don't get to see this map too often. So already the Flyers taking to the skies, choosing. And remember, those Flyers are going to be the ones that can dictate and also communicate to the team what is the rotation, where is the enemy setting up.
High ground, all the way to the high ground. Jake and Dia said this right off the bat. It's not just the high ground outside that water area in the low spot. It is all the way on top of B point to start. We already see the defensive field coming out of Welkin, trying to deny all of this energy damage still coming in. You have Aquila and Inferno ban, but you're seeing tons of energy damage still.
And remember that Welkin box, you can still shoot through it, but you can't walk past it, so it's sort of an isolating battle where Welkin will want to get up close and personal with another unit that is weak to that melee damage, and you know that quite well.
Oh yeah, and this is where Welkin wants to be now, towards this A point. We can see teams somewhat trying to cap it, but again, focused on the fight. Focused on dwindling the numbers of their opponent's strikers before wanting to cap that 4-2 right now with strikers on point in favor of CLGG.
Yinzi on the Panther. That is a scary choice. Ooh. And remember, this is melee only, so you can poke down a Panther before he's able to come and assassinate you. We'll see what Yinzi can do, but in this giant skirmish, who cares about the Panther? This Panther's gonna unleash.
Ming taking out Jamley there. Beautiful job with the spinning Welkin throughout the box. This looks like it's gonna be grabbed. Push forward is the payload for the side of CSTG to start this, and you can see the opponents boxing the payload of CLGG.
Yeah, you can see at the top of the UI, if the red turns blue, that means the enemy is on the payload and is trying to either capture it or it will be reversing it. And there's only a small lead for CSTG. And sometimes you don't want to focus on overcooking or overthinking. You can try to extend those kill respawn timers for your enemy to make things a lot easier for your team.
Look at this death ball. Both sides riding their payloads face to face now as they start to get towards that B area. So much have we seen of this Panther right now. Yinzi just distracting, resetting, and getting back into the fight to make sure there is chaos being caused from this Panther.
And as you can see in the map in the top left, sometimes, like you said, the payloads get really close and then they diverge, so it splits your attention between wanting to disrupt the enemy objective while also pushing your own.
So cool. I love the fact that it's a payload race in the end. They're going to be inside soon, so the Flyers are going to have a real tough time making this happen towards point B. That should spawn soon, but both payloads are going to be at the front door, so the fight is going to be heavy inside.
Oh, big kills out of CSTG. 2 missing. CLGG needing to regroup, and our payloads are tied 32% apiece as Zhuhai trying to box in with the Welkin. Has one on the corner, but the wall gets in his way. He's still on the chase down. The Tricera, though, will stagger him. You do not want to try and melee a Tricera.
2 seconds left till Jamley comes in. Their Welkin on CLGG went down again, almost pivotal for capping a point. 6-1 on this, and it looks like CSTG is going to get an easy cap on point B, shoving their payload forward.
Oh, wow. Now that's quite a lead for CSTG, and when it rains, it pours. There's 3 down for CLGG as they'll need to regroup. towards their cart. There's a Stego now set up, and above them is a Panther trying to dislodge them. Raining Fire, though, will get King in a bad position.
Boxes?
And Jam Lee is trying to protect with the boxes to push them away, but it's CLGG that just can't get back on their feet.
Oh, riding both payloads is CSTG. Look at that on the top side of the screen. You can see they are backing up the enemy payload and pushing theirs. Absolute class right now from CSTG.
Yinzu trying to avoid enemy fire and also scout where their next target will be. This is a striker that goes for that direct health and is going to skirmish up close. Now with Chuzang, they're working as a team, starting to back away. They're in a comfortable position. It's 58% to 36.
The focus from the Panther. Wants to get out of that Tricera a little bit. And now they focus back to their own payloads. So this goes around the outside to see a little bit of a breather for both teams here as they're going to start setting up. You can see all the Welkin catch.
And just the Panther bursting through, because remember the Welkin box also seals off your own teammates.
Yep.
So it can be sometimes troll, but there is a console that's been activated. You see the C at the top of the screen. CSTG could get a huge boost that could lead to a win. CLGG cannot allow this to happen.
CLGG get it. They get very close, within just a few percent of their opponents. Oh, 6 on it to cap the point, though. CSTG is so much more, or rather a step ahead right now than their opponents. And it just becomes so tough here towards the backside of Palm Bay Harbor to stop your enemy's payload.
CSTG did just capture that console C, and it just seems like an inevitable victory.
Yeah.
CLGG need to try and reverse this progress. They're not too far behind by about 14%, but Yinzu is a threat on the battlefield, assassinating anyone who thinks they could escape.
Mostly the healer, the disruptions right now that Yinzi is putting on what would be the backline, the supports, the people that need to help the tanks is utterly disgusting. And again, almost gets a kill right there. I think it's going to be a follow-up real quick.
So smart to ignore the Tricera. You don't always have to kill the person on the payload, but everyone supporting the Tricera around it. Yinzi picks and chooses his battles and wins them all.
Right back to the team. They know they can take a breather. They just wait on the payload now, and it looks so good for CSTG here starting on Palm Bay Harbor. Right in the beginning, we had both teams going high, all the way up about 32%. Everybody front door on B site, and then it just fell apart for CLGG.
CLGG just not having much fluid armor to work with, and this is just a playground for the Panther to pounce on their target. And Kaisi just gets pushed up against the wall, and that's what's so fun about Panther. Pinning someone up against the wall, stunning them, and hitting your combos. This turns into a fighting game when you play Panther.
I heard that. I literally heard the alarm going off. You're knocked, you're stunned, you can't move, you're scattered. And then you go down. The pressure
911.
a good Panther, 911 please. The pressure a good Panther puts on you is ridiculous. But we've said before, if a Panther is missing those, you're left flying through the air and not helping your team. So Yinzi hitting all of those is incredibly impressive.
And just to find those isolated targets, because they just made CSTG or CLGG just hemorrhage.
Yeah.
As soon as they were dispersing, the Panther loves those isolated battles, to go for those 1v1s and to pick and choose those battles where they're pinning people up against the geometry of the map to get those stuns. If Panther goes unpunished, that is a threat on the battlefield.
I really want to see the deaths on Lumine, because I feel like Yinzi was focusing the heals so much to get the damage out. Also, great control once after they got to B. You may have seen actually that it looked like the ceiling dropped on B. A few parts of the map will affect the map. They can be destroyed there. So that's actually really cool to see. You see it infrequently because not a lot of fights happen that crazy at B. Somebody's already got a bit of an advantage, but when it is an all-out brawl, few different things can happen on a map that you kind of reveal. It's really nice.
Yeah, CSTG take map number 1 in this best of 3, but CLGG will have the map pick coming up next.
True.
That is the advantage to work with. So I wonder where they're going to want to go. And is Panther going to be a ban they consider?
Maybe, maybe not. They did not like, it seemed like both teams really hated what Energy was about to do on that. And they're more so Welkin or things that deny Energy or hate Energy. Inferno and them can be used on more maps better than they can on Harbor.
Yeah, and just kind of, it's CSTG or CLGG that need to go to their strengths. CLGG will be picking up a map coming up soon. Where at Lox, I was wanting to see maybe a Panther mirror. This was this self-proclaimed Panther one trick that didn't want to challenge Yinzi on that one, so, or at least we didn't get to see too much of his Panther.
I think I'm gonna go with a Tricera MVP still. I'm thinking objective, even though there was so much disruption. I don't know, he got so many kills though. Yinzi was just absolutely obliterating people. This is a kind of a tough one. I will say Tricera though.
Tricera MVP, it's a thankless job.
Yeah.
And it's one that you can tweet from the cart from. I love to sit back
from
and
the cart.
I'd be leaning back and I'm like, my job is easy. Because you just saw how powerful Tricera is against melees and how Yinzi kind of found out the hard way to don't mess with the Tricera, kill everything around it. And then when Tricera is alone, you try to break down those composite shields, and it takes a while to kind of shred that Tricera down.
You have to be really careful, because when you break the initial shield, you'll see a light blue line, and it says resist, 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 and he very much is resisting. It's an invulnerability moment that Tricera gets. Yes, an invulnerability moment, but then you break the side shields, and he will have to get up and get back down. So if you can actually break through one of those, or we found out today, and in a few other ways, if you sit or get on top, you can just fire down over the shield.
Oh, Goomba Stomp?
Yeah, Goomba Stomp. But no Tricera is going to sit there and be like, I can't aim that high. He's just going to move. So it is funny to see, though. You kind of just Elysinus fly by, and you're like,
or just flyers that have buzzed around Triceras. You see on those very open maps, the Triceras think they could just sit on a mountain and be a rock. Well, that rock is going to tumble.
It is
and
Yinzi.
MVP.
Wow.
Panther extraordinaire.
An ace cleaning up the team enough to grab an ace for himself. Double kill there as well. Beautiful job.
Look how serious his face is. He ain't playing no games.
Yeah.
His Panther, I mean, when he gets to run around and almost when he gets boxed in with the Welkin, he's almost happy to be in that arena with him. How do you find the Welkin versus Panther?
Welkin versus Panther means you box before. So what I do is when the Panther's charging up, I'll kind of predict it, and I'll wall, and he just bashes his lance into the wall. And then, like, for another full charge, they can hold it, but they usually try it one more time before the wall goes away. So you just need to troll. You don't want to fight. You only fight the Panther if he is almost dead.
And here's the highlights of our match. It was so close for the first quarter to the first half of the game, but you saw how important it is to capture those consoles. You pointed out there's a couple that spawn, and this accelerates your payload. If CLGG just push their cart, the sales are not going to be enough.
Yeah.
CSTG capping every single one of those consoles is what won them the game.
Yeah, it was the amount of CSTG alive in the right place and moving before they needed to, right? We saw 4 or 5 people continuously on these capture points, which makes it almost impossible because that thing is just rocketing up to full before the other team gets there because they're so worried about payload distance when that's exactly what helps you with payload distance. It might even be worth it to hop off all 6 and get to that point on a C.
Yeah, Yinzi understands his win conditions so well. So, like I said, it's not always about going for the kills. He does when they're isolated, but when there's multiple ultra-heavy strikers stacked on top of each other, his objective for Stego is to force him out of that turret form. For Tricera, ignore Tricera. Don't worry about Tricera. And kill everybody else around it. Yinzi knows how to perfect on the Panther, but CLGG have our map pick coming up, and it's Graceland Sky City.
They want to fight. They want to fight in the 3 pods of Graceland Sky City. That first one, like you said, we're going to be indoors. We're going to be getting a huge fight on. And Panther loves the amount of walls in the first level of Graceland Sky City.
I'm excited to see if there's going to be a Panther ban here or what's going to be the composition to try and poke down this Panther. Because, again, you don't always have to ban it, but you can try to position against it. Be as far away as you can. Remember, Panther has no ranged abilities. It has to get up close and personal to you. You can also try to ban something like Illuminate, something that gives mobility boost to something like a Panther to help with the gap close. But it's a Hurricane ban for CLGG.
And a Falcon ban on the other side. So no real air superiority from Falcon, but do we get Sky Raiders now? Was our question. Everybody's going to play a ground game for Graceland Sky City? Oh, this is actually going to be awesome. This is a brawl between both teams. High ground will still be played here, of course, Lemon, but the fact that we have no air superiority coming in, I mean, Aquila is going to be up there, but there's no flyer, and you can get one Aquila if you're looking for him.
Hurricane, it's kind of interesting how some teams like the Hurricane and some don't. It's sort of mixed, and well, chewing through its defenses can be pretty tough, but it's going to be out of the picture. There's certain power positions on this map. For example, inside of the building on the first round is going to be a brawl sort of arena. On the second round is your central pillar, where a lot of the teams want a fortress up there, while as the third round, if we even get there, because this is a best-of-3 map, if we even get there, is a pretty open terrain. So CSTG, I could tell by their composition, they want to set up, grouped up together.
All right, we'll drop in. The camo will fall off, and the targeting systems will come on for their pilots and strikers. Graceland Sky City now coming in for CSTG versus CLGG. CSTG on Palm Bay Harbor, very dominating after the first 30% of the map. And we'll see what happens. A lot of teams that lose if they haven't played Graceland like to come here. They think the team focus is there. They can recoup, and the shot calling needs to be on point.
All right, CSTG versus CLGG. Series point for CSTG in our first round to see who goes on to the top of the, or continues on to the top of the bracket, rolling out. We'll see where the setup is. Yinzi continuing on the Panther. I'm excited. So they want to play inside of the central building, so it closes off a lot of line of sights, and look at Yinzi waiting for his moment to strike.
On the cam, him and the Welkin, Ming just kind of hanging out slowly. See the charge already of that Inferno Lance, ready to cook somebody up. So Aquila's high. They're just trying to get positioning now. It's looking for a pick, honestly. They're going around waiting for one solo person to lose the family.
And sometimes, like, I know our last series, this was a very fast Graceland Sky City, but sometimes you can just play to survive. This is the first to 6 kills, but remember, as more time passes on, there's an EIC storm that can spawn, and this will shred health and stop any lock-on. So this will force you to fight, and you do not want to get to that point.
Pushing forward. This Aquila is I love the white. The great paint. High ground grab now on the right side. Oh, the Stego. The Inferno. Or rather, that Tricera doing a lot of damage. So, Panther still alive. Look at the disruption on this death ball up top. They're all trying to shoot up while getting shot from the side, and CLGG is kind of looking for a target. Oh, huge damage coming in from Inferno.
Oh, that's good. And remember, the cogwheel on the map, you can go and repair. So if you don't have a support, you can go for that. That may be an objective teams want to prioritize, but raining on down CLGG, trying to hold their own, but their fluid armor has been minced down, and Yinzi wants to get away from all the action.
Thought he was going to fall off the map for a second, but he saves himself, just ran into the outer dome. Still, look at 3 below him. The Welkin wall goes down, that shield rather, it's going to stop him a little bit, but man, the focus right now from Yinzi would have me pulling my hair out as his opponent.
Oh, and they found an isolated target, and there's
just
already
gross.
One down. CLGG, when it rains, it pours. Now they've lost 2, and CSTG now can go and try to find these isolated targets that are trying to escape, and boxed on in is Kai's, and there's just no running from this.
A nightmare in there. Sunwing with the kill on that on Kai's. The healing goes away once again, and 4-0 quickly happens. Just 2 minutes left now. Oh my God, they're actually getting the fights inside. We've been seeing CSTG stay in here because of the Aquila. It's just so annoying outside. We can see Kui right there. You just dodge it, and Yinzi's like, stop shooting me, please. We're not going to come for you. We're just going to kill the rest of your team. Stop being annoying.
And in this far of a lead, you don't have to take unnecessary risks. CSTG can hold this fortress, have CLG come to them and poke them down, get CLGG low. There's so much cover and corners. You see Yinzi already exploring that. So CLGG just kind of are trying to recuperate some of their health, but there is CSTG recognizing that low health target of Q Zhang, and they're hunting it down.
He got him with the grapple from long range, but he still hits him. What the hell? Yinzi is amazing right now.
Uh-oh.
Tapped that air, was able to recoup mid-air. Again, finally put down, and he's going to get focused. Killer Kin's over there like, please, someone get this Panther off me.
Yeah, and CLGG kind of using their teammate as bait and being able to punish that Panther. Signs of life for CLGG, but CSTG are 1 kill away from taking this first round and going to match point series point, and CLGG still have some fight in them.
It went behind the wall, 1 HP. 1 HP for Lack. Blackhawks, 1 HP, and there it is. It's going to go down. The first round going to CSTG. And man, Yinzi, I'm so glad the observers are following him, because it is a treat.
We go to round 2.
Round 2.
And there's not that central building that you hide in, but rather on top of. And this is the power position. And look at all the AoE skills coming in to not allow this position to go on for free. And you can still play around the perimeter and be annoying. Sometimes being grouped up is not what you want to do, but boxed in, CLGG setting up the walls.
You can see the sky bar. He's getting a lot of customers right now on top of that pillar. Everybody on the left side, though, for CSTG, they said, okay, that's fine. We'll fight whoever falls down off the pillar, because it's just too ridiculous right now to get that positioning.
See, Yinzi is now playing his life a lot more smartly, realizing how CLGG are getting better at punishing, but you got Welkins against a Stego, and Sanju is just spinning to win, and sometimes that's all you need.
Yep.
Boxing up on the top of the pillar, trying to dislodge CLGG's structure, and it's CLGG with first blood.
Focus on the Tricera. Looks like they're going to be able to stay alive. Oh, they found Jamley.
Oh, good box from Jamley.
Box. Yeah, that's exactly what you need to do. As I said, you see a Panther, you box the Panther out. You do not want that fight. So reset here on the ground. They know they've lost again that high ground, and they wait for the recharge. Also waiting on 1 to spawn for CSTG. CSTG, and 1 kill so far for CLG.
Yeah, CSTGG having to also wait for their energy. That is what's going to allow you to move and take some high ground. And Logs is the other Panther main that we've been wanting to see more of. And is going to drop to the low ground to take a 1v1 fight. But his fluid armor has already been shredded. He's got energy to be able to escape. And they're just being able to hunt him. But Yinzi has his own 1v1. He's got Zukang very, very low, but can't seem to nail him down. He's going to try and push people off of this high ground.
Boxes, gas, that's Welkins deflector jammer, or shield jammer rather. All this energy damage is getting blocked out. He drops off. Few players going to go down now from the side of CSTG. In this elevation, this is what we talk about, Graceland Sky City. It may go 6-0 in one fight, but with elevation changing in the next fights, you have anybody's game from map to map here.
CLGG, it's a slow burn, but one that hurts. They got up to 4 kills, 2 away from sending us into a round 3, and 1 step closer to tying the series. And Locks, this Panther is coming alive. We're currently watching Yinzi's Panther and CLGG close it out with a flawless round 2 at that.
Actually seeing a little bit of, I think, not frustration, but really wanting to get kills that weren't in range. Yinzi making a few mistakes with early swipes, stopping his Panther, dashing forward, but we're right back into it. No time for the last one. It's to the third of this best of 3, and again for the high ground, Lemon.
Ooh, and that Welkin from CSTG dropped to the low ground, managed to get back up to his team before CLGG could punish it, and the Welkins are trying to slam everyone off. Remember, Panther has CC. He can push people off of this. That is going to be the win condition, how you can isolate away from this grouped up structure. The Welkin box will try to buy some time and some space. That's 2 kills for CLGG.
Already going down. Honestly, Welkin's fighting on top of these things is absolutely horrible. It feels bad. You spin off, you fall off, and you don't have the energy to get back up. So whoever gets there first, you almost have to give it to him.
Nice shots from Qzang, an uncontested sniper in the sky, and just trying to suppress and try to drain down that fluid armor before these melees, especially poking down those Panthers. It's going to be important for Qzang.
Are we going to get our first best of 3 overall series today on this one, Lemon? You said this was a close one. Both teams absolutely slugging it out to make sure this happens, and only 1 more kill for CLGG will solidify Graceland Sky City.
What a turnaround for CLGG. I mean, to go on more open terrains was clearly their playground. As soon as CSTG had that first building on round 1, there was no touching them. But this is about to be 2 flawless rounds for CLGG. It's incredible how resilient they were, or how resilient they are, and how calm that they've stayed despite being at a deficit. And one last poke down gives CLGG the map 2 victory.
The Aquila, I'm going to say it right now, is going to be the MVP on that one. We saw so much damage coming through, and what a change. A 6-0 first one from CSTG to CLGG saying, nah, we got 12 for you, and we'll do it back-to-back.
That's GG for CSTG versus CLGG.
Yes, sir.
There's a lot of G's, but 1 W going that way in our first map 3 of the day.
I'm excited.
I'm excited too, and I was kind of expecting this.
Corrupt.
I know you want to go there.
I want some Corrupt Sinkhole.
But it's CSTG's map pick. So
it is. I think we might get either an Eye of Mizra, but more so a Cape Blanc Observatory. I feel like their fighting style, when not having to go up and down in situations, is a little bit better. And while there is elevation, quite a bit to play there, the city fights down in the valley and whatnot are, I think, things they can easily prioritize and take over CSGG.
Yeah, and now we understand why the Panther ban didn't come out from CLGG, kind of realizing, well, we could just depend on Laux to match the Panther and to just maybe distract and pull more attention so that he's able to do what Yinzi is doing on the other side. So excited to see it. It's also been a big macro game of who's holding those power positions, those welcome boxes, when you're able to buy that space or at least a moment to breathe away from the Panthers, and how the Panthers are trying to separate all these layers.
Just to break down that, dissect that a little bit, is looking, in the beginning I said, well, we don't have really air superiority here because everybody picked the ground game, but there was one Aquila. And while it was 6-0 on the first map, it was 6-0 because we saw CSTG in the bunker, hiding away from that Aquila. Open up the next 2 maps, and that's free firing for your snipers. So really great job to understand that their late game win condition was the other portion of Graceland Sky City and not just that first map.
Yeah, guys, I was not capping when I said these were 2 of the closest match Chinese teams.
These teams are capping.
Sitting, they're capping. We'll see if they'll cap an objective. I don't know if that's a game type that's coming up, but
I think we have to.
We have to. And are they going to be able to contest the top Chinese teams being like EVA or maybe Celestial Being? Those are the ones being touted as the best Chinese teams here. But this is kind of a nice warm-up match because no matter what happens here, it's double elim. But this is a good tone setter for the rest of the tournament.
And I really want to break down one of the things we may not be seeing. It kind of happens behind the scenes is the cooldowns that the strikers are working with. A lot of strikers can activate and deactivate things that will allow them to get their cooldown back at like a 1-to-1 refresh. Some strikers actually per like 1 second, it equals 3 seconds of cooldown. So if you turn it on and off, 3 seconds right away. At 3 seconds, it's 5. So this is something that they're trying to manage the whole time. Well, an Inferno, if we see an Inferno on the screen, you will see like 20-second cooldowns, and that's what makes Inferno so difficult to play, or not difficult, but punishing if you make a mistake in that sense.
And that's what makes this game so special. It's probably going to be one of the fastest games you ever play.
Yeah.
And because of the lockdown or the lock-on system, it's not as maybe mechanically heavy as other games, but it's more intelligent. I feel like the decision-making is what's most critical. Talking about those cooldowns that you just brought up, when to use them, how they interact with each other and against each other, like you were pointing out earlier, when to welcome box against a Panther, who to pair with the Panther, being the Pinaka, or just how you play around the Panther. This game is so much about team coordination, and mechanically it can be very demanding too with the Aquilas and Narukamis and whatnot.
1.7 million damage on the Stego, but on the other side, Hui flying around in the air, 1.6 from the Aquila, and 500,000 direct damage. Yeah, that stings. That is some sniping.
Yeah, that very close-knit Panther match where Laux actually did, 40,000 more damage than the other. But our clear MVP was the sniper, the eye in the sky being Qzang.
Ooh, now I want to see the Ken match. Both are right around 60% hit rate. Let's see it. I'll get these guys duking it out in a game, hopefully, in the upper bracket. What a game from them.
to get almost 2 million damage on a sniper. Clearly, everyone was more focused on the Panthers than the person floating in the sky. And this game, like I said, there's so much going on because there's threats above, below, and in your face.
Yep.
And you have to address them as a team. Sometimes there's these 1v1s, like you can't help it when a Welkin boxes you in through the eyes of Sanju here. But ignoring that Aquila, you just saw how devastating that was.
These high ground plays. I love the initial battle. Somebody's going to have to figure something out, though, to make this impossible. Really can't dump too much damage. I mean, hurricanes, maybe that's why you take it off, because a hurricane can really lace all of that energy damage towards the top side, as you mentioned before, taking down the tanks. But that just is not the case. And we're going to see where we're going next. It is going to be Cape Blanc Observatory. Both teams starting on either side of this area, and we will go for 8 extractors that they can dismantle. Whoever does it first is going to be taking that win home. If we get tied, by the time the time runs out, you will have first to 2 after that. So there is an overtime that goes into this.
Oh yeah, these overtime mechanics can just, you can't just wait things out. You can't just have a staring contest, because there is a storm that will just burn you down. Game 1 went to CSTG on Palm Bay. CLGG went the distance on Graceland Sky City, and we settled the score here and now. And these are two teams that have duked it out, not only just here and now, but beyond this battlefield, beyond this tournament. The first band goes in, it's Stego. We'll see what CLGG decide to go with.
We just saw 1.7 million damage from the Stego, so that seems like no! Okay, they are taking the box game out. This becomes terrifying to step up to an extractor to dismantle it. All shots are going to be hitting, so this game will require you to take out multiple opponents before trying to get that extractor.
Yeah, because the main ultra heavy striker you're going to have is the Tricera, and you still need a lot of heavies around him. It can't just be the Tricera show.
Yeah.
The Stego shield is important, the Welkin box, and to leave the Tricera alone, there's got to be maybe some other choices. A Hurricane, Inferno, but we got the Panthers making a return. The Inferno's going to be here. The Lumine with the AoE heals. Aquila is back for Sanju.
Yeah, there it is for Kui as well, looking for another MVP. And let's talk about that Inferno and Stego, why they're broken up. I'm sorry, Inferno and, Tricera and Stego, rather, why they're broken up, as well as Inferno, because he's going to be sitting in that group too, is that Tricera can put out some heal drones, whether they're on himself or on the teammates around him, and Stego can activate what is a blue haze you'll see, and that refreshes the shield. So getting Stego out of that combination of these Bass strikers, the Bass brothers there that can just sit on a point, is so huge. They just buff each other so much, and that cannot happen.
Yeah, and a big difference I noticed too is the Alesenas versus the Inferno. Those were two different strikers picked. Alesenas, we pointed out earlier, has multiple lives, because as soon as your health is drained, you lose your armor, and you can get back into it if you choose to right away. You have limited abilities in your unarmored Alesenas form, and then there's quite a long cooldown if you do want to re-armor back up.
How happy are you if you see an Inferno as an Alesenas?
I'm
like,
too
bye-bye.
swifty. I don't care. I'm too swifty. I got lives. The most forgivable striker that you can play. But the Inferno, man, he hurts if you stand still.
Well, we will see flying towards the top side of the map on either side a fully centered extractor here in the beginning. And we'll see both teams just getting their position. Yinzi again towards the right side of the mountains to get something started and just kind of pick off some stragglers.
Yeah, and a reminder, there's normal extractors that are worth 1 point, large ones that are worth 2 points, and it's first to 8 to win the map. We got Panthers making an appearance, Lox versus Yinzi, and this could be quite scary when there's less ultra heavies in the picture.
Oh, look at these Triceras just jumping around each other. So many bullets being fired. Oh, they got it! Somebody got it! And all of that. I think it was the jump down. CSTG's Tricera beautifully grabbing it. And Yinsu flying through the air for air superiority, just to let him know what's going on from the top down.
Oh, those bullets that are raining down. That's the Tricera, but we're looking through the eyes of Yinzi. On such an open map, though, you can be poked down, and you do not want to go head first into the Tricera. It will cause you to stagger and take a second to get back on your feet.
It's a great point. being able to get out of that stagger or shift out, sometimes it is just a death sentence. Here's Inferno here. You can see after activating that dash, will make him very hard to target. And these shots from his splitters do 12,500 damage. His chest beam can do 25,000 damage. So you can get hit with 50 grand if he's close enough.
Without Welkin to protect you against energy damage, Inferno's gonna let it rain. But there is still an extractor that's been deployed, and there's a second one about to be deployed. Remember, only one large can spawn, but 2 normals can spawn at the same time. So we have an even matchup.
Beautiful job by Zhuhai right now. Just capping points as Tricera. I thought it was going to be so much harder. They've gotten here first, but they get pushed off, and still they scatter. And CLGG now doesn't, it had control a moment ago, but it just seems like CSTG is always peeking over the mountain doing just enough damage.
Everyone is so centered around this A extractor, and no one seems to be really in full control, but CSTG are down a member. This is the time for CLGG to strike. They all converge on this Tricera. It's losing those composite shields, and it is forcing some staggers, but here's some backup from Yinzi to push them all away from the Tricera.
God, it's just like a bus coming on the screen and slamming you off to the side. Absolutely crazy movement right now coming in from Yinzi. Going for that. Oh, the shield wasn't enough, and it's going to be taken out.
Any damage will interrupt that dismantle, and you need to choose that moment carefully. A big double kill from CSTG, but that only evens up the numbers. CLGG, though, are taking shots from an Aquila at range, and this is terrifying for Saintju.
3 members down for CSTG, 2 for CLGG. This is a bloodbath, and still the points are hardly being capped because there's just enough damage being done.
And Saintju is choosing to go to an extractor where no one is nearby, but racing on in to disrupt
they're
this.
There already.
That is a huge disrupt from CLGG.
Oh, just nobody has a moment to stand still. I'm surprised they aren't gassing themselves out of energy here. Beautifully played by both teams to keep this close.
And yeah, all the gas to stop the capture. The Tricera versus Tricera. And a Panther just in the pain sandwich in between. Jeez, I don't know how this Panther's going to get anything done with Tricera's nearby, and Yinzi has to disengage and pick this moment carefully.
They got it! Oh, the Lumine got it within the fight. Absolutely crazy stuff.
And this is map 3 for all the marbles, and we are tied 2-2 apiece. But this Heavy is having a hard time moving around. Tricera needs to pull the shields back up. The health about to be diminished, but getting sliced up like sushi.
Gotta move. Gotta move. This isn't going to end very well. At least in this, though. Going to have some lives on this. Shouldn't be too bad. And A is now to be hit. You mentioned it earlier. As this goes on, Lemon, there will be multiple points spawned at the same time, so it's going to start taking eyes and multiple positions on the map to cover those.
And it's important to play mobile strikers for exactly that reason, moving from objective to objective. B is up next. Air superiority for MZM. That support specialist trying to also gather the team, but B is about to spawn, and all the kills are going in CSTG's way. This is their moment to even extend this lead if possible, but CLGG just need to apply damage. It's not just always about the kills, but to deny the objective with any damage.
Dashes in, pushes out the Tricera. That's actually a huge move by Yinzi. Gives the team a bit of positioning now on the B extractor. But I don't know if it's enough. The shield goes on, and it's instantly torn away from the focus fire. Oh, that's some Inferno damage.
Oh, how is this Tricera going to live any longer? Forced to disengage. You have to play your life. The respawn timers can be 25 seconds plus. You are out of the fight for so long. Nice shots from Q Zhang, and both teams are even 4-4 apiece in terms of members. How do you organize at this point? You can't let the chaos overwhelm you.
Multiple points are up. You can see on the mini-map, someone's already covering on that A point. B is actually being converged on as well by the teams. And we have the Panther versus Elise in this fight. Just absolute all-out melee brawl.
Just trying to stop this Tricera from setting up is so smart from Yinzi, but it's too little too late. CSTG are stacked, and they managed to dismantle it.
Oh, beautiful dismantle on that. 4-2 now, a quick step up for the side of CSTG in this battle. They have to focus on B. They have to get 4-3 if they really want to keep it close.
Zhuhai is just trying to anchor this to help CLGG stay in this. They got all the kills raining on down, forcing Sandwang to go around the mountain. Now Sanju at a distance, and the Inferno's adding damage onto this Tricera. The fluid armor is gone, and CLGG can't anchor this any longer. They're down 2 people.
And those were heals and shields going out as well for the side of that Tricera. So CSTG really focusing here now. 5-2, just 3 away from capping this series and capping Cape Blanc Observatory.
What a pin down from Yinzi. CLGG haven't had all 6 strikers up at once for a while. Look how this lead is increasing from CSTG as a result. Look, they've even pinned down Laux on the Panther, and he's got below half health. I don't know if he's able to
Somebody
escape.
help this Panther. Oh my gosh, gets out. The ambulance was called for him. He's good. Not for me, but for you. All right, they get to A. Look at this. 4 of them on A already. Instantly shield, and they could probably get some damage or get some percentage on that.
CLGG, it's their Panther that has to disrupt this, but you can only really target one person at a time. At least it's going to be difficult for a Panther to handle all these strikers at once. But CLGG with a big opening pick. Now they just need to converge. They're at quite a deficit. It's been a waterfall for CSTG. Their team play's been outstanding, and Yinzi has to go unnoticed, but there's so many flies of CLGG around.
Exactly. I mean, you just saw Yinzi get hit. Use his Javelin to get out of a situation of the Inferno Laser, then chased by Aleseness. They know Yinzi is a problem and needs to be dealt with. And here he goes again.
CLGG just lost a member, though, but CSTG, their health is so low, and they have to be careful. The respawn timers are getting up to 30 seconds, and this could be the beginning of the end, and maybe a comeback for CLGG. They're only down by 2. There's an extractor that will be deployed very shortly. This is the time to set up and rotate through, and CLGG are around.
2 points for this. Yinzi's on it, but there's Jam Lee. They're going to try to get a nice fight down. Destroys that. Yinzi in the solo kill, but
the deny.
Denied. Back to 40 seconds. Can't get past 50, and now it's going to be CLGG here to fight.
Laux against the world, pushing people away. Kills exchange at a distance, and just going for the big play. CSTG trying to dismantle the Tricera. Everybody trying to shield each other. CLGG are disrupting, but they're falling like flies and dominoes, and CSTG are about to dismantle any second now.
80%. So close for the Tricera, or Lumi actually, again to get in there. Xiao's been doing a great job at getting a few points as the Lumi here just tagged on damage from Shenwang, so nobody can tag on to that emitter.
CLGG have no second to breathe. They have no fluid armor. That's what's going to regenerate over time, and this Tricera is constantly dealing damage from CLGG, denying CSTG from dismantling at all. CLGG just have to play the long game, but they just don't have the heals to keep up with this. The sustain and just the survivability from CSTG may just be what helps them dismantle, but Laux with a big pick on Sandwang. Qzang with the follow-up. This is so even.
3 down to 2 down right now. It's just getting hit, and no other extractors are going to spawn until the big one is taken out. This big one being taken out won't end the game for either team, so we still got more if somebody does get it.
But this could be the end soon. CLGG only have 2 people left.
It's gone.
And they could be staggered. They need to escape and try to regroup, and that could be difficult if you're playing an ultra heavy that moves a lot slower than the medium and the lights. So CSTG, though, they look healthy. Can't say the same about Ozzy, was managed to get back to full health. And now the extractors aren't spawned yet, so there's time to really extend the kill timers from CLGG, but now they're all back.
See him coming in on the mini-map, soaring through. They're actually going to have the backside of CSTG here for a moment, who are on the point. So this could be quite tough. B and A are going to spawn nearly the same point, so it's a decision of how to play your strategy. I think Yinzi again goes for the 1v1s. The rest of the team heads for the points.
Ton of kills from CSTG. They got to get on this extractor. A and B are also very close to each other and could even be up at the same time. So dividing your attention or focusing on one is what's going to be key in the next minute and a half. A is up, CSTG are all alive as well, and the kills continue. CLGG just don't have an advantage to work with. They're so split from each other.
Maybe they try to get a free A here. No, they do get B, though. That's a 6. A is open, but nobody's made the move yet. Yes, they actually are there trying to get it, but the Tricera firing down on high, and it will not be able to be taken.
So much disruption from the Tricera. Yinzi tries to push an enemy away from all the gunfire, but it's impossible to be left alone and to go unnoticed. The Triceras are just shooting each other.
Just firing. Are you tickling me? What are you doing? That's what he's asking. Mazin1 getting another assist there, coming in for CSTG. They're dropping, but Yinzi still doesn't have the coverage. No time to get that dismantle as CLG answer back with a kill of their own.
The end of the series is on the horizon, and now both Panthers clash. They parry, and reigning above is the Inferno. Asanji tries to assess the field, snipes at a distance. CLGG, they are able to match the numbers in terms of kills, but the Extractors are all going the way of CSTG, who have doubled their objective. There's 30 seconds left.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. They have to cap everything and 3 Extractors to get it. I don't think it's going to happen. This one from CSTG is down to the wire, but being able to get those last few, being able to have Yinzi be so distracting on the outside of the map here has been a boon for the side of CSTG. 5 seconds left. The Extractors are actually destroying themselves because there's not enough time for the players to get them down. Hardly ever see that. What a fight from both teams.
What? Yeah, an absolute bloodbath between our teams. GG for CSTG, moving on to the next round after a grueling map 3 victory, draining the last seconds of our timer and playing the long game, but playing a winning one against their brethren from China.
Very nicely done throughout. We saw a lot of what I wanted. Teams going in, understanding the severity of the fight, and then it can be, you know, set right, get a little bit of healing, and go in again. Wait for the team. I think that had to happen even more so this time because we were seeing so frequently multiple players down on the team. You have to reset, regroup, and then get back in. And we saw CSTG be able to do that just a scotch more.
And what a hustle from CLGG to come back on Graceland Sky City when being down a round and going the distance. And to do it in 2-6-0, I believe, final rounds, it was such an effort.
Good old Quihang on the Aquila.
Yeah. The Aquilas, the Panthers, we saw some really cool compositions come out and bans that forced you to take a different look, especially banning all those ultra heavies in that final map. You saw how much chaos it was when you weren't able to just stack all your heavies together.
Yeah, man, not having a welcome box is tough there on Cape Blanc Observatory, but
sad,
it is really awesome to watch, I'm not going to lie. So playing it, I want Welkin. Spectating it, I actually love when Welkin's not on that map.
Yeah.
That was cool.
If you're a fan of CLGG, though, it is not over. There is a lower bracket to be fought through, and there's a lot of intra-regional matches, too, so every region is going to be at the bottom at some point. And we still got North America that will be featured later on today. I believe Japan is coming up, too. This has been an incredible day.
It has, and we have more to go, too. We have 2 more games to hit up with Extra Turn versus Celestial Beings, and then Team Liquid versus DSG as we get these ones in. And I think our next one is it China versus Japan, right? Pretty cool.
Have to
so
double
that'll
check.
be awesome.
And we got
That's
an interview coming up too.
Yeah,
so
we do. And we have to pick MVP. MVP.
Tricera's.
Tricera.
Just for the disruption.
Could it be Yinzi again?
Probably.
I'd like Tricera. Insane.
You couldn't dismantle anything. Probably the reason why we went down to 0 seconds was Tricera's.
I'm gonna say Lumine.
That's a hot take.
There was a few extracts. It is a hot take. But there's a few extractions, and also the healing must have been insane that map.
To be able to take a second and heal is insane. Look at Yinzi, just top of the charts.
But yeah, Yinzi's right there.
Going up against Lox, though, let's see. Direct damage-wise, we got 300k from Lox and Yinzi up there.
2.6 with almost
400K.
a million direct. Yeah, 400k on the other side, so 900 altogether. These damage numbers in these long games are absurd.
Yeah, I was just comparing the Panthers of Yinzi versus Lox has been the storyline for this series of the Panthers being unbanned and this being such an important identity.
Oh, it is him.
And Yinzi's back in the MVP chair.
Good old Yinzi. Take another one. Wow. So the last 2 games, we've actually had double MVPs. People really showing their prowess on their favorites. And when we're seeing these fully focused pilots on their favorite striker, it is something to behold.
Yeah, the 2.0 KDA. Yinzi are goat on the Panther, but you almost don't even need to give him resources. He's been able to be like a lone wolf and play around these mountains, especially on that final map. And to depend on someone, Panther is such a high-risk striker because of just, you can't follow up the plays that he does because of that direct damage. Like I said, ranged has to hit that fluid armor first, and you saw what the impact that Yinzi and Laos was able to do for their teams.
See a few of our highlights here, just how they were capping these points. Yinzi there on your screen, just taking the fight to the air every time. And while it looks like he dashes past, still regen that energy, get themselves back in nice and quick. And yeah, so much disruption.
And although this game is so fast, patience is key. Because like you said, when you're in a 1v6, it is impossible. But you do just kind of have to play your life, but also put damage on the objectives so they can't be capped. You can still be a valuable member of the team without killing things. I know that's like a statement, but really disruption is so important in this game.
It is focus. Sometimes even like getting yourself in there as an eliteness, but even other strikers, when you know you can stop a point, you know you're making a high risk play that can actually pay off, then you're going to be getting that reward for dying when your team's like, nice job, we still got the point. You know? Sometimes you gotta be the one to go down.
It's been awesome to feature every single team that has flown all the way to China for this event. We are not missing a single match. We're getting our interview all ready to go with somebody from CSTG. And we have lovely translators that are also helping all the teams communicate with each other, whether it's for content or strategy. And it's been cool. We even see some people streaming from here and just making sure all their fans are on board with Mecha Break, because this launch is going to be incredible.
It has actually been incredible. I hope you've been playing. It is on, the demo is on Steam right now, so go check it out. Go download it. Go play it. Get everything you can fulfilled about your mechs, and we're going to get everything we can about this interview. Let's check it out.
Hello everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm the host. Now standing right side is the winner of last match, Yinzi from CGTC. Hello everyone, I'm Yinzi. My first question is that, compared to the other team, might your team have a deep relationship with CLGG? Now you have already met again each other. It's like, how do you view the competition with the opposing team? Actually, we are friends. We are all friends. Therefore, it doesn't matter win or lose. In the second round, you already you did not defeat them. So how do you adapt yourself? Actually, I have to adapt myself and also encourage my teammates. Actually, in our daily life, we practice a lot. In the third round, the competition is very fierce, and we can see that your strategy has changed a lot. And my colleagues also shown that they love you so much. And Yinzi, what do you want to say to your fans? I want to say, everyone please pay more attention to this competition. We need to give more time to this game, and we want more players to play this game. And we definitely know the fun of playing this game. We're looking forward for a greater performance in the following competition.
MechaBreak pre-launch Global Invitational 2025 is here. From March 13th to 16th, 16 teams from China, North America, Japan will battle it out in Zhuhai, China, taking mech battles to the next level. The tournament features the 6v6 Operation Verge mode with a double elimination format. Round 1 kicks off on March 13th, with matchups decided by random draw. Teams that lose in the upper bracket drop to the lower bracket for a second chance, lose again, and they're eliminated. The upper bracket final, lower bracket final, and grand final are best of 5. All other matches are best of 3. The ultimate showdown between the final 2 teams takes place on March 16. Striker selection follows, no duplicates in squads rule, meaning each team can deploy only 1 unit of the same striker model per match. Each side bans 1 striker per match, and each striker can only be banned once per match. Banned strikers cannot be banned in later rounds of the same best of 3 or best of 5 series. The tournament includes 13 available strikers: Falcon, Panther, Elysinus, Tricera, Narukami, Lumine, Pinaka, Inferno, Sky Raider, Welkin, Aquila, Stego, and Hurricane. Players are allowed to personalize their strikers with paint jobs, patterns, and other cosmetic customizations, but performance-based modifications are strictly prohibited. 5 maps are in play: Graceland Sky City, Hive Mizra, Grob Sinkhole, Palm Bay Harbor, and the Cape Blanc Observatory. The first map is picked randomly, and the losing team chooses subsequent maps. No repeats allowed in the same match. Top pilots from 3 regions are ready for action. Roster includes the legendary Panther pilot, renowned streamer Yinza, Team Liquid's Mayumi, and Prize from Taiclan. Popular streamers including Shui Wu Yuan Jin, Jake, and Unicy will also join the Shoutcaster team. More participants will be announced soon. Stay tuned. Locked, loaded, and ready for battle. Stay updated by following the official MechaBreak website and socials from all the latest news.
Get ready, the 2025 MechaBreak pre-launch Global Invitational is almost here.
第一次登上国际舞台，4周强敌环伺，但我坚信，我们将成为最后的胜者。
俺たちの力を世界に見せつける時が千載一遇のチャンス、絶対に逃さない。
The tension is rising. We're all in.
No matter who's in front of us, we're bringing the heat.
这一次，我会让你们知道什么是最完美的团队协作。
会場に響き当たる戦火の中、この手で勝利をつかみ取る。
There's no room for the weak. The unprepared will be the first to fall.
どんな困難も最後まで戦う。冠军奖杯，我们势在必得。
MechaBreak Pre-Launch Global Invitational 2025 is here. From March 13th to 16th, 16 teams from China, North America, Japan will battle it out in Zhuhai, China, taking mech battles to the next level. The tournament features the 6v6 Operation Verge mode with a double elimination format. Round 1 kicks off on March 13th, with matchups decided by random draw. Teams that lose in the upper bracket drop to the lower bracket for a second chance, lose again, and they're eliminated. The upper bracket final, lower bracket final, and grand final are best of 5. All other matches are best of 3. The ultimate showdown between the final 2 teams takes place on March 16. Striker selection follows, no duplicates in squads rule, meaning each team can deploy only 1 unit of the same striker model per match. Each side bans 1 striker per match, and each striker can only be banned once per match. Banned strikers cannot be banned in later rounds of the same best of 3 or best of 5 series. The tournament includes 13 available strikers: Falcon, Panther, Elysinus, Tricera, Narukami, Lumine, Pinaka, Inferno, Sky Raider, Welkin, Aquila, Stego, and Hurricane. Players are allowed to personalize their strikers with paint jobs, patterns, and other cosmetic customizations, but performance-based modifications are strictly prohibited. 5 maps are in play: Graceland Sky City, Hive Mizra, Grob Sinkhole, Palm Bay Harbor, and the Cape Blanc Observatory. The first map is picked randomly, and the losing team chooses subsequent maps. No repeats allowed in the same match. Top pilots from 3 regions are ready for action. Roster includes the legendary Panther pilot, renowned streamer Yinza, Team Liquid's Mayumi, and Prize from Taiclan. Popular streamers including Shui Wu Yuan Jin, Jake, and Unicy will also join the Shoutcaster team. More participants will be announced soon. Stay tuned. Locked, loaded, and ready for battle. Stay updated by following the official MechaBreak website and socials from all the latest news.
Get ready, the 2025 MechaBreak Pre-Launch Global Invitational is almost here.
第一次登上国际舞台，4周强敌环伺，但我坚信，我们将成为最后的胜者。
俺たちの力を世界に見せつける時が千載一遇のチャンス、絶対に逃さない。
The tension is rising. We're all in.
No matter who's in front of us, we're bringing the heat.
这一次，我会让你们知道什么是最完美的团队协作。
会場に響き当たる戦火の中、この手で勝利をつかみ取る。
There's no room for the weak. The unprepared will be the first to fall.
どんな困難も最後まで戦う。冠军奖杯，我们势在必得。
Welcome back to the Mecha Break pre-launch Global Invitational here in Zhuhai, China. I'm Riv, still joined by Lemon Kiwi, and we got more games.
Hell yeah.
Let's go.
And we got China versus Japan, at least for our cast, our first like inter-regional clash. And it features some two incredible teams, Extra Turn versus Celestial Being. And oh, these are some top dogs when it comes to their region.
Absolutely. Seeing coming out of Japan, third best for Extra Turn. So you know they're going to be bringing some heat and have been scrimming with the best teams to boot. So let's check out the squad here as we see what the players love focus.
Yes, Hiwami, dedicated support striker, preferring the Pinaka. You got Natumiya, a Hurricane main, Ray Kaiser, Sky Raider main, and Valkuma, a lot of Panther and some Stego. This is going to be a tough roster to go up against. And how can you not hate, how can you not love Mochi? I love Mochi the food. I'm sure I'm going to love him as a player too.
他们由测试高分的玩家组成，曾经获得过社群赛第2名的好成绩，也期待他们可以不负初心，取得一个优异的战绩。欢迎各位的到来。
Look at the poses. They look like they are pilots.
欢迎
Incredible stuff. Extra Turn at the top of Japan, a region touted to be at the top of Mecha Break. Now we got on the other side Celestial Being top 4 in China. Probably the second best team behind EVA when it comes to China. Vita being apparently an Inferno one-trick. I'm sure he's got more in the back pocket. He just doesn't want to tell us. And Mandu being their Falcon or Sniper specialist. Let's see them roll out of their space door.
Here we go.
丽华奏炎黄，欢迎各位。
Ready to present.
也愿他们能够在今天交上一份令自己满意的答卷。也祝福你们以及我们的 EST 战队同都能够取得令自己满意的成绩。那接下来的时间，请各位入座到我们的作战席，稍事准备。我们可以看到双方都已经蓄势待发，让我们共同期待接下来的精彩对决。让我们把画面交还给解说席。
As well as Naru, Alisness,
and then there's us.
Inferno up there. And then there's us. We're back, and we're going to be looking at the rosters once again before we see what map we're going to and then what bans we are going to get for these strikers. I do actually think that Inferno should be a ban, unless that's just a troll, and he's like, I just play this, and it's really, he has the whole striker pool besides Inferno.
Yeah, Inferno is such a key striker to deal with this ultra heavy striker meta, putting out that energy damage that a lot of those ultra strikers are weak to, Welkin being the most important to try and deal with that energy damage with the anti-energy field.
Yes,
but
sir.
This match, in my opinion, is going to define who's the best region. Just in my head.
Ooh.
Because it's the top dogs
region?
from China.
Okay. I was like, but what about Anubis? I was like, oh, they're in that region.
Just like China versus Japan, there's only 2 matches in this first round that are different regions of China versus Japan.
True.
And this one is, I think, going to be the closest one. We already had a map 3. I think this one's going to be a banger too.
I would love to see another map 3. I think teams, you play the to not lose factor, which makes everything a bit more timid, but kind of makes each one of the engagements that much more important when you're finally choosing to go in, because it is all on the line in that third map.
And now that our teams are all settled in, we'll find out what map we're going to, which is random, and also the bans. Each team gets 1 ban, and you can't ban again on the following maps. Best of 3 is so unforgiving too. Like, there's not a lot of second chances, but there is a second chance in the double elimination bracket. You'll get a second life.
Very true. And now everybody's getting to watch each other play here today. They've seen them play before. So next time you go into a game, be like, okay, they did really well. They still lost, but they did well because of the Falcons. Let's take that down even more for them, right? So you can really get under your opponent's skin as we go into more games tomorrow, but even more games right now as we wait to see your rosters again and get those picks in.
And we get to get a sense of the meta, at least for day 1. We've seen a lot more Falcons over Sky Raider. There's sort of an argument between regions of which one is better between Sky Raider or Falcon when it comes to the Flyers. Also the choices of some niche picks like Inferno or Hurricane. Even the choices of snipers. We've pretty much only seen Aquila, at least for our matches. And a lot more Panther than I was expecting because of just how tanky everybody
a little
is.
bit more Panaka too. We've seen more Lumine as the day has gone on, but definitely some Panaka picks that threw me for a loop, hearing what the kind of consensus was going around the room as we got here.
Yeah,
with the teams again.
Yeah, with all the Falcon talk, though, I'm looking at Ray Kaiser, who said that he prefers the Sky Raider over the Falcon, so trying to add more of that disruption, a lot more AoE.
Yeah.
But on the Celestial side, we have Vita, who's an Inferno one-trick, and that's that glass cannon in the skies whose job it is to force those tanks to move.
I feel like even though Inferno can crush a Welkin, I feel like you want to ban Welkin if you are going to play Inferno because of how severe and how fast that death comes from a Welkin boxing you. Inferno, while incredibly strong, like I said, can do up to 50,000 damage in a short amount of time with 2 gunshots and his chest beam. You are basically looking at somebody jumping on top of you, and you have basically the squishiest health. You are a leaf compared to the other heavies out there, so you have to be careful with Inferno.
And Manbu from Celestial Being prefers the Falcon over the Sky Raider. So Ray Kaiser from Extra Turn likes the Sky Raider. Manbu from Celestial Being is a Falcon lover. And Falcon, so swift. I mean, you were telling me how just mobile that striker is compared to everyone else.
Being the fastest striker, the boost speed is 90, 95-ish, so you're never going to catch Falcon. Also able to destroy your target lock-on with any of his fast dash moves. So always staying in the air, always being a nuisance. But I do want to see the air priority here because, like you said, meta Death Ball kind of gives Sky Raider a chance to just salvo that Death Ball over and over. Back at your love. And then we still see the 1.2, almost 2 million damage on Falcons that are really good at keeping targets in front of them, spiraling down and understanding what their targets need to be. So it is a master class we're getting to see here. And a little bit of animation, too, from the players. They're like, oh, okay, all right. Oh, I didn't
staring
know.
contest?
Oh,
peace out.
I wasn't familiar with the game. I wasn't familiar.
Stone cold, ready to bot out in the match. This is China versus Japan. Everyone's locked in, ready to roll out on the battlefield as we await our first map, and then we'll go into those bans, and then they'll get some time to pick their composition from there on out. And I'm excited to get into this because it's nearing the end of the day. Everyone's been waiting for quite some time to get into this match, but also that means more practice time.
That's true. Practice time, watching things, being like, oh, you know what? Nubis played that really well. CSTG played that really well. CLGG, we can fit that into our composition. So little tweaks, little things here, because watching earlier, I'm not going to lie, teams were practicing, teams were playing, and there are people here with 500 hours, and there are people here with 5 hours, right, that are coming into play. And knowing that you have a second striker in your pool is this big. It's huge. It is so big, because going into a match with a ban, you're going to be like, wait, if I want to play this, you want to play that, and you have to have it planned out already.
Yeah, and to be flexible, as you said, is so important. I'm glad you mentioned that because of the bans. Everyone, there's people that are scrimming without bans, so they go with their main composition, their comfort picks, but the ban system is what's throwing everyone for a loop, especially if you take out something like a Stego, a Tricera. What are the most common bans? We're seeing a lot of the ultra heavies, Stego, Triceras, Hurricanes, and sometimes those pocket picks. We've seen Aquila get banned if we don't want to worry about snipers. No one's falling back to the Narukami. People are falling back to Eliseness over Narukami.
Well, now we have Japan playing. Maybe we'll get one. I'm not even seeing it on their list. Never mind.
Narukami is tough because it's stealth, not invisibility. It's not Harry Potter out here. People you can see a little bit of the glint, and also as soon as you get away from those stealth decoys, you will be noticed. If you start, if you grapple, you can sort of follow along with it. The stealth isn't forever, and it's not invisibility, so people would much prefer the Aquila over the Narukami. But again, there are regional differences. We haven't seen it yet, but yet is the key point there.
Key point, yeah, indeed. As well as we saw earlier, is you're not really going to get air superiority out of Narukami. You can get like wall superiority somewhere really high on the map because they're just latched onto something like you were talking about. But yeah, I was eating crow earlier when I saw everybody go on to Graceland Sky City, and they actually just had the Aquila going crazy, or Aquila rather. So yeah, it can be an Aquila to have Sky priority, which is very, very cool to see. First map, Eye of Mizra.
Ooh, yay!
Gonna get a bit dusty in here.
I love Eye of Mizra is my favorite. The objective is to recover data keys from point A, B, and C and upload them to the space shuttle. And, you know, the first key is usually going to be in the middle of the map over at B, and then where the rest spawn is up to you. You have to kill the key carrier in order for that key to disappear. So that's the tricky part. You want to give the key to someone who is either very survivable, like an Elysinus, or someone that flies very fast.
Sky Raider actually gets banned out, so they do focus down on Ray Kai's. All right.
No Narukami is interesting. No Sky Raider, so you gotta have a Falcon. Lumine is a great choice. We already have Hawami getting the Lumine on board. Aquila is a pick from Manbu. That is the sniper specialist I've been looking forward to seeing. And now we're just waiting for the final picks. A Falcon 2 from Ray Kaiser. That is his bread and butter, and mirrored on the other side. Again, you can carry that key very fast. You want to give that to Falcon or even a Lumine.
If you want to talk numbers, knowing the max, Falcon has about 90, 95 boost speed. No one is close to that. Not even Sky Raider can match that. Almost the second near that is Welkin. When clicking on single melee, Welkin can hit 45 to 50 boost speed. So if Falcon gets the key, if Welkin, Illumine can also consistently dash. If they have keys, that key is locked up. So it would be really awesome to see a kill strategy here coming in from either team to play within the points. If you know you're not getting it, play within the points, create a wall of strikers, and shut down the key as it escorts from point to point.
And getting first to 100 points, by the way, to win the map. Kills also get you points. It's only one, though.
Yeah.
Uploading the key is how you're going to win. There is 3 ticks. Once you do get to the space shuttle, every tick is 5 points, and the full upload is 15, and you have to fully kill the striker in order for that key to disappear. So Elysinus, let's say the Elysinus carries it. If it gets unarmored, you have to fully eliminate that striker. That is difficult. Sometimes it may be just better to focus on the next key than to waste time chasing the key carrier. It all depends on where you stand in the game. But let's roll out Japan versus China, extra turn versus Celestial Being on Eye of Mizra.
A bit of cloud in the distance there. We'll see rolling in on the map. That will cause trouble in quite some time, and we'll get to that when it happens. But right now it's about the battle. We see the key going to be spawning over there at C as it starts to tick up, but the middle of the map is where the fight starts off.
Yeah, Ray Kaiser, eye in the sky. I like that these Stegos too are on some bit of elevations to try and pressure out these flyers, but also not let anyone get too comfortable. Now you got the Inferno lasering down, and again, not always just about kills, but forcing movement out of these heavy strikers that really do a lot more damage when they're immobile.
Big damage there. You can see coming in from the Hurricane, just flying in. There's the energy shield going in. All that green gas is from Welkin running around with his 3-on, trying to protect the team. But now that it's gone, they can wreak havoc.
Yeah, that first key is about to spawn, so these kills are going to start to matter more and more, where Celestial Being, Team CB, is already down 1, but just because the key is spawned doesn't mean you have to immediately grab it. You got to choose that window very carefully.
Oh, the chest beam coming out of the Inferno. We see multiple fights on our 3 fronts right now, and no, the point is actually being, like you said, kind of left alone for a moment in this fight in the back. Oh, could be a cap, though.
Oh, the Welkin box and multiple targets stuck in as we look through the eyes of the Tricera that gets to pump damage through. Welkin stops movement, but not range damage, and Mochi pairs with that beautifully, annihilating Celestial Being in these opening kills, and the key is still spawned, but you can only capture it when you have uninterrupted damage, so there's still some interruptions from CB that can come out.
Give me the key! So if the Welkin gets it, it's going to be a great grab. We see the Tricera there, but you're not going to get your heavy tanks to grab it. You get your Brawler Welkin, you get the Lumine, you get the Falcon, and you get out.
So 4-1 again. Each kill is 1 point, so extra turn. It's going to take a while if they only do kills to get up to 100. But also, maybe the strategy is to actually just extend the kill timers, because every kill extends your respawn, and CB are suffering from that.
Just F. To pay respects, cap the point. Can it happen? Still fighting around this first point so long that the first one's going to spawn the second one already. This is really not something you see. C is usually already capped and the whole team is at A, but it's going to be split very early in the game, Lemon.
Yeah, you see how A is left alone and it's inside of a building. It takes some time to get to. There's already one grabbing it. And remember, when someone gets a key, you have to escort it, but you're pinged on the entire map. Everyone knows you cannot sneak this by, and it will be Toby who's trying to get that key uploaded.
He stole it! He Welkenbach stole it. Somebody was right there with him. Look how fast he's moving to get it across. C is still open.
And
that hasn't even happened. It is capped. Beautiful job to get the points in. They're now up 21-8. And they're going to get a few more here as the rest of the points come through. Mochi getting a kill just to dwindle the numbers of CB.
15 points, but also Extra Turn may have just uploaded one too. They're only a couple points behind, and there's no key spawn, so this is just going to be a brawl until the next one goes down. And how you organize. You can look at the mini-map in the top left, Extra Turn in the blue, commanding the middle of the map, trying to disperse CB as they hide and fly around the perimeter.
Yeah, early B lock as well. You have your Stego there on the right, flying around a little bit. Tricera to the left, and that is the Bass Brothers comp of strikers you want getting to the point first. They can heal and they can shield.
Yeah, CB starting to surround, but can they divide and conquer? Looking through Marino, who's trying to coordinate the focus fire, but CB, 2 big kills, Extra Turn, set back. They were set up first near the key that was about to spawn, but CB, patience paying off.
Oh, we're trying to watch the Falcon now, do a little spiral down to keep eye on target in front. But it is just hectic at these points. It's almost like the other points have to spawn just to disrupt the fight.
Vita, our Inferno one trick, showing us what all the thousands of hours could do on the Striker. And look how low Extra Turn are, and the key just hasn't been touched, and it's spawned up now. So these next couple kills, you gotta choose that window well. Is it gonna be a 6v3 that you wanna try and go for the objective for? But you can't be damaged while you claim that key.
That's the play. This feels good. You get a Welkin onto the Inferno and just close it down, but great movement there by Vita.
And there's that Corite Storm. So this is going to, well, you can't tell who's an enemy and who's a friend. You can't lock on, and it is going to burn some health. So this is chaos mode, especially when it's already so hard to group up.
No targeting. You can hear everybody trying to like ping something, look at something, but it is not. If you're Lumine right now, it becomes very tough. It's just healing gas you're trying to put out for the rest of the team because you're not getting a target here in the Storm. And there's one kill going down, though. 2 members down for the side of CB is 1 Extra Turn, as B is just an all-out brawl.
Just like that Welkin that was spinning to win Marina. That was just trying to stop anyone from capping. And the way, you know, for y'all at home playing in the middle of the storm, the way you could tell an enemy of a friend, well, you can't do damage to your friends. If you see hits and hit markers, that's when you know you're shooting an enemy during this moment. But the storm only lasts about a minute, so it should be clearing up soon.
All right, so this is a huge combo. Welcome players, take note. The Inferno on the map is absolutely destroying 2B's chance to get these boxes right now. You need your energy shield, and you need the box to be able to cap it in front of an Inferno, or it's not happening.
Oh man, CB thought they were safe to go and claim the key. And there's still 6 minutes left. A lot of game to go. It's being claimed by Toby while the Welkin box is up. The key is grabbed. But the next objective is to actually go and upload it. And right on his tail is that Sky Raider, Ray Kaiser, an absolute menace, not allowing this fluid armor to survive much longer.
Oh, 2B so low, and he chose to go for the bottom door, not the top side. We know that speed for Welkin can get by his opponents, but he is gone. You called it. 38-29, 5 minutes left on this, and they are pulling each other back and forth.
Disgusting Welkin box at the door to stop that key carrier from getting out. I've never seen that. So gross, and now the Welkin is trying to disrupt and break down the composite shields of the Tricera. There's that resist. The invulnerability is so low. The focus fire from Extra Turn is beautiful.
Really coming together now that they aren't on the points. It's free map fight, and it seems like they start to really flourish when there isn't an objective. They can all focus on one thing, but they will split for C and move the Bass Brothers back over to that side, and Tricera and the Stego.
And CB got a lot of objective done. They had a lead, but because Extra Turn have been winning the neutral fights and killing, they're racking up a lot of points just from eliminations alone. And it continues. CB are getting staggered. and they're managing to try to get some fluid armor back up. Their health is regenerating thanks to their supportive strikers, but Extra Turn are so relentless.
Ray Kaiser with the damage on that, just in the box. Thank you very much, he says, with the alley-oop from the Welkin help. And wow, that, just Stego having to go into Blue Haze, recharge shields. You see what Ray Kaiser is doing on this Falcon right now. We just saw a kill come up on the feed from him, and he is absolutely making his opponents tear their hair out with this movement.
Yeah, Ray Kaiser just so mobile in the air, and he hasn't really been pressured because the Triceras are trying to disrupt the objective and also shoot through the Welkin box. And trying to break down that Welkin box, you can break it from the outside. It is very difficult, not with range damage, of course. But man, raining down Inferno through the Welkin box, and Manbu is just getting shredded by this energy damage.
One of the big, I mean, it's not Welkin versus Welkin, so you're not going to get your shield blasted by the emitter. You have to be ready with both of those combos. C is still ready to be grabbed here, but the Inferno, Veda just doing so much work.
This is so tough. CB are just not winning a lot of these fights, and now the key has been generated at point A, or is going to be generated at point A. C is currently active, and this could be what defines a strong lead for either team, because if you fully upload, it's 15 points, it's first to 100, and you see Extra Turn are nicely grouped up, but some good pings from CB to try and find some openings and some weaknesses in Extra Turn's fortress, but it will be Ray Kaiser that signals it's time to go for that A key. It's completely alone.
Yeah, breaking. Oh, he just stopped Toby from getting it. All right, this is going to be a fight. This is not good for Falcon, but they can usually stay alive on the top side of that. A big grab by the Welkin, however, on the left side.
Yeah, you can tell by the HUD at the top who has a key. Marima has almost 1/3 of the upload. A lead is growing for Extra Turn. Obviously not even near the end of the game, but CB are getting staggered. They're going to have to just give up on this key and focus on B coming up next.
All right, another tick of points there. This would be the exit if 2B goes up and out. They choose not to, though. They're waiting it. I mean, the speed of Welkin can easily surpass this, but they know there's a Stego right here. Just jump and click. Jump and click. Oh, no, it's not happening. He's getting stuck.
Oh, my God, and you're getting flashbang, too. It's just so bright out here. Back out in the open, though, a key carrier from CB is trying to make its way over to the console, and Toby will make it just with a sliver of health, but it's not over. You have to fully upload, and there's a central pillar, but he's boxed out by the Welkin.
They get some points back, 62 to 68 now with those kills coming in from Mambu. On the side, you can just see the Stego sitting on the Mountain Mambu right there. Throws him into the Blue Haze, shield recharge, and they're a bit of invis, a little hiding. And now they're back.
Great team coordination from Extra Turn, and it's a 5v5 currently with some people respawning. B key is about to unleash. Tricer and Stego from CB are stacked together.
Yeah,
this is a great power position overlooking the next key, and Ray Kaiser just can't get them to move.
So trying to focus the Inferno a little bit, but it's not happening. Just look at this. Absolutely shredding the tanks. You mentioned it before. This is Inferno's job, and right now Aruma's at work and getting work done. That was kind of tough.
And Welkin brings the dance floor, and trying to dodge him in such a tiny club is so difficult. 69 to 62. It is anyone's game. This next key is going to be deadly, and CB just aren't getting the numbers advantage to go for definitive key grabs.
Just under a minute left on this. A may be able to come up, but the time to get it to the ship, I don't think it's going to be there. B is the fight. B is the focus now, as it's an all-out brawl for this last kill. 7 kills could bring them up to 69, but they have to stave off any from Extra Turn.
Yeah, it may just be about killing right now and extending those timers, or even just outliving the last 26 seconds as IHZ flies around Toby on this Welkin, trying to protect themselves and play around the pillar, and CB are so low and they can't afford to die. But up in the sky is Aruma and Ray Kaiser letting it rain. 70 to 62 with less than 10 seconds left.
Oh, the kills are still going in the favor of Extra Turn here. They know it doesn't have to be capped, so they are just punishing the positioning of CB at every turn. And that is going to be a heck of an Aya Mizra matchup, timing out in favor of Extra Turn.
Wow. Japan takes map number
That
1
was
by
huge.
only 10 points. We have the best matches, Riv. This is just day 1, and this is how
lucky.
good our teams are. And I Am Misery, you saw even with the storm how composed everybody stayed, and sometimes it's just about stalling things out, go for kills, and wait for the perfect moment to go for the key grab. And even some moments where everyone thought that the key was left alone, he tried to go for a sneaky cap, and there's someone chasing you down.
Yeah, really well played in those situations. I think a lot of the combinations from Veda was huge, but the caps had already happened, right? The Inferno, it needed to happen a little bit earlier within 7 points. Only 7, or like 10 points at the end. But yeah, that was an incredibly close match. It could have gone either way. First map, I should say, as we get into our next one. It's now going to be that pick of Celestial Being, and I don't think this is like a loss for them. They have to feel comfortable. I think both teams still feel comfortable. That's just that, okay, they beat us by a few points. Let's bring it back to them on the second map and go to the third.
And why some people, Sky Raider is such an interesting pick because it's more disruptive than Falcon. Falcon gives you that information with the scan, but Sky Raider has a lot of fields to try and deny energy damage and just damage overall. And you saw just how relentless Sky Kaiser was at just surrounding the tanks and trying to force those Stegos to move. Because that's the big win condition. Again, it's not always about killing Ultra Heavies, but to make them uncomfortable.
Make them uncomfortable and have to search for you, right? I can't stand here, make the Tricera move, up, down, up, down. It's really just giving them a hard time because they can't be uprooted. You have to just be a bug in their ear, and that was a really nice job. MVP, I don't know. I think it might be this. I think it might be Rai. Oh, or Kiwami. Inferno was kind of crazy, but that was more Veda we were watching doing the damage.
I like that Ray on that Sky Raider. Just we haven't got to see.
I think that's most of them going.
Yeah, that's where I'm going, just because being able to fly by and bomb everyone was hilarious to watch. So he gets the funny clap from me. Just that was very funny. But yeah, the just being an ultra heavy is such a thankless job that we're probably never gonna see a Tricera MVP because your job is so important, but you're not as flashy as everyone else, you know?
This is true. This is true. Palm Bay Harbor is kind of where Tricera can lock that in. But otherwise, I think you're right. It's tough for Tricera to get anything on the objectives, on being able to get that with the kills, because everybody else is like, hey, you've weakened him for me. Thank you. Thank you. But yeah, Howitzer for him, actually for Tricera. Sometimes you'll see people just kind of get stunned in midair. That's probably Tricera. Firing a gigantic howitzer at that person could happen about 2 or 3 times, and it is very painful. A lot of the long-range attacks pack quite a big punch, I would say, on top of just having those the Gatling guns that you can spin up.
Yeah, and we're just waiting for our map pick from Celestial Being to see. Well, the loser gets to pick the map. It's a best of 3, and they can go anywhere and everywhere except where we just went.
Where we just went. So what do you have for stats? Who's looking great? Who's looking good? And we will see extra turns Marino on Welkin with 1.15 milli damage, but he also took 3.6 million right in the middle of the fight all the time.
So much damage from Zero as well.
Yeah.
This was a grueling match. I feel like most of the points came from kills. We did see at least 3 keys uploaded, but I've been looking forward to see how the pros approach games like this. As our MVP's a Welkin.
MVP's a Welkin. Go figure. No, but the damage taken, I think, is absolutely incredible. You were the focus. You were getting in the face of your opponent and absorbing all of that damage. 30 upload there, so a huge factor in the reason they had the lead that they did. And yeah, you can't. Welkin's always going to be doing some damage. Welkin ain't something to mess with.
And our teams are coordinating what our next map is going to be. And being all in person is so incredible too. I'm sure these teams haven't probably even met. Like, I feel like a lot of online teams, for a lot of players here, this is their first esport. So to show up in a LAN environment like this, to meet your teammates for the first time, to be in such an incredible venue like this is awesome to see. So looking forward to where CB want to take us to next.
Get him, Marino. That top-down attack. You can actually see Melee's doing that quite a bit here as we watch the highlights. A top-down attack is unparalleled parryable. You will always hit over your opponent. The thing is jumping and attacking just to get that can gas you very fast. So you have to be careful that when you actually want that stun, when you want to carry through with how many swings it is. I think Elysinus is a 4 swing with his lance.
Yeah.
Welkin is a 3 swing. It's good to know that so you're not over-clicking and just kind of keeping yourself in the fight for no reason. If you stop your clicks, that next one will charge at your opponent. So it is very paced in playing.
Yeah, and just to know how to min-max your damage, like the combos you were even teaching me about the Elysinus combo of the 4 hits, dash back, press 2, go, like, and then it's so good. And then the animation cancels, and a lot of these strikers have ranged and melee moves, so it's cool to kind of decide when you want to brawl up close, when you want to poke, and who you're poking too.
Dia and I had our mind blown earlier. We were watching a Falcon on Karab Sinkhole, and to get elevation, he did a top loop and canceled it.
Whoa.
Just so he gained like 10 feet elevation and stopped instead of finishing the loop. It was just the speed at which they can articulate the striker and make things happen is incredible.
I'm so glad this is not a first-person game or a VR game because the loop-de-loops on Falcon would make me throw up. And I mean, I kind of want to throw up still, and it's in third person. So shout out to all the Falcon mains and the Sky Raider mains. Anybody who flies, you're doing it. You're doing the Lord's work out
I'm knocking
there.
the third eye on that one. All right.
Palm Bay.
Palm Bay Harbor. What will the bans be? I want ban Stego and Tricera on either side, and then just we brawl.
And then
there's no way to hide.
Because you know what a Tricera's job is? To sit.
To hang out.
Sit pretty on the payload. And who protects that Tricera? The Stego. And who's helping them? Probably Illuminate. But kind of the people around that is what is giving the identity to some of these teams. There's people who like Panther. There's people who like Falcon or Sky Raider. There's snipers. So there's what's going to be around the payload is what's interesting me.
I think we've seen Aquila be very effective here. We still haven't really seen teams been able to lock in the Aquila-Falcon matchup, which allows Aquila to basically see through the walls and hit targets that they want to hit. It's kind of broken. And if you're getting hit by an energy laser through a wall, that's why.
And this is some time where you get to talk to your teammates about what are you going to ban. There's almost some teams that came in with a game plan. I've been hearing some teams that are almost overthinking it, overcooking, and experimenting, which I guess this is the time to do it when you're still in the upper side of the bracket. Maybe you don't want to reveal all your cards, but these are official matches now. These are no longer scrims. You got to go what you prepared with, and if you want to throw teams for a loop, go for it.
I'm still very impressed, even though they lost with Veda's Inferno. I think it was something that Extra Turn doesn't want to mess with, but do you drop an Inferno from Palm Bay? Because part of me says yes, because you can absolutely burn the tanks. So it might leave a Tricera or a Stego open for that ban.
I would almost leave all these tanks, at least if you're Ray Kaiser's team, because his Sky Raider was raining down hell on these grouped up tanks.
Yeah.
So I'd almost like let them because it worked if you're Extra Turns. So we'll see what the bans are, if it's going to be more tank oriented or ultra heavy oriented, or if it's going to be towards what are the key players around it, like the snipers, Panthers, even the Welkins. I mean, the Welkin got MVP last game, so.
Yeah, I think Sky Raider is a good pick here because what are you going to say, like 65, 70% of the map is outside. They're only kind of gimped on that inner part. And you still see Sky Raiders flying inside, going through the hallways, no problem if they're good enough. So, yeah, definitely a pick to come out here as we go on to Palm Bay Harbor. It is going to be the double payload race here. You have 3 points, A, B, and C, that will help move your payload forward quickly after capturing those points. It will be a battle for each one, and A will open up shortly after the map starts. That Inferno ban is gone, and it's actually from CB themselves as Aquila on the other side.
So we were talking about whether it was going to be those ultra heavy, at least the ones that are going to sit on the carts. No, it's the key players around it. One sniper gone, one anti-tank striker gone, and we'll see what the reaction is. We got an Elysinus pick that is unique to me. Luminate Sky Raider from Extra Turn. We got a Sky Raider mirror, but a Narukami. We don't get to see this every day.
We don't, and I think Ray Kaiser just figured out what target he has to start going for. Oh, we do get the Sky Raider again, and you're right, Narukami is going to be coming out. We'll keep an eye on Mambu, trying to be on top. Another one for Narukami that loses a portion of the map. It's very hard for Naru to go inside anywhere on B or anytime the payload moves through that small area because you are squishier than a leaf, okay? That's tough.
Just going to blow away in the wind.
Just blow away in the wind.
And Hurricane, that is also something that is not super common. At least it's the masters of Hurricane play it and the other ones don't. You know, it's not a hard meta pick.
It's so true. We're seeing a lot more Inferno in that sense, but Hurricane still has a lot of really awesome things. The drones that they use will attack, as well as drones they can set out as decoys that if you're a striker trying to attack a Hurricane, you will instantly lock onto a decoy in your attack. That wasted time is so big for Hurricane to reposition and just start doling out the damage. So a lot of trickery can be done by a Hurricane at the high level.
Yeah, definitely check out Caldian if you want to learn more about Hurricane. He was telling me all about how the Hurricane doesn't have to necessarily stack with the rest of your team, but almost be away, so the decoys pull the range damage away. So it's an anti-range striker, as you pointed out. Extra Turn versus CB for map number 2. Extra Turn taking map 1, one step closer to moving on in the rounds.
Will it be the high ground again? Yeah, they go just over towards B. Oh my God, they're fighting down the railway. They're just straight up fighting on the same platform here. They don't even go for the high ground. That's going to be for the snipers as we start off. And they trade a bit of damage. You see Tricera being able to see all of those missiles and take them out on the way in and surfs the air.
Ooh, Ray Kaiser back on his main, just stacking in, and it's just going to be a slow burn. And you don't have to immediately go for the enemy, but maybe you could see these flyers try to take some flank angles, some off angles, but you want to do it in a moment where it's most chaotic, when you're not going to be paid attention to, because you also still want to be accessed by your Luminae.
There's one of the decoys. You'll see those golden triangles kind of be placed out in the air. Not those are missiles by the Hurricane, and that's what is really giving the enemy team some trouble. Watching Sky on that Raider. Oh.
Tricera and Stego, those are going to be the bestest of friends. And you see your Welkin just spinning in all the lights and colors.
Get him!
An even match. I think it's going to come down to the upcoming console, and it's currently halfway capped by Celestial Being.
I love the focus these teams have. What is it, like 6-6 on that right now? I don't think I've ever seen this with teams getting everyone on the point, fighting toe-to-toe.
Oh man, this is the Welkin showdown. I'm sure you'd be stoked. And this is a protective Welkin box to push everyone away. You see the Hurricane AoE yellow bubbles being put down to try and just damage all of these grouped up targets. That is the beauty of Hurricane.
Oh, and there's the lasers from the Paracel as well. He just gets a bit onto the tanks. They are pushing back. Extra turn on this one, but still they're stepping forward to keep it on it. And it looks like it is the grab from Celestial Being in that last push to get a point.
Oh, so many low targets on Extra Turn. CB also just barely hanging on, but a decent lead now created from CB after that console grab, and that capture is what's accelerating the payload, and this is what's going to define who will win the map. But there's going to be some free push. You're not seeing too many enemy payload captures. It's more about moving your own, especially if you're CB. There's no pressure on you right now.
Yeah. Still Veda. Off the Inferno onto the Sky Raider this time, trying to do a bit of damage. The next point will be B, but it spawns in a certain amount of time, not just when the payload gets there. So they have time for this neutral fight, and we did see Extra Turn able to pull out a lot of neutral fights on the Iron Israel.
And this is the difficulty in not banning out a Tricera or a Stego.
Yeah.
These payloads are pretty untouchable, and you've taken out a lot of the playmakers, like what do we have, Aquila and one of the flyers.
Inferno,
the Inferno. So there's limited options to try to get kills on these Triceras and Stegos.
Oh no, it looks like the front door is locked. You look at the minimap, blue is outside of B, red is inside of B. This needs to change immediately. They drop the roof off of this thing as well as they're fighting on top.
Marino is just letting it rain over on the top side, and the B console has spawned, and Celestial Being are halfway capped. An extra turn need to deny this. The Welkin is spinning to win, trying to disrupt the Stego, and all the AoE damage from the Hurricane is just not hindering this Welkin enough and probably assisting it. This is such a playground, a dance floor for a Welkin.
I just have to say, beautiful point fights for Palm Bay Harbor. A lot of times there's distraction, there's too many fights outside, and teams don't have a legitimate chance to go for these points, but they are pressuring each other to the max, to the brink to get these points. And again, it's Celestial Being that moves the payload forward.
With these, with the Hurricane, you need sunglasses on because it's just yellow everywhere with all this energy damage. It's so insane. But a good lead still from CB, but Extra Turn is catching up. They are on their tail, and this has been a welcome show.
And this is a really good point in this one to show that if you're on your payload, if you're moving it, you can stay within a good percentage of your opponent, even if they cap all points. But it's going to have to change here for Extra Turn if they want to catch up.
Oh, Toby's trying to escape, and I think there's some protective Welkin boxes to allow that striker to get out. Fantastic teamwork from CB, and they're in the lead, and to be able to live is just denying any opportunity from Extra Turn to be able to come back.
Oh, they look so happy and just content right now. Both teams going to meet here as we get out to sea, and they've been relegated, not even relegated, but chosen to just move their payloads without the fight until we get back out into the open. A little bit of a skirmish here towards the top side, but I think everybody gets away from this with just a few scratches.
So and a reminder for anyone checking out this game for the first time, the payload will move on its own, but you need one member on it to move it a little bit faster. Yeah. So Tricera is very important to stay on there. Really anyone who can tank a lot of damage. But Extra Turn need to go for a big play. C is a must cap, and they are right on CB's tail, but above is Zero, trying to play his energy well, getting down to fumes though. This is going to be an important fight to define the map.
They are almost even on payloads as C is going. It looks like it's going to be Celestial Being that could actually go ahead and continue their lead, but it does not get capped right away. Now it's going to be Extra Turn with more on the point.
Yeah, with the Stego and the Triceras set up from Extra Turn, they will not let this go without a fight. They are fighting tooth and nail, and they Extra Turn are halfway capped to C, and CB just need to contest it as much as they can, but they're down a member. Team CB are fighting this 5v6, and Extra Turn, they just take the lead from the cap.
Incredibly rare to see two caps be switched at the third one. So much pressure just on the cart from Extra Turn the whole time has given them this opportunity, and now an opening to close the game.
Extra Turn were behind by 10 to 15%, and now they've taken the lead 20 more away from taking our map and the whole series against the fearsome Celestial Being from China. And now this Tricera, though, on the payload is having some trouble, but the Welkin is staggering and also having its lockdown disrupted, probably by a Sky Raider in the sky.
Very tough. This last leg is normally never stopped. You see, CB is having to give up actually movement on their payload. It just started again, but the fight has to be the stop. It has to be the focus, and it draws all of your attention now towards the end of the map.
Celestial Being have to fight this 5v6 because they're keeping one on the cart, but they're sending all of their forces to the Extra Turn payload. It's do or die. 7% less for Extra Turn to win it all. And now they're protecting themselves. Look at all the AoE damage. Celestial Being cannot approach. They barely have fluid armor. They barely have their legs under them. A few more percent to go. And Extra Turn, though, they're losing bodies. It's a turnaround!
It's being walked back. Wait, they're on the payload. They're able to move it back now because they're on their opponent's payload, but nobody's moving the one from CB. So it's slowly crawling forward right now.
It's not over. Now this progress from Extra Turn is diminishing, and Celestial Being have to also push their own payload. It's Extra Turn on respawn, gonna want to go after Celestial's payload or their own. The lead is being swapped!
There's enough! They've wiped 4 members right now of Extra Turn, and they're gonna actually bring it back. I have never seen the last leg be turned around on Palm Bay Harbor.
What an absolute clutch from Celestial Being. Respawns are back from Extra Turn to contest this, but you have to fully wipe Celestial Being to deny the inevitable. We're going to map 3.
What an incredible series from these two squads, Japan versus China. absolutely duking it out to the last drop, and we are going to get your third map here between these two teams.
Sweaty.
Holy macaroni. Yeah, I'm feeling it.
The most insane map we have watched all day,
was so
probably
sick.
of the whole tournament, and this is just the beginning, and this, I think, is going to define, is China or Japan on top in this tournament, and now it's hard to say. What a comeback.
The Hurricane play at the end there, it was flashed up, everything, like literally pushed out of the fight, but that early damage wiped almost every tank off of extra turns payload, and then that fierce push coming in from the slow payload was just enough to keep it in range for somebody to cap it and bring it all the way home. Goes to show you Palm Bay Harbor is never over.
The most exciting map, and just game type 2 to be able to reverse the progress. Being at what, 98, 95%?
You didn't get the first 2 caps. You were losing all the fights. 3rd cap, and then it still goes through to them.
And we have players watching the stream and,
the
games next to us, and they're freaking out too.
So
I can't even
fun.
imagine what y'all are feeling at home. It is electric here in Zhuhai, China, and we're going to map 3. It'll be extra turns pick to decide that.
I got to see the Hurricane damage on that game, and I might even say Hurricane Mbappé, because that was incredible.
Yeah.
That is some hype. Looking at how the end of that map works, as I said, if you have not gained the last leg and are 10% behind, your focus cannot be on your own cart. But they actually were able to divvy up the forces on their side of Celestial Being perfectly to make sure they could stop extra turn. I really can't state how hard and difficult it is to uproot a Stego and a Tricera from their payload at the end of the game.
Without an Inferno.
Without an Inferno.
To do it with Hurricane.
Just doing the bit of energy that you needed and the perfect amount.
Hurricane believers rise up. You were right.
Seriously,
okay?
what is
the
this?
one tricks are we're banging their heads against the wall, telling you Hurricane is viable. Hurricane can be played. Everyone's like, no, Inferno.
I was unfamiliar with your game.
I was unfamiliar with your game, and also just how much electricity was on the field because of that Hurricane, the AoE to dislodge those tanks, to punish that grouping, and they had a game plan. CB had a game plan.
That was a crazy matchup. I can't even wait to see the damage numbers. We still have an MVP on that matchup, and we still have another one to go, which now Extra Turn is going to have to figure out where they want to go. And we've had Palm. Do we duke it out, or do we get our first crop sinkhole? Is it Graceline's Sky City?
I hope so. So, because we've been banning a lot of the Aquilas, a lot of the,
That's true.
DPS strikers. So, I want to see what they could do on a Graceland Sky City.
Could be Cape. Cape would be a brawl, too. But I don't know
See if you got the crystal ball on that
caps.
one. You've been pretty good at sniping those.
It's Cape. It's Cape.
It's Cape? Okay,
I'm
okay.
guessing Cape.
We'll see if he's downloaded it.
Downloaded. All right, perfect.
Rigged. I already know chat's saying rigged. Because nobody is telling us in our ears what's going on. We're just guessing. Oh, we also have to guess the MVP. I would say it's the Hurricane.
I wanted to say Hurricane, too. Let's see the stats from that matchup. Who is left and who is right? Haruma. Spitting out the fire. Very nicely done.
Wow.
And then we have both of them actually get that.
Is it weird to you that there's, I don't know if this is right, but there's barely any kills on the extra turret side?
Yeah.
It's just been Disruption City.
Let me see. Zero doing how much? About 1.1 there. Tons of damage from the Hurricane. Inferno on the other side, quite a bit of damage as well. So I actually feel, I can't actually tell.
Hurricane, I mean the 4-0 from Vita, the Hurricane one trick. He is spreading the gospel. It's the Tricera. The thankless job of, I told you, I never thought a Tricera was going to get an MVP, and Zex proves me wrong.
Yeah.
To survive as long as he did, 1 million+ damage, you're sitting pretty when he's on your team.
He's feeling good. He's like, yeah, I am shielded. I am Zex.
I'm chilling.
But it is, to do that correctly as well, a Tricera can be kind of gamed out of that situation. If you're not being a mobile Tricera, because you do need to get up, get back down, get up, get back down, but position that so you're not getting stuck in corners and getting absolutely obliterated. So you still have to choose the right fights. Mainly the right fight is every fight, but there's there's a margin for error.
Wow, Toby was farming on the Welkin too.
Oh my god, I love it.
Boxing his own payload and just spinning everywhere. Are you happy if there's multiple targets in your Welkin box, or are you prefer one?
Yeah, actually I feel like it helps me, even if it's 2 melees, because you flash and then you disrupt their shield, so you parry any of what Panther or Elysinus would want to do, and then you just start spinning. But the thing is you're not going to kill both of those, so when the box drops, you need to leave. It's not like that's a finisher. You need to leave.
Yeah, and the beauty of extra turn having that Elysinus being best friends with the Welkin. Krob Sinkhole, he's got the crystal ball.
I was wrong.
Oh.
It's a little cracked. I said Krob, but then I chose Cape.
You doubted yourself. Got to go with your gut.
I know. But we get our first Krob Sinkhole of the day, and it is going to be very similar to what a lot of people know in capture games. It is A, B, and C. And you're going to have to divvy up your team perfectly to know which point is a priority or hold the 2 that you have. What do we got for bans?
Falcon and Hurricane. Yeah, I would ban the Hurricane too after that. I'm not going to lie. Because when you have to capture the points, it is going to be a lot of heavies sitting on those main objectives. The middle one, B, being the most important. I feel like it's a power position to be able to have the middle of the map because it's hard to avoid it. And the Falcons are going to be the ones that buzz around the map. So are we going to get some more Sky Raiders? That's what I'm worried about. I see Ray Kaiser. That's his bread and butter. Some Elysinus. Now that the Hurricane is banned from Vita, he's going to have to show how deep his striker pool is.
Luminae? Okay, we have Luminae from Wami on there. I only saw Ans, and I was like, one healer to no healer gets very scary, especially on crowd when you need your team. But you mentioned the air superiority. That's going to be big. And interesting again, or not interesting, but Ray Kaiser loves that Sky Raider so much. A little bit slower play, but more damage focus, being able to drop that salvo on the Tricera, the Welk, and the Stego, who are all sitting pretty together, taking a bit of AoE damage. We are locked in, ready to go. Our first Krob Sinkhole of the day as map 3 between Extra Turn and Celestial Being.
Yep. The mirrors being Luminae, Welk, and Tricera Stego. The differences, Inferno versus Aquila, Sky Raider versus Elysinus. So that's what we have to watch out for. Now that the Inferno is not banned out, this is going to be their responsibility to really melt down all the heavies. While the Aquila wants to snipe down the heavies, you can either poke it down that way. The Elysinus, a lot of stall potential on these points to be able to duke it out. The Luminae, of course, both teams having a healer is going to help survivability. But Ray Kaiser, you can't deny what he's able to do with the Sky Raider.
It's this kind of play, I don't think Falcon switched to Sky Raiders, but I think could get more Sky Raiders in the mix overall when we see this in tournaments, because it is super effective. It'll be interesting to see if they ever draw a ban, if it ever gets that severe. We started off going for point A. It has not spawned just yet here. You can see everybody flying in. The minimap will be big on this one because you can flank from the sides and you can drop down to the water, so knowing where people are is incredibly important.
And the perimeter points, B and C, won't spawn for a little while, so it's going to be everyone duking it out for A. It's first to 1,000, so we got a lot of capture to go, and that ticks right up. And honestly, you don't want to go for all 3 caps unless you're Giga Chad like that. 2 caps is all you really need.
Oh, the shields go up. The cap, they cap the point rather. Easy stuff. So now it's about the fight. B and C will come up soon, so we go ahead for more of a neutral fight again. And now blasted there, but flashed away. And Stego hiding in the haze right now. Marino has to be careful.
And that's just the chaos that Sky Raider brings, being able to smoke out everything, maybe allowing Welkin to spin to win and not be punctured at a distance. And 2 quick kills secured from Extra Turn as CB have to recollect themselves. They do have A captured. Extra Turn, it's going to be difficult to rip them from their grasp, and now these perimeter points B and C are spawned.
Oh, they're flying right to it too. It's going to be a huge battle between these two. What is that, Elysinus? There's a few of them in there. That's what it is. Looks actually Welkin going down for a moment. Yeah, capping the point, easy peasy. So now A and C are capped. The big thing here would be keep these 2 points and not worry, but they have to fight for A right away.
Yeah, survivability is so key for this map. But if you're able to extend the kill timers, that's always big. Welkin is going to be the most important striker on this, already forcing the Tricera to get out. Toby, one of the most impressive Welkin players we have at this Invitational, and the B is still left uncapped, but it's CB doubling the score right now.
Yeah, unless you see low health, Welkin becomes just as much of a disruptor as a Falcon, as an Elysinus diving in. You go in, you go out. Oh, the Hurricane damage trying to fire through and clear a point. That's Inferno, rather, sorry. As they do more even through the Welkin box and break that down, as they cannot protect that A site.
Oh, second point captured from CB, doubling the score again, and it's only gonna get worse. Each take is about 3 points if you have one zone. If you have 2 zones, it's 6 points. But if you somehow capture all 3 in your ranked games, guys, it could be 10 points per tick, and it can end very, very quickly.
Whoa.
Look at all the kills from CB2. This is disgusting.
Everybody is respawning, basically. This is tough. You get Mochi back in 2. That's not going to be a problem. It's still going to be tough, though. There's the 3 you were talking about. 242 already to 96. The third map is getting out of control for Celestial Being.
10 points ticking up fast. Extra turn need to just wake up. I don't know what happened. Maybe the last map has really boomed them.
Yeah.
I was not expecting Extra Turn to go down like this.
I mean, look at your minimap coming out the top side. They finally get C, but 4 are transferring to C right now. You already have that point. It needs to be calmed that the point was being taken. A should have already had 3 members of Extra Turn on it, but still they're outside the map and they're nowhere near capping anything.
Oh, is this going to be like our first, quote, reverse sweep, I guess, in a best of 3? I don't know.
It is.
Celestial Being in the driver's seat. Hey, at least Extra Turn, you got to start walking before you run. You collect C, and do they go for B? You could secure the perimeter, have everyone stay in the middle. You can only defend so much at once. Maybe CB's priorities will be split between both points, but Marino is having issues staying alive. Barely any armor left, but also being able to regenerate it somewhat, but taking fire from Triceras and everyone around him.
Flashed up, gassed up, boxed around. Can they get themselves out of this? I think everyone's fighting at B right now, though. This is usually an A situation. We can only see one person over there on the minimap, so this is the all-out brawl to try and change the game. 400 points down is Extra Turn.
Yeah, for Extra Turn to put pretty much all their eggs in the A basket or the B basket and only collect it now is hurting them. There's a 1v1, I believe, happening around C. Extra Turn have a member over there while all the attention is elsewhere, but that 1v1 is not resulting in a cap, and Extra Turn are desperately needing that.
Oh. Veda turns, actually wants to go for the fight. Just looked at a point that they could cap, but doesn't even worry about it. They said 2 is fine, and now they can focus the fight. And I actually think once you have such a lead, don't stretch yourself thin on 3. Hold the 2, and you can divide your forces better.
Oh, and for Extra Turn to have their Inferno of all players be at C and not win that 1v1, you were desperately needed in the war that was happening at B, which I'm sure had all the heavies that Inferno needed to deal with. So 1 capture for Extra Turn, but 740 to now pretty much CB tripling the points. From turning around our payload map in map 2 to potentially taking the whole series, Celestial Being is built differently.
Yeah, built Celestial, if you will. And they are being absolutely masterclasses at their strikers right now. 8-18, just looking to distract here. Take off the point. They're really not committing to these fights, right? They're just being like gnats, flies. They come out, they annoy you, and then they go back and hide, and you're forced to try and cap the point.
Yeah, just maybe the game plan for Extra Turn, the problems were in the macro department.
Yeah.
Just splitting themselves between C and B and not taking any W's. It was a 1v1 at C that took way too long to cap, to CB getting a triple capture while Extra Turn were physically and probably metaphorically, mentally boomed. This was Extra Turn that fumbled a series win that they should have had on the payload, to CB coming back, tripling, quadrupling the score, triple capturing. Insane win from Celestial Being.
And really wild to look at kind of how the maps have played out today. We see that Krob Sinkhole played first time in Game 7 because it requires a lot of coordination. Teams aren't going to this map right away because if you play somebody who has an idea, their win condition set, they know what they want to do, it can end just like this.
I can't believe it. China takes the series over Japan, one of Japan's best at that. And Japan was looking like a region so incredibly stacked coming into this tournament. Of course, Anubis, coming from Japan, is the #1 team favored for the whole tournament. They've been crushing everyone. But everyone from Japan is looking powerful. I was coming into this thinking extra turn we're going to win, especially with how this series started, with Celestial being never stopped fighting and never stopped giving up.
Really awesome play throughout. We see a little bit of why, like you said, the Hurricane is viable in this. And it actually didn't require too much assistance. Veda was playing a pretty solo, but off to the side Hurricane avoidance for himself, getting back in and not really requiring assistance from the team other than what heals would have been coming naturally from your healer. So really incredible play there, and a VOD to watch for sure for Hurricanes.
The most exciting match. I've never seen a payload just reverse at 95%.
That was cool.
The turnaround, and
I'd be surprised to see when we even get a game like that again.
I don't think we're ever going to see a moment like that ever again. Celestial China now, I think, is going to be the region to watch, but will they be able to contest a team like Anubis, who took such a powerful win today?
Yeah.
But we haven't even talked too much about North America, because they're coming up next, and they're a region sort of underrated, underestimated, due to just not having as much experience in the game compared to everyone else, but they've been also grinding.
Right. Definitely some gamers, content creators on the team, but that doesn't mean bad. Content creators are looking to make content. They have been playing for quite a while, and they know exactly what they need to do on their strikers, playing before they came, even for hours and hours on end. I was watching a few of them on stream, and they are digging it. So it'll be cool to see what we have from Team Liquid and DSG. That was incredible. To follow up on Extra Turn and Celestial Being is going to be very tough, though.
Yeah, and I'm excited for this interview, because you just saw how excited everyone was on the cameras to be able to turn around that payload map to just, at the end, Extra Turn getting a little boomed. You saw in that final map.
I think so.
Just that you never see. I didn't think I was going to see a triple cap in a pro game.
Yeah, they triple capped, and I love the fact that we actually saw one of them deny triple capping again. B was open. He's like, no, I'll go to A. It's the more sound decision. So really cool seeing that thought process happen, where they freely had a cap on B for another triple, and they're like, 2's good now.
Just Extra Turn could not get back on their feet.
No, they could not.
It's not over.
Who do you
have
think
a bad day.
MVP? Who do you think had a great day?
That's a hard one. Now that the Inferno was unleashed, I'm sure the Inferno had a heyday. But maybe the Inferno, maybe the Welkin players. The Welkin players got to just have so much fun.
Welkin.
I knew you were going to get so excited.
I'll probably choose Welkin on any cap point maps, just because it's a solid decision.
Give it to Elysius.
Kills and objectives, your man is doing everything in that.
What about Elysius? I'm sure Elysius did something.
Yeah.
They probably did something. It was so hard to watch everybody at once in the clouds of Sky Raider smoke and the Welkin spinning, the boxes and everything.
Sky Raider smoke, Stego smoke, Welkin smoke. Yeah, it's easy to cipher because they're blue and green and you know what's happening when it is, but it can get into your face and kind of not allow you to see your enemies right around you for a moment until you break through the fog. So what do we got, Lemon? This is 2-1. CB takes it with Tuobi there, 10.5 score.
You saw the power of how much Hawami had to heal on the Lumine, trying to get Extra Turn organized with how much damage they were taking from Celestial Being. There's a lot on these supportive strikers, and you see how much less stress Anne had to be on the other side of Lumine. When everyone's alive, you don't have to heal too much.
Wait, 370? Just about half. That actually tells an entire story, because we hardly saw anybody from CB respawning. Extra Turn, you looked in the corner of the map and there were 2 or 3 dots dropping almost all the time to try and soar back in. And important to note, when you respawn on Karab Sinkhole, you spawn in a bit of a chasm off the map, and you have to fly into the map. It takes a good amount of time. So beyond your spawn retimer, you are still losing a bit of time to get back into the battle.
MVP Welkin.
Let's go!
And this makes so much sense because I noticed at the end of our stats page, the direct damage that Celestial being delivered was double. I think it was like 280,000, which tells me a lot that Welkin does a lot of that direct damage, right? It's got to be Toby.
Through. That's the Battle Axe. Toby coming in with the Welkin, 4-0 and 5-2. A lot of times you will stay deathless on Crop Sinkhole as Welkin due to all the ways to escape or leaving a point. Kind of, it's like it's the aggro, right?
Yeah.
Nobody wants to follow you off the point, so it's easy to get back in there and recuperate a little bit more if you're in the lead more than other maps.
Just very good decision making on also not just, well, it sounds like, oh, he just spins and he go burn. No, how you do those cooldowns and how you place those boxes, how many people, who you're trying to trap specifically.
Yeah.
Because it's also not just me go kill on Welkin, it can be me protect, me also protect.
Absolutely.
And you saw it on the payload, how you're able to deny space using that box, to even body blocking. I think on Eye of Mizra, we saw some Welkin boxes block
right
off doorways.
You're waiting for this door that takes forever to open, and it opens, and it's like, nah, sad trombone for you.
Sad trombone. We need that out here.
Celestial Being.
Congrats to Celestial Being, and they're getting ready for an interview to share their thoughts on also how they prepared for this tournament, because this has been a highly anticipated event, and the game hasn't even launched yet.
Yeah, the times they've been able to play as well, the game has changed. So they're not even playing with kind of the same thing they saw before. Welkin got very changed the last patch. Panaka got very changed. Some of the maps as well. So yeah, it's always revamping, reinitializing what you know, and downloading your opponents. That changed as well.
And the meta has changed so much from August to now, but I want to hear what this interview is all about.
Hello everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm the host. Here is the winner of the last match from CB team. This is Toby.
好的，说实话，今天这场对决真的是一个酣畅淋漓的让一追二。
This is a very intense competition, and we can notice that it is not because it is you insist, so you can see the hope. In the first round, we can see that the score was very close, and also you went the full duration. However, during this tournament situation, how do you adapt yourself to the competition? Actually, I adapt myself in the first round, and later, because of some problems of communication. Therefore, we are defeated in the first round, and also because our opponent was very powerful. But in the later competition, we spare our effort.
但是和最终的结果相比，我相信这些都只是我们的小插曲。能够看到我们的 CB 战队是一个调整非常之快的一支队伍。
You operate very well. And in the second round, the game was even intense. And I think everyone was so nervous, especially when the progress bar reached 95%. How do you adapt yourself and keep your composure? Actually, when the car was entered in the corner, I asked my partner to wait other teammates, and then wait for the damage dealer of the other side. And then we take down the car in the end. Later we become more powerful, and we can cooperate with our partner very well. Well, and I think we play good in later. However, in the following competition, the opponents are also very powerful. We capture the first 2 knot.
所以才会导致最后一个可能95%之后才就是战队的车才拿下对面这么一个情况。
Finally take down the car.
总而言之，言而总之，你们真的给我们带来了一场非常漂亮的世界盛宴。
The competition was very intense, and thank you for your good performance, and looking forward to your greater performance in the later competition.
Team Liquid 的战队对阵到 DSG 战队，那么作为2支实力超群的北美战队，他们将作为今天的重磅对决压轴登场。希望大家千万不要走开，我们稍事休息，马上回来。
MechaBreak Pre-Launch Global Invitational 2025 is here. From March 13th to 16th, 16 teams from China, North America, Japan will battle it out in Zhuhai, China, taking mech battles to the next level. The tournament features the 6v6 Operation Verge mode with a double elimination format. Round 1 kicks off on March 13th, with matchups decided by random draw. Teams that lose in the upper bracket drop to the lower bracket for a second chance, lose again, and they're eliminated. The upper bracket final, lower bracket final, and grand final are best of 5. All other matches are best of 3. The ultimate showdown between the final 2 teams takes place on March 16. Striker selection follows, no duplicates in squads rule, meaning each team can deploy only 1 unit of the same striker model per match. Each side bans 1 striker per match, and each striker can only be banned once per match. Banned strikers cannot be banned in later rounds of the same best of 3 or best of 5 series. The tournament includes 13 available strikers: Falcon, Panther, Elysinus, Tricera, Narukami, Lumine, Pinaka, Inferno, Sky Raider, Welkin, Aquila, Stego, and Hurricane. Players are allowed to personalize their strikers with paint jobs, patterns, and other cosmetic customizations, but performance-based modifications are strictly prohibited. 5 maps are in play: Graceland Sky City, Hive Mizra, Grob Sinkhole, Palm Bay Harbor, and the Cape Blanc Observatory. The first map is picked randomly, and the losing team chooses subsequent maps. No repeats allowed in the same match. Top pilots from 3 regions are ready for action. Roster includes the legendary Panther pilot, renowned streamer Yinza, Team Liquid's Mayumi, and Prize from TaiClan. Popular streamers including Shui Wu Yuan Jin, Jake, and Unicy will also join the Shoutcaster team. More participants will be announced soon. Stay tuned. Locked, loaded, and ready for battle. Stay updated by following the official MechaBreak website and socials from all the latest news.
Get ready, the 2025 MechaBreak Pre-Launch Global Invitational is almost here.
第一次登上国际舞台，4周强敌环伺，但我坚信，我们将成为最后的胜者。
俺たちの力を世界に見せつける時が千載一遇のチャンス、絶対に逃さない。
The tension is rising. We're all in.
No matter who's in front of us, we're bringing the heat.
这一次，我会让你们知道什么是最完美的团队协作。
会場に響き当たる戦火の中、この手で勝利をつかみ取る。
There's no room for the weak. The unprepared will be the first to fall.
どんな困難も最後まで戦う。冠军奖杯，我们势在必得。
MechaBreak Pre-Launch Global Invitational 2025 is here. From March 13th to 16th, 16 teams from China, North America, Japan will battle it out in Zhuhai, China, taking mech battles to the next level. The tournament features the 6v6 Operation Verge mode with a double elimination format. Round 1 kicks off on March 13th, with matchups decided by random draw. Teams that lose in the upper bracket drop to the lower bracket for a second chance, lose again, and they're eliminated. The upper bracket final, lower bracket final, and grand final are best of 5. All other matches are best of 3. The ultimate showdown between the final 2 teams takes place on March 16th. Striker selection follows, no duplicates in squads rule, meaning each team can deploy only 1 unit of the same striker model per match. Each side bans 1 striker per match, and each striker can only be banned once per match. Banned strikers cannot be banned in later rounds of the same best of 3 or best of 5 series. The tournament includes 13 available strikers: Falcon, Panther, Elysinus, Tricera, Narukami, Lumine, Pinaka, Inferno, Sky Raider, Welkin, Aquila, Stego, and Hurricane. Players are allowed to personalize their strikers with paint jobs, patterns, and other cosmetic customizations, but performance-based modifications are strictly prohibited. 5 maps are in play: Graceland Sky City, Hive Mizra, Grob Sinkhole, Palm Bay Harbor, and the Cape Blanc Observatory. The first map is picked randomly, and the losing team chooses subsequent maps. No repeats allowed in the same match. Top pilots from 3 regions are ready for action. Roster includes the legendary Panther pilot, renowned streamer Yinza, Team Liquid's Mayumi, and Prize from Taiclan. Popular streamers including Shui Wu Yuan Jin, Jake, and Unicy will also join the Shoutcaster team. More participants will be announced soon. Stay tuned. Locked, loaded, and ready for battle. Stay updated by following the official MechaBreak website and socials from all the latest news.
Get ready, the 2025 MechaBreak Pre-Launch Global Invitational is almost here.
第一次登上国际舞台，4周强敌环伺，但我坚信，我们将成为最后的胜者。
俺たちの力を世界に見せつける時が千載一遇のチャンス、絶対に逃さない。
The tension is rising. We're all in.
No matter who's in front of us, we're bringing the heat.
这一次，我会让你们知道什么是最完美的团队协作。
会場に響き当たる戦火の中、この手で勝利をつかみ取る。
There's no room for the weak. The unprepared will be the first to fall.
どんな困難も最後まで戦う。
冠军奖杯，我们势在必得。
We're back, and I want to thank you for hanging out here with us today at the Mecha Break Pre-Launch Global Invitational. I'm Riv, still with Lemon Kiwi, and we got one more match coming to you. Which one is that?
North America Clash Team Liquid versus Disguised. Good morning, North America. I hope you're here for a wild ride because we have our two least experienced teams, but most exciting to watch. But you gotta applaud Team Liquid. They've been putting the effort to learn everything they can.
They have, and DJ Knight has actually played in a few of the betas, so bringing a little bit of information to there. He knows, and he can help the team really start to adjust. Bobkin in there, as well as FRRT. They have gotten themselves in a really good spot to just make sure the team has a solid foundation and they can work from there.
Yes, and the players on DSG are world champions in other games, professionals invited to come and try Mecha Break. They are the smartest players that I know. I've worked alongside them for years, and they are very intelligent. I think they will be able to figure this game out, but it's also very intimidating to come all the way from North America, like a 30-hour journey from, I heard from people like Dante. To come here jet lagged, to get over it, but to also be intimidated by all the talent that's here.
Yeah, and learning the combos, understanding what you're going to be facing, but also wanting to use that and excel at yourself. What are you min-maxing? What have they been focusing, right? It does seem like they're getting their comms in order. They do have the shot caller for what map they want, and they realize that kind of air superiority has become a thing. We hear them saying, like, we don't really want to play this on this map or this, and we're like, no, that's the good stuff. Like, take a look again. So there is quite a little bit of learning to do, but they're clicking like that.
Yeah, and North America only has 4 teams, right? So this, you got to earn that spot, and they were invited here, and you got to be able to prove that North America does not mean near airport. It means NA does not mean near airport. It means North America. Yeah. And they can contest, but I think teams like ORCA and Empyrean can take the helm, and they could threaten the top. But Team Liquid and Disguise are sort of underdogs. And
that's one of the things. ORCA as well, we saw them coming over. Charlotte was really talking with Liquid on Graceland Sky City, what the elevations meant and how to get down to the bottom and really make that effective if somebody has elevation. All of those things only come with time in the seat. And like you said, awesome enough to come over, play with the hours under their belt. That time isn't there yet. So all the camaraderie from the rest of the pilots to learn these strikers has been key and really awesome to see.
And they've been scrimming also all the other teams. I like that teams are giving them a chance to practice against them. And I saw that DSG was going over to the Japanese teams and trying to, like, they had their translators out, trying to coordinate scrims. And even despite, DSG not having as much experience, like, everyone's giving them the time of day to try and brawl against what it's like to be a top team. Because I think teams or any new player looks at this game and goes, well, what do you mean it's not super mechanical? Like, I don't have to aim because of the lock-on as much, but it's so much about decision-making, and the players from both these teams come from games that are all about that.
It is. It's when you're on a striker, if you're only hitting the buttons you need, it's very paced. You feel methodical, click, 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 dash back, two, click. That's the Elise-ness. Yeah, it's just your combo. It's almost in a fighting game sense that you need to hit the right controls at the right time or you're going to mess up your frame. So there is that as well with making sure your movements are correct and you're not gassing yourself, which I think we might see a bit of in this game. They're going to get heavy-handed on the shift. They are going to dash around, and these strikers are going to be energy gassed a bit, I think.
I hope everyone goes and tries this game at least once because the mobility is the fastest game. And I like that you brought up kind of like fighting game combos because this does feel like Mecha Break feels like a mix of an FPS and a fighting game. Yeah. Because a lot of the strikers have melee combos because it's not just about hitting buttons, but to min-max the DPS that you can do. And I know you sweaty, intelligent people will figure out exactly how to animation cancel and do everything, but it's so casual friendly too. I recommend Elise-ness as like a first striker because it has range, it has melee, it has a second life. You get them right out of tutorial, and you don't have to work too hard to get them.
It is really good. Elise-ness, you as the guys were saying earlier, you think, oh, that's the tutorial, the fundamental, the kind of guy they're going to show me how to play, but that skill ceiling can honestly be higher than almost all of the mechs or the strikers that we've seen because of how much you can learn 4 lives, you lose your first armor. We call them baby Eliseness.
Baby.
Then you become big again, and you lose your armor again. So your disruption for 4 lives there. If you like being disruptive, if you like being annoying to your opponents, Eliseness is exactly what you want to put in their face.
Yeah, and there's strikers that also have very good high mechanical skill. Look at your Aquilas and your Narukamis.
Absolutely.
Ones that the mobility tech is, if you're able to have eyes on your head, Falcons and Sky Raiders. But look at Team Liquid, professionals, content creators, and ones that'll get your heart.
The Bobkin Falcon, DJ Knight on his Tricera. Sliggy's gonna Welkin, possibly. I heard there may be Stego in the mix there. But yeah, that's your Team Liquid squad ready to step out on stage.
Everyone say good morning to Team Liquid, coming from across the pond to challenge the top of China and Japan. But first, they have to go through their North America brethren of DSG. But I think, despite this being a random draw, this has got to be the best pick for both these teams. A pretty equal playing field, I would say.
It's such a good starting game. I love it. Disguise. Who do we got?
Dante.
Of course. A little bit of false. Hydron,
I gotta say, the most mechanical guys on this team. Best player by far, Hydron. He's been an MVP in so many other games. Juby plays a lot of support in other games, and he's actually practicing the Lumine. Juby's the main caller, and he's been the one sort of telling people what strikers to play. Dante has been a tank player in other games. He's a leader, he's a calm guy, and despite this being such a tense environment, you'll never see this guy freak out.
That's such a big thing to have, is a calm, cool head in hot situations. Being able to understand what's going on, much like we actually saw Celestial being talking about on the side of Palm Bay Harbor. I was respawning, I was getting back into the game, and I told my team to just relax. It is such a big advantage to have.
And Sam, I can't talk about that kid enough. He was on the rise a couple years ago, despite maybe Dante and Hydron being veterans for probably a decade in other FPS. Sam came out of nowhere. We called him S9mm because he was just a human gun on the field. He is a fragger, and I'm so excited. These guys have been so excited to learn this game, and you know, maybe on the intimidated side, not really knowing what to play, what the meta is, because like you said, there's so much secret tech out there.
There is a lot of secret tech. Just learning about a few in the last few days, and we'll definitely point them out if we see it in game. One more look at your squad, all suited up here in their liquid attire before they step into their strikers.
Yeah, you got multiple support players, T-Fei and Sliggy, telling us that they really like the Panaka and the Lumine. You got Bob Quinn that's been telling us that they want to learn every single striker be the ultimate flex.
He's like, I need more time.
DSG, I look towards someone like Hydron, who wrote down that Aquila is going to be the one that he masters, the most mechanically demanding, the most punishing, though, as one of the squishiest strikers in the game.
It is. It's very tough to make sure you can get yourself to safety, but a good Aquila is going to be able to just disregard, keep dashing, get your grapple on. It's one of the only things that quickly stuns beside a parry is Aquila's grapple basically locks onto you and takes your striker to its knees, so you can't do anything for a period of time, and that is a huge time when you get focused by the opponents. Down the line, Disguise.
False.
Coming up.
The one in the video that was like, we'll never give up, we'll never surrender. I don't know. He had some line like that. Or he belonged in a movie.
Absolutely.
And False, my Canadian GOAT, seen him on Team Canada representing his country in other games. Here we have Sam, a young gun who is learning a lot about this game, and he's surprised every day about sort of the little things that you can do to improve your striker. Hydron, you're never going to see this guy not flex whenever he's on a camera. I'm pretty sure every time he's featured, he brings the biceps out. Juby's been working out too. He was kind of just like a collegiate kid back in the day and was on the rise. There was like a big meme around Goodbye Juby when he got released from his first team, and now everyone remembers his name. Everyone sings his praises. That is why he's invited to this, and I'm very excited to say hello to Juby here in China with Dante at the helm as a true leader for the squad.
Absolutely. Signing off. As we get the teams ready, we'll see what we have for our first map. We finally got our Karab Sinkhole, so all the maps have been played here in our first day. where will we start? Do they feel good? Maybe if they go to some elimination on Graceland Sky City, and maybe some key grabs as they upload to get the shuttle going on the Eye of Mizra to fight through the storm. What's up, Bobkin?
Everyone signs their life away.
Yep.
Really just agreeing on that first map, which is randomized, best of 3. And this is a nice day to figure things out and experiment in an official match. This guy right here, the loudest guy in the venue,
yep.
communicating and hyping the team up through thick and thin.
Yeah, very reassuring voice there from FRTDD and DJ Knight. This is your heavy tank player. You will see a Tricera rather. You will see a Stego. A lot of damage coming from this man right here, and he is happy to sit there and dole it out.
He was a grinder. He was watching VODs in and out. And
he was the one talking to Charlotte for like an hour.
Yeah, and this is Sliggy, right?
Sliggy.
He has the funniest posture. He sits like sideways at his desk. His
Always.
legs point the other way.
Yeah.
And he's incredible. Probably one of the smartest FPS players that we have here.
For sure.
And he's everyone here, I'm pretty sure, is a content creator. So if you're entertained by what you're seeing, maybe you want to give them some tips on Mecha Break. Go and check out their streams. They're a fun group of people.
They are, absolutely. So I expect this game to be very scrappy between these two teams. So close, yes, we are going to see some action between Team Liquid and DSG. However, what maps will those be on, and who do they decide to ban? The map pools here aren't very deep, so it is really going to throw a wrench in the works if you ban super main that I know Welkin getting banned for Team Liquid messed them up the other day because they weren't sure who wanted to play Stego or who could play Hurricane, and they're like, well, I could do that, but that's a first time. I mean, that's the best time to first time in practice, but you could see just how quickly they were kind of stumped on one ban.
Yeah, and especially with the limited amount of experience both these teams have, they're probably scrimming without bans. And now they're probably tried to throw some bans here and there, and that, like you said, was probably very difficult because I think everyone's just trying to master one thing right now. And I agree with that strategy of I'd rather do one thing really well than do a lot of things midly.
I'm a dirty Welkin main, and I really am like 5% on any other striker. 100% on Welkin.
Yeah,
I
haven't seen you on anything
Sorry,
but
that's
Welkin.
bad math.
But there's some things you can get away with. Like I would say Tricera, if I was worried about someone, throw him on Tricera, you know? A very, very forgivable striker with those composite shields. And Elise is too, very forgivable, very noob friendly. And for both these teams to clash, it's such a fun matchup, you know, because I don't think it's going to be a stomp in either direction. Now, when they face other regions, I'm a little worried, but this is a good tone setter for an official match.
All right, looks like we're just about ready to hop in and see where we will be going. The map will randomize. We'll see that in the middle as we go to the bans. And then the loser of the first map will be able to pick the second map to see if they can get an advantage in their playstyle in their game.
And shout out to Team Liquid and DSG for putting a banner on these players to be invited out for the launch of this amazing game. And this is something unlike any of the games that these guys have come from, and this has really been a tough learning curve. So Falcon will be Team Liquid's first ban.
Yeah.
DSG talking amongst each other.
Eye of Mizra, knowing Panaka is liked by Sliggy and a few members of the team. Inferno. So they take out the tank killer. Both teams are going to be able to have pretty strong presence on the points now.
And I think it's good to have your first official match, your first game, where you're going to just center around the ultra heavies. This is going to be the most forgivable composition to learn the game around, but you still got to maybe incorporate something DPS, a medium to a light attacker around that. And you got an Aquila matchup between Hydron and FRT. Hydron has been putting the hours into Aquila.
Going to be a good match. What do you, Lumine? Okay, Lumine on both sides. Didn't see Mayumi's for a second. I was like, I know we have one though. Is this? Yeah, it looks like a mirror as we get into this one. Really cool stuff. Lumine Elise in this. And then the Welkins there in the Tricera. I like the way disguise. I mean, Liquid's done it too with their outfits, but the change in the skirt, it's still blue and white. But man, the gold suits here coming out of disguised. the clown face and the TV head. You can see how much you can change your pilots. You can mess with your strikers and their paints and their patterns. And you can make them look all scratched up like you've been at war for a year. So let's get in this. We're going to be at war for a little bit here on Eye of Mizra, as we'll see just off to our left, that storm is rolling in.
And this is a tough map to start on because you have to escort objectives. You have to figure out when to go for the key grab.
Yeah.
You have to protect the key carrier while it's being uploaded. So it's not going to be a simple road to start on.
All right. Is it the kill tactic? Is it the cap tactic? Do they go for keys or they go for the eliminations here to increase the death timers and then make it all too easy? Like you said, uploading 5 points a tick, 15 points when you get to key there for getting the 3 sections, but you can be stopped and you can be harassed on the way. We are on to Eye of Mizra, Team Liquid versus DSG for our final series of the day.
And I wonder how many times they've actually played this map and how they're going to react to the pulse storm that may arrive in a few minutes. But FRT has been the big IGL for Team Liquid. 2 quick kills already as Team Liquid are not slowing down at all.
Yeah, fast coming in. Bobkin's already got one in the Eliseness. Now you can see the speed, the attack, but he gets parried out on that one. And a top-down attack is unparryable after that. So we break up the fight a little bit. Look at the high ground here, gathered by the Stego, gathered by the Tricera to try and keep points on lockdown, but they're going to have to move. A is just about 60% spawned, and there has to be bodies there. This is bad for a Welkin to be chased by an Eliseness.
And sometimes the hardest part of this game is to just get reorganized and to pick your battles. Even when someone seems low, you never know what kind of backup will be around the corner. And there is your backup right now. Bobkin now just seeing that Welkin box continuing to disengage. DSG are getting a leg up. Great shot out of Hydron.
There's 2 and 9. Sam gets one for himself, too, so that's 2 in favor of DSG. Now, A is going to be grabbed. That's inside. It's going to be a brawl, and we'll have to see who's going to get themselves in. Your left screen shows it empty. The Corite crystals, the only things in there. But we do see a few members starting to take hold.
And do you want to grab this key while you're alone? Because if you die, that key disappears and you have to start over. It doesn't get dropped and re-picked back up. So, False grabbing it, has some teammates, has Speedily, another GOAT from the FPS scene, and they're going to work together. These are longtime teammates.
Oh, he didn't go out the window. Boxes himself in with the Eliseness. And now he's going to get stunned up because Eliseness puts that armor back on, a little bit of a shockwave and invulnerability, and now False has to get out. Remember, Welkin has incredibly fast movement speed with just a single click if no target's in front, so that's the movement they need right now. He's stuck.
Oh, jeez, there's so many tanks in the way, and Bob gonna lose that armor and does not have the cooldown to get back in it. Will be able to get back in if they die, but that is a long respawn timer, and Team Liquid are suffering. DSG have a key still being escorted.
I respect this by DSG. Hardly ever do you see 5 escorting the key, but they are putting all the cooks in the kitchen right now to make this happen.
And you got your friendly Welkin box stopping everyone from going anywhere, too. And Welkins, yes, limit the movement of your own teammates. So keep that in mind, folks. DSG about to upload.
Oh, he's gassed. Oh,
and Tifa, what a box to hit False, and the key carrier could die. False needs help.
Just a little bit more focus. It's all direct damage now. The shield is gone, but the box will come up. That's going to be huge. A little bit of the fluid shield now coming back for that help. And it's going to be about the spin to win now if they can get it. Great points cap by DSG, and they take a heck of a lead. C is already open.
Man, early MVP call for Juby to be able to heal that key carrier up, for False also to live inside of a Welkin box below half HP. Hats off to DSG for the first key cap.
Tifa down, so waiting to come back up on that Welkin. That's going to be a tough one to fight for the spot, but there should be enough time. And oh my God, Sliggy is just getting focused down right now. It's so tough. Not going to be able to move out of this situation. And there he goes. False with the assist there from Speedery.
DSG, incredible job of just understanding the win conditions, going for kills, then the objective. You don't want to tunnel on grabbing keys, and you want to play as grouped up as possible. DSG look very organized right now, despite a team that looked shaky coming into this tournament. But speedily now in this Tricera getting the backup of the whole team. Got the Stego shield right on top there, just all hugging each other. And Tife has no fluid armor, has to escape. Bob is low too. DSG are looking to ace Team Liquid if they're not careful.
Yeah, and you can see that fluid regen armor up. The Stego, the Tricera still near each other, but this becomes tricky. Tricera is not fast. Tricera grabbed the key. That's not what you want. Yes, you capped it, but it is going to be so hard to get that thing over at 40-1 right now, though. I don't think DSG is too worried.
Yeah, maybe slow and steady wins the race. It's the turtle with the shell. If it just survives, it can still at least finish the race, and maybe that's all Team Liquid needs. They've only gotten 1 kill, no key uploads, and Speedily is going for a second objective. I didn't think DSG were going to diff them this hard.
These direct hits now, they need to get melee onto that Tricera as soon as possible. It's going to be in. You're not going to take out a Tricera on the point. That's another 15 points going the way of DSG.
Yeah, Speedily being so smart about bringing out his composite shields when he lost his fluid armor and just taking his time. DSG know they're in such an incredible lead, and it's only getting better. 73 with a key spawned up. Team Liquid, I like that they abandoned trying to take care of that key carrier and are deciding to take positions around B.
I love this positioning. You're right. Quick to the step. They have to do something before DSG does, but watch this. It is going to be the onslaught of DSG flying over. Here comes their cavalry as they descend onto B.
Tife looks like the one that's going to be carrying it. The Tricera from DJ already getting challenged by a Welkin. And False is all up in their face, but is also getting disrupted. No health, no armor, and death to DSG.
That is going to be one down. Actually, big. Pulse is gone. Can they get the cap, though? Do they have Tife up? They do, but is the box ready? Is the shield ready to stop the energy damage as well?
Oh, Hydron playing behind the shield is so smart, but DSG just rained fire down on Team Liquid that thought they could just poke and prod away. And this is the window of opportunity for DSG to grab the key and go for the win.
Those 2 double kills coming in from DSG. Their players are riding so high right now. And Dante actually gets a triple kill, so they're basically a full house right now on Team Liquid. One more, the full ace, just like he said.
Oh, how can you pull DSG apart from each other? Such great communication, great leadership out of Juby. They somehow have downloaded the meta, but how will the bans affect them going forward? DSG, though, in a decisive win, off of kills, off of objectives as a team. DSG take map 1.
Yeah, I think they're very happy about that. Going smooth, and it does not look like they were bucked off for their strategy at all. Their trend worked the whole time. They didn't have to change anything, and they just said, hey, this is working. Keep killing X, keep killing X. We'll get double, we'll get triples, we'll ace everything and be done with it.
It was just like a school bus of strikers moving together. And I like that Hydron's Aquila got to just play with the tanks. I'm used to seeing Aquilas up in the sky, off on an off angle, just flying everywhere. And he got to stand still and focus on his shots. And that's how Hydron was able to get so many multi-kills. Easily my MVP.
Okay, I'll say that. I'll say that too.
Easy.
I mean, the cap points are going to bring it in, but I think that damage, that direct damage was incredible that they were able to do. A little scattered with moving the point. It just seemed like the coordination. We saw that first A key grabbed, and every member of DSG walking it out like it was the prized possession. And it was, but I have never seen that before. Usually somebody just dashes and goes, but they're like, no, I need my friends.
And that was so fast, we didn't even get to see a pulse storm. I wanted to kind of see how everyone reacted to that.
Yeah, the pulse storm denying everything.
Or whatever it was. And yeah, because in scrims, like, Team Liquid were sort of winning a lot of the scrims against DSG, at least from the couple that we saw.
Right.
But clearly behind closed doors, DSG did not reveal all of their cards.
A little sandbagging, if you will. Yeah. And now they're ready to play, and that momentum is going to help into the second map. So we'll see the map we'll see the scores, the post-match results on that one, and then what our MVP is in just a second. But I am actually going to say there was a lot of damage, like you said, from the Aquila coming out. They were just able to grow.
Yeah, and our bans were what? Falcon and Inferno. And from what I know, DSG don't really play those. So I would say if you start poking and taking away Hydron's Aquila, what is that going to do to the team? Has he picked up another sniper? Falcon is a striker that takes a lot of time to master. So I don't think the Falcon ban was going to affect them at all. But if they're forced onto something other than an Aquila, will they still be able to output as much damage? That's what I'm worried about.
I think that Liquid fell prey to the thing I did in one of our first games. Is that, okay, you took Falcon Sky priority out, there isn't much left. No, there's Aquila. That is still full Sky priority. And that is absolutely going to tear your team apart if you don't have something to fight it.
Yeah, and if you take out both snipers, I don't think DSG are really going to play flyers too much.
Right.
But really just the organization is what really helped DSG thrive. And just playing around their Luminate, they kind of realized with these sort of AoE heals or just how playing around your Luminate, playing as a team, but how you can cause DSG to break apart. That's what Team Liquid needs to focus on.
What would you ban the Aquila then for Liquid?
I think so, 100%. Right. Maybe even take out one of the tanks. Just honestly ban anything DSG just played. And what is their backup plan? That's what I'm curious about.
True. I almost want to see the Inferno ban as well to see if Liquid puts together a comp without that or if it was their strong suit. 1.8, almost 2 million damage from Sliggy, but on the other side, Juby coming through with the repairs, absolutely helping everybody out. That's huge.
Yeah. A lot of repairing, a lot of teamwork, and DSG that also just thrived in the kill feed department. Like, they were winning a lot of the neutral fights, which was, again, the respawns can be quite far sometimes, and when you play a lot of an ultra heavy or a heavy comp, you move slowly. Tricera MVP speedily was going for a lot of the objective. So that he uploaded 2 keys. So shout out to Speedily doing the Lord's work.
That is big. And wait, the Tricera, not so speedery, very slowery, capping keys? That's something crazy right there. That is capped. But it does work, and we see the power of Tricera. Like you said, slow and steady wins that race. And while it took forever to get over, the teamwork got it over the line.
We're getting a lot more Tricera MVPs than I expected. And this guy's been grinding the VODs, and he's quiet, but he's deadly.
Yeah.
And he's been touted as like a top DPS in other games and easily been an MVP in the spotlight so many times. So he is the player to watch and maybe the player you want to target ban. And to even put him on a Tricera is something that, you know, it's not a sniper. It's not something as difficult as some of the more glass cannons in this game. Speedily is still an incredible player.
Pro tip, Eye of Mizra. It's actually not that pro. When you exit A, top left side, there's a window. Go out that window. Don't wait for the door.
He's been screaming about this window,
Go
guys,
out the window!
Because there's like a car wash door that opens so slowly. There's a long hallway. I get lost through the hallways. I'm not even going to count.
Always steal the key, go out the left side, up and out. You're soaring. You're flying high, and nobody can catch you. But I like the teamwork way better. It's way cooler to see everybody do that and hold hands.
Now
Whistle while they work.
Team Liquid get the map choice coming up.
Yeah.
And they have to decide who do they want to target ban. Because how many strikers does DSG have in their bank? Crowd Sinkhole. What do you think?
I actually think that Liquid have this locked down, not for the win, but an idea that they get 2 and they cap with 2. The way they play their tanks is very sectioned off in that death ball. Couldn't get words. And then they usually have some annoying stuff fly to the other as well. I think transferring what is the Tricera, because DJ Knight's really good at knowing when he can get in and out of his turret form to be in a different position. So this might be a boon for them. It is their map pick. We'll see if it's something that Disguise likes even better, though.
Aquila has to be a must ban. I don't think you want to let any sniper sit back here. And this is a map that is very punishable around rotation. So how organized you are as a team. We saw in our last series, getting triple capped is no fun. And Panther is just, I think, a throwaway. They want to be able to play anything they want to. And Welkin to try and, I think, what is that, Dante's striker that he likes? So not having a Welkin, how does that affect DSG?
Right.
Oh, false,
yeah.
right.
I believe, if he does still take it. It's going to be big. Actually, not having the Welkin, everybody is forced to cap in the open now, which becomes the Tricera's job. So big looks on DJ Knight. What else? Disguised picks here. They're happy with the Aquila and the Lumine, but a Hurricane. Okay.
I think we heard whispers that they hadn't tried too much Hurricane, but they're gonna bring it out now. And now that Inferno isn't banned, I want to see how Tife gets to shine, because she's put in the work to really master Inferno, and that's going to be the tank shredder, and that could be what makes Team Liquid force us to go to map 3.
It looks like FRTTT is waiting on this last pick to actually deliver something in, maybe Aquila for them, so they have a little bit more air dominance.
Narukami?
Okay, Inferno and Hurricane on the side of Disguise. That, oh my, they are going to be nuking some damage into this game, and Liquid's going to have to be ready. They almost have to be on the front of every fight and making the first moves.
Yeah, that's stealth from Narukami and not infinite. You have to be around the drones, and even when you grapple and stealth away, it is limited time. But hey, that window where you're in stealth, someone has to go and do other things. You don't want to just hunt down a Narukami all the time. So how you dip, dive, and dodge around the action and really just be annoying is going to be the key to Narukami. And how you apply that damage at long range, it's not just sneaking around.
Is FRT about to have the most calm game?
What's
flying around for DSG? I don't think they took much air. Okay, Hydron's there on the Aquila. Never mind. That's going to be painful. We forgot about that.
Yeah,
the one we almost thought was
versus
MVP.
Aquila.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool sniper battle. I think one of the first we're getting here in our last match of the day. 2A point, gentlemen and ladies. We fight.
And the Hurricane going to be so important for that anti-ranged damage. If you want to try and cap a point. And now that there's no Welkin, like, how do you brawl close range? I'm not sure if we saw an Elise in this pick. There's maybe not a lot of melee options. So it's going to be a lot of range and a lot of up to a Hurricane to deny that.
Yeah, we have heavy brawlers and bruiser tanks in this one, and the heavy tanks themselves. You see the Inferno already on high ground right now from the side of DSG, just raining down, but they go back. The chest beam flies out. Good Lord. This is where Welkin would absolutely be the best to deny that energy, but it's not happening.
Oh, Mayumi is going to be out of the fight, so limited heals for Team Liquid, but when everyone's dead, I guess you don't really need it. Team Liquid got aced, and DSG have the middle point, so they're racking up the lead right now.
Yep. Just 2 points on that tick, as you see, going up. B and C are active. The early part of the game really can't get too out of hand until these other ones get active. We see Bobkin breaking into Baby Eliseness, has the chance to re-armor up, but he's going to hold for now.
And now B and C have just been activated, as you heard, so what is going to be prioritized? What a quick capture from DSG. While Team Liquid were just aced, I believe. They capped
they're
that.
all spawning. Look at the map as they fly off towards the north side. They just spawned from that chasm in the back. They will get C, but this is troublesome now. 2 points held by the side of DSG. Does Liquid go to the outside ring of the map, or they go straight up the gut?
So you have a window where you can allow this to happen if you're Team Liquid, but you don't want to let the score start double, tripling, and more. Like, this is already a lead that is difficult for Team Liquid to come back from, but it is first to 1,000, so we got a lot of game left.
Looks like a lot of members from Liquid are trying to go around the outside, but they're not committing to too much right now. 4 of them towards that left. Are they diving in mid, or are they waiting to go toward B?
Mayumi is just trying to organize the team, keep Tife on her feet. Great heals out of the Lumine, but Team Liquid are operating down a player. DSG are low on fluid armor, but Team Liquid can't really press this advantage.
Looking for the Naru, whatever side of the map. Mayumi's right there in front as Dante just tries to harass. And this is not looking great with the way that DSG is now able to solo a few members off. It is causing this Team Liquid pack to have to move together to cap points, and they're already being stopped at C.
Well, just showing us the power of that Hurricane and the amount of damage they could do. Double cap from Team Liquid, and it's immediately denied by DSG. Man, Team Liquid are trying to split their forces. Someone's trying to sneak a cap on C for Team Liquid, while DSG are centered in the middle of the map.
That's all of them. Yeah, 6 in the middle of the map. This could be the BC hold, but Liquid needs to get their forces to the outside. They're not communicating it. They're still fighting for A. It doesn't need to happen.
Yeah, DSG like to play so grouped up that they're maybe going to have to think about splitting up and going for multiple objectives, but Hydron's got the picks. Maybe DSG only need kills to dwindle down Team Liquid.
And look at this fight. It's actually just trailing off to that southwest side. Really not too much towards the points, but that's because you still have Sam just trolling around, and he grabs one back for the team to bring him up.
It might be nice to just anchor one of the points, see if anyone's trying to sneak it around, but I like that DSG are setting up their base in the middle of the map and reacting to Team Liquid. They're not letting them double cap for more than a couple seconds, and now we get a triple cap from DSG.
Oh, 10 points ticking on each time. The pain continues to stack here as they're about to be 500 or 400 points up, 300 rather. Those numbers are hard. and back to A to see if they can split the map open.
This game is hard if you're Team Liquid. Like, they've only had a double cap for more than a few seconds, and now how do you deal with all the fires that are happening on this battlefield? When you get triple capped, you gotta focus on one thing at a time, or maybe just try to split DSG in 3. Now Team Liquid have got a double cap, but they still gotta come back by quite a gap in the score.
They still get that 2. But you see 6 on the side of Team Liquid now. So they're only making up 4 points on each tick here to DSG's. Back and forth. Mimi's trying to get the heals, but also be a distraction. And get back to the team. You see the advanced healing on as the wings come out. And now it's back in, so back to all this normal.
DSG are splitting up to all 3 points, but are not winning their duels.
Wait a minute.
Team Liquid could be coming back if they can keep this up, but no, DSG 1 point B back.
It takes a moment of miscommunication or not calming that you're leaving a site. And yeah, back to BC. So DSG is always on the move, thinking of the next thing to do. And back to C goes Team Liquid.
And DSG are comfortable holding the perimeter, and as soon as they get any fire, they're able to just anchor down. And not a lot of rotations from these slow heavies from DSG, but they got to sit comfortably, doubling the points of Team Liquid.
And a lot of times you go over to DSG, you can look at the top of the side when we're on their players and see their KDA, 103, a lot of zeros in the death column. So they have not been off the map, always being nuisance at either cap point, and we see that with Hydron, with False as well on that Stego on the other side.
It's a good adaptation from Team Liquid to pressure Hydron. He was left untouched for way too long. Hydron's not necessarily playing alongside a ultra heavy like he did in the previous map, so he's having his fluid armor succumb a lot faster. He's going to go by Sam's side to maybe patrol around B and see if they could sneak it away from Team Liquid as they rotate to the middle of the map.
He's still nailing the Stego, just Hydron getting free damage left and right. This is what's taking down Liquid, is they can't react to the situation quick enough to deny that damage. 800 to 441 as we keep ticking up. That is 2 for Liquid, but it gets so close for DSG with each tick as well.
And you see that energy bar at the bottom. That is your mobility resource. If that goes down to 0, you are pretty much a sitting duck, and that is the danger zone. So T-Fei needs to be very, very careful being in the middle of the map with no fuel. Team Liquid trailing behind, able to get some double caps here and there, but it still ticks up even if you have one zone. So DSG on the horizon of a map and series win.
B is about to be a brawl. We can see a lot of teams going there, but they know they just took down Luminate towards A, and we see a few members of DSG dashing there. Shields go up, but can you defend against 2, Sam? This is going to be a tough one. Stego can only take so much.
Yeah, T-Fei can't seem to lock anyone down using this Inferno, and this was that tank melter we were talking about, and they target banned against her, but she's still struggling to just lock down everyone who's escaping her, and Sam just went invisible on the Narukami. Still some hits. Can T-Fei ever discover where that Narukami is? And also, Sam is so good at wasting her time, and she's not helping DPS elsewhere.
They have AB, which is fantastic, but you want to bolster AB. Let that Stego sit down there. Somebody with melee damage can get through direct. Don't worry about the shields. We got Mayumi back off of spawn. No deaths right now, but Bobkin is on the brink of death. And there he goes. 3 down for Liquid. This should be DSG capping hard.
Triple cap from Team Liquid. they're denying any points from being picked up from DSG, but False is going to end things. 3 down for Team Liquid. DSG got to cap these quickly and a win for the series. And the next round available for DSG.
Just about an ace with what fell after even the spawns from Team Liquid came up. I think that's going to be enough. 2 now capped each time. 6 points going over to the favor of DSG. And they are sitting pretty here with looking at a 2-0.
Wow, I think just based off the scrim results, everyone thought Team Liquid was going to take the win here. DSG with a dominating victory, surprising us all with limited time to learn, but they mastered it through behind the shots from Hydron, the leadership from Juby and Dante, coming out with smiles for North America. But Team Liquid, this was a good starting match to figure out what comes next in the lower bracket.
It is. In a lot of the post-game screen, a lot of things will tell you what needs to be worked on, where you were missing damage, where you were missing healing. Not that it's anybody's fault, but that's coordination. That's being near each other. It's not that your healer wasn't healing or somebody wasn't doing damage. You're not coming together to direct that damage at the right spot. So it just takes that teamwork. And DSG come out the stronger team on this match. All the teams that have lost today are just going to the lower bracket, and we will still see them playing tomorrow.
But this is a team that DSG are a team that could be target banned in the future against teams that have more flexible striker pools. I mean, you saw their Panther throwaway ban. They want every option possible. But what a nice win for DSG to get them a few more matches, a few more lives in our bracket. But they're guaranteed, I believe, to face either China or Japan coming up. And that's going to possibly be a humbling experience.
Yeah, it could be. It could be. What a great match between them. And like you said, with such limited time on both sides, we still got to see a good match. And DSG, I think, overall, it was the teamwork. Like, the fact that they were hip and hip really worked. It may not work against other teams because you're just going to get AoE'd to death, but here, the buddy system was great.
And they've been buddies for years. So, like, they didn't have to come to this event and build chemistry and kind of figure out each other's styles or to get to know each other. You know, they've been friends for probably a decade plus on different teams, on same teams. And for DSG to have a win, it was very surprising, but also a well-welcomed win for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Hydron?
Easy MVP for me.
That Aquila was scary.
Yeah, I know Speedily kind of took it with the Tricera last time, but he was also the objective player, and you got to applaud the heaviest and slowest striker getting all the key capture or uploads there. But Hydron, I think, got to free fire a lot, so
yeah,
getting the confidence to work to also Aquila away from your heavy strikers is also a different style from him.
Absolutely, and seeing another Karab sinkhole, that was really awesome to get. Team Liquid feeling like they'd be comfortable there. I think this was the first fight. Getting Welkin banned on that might have been what they wanted to use. You're not really able to cap the points, and it seemed like that idea was already thought of by DSG. You take out the main box cap, and then they have to figure out what to do.
And we went to 2 maps that require, I feel like, the most organization in terms of rotations.
Exactly.
Around getting the keys, around how do you deal with the triple cap? Do you focus the center of the map? Do you try to capture the points
The pain
around?
of death timers.
The death timers, DSG, I think they went back to what they know best, which was fragging out. I think fragging crosses all barriers of games, and DSG fell back to what they know best. So Hydron showed us how it's done.
1.4. I'm rounding up on that. It's a 9. 1.4 milli plus 5.3 direct, 5.32 direct. And that we saw that a lot actually being a problem for Mayumi. Like, the Lumine would try to be healing, and there you go. You just get damage. And Hydron was just kind of chilling in that one alcove the whole time. What I tell you, he's flexing in and off the field. Bro been hitting the gym before he went to China. He's doing that on purpose, I swear to God. Our sniper MVPs have had 59 to 61%. And it matters, the amount of damage that they're doing in these games. So I think that's kind of a baseline that we need to see. Just above 55%, maybe 58% in your Aquilas will be stealing the show if you can keep protected.
And Team Liquid have put in so much work, from watching the VODs, the streams, the other matches, to talking to different players, to like when everyone's going to lunch, I'm seeing at least 1 or 2 Team Liquid players sit there and grind. Like, they have tried so hard to put on a good show, and it's not over yet for if you're a Team Liquid fan. They'll be dropping to the lower bracket, and they will be on their last life.
Oh, the one thing I think that could have switched the game was when they 3-capped, they lost 3.
Yeah.
I was like, wait, this could stave off the 3, and then you instantly got caps from DSG. But that 3-cap, and then they, like you can see on the screen right now, there's 3. Sliggy just came back up, and now 6, 18, and 13. Yeah, it was very tough in that, and DSG started to play the kill timer game. It worked out really, really well for them.
Yeah, there was like a different look to DSG in an official match, because watching their scrims, we got to float behind them, and as soon as 1 or 2 would get killed, they would have issues grouping up, and they looked very disorganized. But in this official match, it was all of that went out the window. They looked so flawless, and on maps that are very much about rotations and being organized, when there's different objectives all around the map, they looked very good today.
It's nice. Looking at Eye of Mizra, movement a little bit can be cleaned up. It was good, but like give it to your Welcome, give it to your Luminate, get that speed going. Those little things they can fix. That's not even a min-max, that's a max. Like make sure the Tricera isn't grabbing it. It's not the end of the day, but those can be a little bit cleaner. So we can see them advance. They're not just plateauing. These teams are going to increase throughout this tournament game after game.
Maybe it's just a new meta. Give your key to Tricera because it's unkillable, but let's take a look at this unkillable guy.
屏幕前的驾驶员们，大家好，欢迎来到我们的赛后采访环节。我是今天的主持人子毅。那现在站在我身边的呢，就是我们刚刚这场比赛的胜利者啊，来自 DSG 的 Dante， 欢迎来跟我们的镜头打个招呼吧。
Please introduce yourself.
My name is Dante. I play for DSG. I play Falcon, Inferno, and Alesnus.
我叫 Dante， 我来自 DSG 战队。我玩的机兵有很多，有毛隼，有地狱火，还有龙烟。
能够看到我们Dante这名选手是一个非常全能的一名6边形战士。那其实我也有几个问题想要问到你。那第一个问题就是，作为我们最后一支出场的战队，其实你们给我们呈现了一个非常稳健而且思路清晰的一场对决，能够看得出你们在解构游戏机制的过程当中是做足了非常多的功课的。那也想问一下，在接触解线机的这个整个过程看下来，你觉得这款游戏在哪些方面是比较吸引你的？
So since you're the last team to take on competition, I was impressed by your strategy and your understanding of the mechanism. I can tell that you have made adequate preparation to this game. So my question is, how did you prepare for this game, and how did you what is the most thing that attracts you to play this game?
Hi, thank you. And so we were scrimming them. We had a hard time versus them, and we just reviewed it. We talked about what we wanted to do differently, and in general, we try to play the objective more. What really attracts me to Mecha Break is the movement in the game. The movement feels really good. Dashing around, flying around, it's always fun. So.
我觉得就是解线机这款游戏最吸引我的地方在于它的机动性，就是机兵它可以非常自由的活动，并且进行制空的作战这样子。
好的，也是非常感谢您能够喜欢和支持我们这一款游戏啊。那其实我们回顾到整个的对决当中，那我们在第一局可以看到双方是拿出了完全一致的一个阵容，当然我们也看到了最终的结果是不尽相同的。在同样的阵容选择之下是2比100，我们以大比分拿下了本场对局的一个胜利。那你觉得在这个比赛当中呢，我们在哪些方面做的是比较充分的，是比较充足的？
So in the first round, you got the victory with a heavy score of 100-2. So during this process, could you share with us what did you do and what did you prepare to win this game?
Yeah, so going into that, we really try to play the objective a lot on that map. It's really important to do it on that game mode, and we just try to play as one, just listen to each other and play together.
就是首先我们是有一个非常清晰的目标的，我们对地图的机制啊，对规则非常的了解，然后同时我们队员之间也保持紧密的配合。
那 那其实我们还有最后一个问题想问到我们的 Danta。说实话，虽然我们的首次出战是和同在我们北美战区的我们的Team Liquid 去作战和交手嘛，但其实我们在全球赛的过程当中，也会在后期遇到包括像中国、像日本等等不同赛区的我们的战队。那有没有了解过其他的战队呢？有没有很期待和谁去交手呢？
Since in the first game you just play with a North American team, but in the following days you will be take on competition with teams from China and maybe Japan. So is there any team or team member that you are looking forward to play with or play against?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to play against, is this pronounced correctly? Ints? Alright, yeah, I'm really excited to play against him. He's really, really good, and we did a content piece yesterday. And he was really nice, so I want to play against him.
我比较想要跟银子进行对战，因为昨天我们一起进行了一个小小的访谈，我觉得他是一个非常有亲和力的人，所以我很想要跟他一决高下。
哦，明白了。那其实我们也就像我们之前，其实银子老师也有讲过，包括我们的Danta，其实我们能够感受到这一场不仅仅是一场对决，它更多的也是一场交流。也希望我们来自不同赛区的选手们都能够通过我们今天的这样的一个赛事，能够建立更好的友谊，共同通过游戏来铸造不同国家之间的一个友谊的桥梁。也是再次感谢您能够接受我们的采访。那与此同时，我们今天的比赛到这里就告一段落了。接下来，让我们把画面交还给解说席。
Absolutely awesome.
Dante is such an amazing guy, and they've been scrimming, and they got humbled, but they learned so quickly. And Dante's got a lot of strikers in his pool.
Yeah, and he put the Inferno in there. That was interesting.
That's important.
This as well at the end. So I may be a little taken aback by that and surprised, but it's good to hear that these agent pool, oh my God, striker pools are being filled out so well by these players so quickly. Because they realize if something's getting banned, it changes the meta immediately, and you can't do anything but just be sad that you don't play the next thing. So you have to have, I'd say, 3 strikers in your pool.
I ran into Dante in the hall after he was done filming that content piece, and it was just so fun to see how he was interacting with the Japanese players that he had the translator, but you know, there was no language barrier in that friendship. They like exchanged Twitters or X's or whatever, and they're making friends beyond the Mecha Break, or maybe it's a team up on Mecha Break. Maybe we'll get Dante as like one of the first North American pros in Mecha Break. I'm so down.
Yeah, absolutely. Go play yourself right now as well. We have more coming for today just before we round out the day, but it is on Steam, the Mecha Break demo. You can check it out here as it ends in a few days with the Global Invitational. Reject 2-0. Look at those 2-0s to start the day for our first 4 matches. We expect a little bit of dominance.
Yeah, I think the ORCA Empyrean match was the one that kind of surprised me, or just the one I was looking forward to the most. Those are the top 2 North American teams, very highly contested. And I think Empyrean might have had like a sick player, so there is some stuff affecting them, but how will they turn it around on day 2? Well, here is the other half of the matches. We got blessed with so many game 3s.
Woo. Yeah, 2 game 3s, get a sinkhole for one of those, and then the end of the day as well. So we got to see all of our maps coming in today through our teams, and that extra turn and Celestial being Palm Bay Harbor match is worth another watch. Absolutely insane stuff. Never seen anything like it.
The next round of matches are going to be insane. I'm excited to show you guys how that bracket is going to shape up. And don't worry if your team got 2-0'd or lost, whatever. They have a lower bracket, and they're also here. This is a great vacation, even if you take an L. But it means your tournament lives are just that much shorter.
A little bit more stress.
Zhuhai City, China. It's my first time in China. It is so beautiful here. We are next to the, I don't know if it's an ocean, a lake, whatever it is. There's water. It's beautiful. And while we're playing video games, here's what tomorrow has in store. You'll want to tune in bright and early or be up late.
Yeah, both and every in between. Reject versus LunaBreak. Luna was just on another level. Same with Anubis, so ORCA is definitely going to be challenged here. Love the matchup of Eva versus CSTG. And how you feeling about a little Celestial Being versus Disguised?
I'll watch for sure. I think that'll be Celestial Being. I would rank top 4, top 3.
Yeah, they're gonna
and
bring the pain.
You know what? every loss is a learning experience. And I think to be able to see what the other regions have in store and what they're going to be like when they get bans that actually affect them.
Some of those games, MDY versus Tai. Tai has a player, a Falcon player, that uses a controller and the mouse, a PlayStation controller and the mouse to fly Falcon. Here's our bracket for tomorrow, though. Lemon, what are you most excited for?
Anubis versus ORCA. You got #1 from North America versus #1 from Japan. This is going to be telling me how competitive North America is to the best region in Mecha Break.
If I have to choose a match, I want to go down to Empyrean versus NGT. I think that's going to be a cool one. So that'll be one to watch for me. Hopefully we get the shoutcaster.
I hope so. We're going to be shouting, we're going to be casting, and we're going to have every single match on stream. So we hope you will follow the channel wherever you're watching this from. Yeah. We also have other language streams, and it's been cool. We went to dinner with some of the other casters, and although we can't speak the other languages,
that was fun. We had our translators.
We had fun. But this has been such a fun day. Big shout out to Dia and Jake holding it down on the first half of the day. You, Riv, my Welkin brother.
Lisa's main.
And everyone behind the scenes and making this broadcast happen. We've got a few more days of Mecha Break action. We hope we'll see you there.
The unprepared will be the first to fall.
どんな困難も最後まで戦う。
冠军奖杯，我们势在必得。